Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. Welcome to 10-hour natural English listening. Play this video all throughout the day from morning to evening or on several different days split up. This video will really help you to improve your English listening skills. And if you're serious about improving your English, definitely consider joining my channel membership. I provide both English and Korean scripts for all the videos, and silver members get access to videos where you can freely turn captions on and off. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
Kebul, that seafood. Can't even, I can't even.
It looks like a man's best friend. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. One thing that I love about living here in Seoul is the variety of food, and so much of it is so good. Also, those travelers looking to challenge themselves by eating some unconventional food can find what they're looking for right here in Seoul. Let's talk to some people living here in Seoul to see what they have to say about this topic. Let's go. Hi, where are you from?
Hi, my name is Rowena and I'm from Scotland.
When you first got to Seoul, South Korea, what were some strange, exotic, crazy foods that you saw that you now like?
I didn't like at the start, but now I love it. It's 청국장. 청국장 is like 된장찌개, but really, really, really strong. Okay, if you haven't had 된장찌개 before, it's kind of like the Korean version of miso soup.
Yeah.
Salty, slightly nutty. It's basically fermented soybeans. When I first smelled 청국장, I remember being like, what the heck is this? Because it smelled like socks. But now, I don't know, the more I had it, the more I really enjoyed it. And I love it. I love 청국장. It's now one of my favorite stews.
Hi, I'm from Maryland, USA. Yeah, I grew up with a lot of Korean culture, especially food-wise. That was the biggest Korean cultural influence that I had growing up.
In the US, right?
In the US.
So since you already have that influence, what about some non-Korean friends around you? What are foods that really shock them, but to you, they're delicious and you have no problem eating them?
Yuke, which is the raw beef. Usually has an egg yolk. That thing is very gonna be shocking to Americans because American food culture doesn't really do a lot of raw meats.
Yeah.
And especially raw beef is not one that is very common.
Very true. But man, is it delicious.
It is
I
so
love
good.
it. Yeah, it's amazing. Hi, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Canada. My name is Ali. The number one is probably sundae. So basically it's a blood sausage. So it's the pig intestines and they stuff it with the glass noodles and some other meat and herbs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the first time I had it, I happened to stumble upon a restaurant that had sundaegukbap, which is the sundae, the meat, in a soup, and there's rice and there's all this. And it rocked my world.
Yeah.
And now my literal favorite Korean food is sundae.
Really?
I eat it at least once a week. So I introduce it to people, but I don't always give them details about what it is.
Yeah.
Because if I tell them what it is, they won't eat it. Usually, if
really
they
like it.
try it, they like it.
So then part two, what are some foods that you still can't tolerate?
There are foods that are great, and I totally understand why people like them. 간장게장, which is the fermented,
crab.
marinated crabs. And I totally get it. The flavors are complex, and the texture is complex. Just for me personally,
Man, you're crazy.
it's
That
not
is
a flavor
great.
I love. It's not a taste that I love.
Yeah.
It's not a texture that I like particularly. But I totally get why people love it. My dad loves it. If I could give him that, and he could eat that, twice a week, he would be happy.
I have bondegi trauma. I saw it at an outdoor market and I looked and there was this cute tiny halmoni sitting there and I didn't speak a word of Korean. And she was like, come here, come here. And then she gave me a cup of bondegi for free and I didn't want to be rude. And I saw that it was bugs. I saw that it had legs and I was like, I don't want this. But she was like watching me. So I put one in my mouth and it tasted like grass. But when I bit down, some juice squirted in my mouth.
Oh.
She started laughing. So she was like, yeah, 외국인. So all of her friends came and they were like, oh, good job, you ate the bondegi. And I was just crying and eating it. So I still can't eat it.
Two completely new things that I tried in Korea was 홍어,
Oh.
the fermented skatefish, and kebul. Kebu, you know, that seafood. I can't even, like, I can't even.
It looks like a man's best friend. Yeah.
Okay.
What are some foods from Scotland that you think outsiders, if they tried, they'd be shocked, be very exotic and difficult to eat for them?
I think haggis is also maybe a weird food for outsiders. You get a sheep, and then you take out all its organs, its heart, its intestines, its stomach, and then you mash it up into mince, and then you make it into like a ball, and then you boil it. That is haggis.
Yeah.
Honestly, it sounds disgusting. Taste-wise, it's actually pretty nice. Because you put loads of herbs. You put thyme and rosemary and salt and pepper. It just tastes like a Herbie sausage.
Herbie sausage.
Yeah.
What are some shocking things about the way Americans eat to foreigners?
The easiest comparison is fast food, right? So you go to fast food, you're like, in Korea, what is a large here is almost the size of an American medium.
Yeah, definitely. Portion sizes are massive in the US, right?
Portion sizes are huge.
Canada's a pretty young country. We don't have like traditional foods per se, but we do have a lot of fusion food from around the world.
Okay.
So I think the thing that would shock people from other countries is their country's food Canadianized. So it's really difficult to find really authentic food when everything is very multicultural and mixed.
A lot of fusions.
Yeah.
I think overall there's so many types of food to eat here in Seoul, and even modern Korean food that it's very approachable for beginners to Korea. So you don't have to worry when you're coming, but I think if you want to try something extreme, there's plenty of that here in Seoul as well. Anyway, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
All right, bye. Bye. Bye bye. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Once again, I'm Sean, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. You can actually live fairly cheaply here.
Yeah.
Or travel cheaply at that. As long as you don't, like, you know, get an expensive table at a club in Gangnam, you know, every night. But
No, put that money down.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Sean. So you'll find that on the internet, a few websites list Seoul as being one of the top 10 most expensive cities in the world. But as someone who's been living here for around 6 years, I'm not so sure that that's true. Let's dive deeper into this topic by talking to some people from around the world. Let's go. Hi, where are you from?
I am from Texas, USA.
What are some things that shocked you when you came here? You were like, wow, I can't believe this is that cheap.
Oh shoot, soju.
Soju, so alcohol.
Yeah, I don't drink, but I noticed that the prices here are way cheaper than what they are in America.
Yeah.
Like, so a bottle of soju in Texas is about $5, and over here it's $1.50. I'm like, wow, people can get drunk for super cheap here. That's crazy. And then of course, getting a snack like kimbap is also stupid cheap here.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Korean students love having kimbap because it's so affordable.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, you get something that's so cheap, that's so healthy, whereas in the States, anything that's healthy is crazy expensive.
That's true, that's a really good point. Hi, where are you from?
Hi, my name is Rachel from South Korea.
Cool.
Yeah, I lived a couple of years in the States.
So what are some things that you think in Korea are way cheaper than maybe the US or maybe other countries?
The cost we spend at the hospital.
Yeah.
Because even if I get a simple cold in America, if I don't have the insurance or the waiver, I wouldn't even dream of visiting a hospital.
Yeah.
No way.
But Korea, the healthcare and the hospitals are so affordable here.
For foreigners too.
Yeah.
I had a friend who had to go to an emergency room in the middle of the night, and that only costed him like around $100.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So that's really, really affordable here in South Korea.
Another thing is that you have to really pay a lot for deliveries, but here it's super cheap. Like things like Yogyo, McDonald's, Taco Bell and stuff, all that delivery, we can get that pretty doggone cheap here. But in America, we gotta pay so much for it.
Hi, where are you from?
Hi, I'm Tasha. I'm from London, England. One of the things that hugely shocked me was the price of Korean beauty products, skincare, makeup. Those particular items, I was blown away actually by how much selection and the low price, actually, the low cost of how much those items were by comparison to England.
What are some things that shocked you how expensive they are here?
So yeah, the thing that shocked me that was most expensive was the whole key money thing. You have to put down $10,000 just to stay somewhere on top of rent and on top of utilities for a year? Come on. I mean, yeah, sure, I know you get that money back, but come on, man.
It's a lot to ask.
You're killing me, Korea. You're killing me. You're burning a hole in this.
Fruit and vegetables, oh my god. Serious, I recently started eating a lot more fruit and veg, and here, particularly in Gangnam, they are hugely expensive. I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
Like, why is a pepper so expensive, or a bunch of bananas or whatever? And just, I've never encountered, you know, avocados or tomatoes or whatever so expensive. So I feel that if you want to cook at home, it can be a lot more expensive depending on what ingredients you're buying.
It's often stated that Seoul is one of the most expensive cities in the world. How do you feel about that? Do you think that's true?
I would say housing price is crazy expensive, but other than that,
US was more expensive than Seoul?
except for the rent, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. You can actually live fairly cheaply here.
Yeah.
Or travel cheaply at that. As long as you don't, like, you know, get an expensive table at a club in Gangnam, you know, every night. But
No, put that money down. I mean, I think Korea is every minimalist dream.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Because it's like you don't have to have a lot just to live your life. Yeah, the last home I was at, all I had in there was just a computer desk, 2 computer chairs, and a bed. That's all I had.
At your last home? So minimalist dream, that means only the bare necessities inside your home. Everything else you can kind of expedite outwards. You go outside and do it.
Exactly.
You go to a cafe, you go to a restaurant, you do the things that are the luxuries to do.
Yeah.
But everything essential you can keep inside and live pretty cheaply, right?
Yeah, and
That's a really interesting point. Thank you so much, Sean.
Take care. Peace and love, y'all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bye guys.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean, and I will see you in the next video. Bye.
If you are wearing red underwear, then it means luck.
Really?
Yeah, so I did that for my exams and I passed really well.
Really? I've
Yeah.
never heard of that one. You take an exam, you wear red underwear,
Yeah.
and you can get a good score?
Yeah,
Really? Did it work?
yeah, it worked.
Wow! I gotta try that, although I'm not in school anymore, so. Dang, too late. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. More than most people from other countries, South Koreans take their superstitions pretty seriously, and some are quite interesting. Perhaps there are even some that are good to know for those who plan to travel here to Seoul. Let's see what some people living here in Seoul have to say about Korean superstitions. Let's go. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from California.
Do you have any examples of superstitions that you've experienced while living here?
The main one that comes up every so often is, since I'm a teacher, a lot of my students often will bring up the not writing your names in red. Because like it'll happen if like I'll write their names on the board, I have to make sure I don't use my red marker. Or if I'm grading something and I write like nice job, if I use their name, that I don't use red, or that I'll change it to like a different color, or I just don't write their name at all. Because like they'll also even point out, like if I'll write Korea in red, they're like, teacher, and I'm like, you guys project that onto like the whole of Korean people as well, and they're like, teacher, please, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, and I'll like erase it and stuff.
Very interesting. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from France. When you're eating, you have to put your chopsticks not in the rice, but next to your bowl, because it means death.
Have you ever done that by mistake?
Never.
Not once. Oh, she's perfect. Hi, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Russia. Oh, actually, I've heard a lot. I've heard about like fan. If you're going to sleep and you're going to keep turn on your fan, you will die.
Yeah.
But I'm not really sure if it's true or not.
Right.
So I just like heard maybe some rumor, or maybe it was some real situations. So not sure.
I've also heard about that one. Some people swear that it's true. Some people are like, oh, it's just a superstition. Do your Korean friends usually believe a lot of these superstitions?
Oh yeah, like about especially for relationship, because my friends got like experience about like she bought the shoes for her partner, and the next day they broke up.
Oh.
Yeah, right. So.
Oh my God.
Because they say like in Korean culture, if you're going to prepare some gift like shoes to your partner, they're going to run away.
Oh my god.
So it's actually happened with my friend, so I think it's true.
Oh
so
my god.
I'm going to believe. So
don't buy shoes for your partner.
yeah, never buy.
A lot of these superstitions can be kind of negative.
Yes.
Are there any positive superstitions you've experienced here? Like if this happens, it's good luck.
If you are wearing red underwear, then it means luck.
Really?
Yeah, so I did that for my exams and I passed really well.
Really? I've
Yeah.
never heard of that one. You take an exam, you wear red underwear,
Yeah.
and you can get a good score?
Yeah,
Really? Did it work?
yeah, it worked.
Wow! I gotta try that, although I'm not in school anymore, so. Dang, too late.
If you can see a pig in your dream, it's for good luck.
Oh, so pigs mean good luck
Oh
in
yeah,
South Korea.
I actually am not really sure if it's is it true or not, but
Yeah.
it's kind of like superstition.
Yeah. Are there any superstitions that tourists should be careful of?
If you're just a tourist, I think you should be okay if you accidentally make a mistake with like writing someone's name in
Yeah.
red ink, like especially if you're clearly a foreigner.
Yeah.
They're not gonna really get like drilled into like don't do this or
yeah.
anything. It might just casually come up.
It's just kind of a fun cultural
Yeah.
exploration, I suppose.
Yeah.
How would you compare French superstitions to Korean superstitions?
I think both countries have superstitions, but we don't take that really seriously.
Yeah.
But maybe Koreans are more into superstitions than in French.
It seems that way, right?
Yeah, because, for example, in French, there is a superstition where we can't put the bread upside down in the table.
Red?
Yeah,
Wow.
because in Middle Age, we only put the bread like this for the one that killed someone, so it means really bad luck. But we don't really mind anymore, only the old people do that.
Wow.
But in Korea, also young people believe in superstitions, I think.
Yeah, well, I think it's true.
Yeah.
It's definitely more a part of the culture here.
Yeah.
The only one that I can kind of have a comparison with is the whole like evil number between like Westerners associating the number 13 with like evil and then Easterners associating the number 4
Right.
with like evil.
We also have Lucky 7 too.
We do have a lucky 7.
Yeah.
You are right.
Yeah.
I think it's not many similar things.
Yeah, a lot, pretty different, right?
Yeah, because here like unlucky number is a 4. In Russia we have unlucky number like 6 and 13.
Oh,
So
okay.
which is not really similar and
Why 6?
because it's kind of devil number.
Oh, for like the Bible and
Yeah,
Christianity.
so,
oh,
yeah.
interesting.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
If you reach out like that and like want to give a big hug, then you might find Koreans even feeling a little bit uncomfortable and might back up. Don't feel offended if they do so. It's not because like you smell bad or they don't like you. It's just
Right.
not a cultural thing.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. Have you ever gone to a new country and stuck out like a sore thumb because of your behavior? I've definitely made my fair share of mistakes when I first got to Korea. But don't worry, I'm here to help you with some amazing tips from expats living here in Seoul. Let's get right into it. Hey, where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
If someone comes to South Korea, particularly Seoul, what are some things they should not do?
Well, if you meet a person for the first time, don't go up to them like, oh, hey, like give a big hug. It's not a cultural thing here in Korea to
Yeah.
just reach out to people and give them a nice little hug. It's
Yeah.
not very common.
I think that kind of thing can be common in definitely the United States.
Yeah.
How is that with Germany?
I think it's similar to Korea. Germans are also a little bit more reserved. Maybe
Right.
a small little hug
Right.
or a handshake.
And I even think some countries in Europe, maybe like Spain, France, they can greet each other with a kiss.
Yes.
I think things like that, especially these days with the situation going on, you should definitely not do things like that. Right?
Especially not right now. No.
Yeah.
Just for safety reasons as well. If you reach out like that and want to give a big hug, then you might find Koreans even feeling a little bit uncomfortable and might back up out of the situation. And then don't feel offended if they do so.
Right.
It's not because you smell bad or they don't like you. It's just
Right.
not a cultural thing.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, where are you from?
Hello, I am from Istanbul, Turkey. In my country, people like smoking a lot. When they are walking on the street or when they are waiting in front of the Pyeongchang, doesn't matter where. In Korea, when you come to Korea, please don't do that, because in Korea they have some smoking area. You have to smoke there. You shouldn't smoke on the street, please, because people don't like that. Also, I don't like smoking.
Yeah, that's a really good point. People from other countries can get confused because for me in America, you can smoke more freely. Yeah, but in Korea, there's designated smoking areas, and I like that because it makes it cleaner and it's better for people who don't smoke. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, where are you from?
I'm from South Africa. When you come to Korea for the first time, you're excited, you want to express yourself and you want to talk to people. But I think it's very important to be socially aware. And when you're in a public place, you have to think about the people around you. So try and match the volume of the room. If you're in a subway, you'll hear that it's very quiet. And then sometimes foreigners come in and they're very loud. But you should.
Bro, I can't wait to see the temple.
People.
I can't wait. Yeah.
Too much energy. So I think be more socially aware. And Koreans actually have an expression like this too. It's nunchi.
Yes.
And nunchi itta or nunchi opta. It means that you are socially aware.
Yes.
And I think as foreigners, we should practice being more socially aware, not just with our group of friends, but also with people out there in the public. We should respect them.
I agree 100%. Thank you so much. Bye. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from Lithuania. Just like trying to speak English, but mostly for Americans. No offense. They would come and they would just immediately just expect people to speak English.
It's funny too because South Koreans, especially young people, speak English pretty well, considerably. But still there are people who don't speak English here. It's important to learn at least a little bit of survival Korean, right?
Yeah.
Another tip would be, if you can only speak English, use really big gestures like one of those.
Yeah.
That helps people.
If you are ordering something in a restaurant, you should just order straightforwardly. I need this and that and a cup of water, please. Instead of making a small talk and being like, what's good for today? What does chef recommend? Like, if you ask these kind of questions, it's okay and normal in the Western world because it's just not natural in Korea to have small talk.
Yeah.
So that also might be a problem in communication, even if they're really good at English.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Once again, I'm Sean, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, what's going on? It's Sean here. So today I want to answer the question, is Seoul a comfortable and convenient place to travel for someone who only speaks English? Personally, I think yes. Although I wouldn't encourage someone living here not to learn Korean, I would say for someone traveling here, just knowing English is enough to get by with no problem. But let's dive deeper into this topic and even explore some fun things to do in Seoul by talking to some people from around the world. Let's go. Hi, how you doing? Where are you from?
My name is Pascal and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
So how long have you been living in South Korea, in Seoul?
2 years and 10 months.
I'm from England. I have been living in Seoul for the last 3 years.
Hi guys, my name is Bart and I'm from the Netherlands. 3 years now.
Oh wow. How well do you speak Korean?
I think I am intermediate. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. Have you studied Korean? Do you speak Korean yourself?
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
I'm not fluent. I'm not fluent.
I've been studying Korean independently with like apps and a little bit of a textbook. I am half Korean, so I know some Korean.
Yeah.
However, ashamed to say my Korean's not that good. It's getting better.
So, do you think it's necessary to be able to speak Korean well in order to enjoy Seoul?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, not at all actually.
Yeah.
Because all the friends that I had over and my family, they enjoyed to the max and they cannot speak Korean at all.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I think if you are visiting as a tourist, I think if you are living here short term, I think you can quite easily get by with just little bits of Korean if you pick them up, or English, because a lot of people do speak English here.
I think so too.
It's very easy to just do simple like everyday tasks with minimal Korean, or like having people be really responsive to trying to help you in any way that they can. It might not be a full-on conversation about what they did at the weekend, but it's a nice touch to make you feel less alien.
Yeah.
It's not necessary at all, especially Korea is shifting towards a maybe in like 20 years of more of a bilingual country with English.
Yeah, it's pretty global friendly, you know?
Yeah. However, I always advise any tourist to go to any country to at least try to learn a few keywords.
Yeah.
It will make your life easier, and even though if you like butchered the word, it's fine. They understand, they love it, and you might even get free service.
Yeah. During better times when we don't have to worry about COVID-19, what do you think the best thing to do for tourists is in Seoul?
I would say one day, if the weather is good, you go to the mountain.
Go hiking?
Go all the way to the top and just enjoy the view. After that, have some makgeolli and pajeon, pancake.
A lot of good mountains in Seoul, right?
Oh, Bukhansan is my favorite. Take one day to see the city.
Yeah.
Go to Gyeongbuk City Hall, Noyeongjin Market, go to the other markets, you know, just explore the city.
Yeah.
You get off your plane, you come to Korea, you're probably a bit hungry. You know, they're known for their fried chicken, so might as well eat that.
Yeah, Korean fried chicken is awesome.
Also, I would say get like a T-money card or something to help you use the subway system easily.
Yeah.
And
subway here is amazing.
Yes, you can literally go anywhere, but you can actually go pretty far out of Seoul with the subway too, which is pretty amazing.
That is true.
We just walk along the Han River.
Oh, it's my favorite.
Yeah, it's usually, you know, pretty relaxing, especially like late spring, summertime is actually quite amazing.
Yeah, I think a lot of Koreans enjoy eating chicken.
Yeah,
chicken and beer.
Oh, yeah, you could actually get it delivered to you at the river.
Yeah, the delivery is amazing here.
Yes.
There's an awful lot of history here.
Yeah, there are.
So you have a lot of really interesting temples, you have palaces, you have really old cultural sites like the old city gates, and there's the old city walls. I think they're really nice to go and visit as a tourist to learn more about what the city used to be. If you're into like fashion or beauty, then there are little hubs around Seoul that you can find everything you ever wanted and or needed there. And also there's good nightlife, there's great food everywhere. There's just great food.
Wow, so many good things.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for watching. Once again, I'm Sean, and I will see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. So I'm from Philadelphia in the United States. I love Philadelphia. It has so many good things about it, but I have to be honest about one thing. When walking in the streets of Philadelphia, you have to be careful what neighborhoods you go to. When in a cafe, you always have to take your phone with you if you go to the bathroom. It's small things like this that force you to be hyper aware all the time, and frankly, it's kind of stressful. I've been living in Seoul now for almost 6 years, and I've never felt uneasy about my belongings. I've never felt unsafe walking around alone at night after having a beer with friends. So why is Seoul so safe? Let's explore this topic in depth by talking to some people from around the world. Let's go. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from Scotland in the UK.
How safe is Seoul compared to Scotland?
Scotland and Seoul are kind of different. In Scotland, they have one of the highest knife crimes in the whole of Europe. Like for stabbings. Apart from that, because I'm a local, I feel like I have more street smarts. In Seoul, I come here and I feel much more safe. I was never like looking over my shoulder back home, but at the same time, there's a sense of being more safe here.
Yeah, in Scotland, you definitely have to kind of have a street sense and like watch who's walking on the street and like not stay out too late, these kind of things.
Yeah, like you gotta know which pocket you put your wallet in. By and large, in the capital city, it's not too bad. Just make sure, like, if you're out at certain time, you'd be smart about it.
Right, and that doesn't really exist here for you?
No, not really.
Hi, I'm from Germany. Well, I don't feel scared if I walk home in Korea, but Germany would be a bit different, I guess.
So why do you have to be careful walking home at night in Germany?
I guess we don't have that much surveillance cameras, so maybe that's a reason why I just feel safer here.
Yeah, the CCTV.
Exactly, and the crime rate is not high here. I don't really hear a lot of, incidents happening here, but in Germany it's just, you're just more cautious, I guess.
Okay.
안녕하세요. 저는 서울에서 거주하고 있는 대학생입니다.
How safe is Seoul compared to other cities you've been to?
I can say it's really safe compared to other countries and other cities. For example, I can put my laptop here and I can go everywhere. I don't worry about that. Sometimes coffee shop owner want to kick us out because of that.
But never a problem with safety or theft.
Hey, I wouldn't say never, but it can happen. But normally we don't have to worry about anything.
I feel like when you go to other countries, it's kind of like always take your bag, you always take your phone
Always
when you
I
go to the
need to
bathroom.
keep on my eyes on my steps. Okay, I love Paris and I love France.
Yeah, me too.
But I'm a little scared about my phone. Actually, maybe you know the feeling. Yeah.
If you go to a cafe, how comfortable do you feel in Korea putting your phone or your laptop on the table, using the bathroom, and then coming back?
Yeah, I feel super comfortable. I still just take my phone out of habit to the bathroom. But as for other stuff, I'm just comfortable leaving my bag.
Yeah.
As for my mother's case, when she visited Korea, she was not used to that at all because she's German and we always bring our bags.
Of course.
So we went to a buffet and I told her, you can just leave your bag at the seat. But she brought it even to the buffet. So that was kind of funny to see for me because I'm just used to the ways it is in Korea now.
Ah, interesting. So in Germany, what happens if you leave your bag on the table?
It will be stolen in
You
3
think
minutes,
so?
I guess so.
I've done a lot of studying or freelance work in cafes before where I've had to go outside or go to the bathroom, leave my stuff and think nothing of it. I only noticed that was different when I went back home on vacation and the sense that I couldn't do that.
That's a huge difference, right?
Definitely much different from the safety that you feel in Korea.
Yeah. 서울은 다른 도시에 비해서 왜 이렇게 안전할까? 왜 이렇게 치안이 좋을까요?
아무래도 서울 같은 경우는 어디에든 CCTV가 있고 사람들이 자기 물건과 다른 사람의 물건에 대해서 구분이 좀 명확한 것 같아요. 그래서 사람들이 이제 다른 사람이 물건을 놓고 갔을 때 그거를 갖고 싶다라는 생각보다는 그냥 그 사람의 영역이구나 라는 이렇게 존중이 좀 있는 것 같고
아, 예지도요? 존중해요?
전 좀 아닌 것 같긴 해요. 네, 장난이고요. 저도 그렇죠. 그래서 안전하다고 생각할 수 있을 것 같아요.
I think one of the reasons is the surveillance cameras. So people just feel safer.
Yeah.
Because they are here. But I also think it's part of the culture. Because as we talked about the leaving your bag in a cafe, I think many people in Korea just see the cards or whatever the person left and are just like, okay, that's not mine, that's from another person. So they just don't mind others' business in that way. So I think it's just cultural, I guess.
There just seems to be more of a sense of everyone following the rules. It's kind of unspoken. I think there's a whole mentality that everyone sort of steps in line. It's better not to stand out, and that mentality transcends into being safe and looking after people in a way that they're not going to be unsafe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Once again, I'm Sean, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. The goal of this video is to see and compare people from all around the world and how much they trust the government in their countries. In the United States, for example, a lot of Americans are very skeptical and do not trust the government. I'm speaking in terms of privacy, transparency, and censorship. I'm so curious to see what people from all around the world will say about this in terms of their country. Alright then, let's begin. Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, where are you from?
The US.
I'm from Czech Republic.
I'm from France. I'm from the US. Sweden.
Alright. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust the government in your home country?
3.
3.
In the US, maybe 7. There are some things I trust them on, things that I don't.
Fair 6, 7.
Okay.
I don't know, depends on the person. We're pretty corrupt.
I mean a 10.
Yeah,
a 10, yeah.
9 or 10, like
9
in
or
the
10,
top
yeah.
numbers.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? So they really respect people's privacy?
they do. Yeah,
They do.
Oh, wow.
Maybe 2?
Oh, you don't trust the US
I don't
government?
trust them at all. 1. I'll give it a 1.
Oh, okay.
The government really only has corporations in mind. I don't believe that they listen to the general public.
People would be happy with the government in the US if the government was doing what they wanted. How can you be upset with someone who's doing what you asked them to do? But people are upset with the government, which sort of implies that something with our democracy is broken. Either we don't know what we want, which to some degree is possible.
Very much possible.
or it just means the government's obstinately going against our wishes, which I think is more likely.
Would you say most French people trust the French government?
I think the majority would be saying no. I'm not really French, I'm Italian and living in France, so...
What about the Italian government?
The Italian government is a little bit messy, I'd rather say, and it's maybe worse in Italy. They don't really trust the government. I think they just don't like politics, and I think they if they can just avoid politics, they don't just do it.
Obviously, you have multiple politicians, so like some of them I trust, some of them I don't. So it's like depends on the politician in question, you know.
I give a couple points to the Supreme Court. That seems like a pretty solid system. In terms of the president and just the way Congress works, I give like 1 or 0.
Okay. Privacy, do you think the government respects your privacy?
I would say they do.
Okay.
But again, on a scale of 1 to 10, like average 5.
To a certain degree. Okay. I think they do a decent job compared to some other countries, so.
Fair enough. They really respect people's privacy.
Yeah. They do, yeah.
They do.
Oh, wow.
We would never have like CCTV cameras in Sweden.
There are CCTVs in like grocery stores and of course like in
private institutions.
And people have it like in their homes. It's really popular to have these security systems, you know.
But not the government. That's that's the individual's choice.
Exactly.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Transparency.
That one's a little more difficult, I think, because it really depends on what they're talking about, how transparent they are. So
censoring.
It's not a thing. We're able to have, you know, all these Google and we get all information available. So I mean, it's a 10.
Recently, way too much on the like, especially certain subjects that are like hot political topics right now. They're cracking down on certain people groups and then letting others say whatever the heck they want.
It's almost like it's even like you get almost too much information about people. You know, you can look up, like you can use Google, you know, what people's income is, where people have, like, you know,
where they live.
if they have 2 cars, and if they look at like my address, my name, like they can see my address, who people I live with, how many cars we have at our place.
But I think that you can also choose to not have those that information available. But many people have it because of I don't know. It's really
they don't even know like how to look how to change it. And
first thing that comes to my mind is what if you're some kind of famous person, you're a celebrity, and you're popular, and you have some weird people stalking you. I'm sure you would want to not put that information online publicly. You would want to make it private.
But those kind of people, they make it like, you know.
And so that's the citizen's choice.
Yeah,
it is.
This is so fascinating.
But it's also very different. We don't have like paparazzi in Sweden, and it's very normal.
It's totally different than in the US.
It's very normal for a famous person to just walk down the street and no one cares. Like,
wow. Would you say you're representative of the average American and how much they trust their government?
I think the average American trusts the government around a 4 or 5. The more critical Americans, me included, are lower than that. And I think the oblivious Americans, who ironically hate the government, they trust the government the most.
People are very supportive of the government. Or very against it, or don't have any opinion whatsoever.
It's usually the older generations that really trust the government. Younger generations, not so much.
There are some people who are very expressive of their lack of trust in the government. More of the people of minorities, the people of color, the queer communities, they don't trust the government because they are actively hurt by it. They don't have a faith in the system because the system is built against them. So I agree with that stance more.
You have multiple groups of people, like people that trust the government more, people that trust the government less. Usually depends on age, other demographics as well, income. Not everyone is the same. You have individuals, right? So it's hard to generalize like that.
What do you think the citizen's responsibility is in terms of a government keeping them in check if they don't agree with them?
Well, our responsibility, first and foremost, as human beings, we should, as peacefully as possible, make changes to things we don't like. And the way we do that in the modern day is we vote people in and out. But nowadays, people don't even trust those systems. They don't trust their own democracy, that votes count. And a lot of positions are actually not voted in, they're appointed in. So there's definitely some loopholes in the system. And then I also think it's our civic duty when we say, hey, here's the change we want. The majority want this, but you're not doing it. Then it's our civic duty to protest. But of course, protest also has many different vectors in terms of peacefulness and what is ethically okay in terms of how a protest ought to go down.
How satisfied are you and trusting of your government's handling of the pandemic?
Everyone has a different opinion of what they think that our government can do better and have done very good. In terms of transparency in the pandemic, they are very transparent about it, and they do state like if we maybe did something wrong, they are very like truthful with that. They can't have like a mandatory quarantine or something because
vaccinations.
It's not mandatory.
Not mandatory.
Very interesting.
But we have been very criticized for how the government handles the pandemic in Sweden.
Sure.
Like the US.
Sounds like you guys are very
we have a lot of freedom
relaxed about it. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Did you enjoy this video? Let me know in the comments down below. I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
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 Bye, everyone.
So how have I changed after living in Korea for over 7 years? Well, when thinking about this, I thought to myself, what do humans want? What are our goals in life? I think we're all pretty similar in that pretty much everyone wants to be financially stable. They want to find a good romantic partner. They want to be in good health. And they want a community of people around them that understand them and that support them. So how has Korea impacted this life goal? Well, to start it off, I think I've accomplished some pretty cool things while living here. I have created a YouTube channel that has over 300,000 subscribers. I've created an amazing mastermind business group where me and other small business owners meet online a few times a month to discuss our own businesses and to give each other advice. I've learned Korean reasonably fluently. 저는 이제 일상생활에서 문제없이 하고 싶은 걸 다 할 수 있어요. 병원에 가든가 뭐 마트에 가서 뭐 필요한 거를 사든가 아니면 영어를 잘 못하는 친구들과 소통할 수 있어요. 그리고 비즈니스 할 때도 한국어로 진행할 때가 많아요. 제 생각에는 대부분 외국인들보다 제가 한국어 공부하는 것에 시간을 더 많이 투자한 것 같아요. The reason I'm bringing this up though is not to brag. It's to say that when I was living in my hometown in Philadelphia, I wasn't as ambitious as I am now after living in Seoul for 7 years. I think a lot of people from small towns and small cities can relate when they say that growing up, the people around them were kind of just content with life. And there's nothing wrong with that. But living in Seoul, living in this big city, maybe New York, maybe Tokyo are similar, you really absorb the energy around you and it makes you want to accomplish bigger goals and associate with people who are also really driven and ambitious. And now I can't really imagine life without having smaller or bigger goals to accomplish. So Korea has also changed me because I came here alone. So I had to force myself to make new friends, step outside my comfort zone, and in many cases I had to force myself to speak Korean in order to even just talk to people. At the end of the day, it's really made me think life is too short to be shy. You never know when some kind of connection or some kind of friendship is going to help you in some way. I've met so many other digital nomads here, hanging out and talking to some of the brightest minds in Korea, both foreign and Korean, and now I have some of the best friends I've ever had in my life. As many of you know, I'm really interested in cryptocurrency and NFTs, and I've met some amazing Koreans here who are also interested in NFTs and cryptocurrency. And I think things like these are only possible in really big cities like Seoul. By the way, if you guys don't know yet, I have a cryptocurrency channel. I talk all about cryptocurrency for beginners, and I make it interesting, so definitely check it out if you haven't already. Links down below. So another way that living in Korea has changed me is I've been able to teach a lot of amazing kids because I was an English teacher for 4 years. Being a teacher, I've grown to really appreciate the amazing energy that kids have and their outlook on life. They're always in the moment and they give you the same energy that you give them. I always noticed that teaching kids was a lot easier than teaching adults because, you know, adults would work during the day, then come to the academy I was teaching at in the evening and they'd be exhausted. So I would have to give them all of my energy, teaching them, you know, motivating them to speak English, and then I would be exhausted afterwards. Whereas teaching kids, it's more like, you know, hey guys, let's have fun. And they're like, yeah, let's have fun. I'm like, cool. I've stopped teaching now maybe 3 to 4 years ago, but I really miss it from time to time. And I could definitely say if I had never come to Korea, I wouldn't have had that opportunity and I wouldn't have learned that I really do enjoy working with kids. Next thing that's changed for me in Korea is when I came here, I was kind of like a big boy. I wasn't very mature and I wasn't very good with romantic relationships. But I've met some amazing people here, friends and romantic partners, and now I've been with my girlfriend for 2 years and she's just amazing. I'm so grateful to have met her, and we're really supporting each other in our personal development, becoming stronger people. And I think this is like one of the healthiest, best relationships I have in my life right now. I feel so lucky to have met a woman like that here. So going along with that, I think I've matured a lot in general, just being here in Korea. My interests have changed and I've really improved my lifestyle and my diet. I cook a lot more and I try to eat very healthily, and I work out a lot at the gym. Maybe that's just me being older and me being more responsible with my habits. But I think in general, just being in Seoul and being in Korea, there's this constantly, have to get better kind of mentality. And that's really had a positive impact on me. However, I can imagine that this can be maybe stressful for some people, always feeling pressured by those around them to do more, to work harder. It's not for everybody. And I can imagine myself wanting to get away from this environment as I get older. I find it interesting to compare to Seoul with Chungju. So I lived in Chungju, Chungcheongdo, for 1 year, and my lifestyle there was so different than it is here in Seoul. Like I keep saying, Seoul is a massive, big city, and there's such good positive energy here, such motivated people, like that 빨리 문화. But in Chungju, I really remember it being very slow, relaxed, walking down these big streets, listening to music, seeing more nature, more scenic views. I could imagine if I were to live somewhere like Jeju or somewhere in more rural, that I might have a different outlook on life compared to the outlook I have now. So in conclusion, living here in Seoul, South Korea has changed me for the better in so many ways. I'm so grateful. I'm not really sure exactly how long I'll live here because nobody knows the future. But up until this point, it's been amazing. I've met amazing people and I've really improved my life in so many ways. And I'm eternally grateful. So I hope you guys really enjoyed this video. Let me know if you like videos like this in the comment section down below. By the way, if you're currently studying English, definitely consider subscribing to my channel membership. I will see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. Many of you don't know this, but I'm actually a huge fan of scary movies and scary stories. So today I have a big treat for you guys. Natural English listening through a scary story. I really hope you guys enjoy this video. Now, without further ado, let's begin. My fiancée and I are from California, but her family lives in Colorado, and they own a cabin near Pikes Peak, way up in the mountains. After visiting them, they recommended we stay at the cabin a few days. We are avid hikers, and we jumped at the opportunity. Colorado is very rich in Native American folk legend. Virtually every place you go used to belong to an indigenous community, and the few of them who remain keep the traditions and stories alive. Pikes Peak is no different. There are enough stories to give anybody the sense that the land itself is alive. Perhaps that has something to do with what is happening to us. Faye and I are currently at the cabin. It's day 4 and we were planning on leaving today, but things have gotten very strange around here and it looks like we're going to be here for a while longer. We have enough food for a winter and the heater is in stellar order, but the Wi-Fi is terrible and there is virtually no cell phone reception. We feel isolated. I'm writing this all now to give you an update on what's happening to us, and I will post it online when the Wi-Fi is working. The first weird thing that happened was the snow. There was no snow in the forecast, so we packed light, but on our first night here, just our luck, a blizzard pounded the whole area. My little Corolla vehicle is basically a brick of ice outside, and there's no way I'm going to try to make the 6-mile drive down the mountain to the town. I can only blame myself for trusting Colorado in the spring. After a day, Thursday, of lovely hiking and sightseeing, some really unsettling stuff started happening. We returned to the cabin just before dusk. We found an enormous dream catcher dangling from a tree about a dozen yards from the back door. This wasn't the kind you're imagining, the kind you buy from a novelty shop. This was made from twigs and twine, and it's about 3 feet in diameter. Absolutely humongous. Neither Faye nor I were stupid enough to touch it. We're veteran horror movie fans, and we know that's how you get cursed. That night, while we were eating dinner, we heard a bunch of noises in the woods outside. Twigs crunching, leaves rustling. This isn't unusual, because we saw some elk and deer on our hike, but the sounds were slow and purposeful. They stopped and started and were rhythmic, like someone was circling our cabin. I used my really bright tactical flashlight to look outside from the porch, but there was nothing. We stayed in all day on Friday and just cuddled, hung out, played some of the board games we brought and some of the Super Nintendo games we had in the cabin. In particular, Donkey Kong Country 2, which I have considered stealing because it's the greatest game ever made. It snowed again, and after dark, we started hearing some more noises. Around 1 a.m., Faye woke me up and told me she was hearing a voice outside. I strained to listen, and I thought I could make out the sound of a man crying very far away, but his voice was drowned out by the wind, so I wasn't absolutely certain of what I heard. We went back to sleep, but again, around 4:45 a.m., we heard him more distinctly and closer. He sounded like he was calling for help, but he would dip into another language that I've never heard before.
Help. Help.
We called the ranger station at the bottom of the hill using my cell phone, and they told us they'd get up there and check it out. But we never saw them, and I doubt they ever came. On Saturday, shit got really scary. It snowed again in the morning, and I stopped getting service for most of the day. Faye and I watched movies and tried to Skype with her family, but that didn't work. She went to sleep early, around 8, while I did some photo editing on my laptop in the living room. She woke up crying hysterically. When I asked her what was wrong, she said she'd had a dream that she was lost in the woods outside and something was following her. I cuddled with her until she fell back asleep, and eventually I drifted off too. Faye woke me up around 1 a.m. She was absolutely beside herself. I've never seen her so afraid in my life, and just the look on her face really unsettled me. She told me that she heard the man outside again, but she recognized the voice. She was absolutely convinced that it was her grandfather's voice, and that he was wandering around outside begging for help. Faye's grandfather died when we were seniors in college, 4 years ago. I told her that she was dreaming, but then I heard the voice too.
Help me! Help me, please! Please help me.
I never met the guy, so I wouldn't recognize his voice, but it did sound different from the night before. It sounded older. I had to do everything I could to keep her from running off into the woods looking for him. Eventually, she realized that the possibility of it being him was absurd, so we put a movie on at a good volume and fell back asleep. My cell phone wouldn't connect a single call. What happened last night, Sunday, was the thing that has sent me over the edge. Essentially, the same thing happened. Around 1 a.m., at which point I was still awake, almost expecting the noise to happen, I heard the voice. This time, it was a woman's. Thankfully, it was distant enough that it didn't wake Faye. I walked into the bathroom and cracked the window open just a tiny bit. The frosty air that came through that crack seemed like a death sentence to me as a Californian. Nobody could survive outside for that long in that kind of weather, not without serious military grade winter gear. And yet, someone was wandering around out there, stepping on twigs and crying? Now, I'm a reasonable person, sometimes even skeptical, but I'm telling you, the voice sounded exactly like my mother's.
Help me!
My mom is alive and well and living in Southern California, so when I heard my mother's voice out here in the Rocky Mountains, I knew something was really wrong. I would know my mother's voice anywhere. I think we all would. And I am telling you, I'm about 90% sure it was hers, which is way too sure to not scare the living shit out of me. I grabbed my light and went outside with a blanket wrapped around me and my hiking boots on. There were tracks in the snow as if someone was drunkenly shuffling around. Maybe they were injured. The path went right up to the bathroom window and then back into the woods.
Help me!
Each time the voice called out, I shouted, "Mom?" Or, "Who's there?" Or, "Who are you?" And each time the voice receded further into the woods. I'm pretty sure it was trying to coax me deeper and deeper into the forest, away from the cabin. I'm still alive now because I'm not an idiot. I'm not gonna die like some moron in a bad horror movie. I went back inside and made sure we were locked down tight. Since I'm not able to call the ranger station, I'm posting this instead, and I will upload it to you guys when the Wi-Fi comes back on. It is now 9:30 p.m. on Monday. I've been able to get online twice today. I wish I knew more about electronics, but I'm a history teacher, so I don't think I can fix the Wi-Fi or predict when it'll work. Faye hasn't been feeling well since noon. She developed a stomach ache and has been intermittently throwing up. We both ate the same thing and I feel fine, so I'm not sure what it is. She sometimes gets like this when she gets worked up. Although I'm an atheist, she's very Catholic and is pretty convinced that something supernatural is going on. No need for alarm at the moment. She does not have a fever and I'm keeping her hydrated and in high spirits. It seems like she's getting a little bit better and she went to sleep about an hour and a half ago. Some more noises to report. Cackling. Repetitive vocalizations in the forest, probably 100 yards out. The tree line starts about 20 yards out, so this sound is coming from much deeper. Some movement spotted just behind the tree line at dusk, but it could be elk or deer. I couldn't really see very much. Keeping all the curtains closed, windows locked, furniture in front of the front door and back door, and I'm checking on Faye every half hour. Her dad will be here in the late morning to pick us up and dig my car out. If anything else significant happens, I promise I will update you guys. Hey there, my name is Navajo Joe, and my ancestors are Navajo Native Americans. I saw your post. Although we're not in or from Colorado, it sounds like you're dealing with a chindi, or an evil spirit. You were smart not to take down the Dreamcatcher. That and the snow are blessings from someone or something protecting you from the chindi. Dreamcatchers are very powerful tools used not just for dreams. They are meant to filter out the evil while allowing the good to flow through. The fact that the chindi stays out of the boundary shows the Dreamcatcher is working. Now, the snow. It might seem like a bad thing, but think about it. The snow is keeping you guys indoors at night when this stuff is happening. You are not wandering out for a midnight hike and second guessing going out to investigate too much. There are probably some old gods watching over you and protecting you. Next, your girl with the stomach problems. If you can find some local Native American medicine, get it. Normally, I would tell you to make some sage tea, but I'm not sure if there is any where you're at. Ingesting corn pollen or even a little natural tobacco could also help. You don't want the chindi following you home. Finally, chindi are evil spirits that will try to infect your life to feed off your misery and fear. Don't go outside or open the windows anymore. I cannot stress this enough. You're very lucky that that Dreamcatcher was up and keeping it away. If you go outside again when it's calling, you run the risk of it coming in. Stay inside, close all the windows and doors, and ignore this bastard till morning. Alright, good luck. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. If you enjoyed this video, please let me know in the comment section down below, and maybe I'll make more of them in the future. Anyway, I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Cooking soul.
Can you do your best impression of Korean right now?
Especially when they eat, they're like, yeah, 이거 맞아, yeah. Oh, 아이고.
Yeah. 아이씨. Oh, really?
아, 그렇구나. 진짜.
Where are you guys from again?
Seattle.
Seattle. And how long have you been in Korea?
I've been here for a year,
About 3 weeks. Just got out of quarantine. Okay, all right. As people who don't speak Korean, what does Korean sound like? How can you express it in words?
I feel like, based on my experience, because it's based on what situation you're in, because like if you're next to taxi drivers, very rough sounding.
Taxi drivers?
Yes.
Yeah, they sound very aggressive.
Yeah, they're very aggressive. The one thing I do realize that, especially for girls, they tend to end the sentence or words in a drawn out cutesy way. You know, I always say like, oh, 감사합니다, or something like that, like 안녕하세요.
Oh, you're talking like people who work at the cash register. Like,
cash registers, or even when I just hear them talking on the street, there's like that cutesy way of talking.
It flows out, you know?
Yeah, it flows out, but it sounds so cute. Like, I'm pretty sure like the language itself doesn't sound like that naturally.
I don't know, it just sounds so nice, like, I don't know, curvy. Like, I don't know how to describe it.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, like it flows out just amazingly. Like, that's the best way I can put it. Like, it's just bubbly, like I said.
How about some, you know, key expressions, like, even if you guys can't understand 100%, like, for example, you're walking on the street and you hear some people having a conversation, but, oh, I understood that, or like, oh, I can catch a bit of that. Is there any words or expressions like that?
More, rather than words, it's the sound effects that they make. Yeah. It's the sound effects that they make. One of them is like, aish. Everywhere I go, aish, aish. Or especially when they eat, they're like, yeah, 이거 맞아, yeah. Just little sound effects that they make. They always go like, 이거 아니지. 이거 아니지. Just little things like that. Yeah.
Your pronunciation is very good.
Oh, thank you. I try my best. Yeah, it's like they like the little terms, but they always add little sound effects to it, so it makes it really fun.
It has its own intonation, you know?
Yeah, it does.
Of course, yeah. How about you? What can you understand while you're walking on the street?
As soon as I got out of quarantine, like I got off the shuttle bus at Incheon bus terminal, and like two cab drivers, they're like one cut off the other. He got out of his car.
He got
the first thing I heard was aish. So I was like, oh. It was hilarious.
You know, whenever you learn another language, you always learn from cuss words.
Oh yeah. I know. I just always say it now.
Where are you from?
I'm Russian. My name is Maria.
And how long have you been in Korea again?
Around approximately 8 years.
What does the Korean language sound like to a foreigner?
Like at first when I heard it, it sounded like somebody was chewing rocks and spitting in a different way. Like as a Russian, but like in a cute way. Because like Russians, I know that sounds aggressive to people.
Yeah.
And English was like a very musical language to me.
Yeah.
But Korean was completely different ones because I've never heard like language like that. Yeah. Even when Korean people like swear or something, I don't feel like it's aggressive. Yeah. It sounds just like adorable even.
You know,
very emotional.
Can you do your best impression of Korean right now?
안녕하세요. 제가 러시아에서 왔는 마리안입니다. So like, whenever I speak Korean, my voice goes like 3 levels upwards. 제가 술집 갔는데 술 맛있어요.
So you're trilingual, I assume.
2.5.
2.5. We just call it 2.5. Yeah.
I like Korean, but it's just still learning it. Still getting there, kind of.
It's a very hard language to learn.
It's not, but it's the structure is different, especially from Russian.
Where are you guys from again?
I'm from Germany.
And I'm from Poland.
And how long have you guys been in Korea so far?
2 weeks in quarantine and like 1.5 weeks out of it.
And I assume you're the same?
Yeah.
All right. What does the Korean language sound like to you guys?
Well, for me, sometimes it sounds a little harsh, like especially when it gets kind of louder.
Louder?
But in general, it sounds really like musical. Yeah, musical.
Kind of musical, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like really fast, I think.
Yeah.
And it's like, something like this, you know? Just really fast and...
Okay, yeah, give me your best impression about Korean.
People or Korean language. It just 안녕하세요 and all the time, and I think like every word is like the same, like the 안녕하세요 and 감사합니다, and everything sounds the same.
Really? A lot of similar sounds in the language. Yeah.
But in general, Korean is also a lot of mumbling for me, like
Yeah, that's true. That's that. Yeah, that's.
There's a lot of people who say that, yo, I can't distinguish Chinese from Japanese or Japanese from Korean.
I can distinguish the Korean language and the Japanese language because Japanese is like more hard. Yeah,
like
something like that. And Korean is like smooth. Yeah, it's smoother.
Okay.
Yeah, but Chinese and Korean I cannot.
Really? You can't distinguish? How about here?
I can hear no difference.
Not at all. No difference at all.
Not at all.
Where are you from again?
I'm from Hawaii originally, but I've lived a long time in Oregon, so the U.S.
All right. And how long have you been in Korea so far?
I've been here since August, so 6 months.
6 months. Okay.
It kind of sounds like soft to me, except for there's like a lot of like kind of sound, right?
So like, how's your Korean?
I know a bit, but like I'm not great.
What are some catchphrases that you can pick up from listening to other people's conversations?
I hear like some swear words, of course.
It was some swear words. What?
Like things like that, right? But you know, like you just hear a lot of like 안녕하세요 or a lot of greetings and things.
Like greetings.
I go.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
That's the cutest one. A lot of older Koreans come up to me and they're the sweetest. They're always just like 어디에서 왔어요? Like, where are you from? They're like,
of course.
Oh, where do you go to school? You know, they're just very sweet, and they give me candy.
Really?
Yeah, I could probably fill a bowl now with the amount of candy that old Korean people have given me.
Yeah.
They're just the sweetest, kindest people.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. The Korean language is difficult. Like, there's a lot of similar sounding words.
Really? Yeah.
And if your pronunciation is off, it can sometimes like make things sound like you're saying a slang word.
Yeah.
And I found that out like with like my boyfriend is Korean, and so he's like, you should definitely work on the way that you say 젓가락, and I'm like, oh, okay.
젓가락. Where are you guys from again?
Italy.
All right. And how long have you guys been in Korea? You said
2 weeks in quarantine.
2 weeks in quarantine.
Yes.
Oh, so you just got out.
Yeah.
Oh,
First day.
Thank goodness.
I really like it because it's like really musical, a language so poetic.
Really?
I really love it.
Yes. Musical flow to it.
Yeah. It's very like you express your feelings so well with the language. Sometimes I feel like you are Italians because we Italians talk so loudly and so expressively.
I've heard from a lot of people that it's aggressive, you know?
For taxi drivers. They're crazy.
Like, what do they say to you guys? What do they say?
I don't know. They shout bad words. Can we say it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Just
Oh my goodness.
There are some nice taxi drivers.
Taxi drivers. I see. So how does it compare to other languages, do you think?
Well, their languages, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, they're totally different to the year. Yeah, that's totally different because like we study Korean, so we have like our teacher that's from here, so we hear a lot of Korean. So for me, it's very different.
I think that the problem is there is no information about Asia at all, especially in Europe. We don't study Asia at all.
Really?
Even in high school, that's the problem. For example, the Korean War, absolutely nobody knows about it.
Nobody knows. Maybe American people, they know because they fought it. Yes, they fought it. But us in Europe, we totally don't know about that.
Some people ask me if I was going to the south or the north. I was like, oh
I
my
get that
god.
question all the time too. Yeah.
That's crazy for me.
Yeah, would I go to the north? What are you talking about? Where are you guys from?
I'm from Jakarta and from Miami.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
About
8 months.
Yeah,
8 months. 8 months so far attending school.
I think like the ajoshis, like the old Korean men, can sound a little like harsh and rude, but the sweet like Korean like young girls, like it sounds really sweet and soft.
It sounds like musical because of the intonations in certain phrases and things like that, and also depending on who speaks and where you are in the country, it sounds different. So like here, it's like 표준어, like normal.
표준어.
Yeah.
How does Korean compare to some of the other languages in the world? How does it sound like?
Well, I speak French,
Yeah.
so compared to French, you know, the sounds, I guess, could be a bit more flowy, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, flowy. Yeah.
Like it flows a lot.
흐름 있어. 흐름.
Yeah, like the words kind of have like a poetic sound to them when
like
you
a rhythm,
speak fully.
almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really? I feel like it's more like, because it's Korean characters, right? So the way you say it, it's like for example, like iced Americano, it's like ice Americano. It's like kind of separated. It sounds very soft, like ice Americano 하나 주세요, like that, you know?
Aren't you just saying it softly?
But I always say softly to like waiters, and I'm not like
ice Americano.
Yeah, I'm not like. Yeah, because there's always like that hierarchy as well.
Yeah.
So you always have to sound like very polite. So unless
Yeah, 존댓말.
yeah, 존댓말. So like with like younger people, I feel like it sounds more soft. But like when elderlies like get mad at you, it's like kind of aggressive.
Aggressive. They want to kill you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very scary.
If you guys can speak Korean, what are some like typical catchphrases? Like even if you're like walking by the street and you hear people talking in Korean, if you can't understand it completely, you could understand a portion of it. What are some catchphrases like that, Mo?
Swear words. Like that. Oh, like 언니, 오빠.
A lot of the time when I hear like girls talking, they're always like, "Oh, 진짜?" Like
진짜?
all the time.
Oh yeah, I always say that. Or
Always,
네.
like response words.
Response words.
Yeah.
진짜? 아 그렇구나. Where are you from?
France.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
It's been 4 years now.
4 years, all right. And so, as a foreigner who lives here in Korea, how does the Korean language sound to you?
Not aggressive, a bit musical, I would say.
Musical, okay.
At first, it was a bit weird, but then I get a bit used to it, and it's like more musical than really strong.
Does it have like a flow to it, you know?
Yeah.
What are some catchphrases that you think Koreans say a lot?
I don't know, like there is like something they will say always when they agree. It's like 그렇군요.
그렇군요.
It's like something I
그렇군요.
yeah, like 그렇군요. 진짜.
Has that kind of flow to it?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
California.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
This is my 3rd year in Korea.
3 years. Oh my goodness.
I guess I would say it's a strong language.
Strong language.
Yeah, it sounds more harsh.
Yeah. Aggressive?
I guess you could say aggressive, but like pungent.
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 Very interesting expression.
Yes.
Is there some like basic expressions or the catchphrases you can understand?
Oh, very just like 잠시만요.
잠시만요.
Yeah, or just when people call out to each other.
Call out to each other.
Yeah.
All right, I see. How does it compare to other languages in the world?
Oh, I don't know. I guess when I think of Japanese, I feel like it's more
like
it
stops, it goes and stops.
Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah, more. And I feel like Korean is more like smooth, and it's like
Has a rhythm to it.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah, but I don't know any Japanese. The only thing I feel like I've picked up from Korean is just responding more to people like
Oh really?
Yeah, even in English, when I'm talking to someone, I feel like I need to acknowledge them a lot more often.
Yeah, in Korean, like 그렇구나. 이렇게 하는 there's a lot of people who speak like that. So me naturally, when I'm talking with my friends from America on the phone along the
Yes, I notice I do that a lot here, even in English. So
it's a good habit, you know. You're listening to what the other person has to say. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
So my major in college was actually global study with a minor in East Asian studies. One of my favorite history tale or whatever is just the creation of the Korean written language.
Oh really? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the only language that has been scientifically created.
Yeah.
So I think like it was literally it was literally made so that like people can learn it in like 2 hours.
Yeah.
So I think that's super cool for a language. Yeah, it's a great story and it's a good like easy language to learn how to read.
You guys like your time here in Korea so far?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it could be better. I've been here before without without corona, so I know how it can be, but right now better than other parts of the world.
I love it here so far.
Yeah.
Good. All right, thank you guys. These thumbs up here. So in general, like if like a Korean goes to Italy and they walk around, will people say ni hao or konnichiwa to them?
Yeah, that's totally racist. I hate it.
The stereotypes. Yeah. The fact that Asians are all the same, for example, that's not true. I mean, I can recognize Chinese people from
clothes.
Yeah, clothes, but even
Korean people dress so nice.
Yeah.
I love it. I really think it's nice how they join words to create another word, like snowflake. Nungkot. Yeah. I really love this kind of thing, so that's really fascinating to me.
Cool grammar, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So you guys love your time here in Korea so far? As,
Of course.
Thank you for coming out today. Give thumbs up. Bye. Thank you for coming out and sharing your opinion today. Yep, your thumbs up here. Thank you. Thumbs up. Your thumbs up. Yep. 엄지척 부탁드릴게요. 감사합니다.
How's it going? It's Sean from the US. So we're here in Yeonnam-dong and I'm going to take you to a few places. First is my favorite yogurt place. It's such a delicious, healthy snack. We're gonna go there first, eat some yogurt. Next, we're gonna go to a really cool cafe that I like. It's got a crazy interior. Then we're just gonna hang out here in the park and we're going to discuss 3 interesting topics. The first is unexpected things I experienced when dating a Korean. The second one is trends that are becoming more and more socially acceptable all around the world. And the third is simply my favorite season here in Korea. And again, I'm joined here with my lovely girlfriend who is my camera woman. Oh my god, yes, she's the best. Hi guys, there she is in her nice pink jacket, so stylish. Oh my god. All right, so let's get started and let's go to my favorite yogurt place. Let's go. Hey guys, so we're in one of my favorite yogurt places here in Yeonnam-dong, and they make organic Greek yogurt. It's a family-run business. Very interesting and beautiful interior. It's like 1940s, very retro, vintage style. I love coming here. And the yogurt is delicious. You guys are going to see in just a minute when it comes out. Wow, look at that beautiful yogurt. It's come out, so it's just regular Greek yogurt, slightly sweetened, and they have peanut butter, they have blueberries, grapes, there's some pomegranates on there with a few almonds and jelly on the side. So it's like, you know, you could argue that there's a bit of sugar in this, but it's pretty dang healthy, wouldn't you say? Kind of healthy, right? Not bad. All right, let's try it. All right, I'm gonna go first here. I'll be the guinea pig, the sacrificial lamb, and I will try this. Well, look at these nice spoons. Okay, so you gotta get a little bit of the peanut butter with some of the yogurt, some berries in there. Pomegranate, I'll get that later. Got the seed, you don't wanna mix that. Some grapes here. Let's get a bite of that, huh? That is awesome. It's so good. We gotta get Yu-jung to try some of this. All right, ready? It's your turn, okay? You have to try it now. You gotta get 1 grape, 1 piece of peanut butter. Here we go. Oh, you like the peanut butter. How is it? Nice. Miam. Oh, we got a winner here, ladies and gentlemen. We got a winner. All right, let's enjoy the yogurts. We're really putting in some work here, doing some damage on this yogurt. Can we finish this? Do you think so?
Yeah, easy, right? No problem. So the first thing I want to talk about is things that I didn't expect when dating Koreans. And of course, I'm with my girlfriend now, so I'm going to keep it clean, not get too heavy here, so don't worry. One thing that I found to be very interesting is the difference in introducing your parents to your girlfriend or boyfriend. In the West, you could be dating someone for, you know, a few months, 2 or 3 months, and you could invite them over, and the four of you, your partner, and your parents can like play board games or card games or have a beer together. It's totally normal. Whereas in Korea, I'm coming to find that people wait till very late in the relationship, almost till they get married in many cases, to introduce their boyfriend or girlfriend to their parents. And I was actually talking to Yoo-jung about this, my girlfriend, and she said, in the West, it's like, I really hope you like my parents, whereas in Korea, it's more like, I really hope my parents like you. So I found this to be really interesting. And even though I've lived in Korea for over 6 years now, I definitely think, culturally speaking, I lean more towards the West in this regard. I find that you should find out early if your parents and your partner get along, because if they don't get along, that could create a lot of problems, and you kind of want to find these things out and hash them out, iron them out early on in the relationship. Anyway, this was just one big difference that I definitely have noticed while living here. Anyway, what do you guys think? Okay, we're walking to get some tea now. This next cafe is really interesting. It's got this brick interior. It almost looks like a volcano. There's brick in the middle, and then there are seats all around it, and it's really good for taking pictures. I think it's a popular cafe for that reason. So let's go in. I hope we can shoot video in there. Let's do it. So the next thing I want to talk about is things that are becoming more and more socially acceptable as time goes on. Growing up, I definitely noticed that in school, the popular kids would never play like video games, or especially online games like RPGs. But these days I noticed that as time is going on, like no matter if you're pretty, handsome, tall, short, whatever, popular in school, I guess, it's socially acceptable to say that I like online games, I like anime, I like cosplay, these sort of nerdy things that traditionally were not as socially acceptable. I do find though that, especially in the West, and I think here too in Korea, you can still probably get teased if you are, as they say, a weeaboo, or in Korean it's called otaku, which is like someone who is obsessed with Japanese culture to the extent where they'll learn the dances and wear kind of obscure costumes, watch anime that no one else really watches, very like underground stuff. It seems a little weird. And also people who are really into K-pop, which is a Koreaboo, is what we would call it in the US. I think they're also less socially accepted. I don't know why that is. I personally don't really care if someone is interested in K-pop, but still it's less socially acceptable and can be seen as quite nerdy to be interested in like all sorts of K-pop bands. Like I said, more power to you if you're into it, but I just am speaking about what I noticed amongst other young people. What do you guys think? Who's this girl? Hi. So we're here in the park now, and I want to talk about my favorite season here in Korea. If I had to order the 4 seasons in terms of what I think is the most beautiful and pleasant time here in Korea, I would say number 1, fall, with particular emphasis on September. September is beautiful during the day and nice and cool during the night. It's like that transition between summer and fall. You can literally do anything. Perfect time to go hiking the Han River. You can still kind of wear shorts during the day and do summery types of things. Okay, so after fall, I would have to say summer. Summer is pretty awesome, although summer gets really hot here in Korea, especially in like July. I've been living here for 6 years now, and I remember a few times where it's been so hot that you literally have to turn on the air conditioning when you're inside, and when you're outside you just start sweating bullets. You're just sweating like crazy. It's not very pleasant. However, I do enjoy just wearing shorts, a shirt, going swimming, going to the beach. These things are awesome. So after that, I would have to say spring. Spring is pretty cool, but it's still a bit chilly here, and there's really bad yellow dust. The air pollution, at least from China and other factors, creates for not the best breathable environment, but that's okay because it's better than my last and least favorite season, which is winter. Winter is really, really tough here in Korea, especially like January, February. December's all right, and at least you have like Christmas and New Year's to kind of hold you over. But I really feel like January and February are really rough. You have to have long padding. You pretty much stay inside. The heating's always on. It's expensive. But as long as you have good friends and fun things to do, it's a nice time to like catch up on reading, watch movies, play board games, which I love to do. So it's really not so bad, you know. Even if it's really cold, you can still do a lot of fun things. But anyway, that's my answer to what my favorite season is here in Korea. Hope you guys enjoyed, and what do you think? Oh, you're here. It's cold, hurry up and come in. I'm gonna give you guys a tour of my house, where I live, what I like to do here. So, let's start with the kitchen. Just take your shoes off and follow me this way. So, we're in the kitchen, and I actually spend a lot of time here. I love to cook. We have here the toaster oven, we have the stove, we have the sink, and we have the rice cooker. Actually, I have some sweet potatoes in there right now. We're gonna eat lunch after I film this. Actually, I use the rice cooker the most. We put sweet potatoes in there, obviously we put rice in there. I also use the stove a lot. We like to cook sweet potatoes, pasta, and definitely make a lot of rice. And when I say we, I mean myself and my girlfriend, who often comes over and eats with me. It's been very nice during this cold winter and this pandemic to have her company. Anyway, let's move to the living room. Come this way, please. So in the living room, we play so many games here, just me and my girl, or me and my friends, or we just eat food here. This is one of my favorite games, Catan. It's really fun. Let me show you a baby picture that I found when I was cleaning my house. What do you guys think? Does it look like me? Let me know in the comments. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So, yeah, I really like this living room because it's really big. You could have guests come over and sit down. And the sunlight kind of comes through when it's sunny out. It's a little bit cloudy today. You can see my weights in the back. Sometimes I like to, do a little bit of the kettlebell exercises for my lower back and my legs. It's hard to go to the gym these days. Anyway, that is the living room. Follow me this way if you would. So this is the studio,
And in the studio we have the computer where I play a lot of games, but mostly I do my editing here. Edit all the videos that you guys like to watch. I also do a lot of research here. I make plans. This is my workstation. So I also want to show you guys my new desk. I'm really happy that I got this. So because I do a lot of editing at home and I use the computer a lot, my back starts to hurt if I'm sitting down for too long. So I got this electric raising desk, or in Korean it's called a motion desk. Let me show you. I'm quite tall, as you guys know. If I push this button, it will raise so that I can use the computer while standing. Oh yeah. Highly recommend this kind of table for anybody who does a lot of programming or editing at home. It's really good for your back and for your whole body to kind of stand up sometimes. You can't sit for too long. Sometimes I like to watch movies on the couch here. I'll just sit on the couch just like this. Ooh, feels good. And watch movies on the computer. I also play the guitar, so sometimes I like to just sit down and, play the guitar, relieve some stress, get the creative energy going. So that's the studio. I spend a lot of time in here. Probably I spend the most time here in the studio working and just relaxing. Let's go to the final room, which is the bedroom. Come and follow me. I'm gonna turn the light on for you guys so you can see better. Yeah, this is the bed, my closet. I have all my shirts in here, my clothing. And yeah, I have a queen-sized bed. It's very comfortable. I'm quite tall, as you guys probably can guess, so I need a bigger bed. But yeah, the size of the room is absolutely perfect, and I love it. Right now it's quite cold because it's January, it's winter time. So we use this water heater, and it heats up water in this container and puts it here under my bed. And so when we're sleeping, the water heater really warms us up. It saves a lot of money on the heating, because heating is really expensive in a little bit of a bigger place like this. Yeah, so come just take a quick look, see what it looks like. This is my cabinet. I have a lot of supplements in there, vitamins, this kind of stuff. That's my air purifier. You can see it has a little bit of dust because I haven't really been using it lately. But yeah, this is my bedroom. That's it. You know what? I'm gonna give you guys a bonus room. Follow me this way. This is the bathroom. I really like the location of the bathroom because it's very convenient. It's right next to the living room, so it's not far for any room to come here. It's kind of in the middle. We keep it pretty clean. Obviously we shower in here. We brush our teeth. My girlfriend has a lot of makeup here. It's almost like an Olive Young store here. There's so much makeup. But yeah, I think it's perfect for us. So that's the bathroom. All right, guys. So what do you think of my house? Did you like it? Quiz time. What room does Sean spend the most time in? A, the bedroom. B, the studio. C, the kitchen. Sean spends the most time in the studio. How does Sean keep his bed warm? A, an electric heater. B, hot packs. C, water heater. Sean keeps his bed warm with a water heater. Why does Sean use an electric raising desk? A. To stand up and stretch his legs and back. B. Because it looks cool. C. Because it was cheap. Sean uses an electric raising desk to stretch his legs and back while working. What does Sean not do in the living room? A. Play board games. B. Eat. C. Edit videos. Sean does not edit videos in the living room. Do you like these kind of videos? Let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I'm Sean, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Where are you from again?
I'm from Chile.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
A month and a half.
What brings you here?
Studying. I got a scholarship, so that's why I came.
Scholarship, okay. Yeah. I see. So as someone who's lived here for like a month and a half here in Korea so far, what's one thing that you feel that would not make you want to live in Korea forever?
I think there's a lot of discrimination here.
Yeah,
usually Ajumas look at you weirdly because you are from abroad, and they ask you like, where are you from? And if you tell them you are from South America, they like act like all grossed out, so
really?
It makes me yeah.
Did you have an experience like that?
Usually at the subway or when I take the train to Busan. So yeah.
I see.
Also in like the clubs or the restaurants, they don't want foreigners coming. So that's why I don't really like it.
Have you been rejected before?
Yeah.
Oh really?
With a friend, we went to eat Korean barbecue and they wouldn't let us in. They said like first, no foreigners, Corona. So.
Oh my goodness.
And we had our test done like the day before, so it was really uncomfortable.
Wow. How about the opposite way? If you would go back to Chile, what's one thing that you would miss about Korea?
Yeah, Korea is much safer than Chile.
Yeah.
In Chile we have shootings more often than here.
Really?
Yeah.
The crime rate is kind of,
yeah, the crime is really high there compared to here. And I can walk at night by myself and nothing happens. People will usually help me when I ask them on the street, even though I don't speak Korean yet. So they're actually really nice. Yeah.
So you loved your time here so far?
Yeah.
So far in Korea?
Yeah, I really liked it. I will stay here for 4 years, so I have to like it. Yeah.
All right, that's good. That's good. All right, give us a thumbs up and thank you. You guys are from Spain, I heard, right? Spain.
Yeah, from Spain.
And how long have you been here, you said?
Since February.
What brings you here?
An exchange program.
Yeah, with the university. So just from personal experience, we went to the countryside a few days ago, and we were thinking about, hiking in the mountains, but it was still winter and everything was pretty dead.
Yeah.
And in Spain, we have a lot of sun and a lot of like greenery, so I don't think I would enjoy a full winter with
no greenery at all.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Spain's pretty warm.
Yeah, it's warm and cold, not as cold as Korea, but you always have like big trees and greenery. Yeah.
I see. Maybe the weather here, you don't.
Yeah, the weather is really bad. For me, it's not possible to live here
really?
forever in this weather now.
Winter is very, it's kind of,
It's harsh. Yeah. But now I haven't experienced like xenophobia or racism here. No.
Of course. Wow, that's interesting. If you were to live here for like 5-6 years maybe and then go back to your own country, what's one thing that you think you would miss about Korea?
I think the people are very nice, so I think I would miss the people. Yeah, and I would also miss the food because I really like food.
For what I've experienced, I know people have experienced something else, but my personal experience with Koreans has been great, and I would also miss the people I've met here and how nice they've treated me. Yeah, I really want to travel like to other cities now.
I see.
I feel like I'm ready after seeing Seoul for 2 months. Yeah.
Get out to the countryside.
Yeah.
Give me a thumbs up here. Thank you. Where are you guys from?
I'm from California.
I'm from Turkey.
And how long have you guys been in Korea?
Since 2019.
2019.
So it has not necessarily been the friendliest, I would say, for I guess foreigners in general. Like there've been a lot of places I've been to that don't like to adhere to foreigners. I'm not too sure if that has to do with just overall prejudices for past experiences that business owners may have had.
What experience have you had?
Just being kicked out of business.
Really?
Businesses, yeah.
Just for sitting there?
Yes. Saying that my money's not good there and things of that nature, yeah. So it's a little shocking, I guess.
I didn't know that it was still around.
Oh yeah.
Because I've heard a lot of stories from people who've lived here 10 years ago, and even if you hear what they have to say, wow, so bad, but I thought it was gone.
It was pretty shocking, surprising, because being in the military, I came from base. It's a little bit more open in that area because I think they're more experienced to foreigners being in that area. And then as we've branched out and kind of explored different areas, we see it more and more there. So
you're not used to seeing foreigners a lot.
Exactly.
Stare at you or whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How about as from Turkish person's perspective?
They're supposed to be like brother country, but they never see as a friendly. They have always like step back.
They step back?
Yeah.
From you? Oh my
they're
goodness.
scared from foreigners. Like I don't know why.
We're people too,
It's just difficult.
I see.
Yeah, to communicate sometimes. But not all of them, like
not all
maybe 40?
40%? That's a pretty big percentage.
Yeah, I can say 40.
So how about on the other hand, you've lived here since 2019. What's one thing that if you go back to America that you would miss?
I would definitely say it's the food.
The food.
That's number one. And then from there, just the quiet. Like even though Korea is pretty busy and everything like that, but the country itself is it's quiet. Like there's not a lot that I hear that's going on, at least compared to the U.S. So.
Oh, you're talking about like politics-wise or whatnot?
All of that, yeah. Politics, crime, all of that stuff. It's relatively quiet. So
the crime rate is like the lowest.
Definitely that rice stick, the soft one.
Tteokbokki.
Yeah, I don't know the name, but it looks like white sausage.
All right, the food. All right, that's great. All right.
It's not bad country. It's really great country.
Yeah,
to be
it's
honest.
good country. Yeah.
Yes.
So you guys loved your time here so far?
Yes. Being in the military again, like I would choose this destination again to come back.
Thank you for your time. Give me a thumbs up here. Thank you. Where are you guys from?
France. I'm Moroccan and I study in France.
How long have you guys been in Korea, you said?
2 months. Yeah, 2 months. From
2 months.
February, yeah.
What is one thing that you would miss about Korea if you were to go back to your original country?
Actually, I will miss people.
People?
And Korean kimchi.
Korean kimchi?
Yeah.
What about the people here?
Yeah, people are so nice and they really like to help people and they are peaceful and so educated. So I really like people here.
Is there something that makes you not want to live forever in Korea?
Pollution.
Pollution?
Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, because when we go for hiking, sometimes the air is really thick. Yeah, and we were not able to see the view.
Especially during spring, Look at the skies all gray every day.
Yeah.
Pollution, what else? I've heard from a lot of foreigners maybe like since we look different, like people staring at you in the subway or in the bus. Oh my god.
Never happened to me.
Really?
Yeah, people don't look at me in a weird
way.
I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay actually. Maybe I'm lucky. I don't know. Yeah, both of us are lucky. Yeah. Maybe it's quite complicated with the language.
Yeah.
So France is cool because as a French girl I can talk easily with my friends, and here it's a bit complicated to make friends that don't speak English.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But
especially in your school,
you really need to use like Papago and Google Translate. Best friend.
Translation app. All right, thank you guys for sharing your perspective. And where are you from again?
I'm from Canada.
And so how long have you been in Korea so far?
Now since September, so about 6 months, but I've been back and forth for about 3 years. It's a tough question. I mean, sort of go through waves when you're living in a different country. Currently, I think just some of the sentiment around testing with COVID, kind of feeling like more of an outsider than usual.
Oh, of course.
With the mandatory testing that was just in Seoul. Yeah, so I'd say that would be the major reason. Is that along with sort of visa issues? Just when it's really hard to stay, despite sort of meeting requirements.
Yeah.
But again, I'm really picking it at small things because I mean, for now I'm here to stay.
Of course, for the long run. I see.
Yeah.
It's an interesting answer because what I've I've heard from a lot of foreigners who have lived here for like 1 year or 2 years, you know. I mean, from some African American friends, they've experienced a lot of racism, for example, or maybe even people just staring at them, you know. Do you get a lot of people staring at you sometimes?
Sure, there's some situations that I might experience racism, but I'm still sort of in a place of privilege here, like being a white dude in Korea. So I try not to complain about it. I still have things pretty good. Yeah, I mean, those certainly do tie into that idea of sort of just not feeling like you're wanted. That you sort of always have to fight to stay here, rather than sort of
outside of the bubble, you know.
And it requires a very active effort.
Yeah, of course.
A very active effort to stay here.
I agree. So I mean, on the other hand, you know, you said you've lived here for the 6 months here, and you've found it's very nice to live. You said because you want to be in the long run. What's one thing that if you were to go back to Canada that you would miss about Korea?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. The social nature of here, eating out and drinking. It's also, I mean, it's tough with the last year. A lot of the normal life back in Canada and here has changed. But just the more social nature of it. I find here when I want to go out and eat food or go out with friends.
Very easy.
It's a lot easier. Yeah.
Thank you for your time, and give you a thumbs up here for the camera. Where are you from again?
France.
And how long have you been in Korea?
I've been there for almost 2 months.
Almost 2 months, I see. So why do you not want to live in Korea forever?
I guess the culture is very different from what I'm used to in Europe, and especially the working culture actually. And I feel like once students get into the working life in Korea, they're just like working and never thinking about life ever again.
Are you talking about like big companies like Samsung or something like that?
Yeah, but I even feel like even for normal type employees, they work so much. I heard like it's up to 52 hours a week. In France, it's 35 hours, and some people complain. So
wow,
yeah,
that's amazing. So wait, so if you end up, you know, living here in Korea, what kind of jobs are you thinking about looking for?
Okay, hello employers. I would like to find a job in sales department and in cosmetics.
Cosmetics as well. I see. So you have a lot of interest in like skin care.
I love it. So that's almost why I came to Korea as well.
I see. Oh, that's the main reason why you came here.
Yeah. Like I'm walking in the city and I'm looking at Korean people's skin and I'm like, wow.
Amazing, yeah.
Wow.
Amazing. If you leave Korea, what do you think you'll miss about this place?
The subway is really nice. In France, when you're in the subway, you don't look people in the eyes because you're like kind of afraid that you're gonna end up in a fight. And here, I'm just like looking everywhere. I'm just like enjoying my trip. So
of course, yeah. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective.
Welcome.
Give me a thumbs up. All right. So where are you from again?
I'm from the States.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
About 6 months. Maybe that sometimes the traffic can be bad and the pollution isn't the best.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, so can you speak any Korean at all?
A little bit, but not much. I'm trying.
Oh, you're trying. I see. Well, how about people staring at you sometimes? You know, I've heard a lot of that from other foreigners.
Well, I've lived in other foreign countries, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where have you lived before?
I've lived in Taiwan, Bangladesh, Russia, and now Korea.
Wow, all over the world. Yeah. I see. How do you think Korea compares to those other countries?
It's really nice and modern here. I also like how it has a lot of culture because you can really tell there's like history behind it. It's not just like a new era of technology.
I see. On the other hand, what's one thing that you think you would miss if you left Korea?
I would definitely miss how like nice the people are here. I think they're really nice here.
Like, what do you mean?
In other countries, they won't even look at you. They'll like avoid you, but here they'll like come up to you like you did and just like talk to random people. Yeah.
So, like the welcoming spirit of Korean people. I see. Yeah. So when are you planning to go back to the States or?
Probably in 2 or 3 years, I think.
So 2 or 3 years here and then back to the States?
Yeah, probably. Or maybe to like Europe, I don't know.
You got a long way ahead of you. Yeah. I wish you luck and thank you for coming out today. Thumbs up.
But the country itself is just, it's quiet. But the country itself is just, it's quiet. But the country itself is just, it's quiet. But the country itself is just, it's quiet.
What is one thing that you would miss about Korea if you were to go back to your original country? What is one thing that you would miss about Korea if you were to go back to your original country? What is one thing that you would miss about Korea if you were to go back to your original country? What is one thing that you would miss about Korea if you were to go back to your original country?
Yeah, I mean, those certainly do tie into that idea of sort of just not feeling like you're wanted. Yeah, I mean, those certainly do tie into that idea of sort of just not feeling like you're wanted. Yeah, I mean, those certainly do tie into that idea of sort of just not feeling like you're wanted. Yeah, I mean, those certainly do tie into that idea of sort of just not feeling like you're wanted.
It's really nice and modern here. I also like how it has a lot of culture. It's really nice and modern here. I also like how it has a lot of culture. It's really nice and modern here. I also like how it has a lot of culture. It's really nice and modern here. I also like how it has a lot of culture.
What's your name and how long have you been in Korea?
My name's Ben Mines and I've been in Korea for around 3 months now, since August of this year.
What does Korean sound like to someone who can't speak it very well?
When I was in Busan recently and I noticed it sounded kind of more aggressive.
Oh really?
There was a lot more older people there and it kind of sounded more aggressive, but generally I wouldn't say aggressive. Like when I hear Chinese, it sounds a lot more aggressive than Korean to me, and Korean, it doesn't sound super as like varied as some other languages. Like when I hear it, there's a lot of sounds that sound familiar. The endings I've noticed a lot end with like yo, like 안녕하세요, and like
you know, in Busan, you know, they use a different dialect there.
Yeah,
you'd say.
that's
So
what
it
I've
comes.
noticed. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Give me a thumbs up.
Thank you.
Hi, where are you from?
Hello, I'm from Italy.
So how long have you been in Korea?
Next month gonna be 1 year that I'm living here in Korea.
When you listen to the Korean language,
Yes.
how does it sound to you? Does it sound like a musical language?
Not at all.
Okay, or does it sound aggressive? Or...
Very aggressive it sound. They sound like they are always very sad or very angry.
Oh.
Also when I listen my husband talking with his family.
Your husband is Korean?
Yeah, right. My husband is Korean. So after I'm like, everything it's okay? Did you fight with your family? And he's like, oh, no, we just talk about how was my work days. I'm like, oh, okay. You are very loud and you have a deep voice when you talk with them. Don't sound very soft or happy.
If you had to describe to someone how Koreans sounded, how would you copy what you think it sounds like to them?
They sound like very powerful sounds they make.
Even the girls?
The girls speak with a super high voice sometimes. And they always repeat the same words, 진짜. So if you know few words, you can have a conversation with them. Just say, 진짜, 진짜. That means really, really. So depend of the way that you say 진짜, you can have a conversation. Because it means, oh, really, really? Oh yeah, really, really. 진짜? 진짜, 진짜. Ah, 진짜.
Ah, it can mean so many things.
So many things, yeah.
That's an important word. Do you think Korean sounds very different from Chinese and Japanese?
Yes, I can tell the difference.
What year?
It sounds more close to Chinese than Japanese.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
A little bit like Italian language, French language, Spanish language. Some words are very, very similar. Here is the same.
With Japanese and Chinese?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of, they call hanja words.
Right, that come from ideograms.
Old Chinese that are
right.
loan words now, and become Korean words. Yeah.
Right.
Do you enjoy your time in Korea?
Yes, I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
My name is Stephanie and I am from Houston, Texas.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
This is, I believe, my third month. I arrived here in August.
Oh, third month. And so how long are you here for?
I will be staying till December.
How does the Korean language sound to you?
I feel like it sounds cute.
Sounds cute, you think?
Yes, cute.
Like Japanese, you would say?
Yes, and the reason why I say that is because I've heard Koreans speak English and Korean, and when their voice changes to English, it's a little bit more aggressive.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd say it's like a cute kind of feeling, and so a lot of people from English-speaking countries, they have a hard time distinguishing Japanese from Korean and Korean from Chinese. How does it sound compared to other languages, you would think?
Well, I believe it's because of the way that they end their sentences. Like,
really? And how do they end it?
Like ida or yo.
And so like when you're walking on the street and you're like, you're passing by two people speaking Korean, what are some catchphrases that you can pick up?
진짜?
진짜?
Yes.
진짜? Really? How do you like your time here in Korea so far?
I love it. I love it. Yes, there's so much to do here. So much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm from Southern California, and I've been in Korea since August, so for 3 months.
Hearing people speak Korean everywhere, how does it sound like to a native English speaker?
Most of like how the tone is, it always sounds like someone's asking a question. Definitely like when someone's yelling, it can sound very aggressive compared to other languages. Yeah.
Have you ever ridden a taxi here in Korea?
Yes, I have.
Don't they sound like a bit aggressive?
They sound very aggressive. Like, coming straight to Korea and like you don't speak much, you don't speak anything, and you just hear them talk to you like that. You're like, oh, hey, am I being yelled at? I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do.
I've heard a lot of Americans, especially, they say they can't distinguish Korean from Chinese or Japanese. How does it sound compared to other languages, you think?
From Chinese and Japanese? Definitely, I feel like Korean sounds a lot more smoother to me personally. Before I learned any Korean, even Hangul, it was like barely new to it. That's like what I said before, like the questioning tone is the first thing I caught. So like when someone speaks like that, I was like, oh, okay, they're
maybe
Korean.
It's Korean,
yeah, maybe it's Korean, yeah.
I see. And so, back on what you said, if you're walking on the street, and you see some people on the side speaking Korean, what are some catchphrases that you can pick up? What are some things that you can understand?
The first thing I heard was 진짜. Yeah. Oh, 진짜? Shit. They always say it like that, and like
really?
Yeah, really. And then when I heard that, I was like, why is everyone saying this? What's going on? But it's like, it's like, oh wow, or something like that,
All right, give me a thumbs up and yep.
I'm from New York, and so far I've been in Korea for 2 months.
2 months, and how you like it so far?
I really like it. It's really nice here. So for me, I feel like Korean sounded very soft spoken in a way, and it was a little bit hard at first to distinguish different vowels and sounds. But once I started to hear it more frequently, I was able to distinguish it. So
I see. So how does it compare to other languages, like Asian languages, maybe Japanese or Chinese?
I feel like it's definitely more distinguishable than I would say for example with Chinese, it's very more rough sounding. It's very emphasize the words. Japanese, I think it's very the words kind of sound like they go together, so it's hard to pick out the words.
Or combined, a lot of the same sounds. Are you trying to say?
Yes, a lot of same sounds. Yes.
And so now that you're acquainted with the language and such, when you're walking on the street and maybe you hear two people on the side speaking in Korean, what are some catchphrases that you can pick up?
어떡해.
어떡해. 어떡해.
Yes, I hear that a lot. Yeah.
Just basic expressions, I see.
Yes.
Thank you for coming out today and give me a thumbs up and we'll get you on. All right.
Hi, how's it going? Where are you guys from?
I'm from Miami originally, but I moved to Atlanta.
Okay.
Currently in Atlanta.
Okay, cool. How long have you guys been in Korea?
3 weeks. About 3 weeks.
3 weeks. During your time in Korea, walking around the streets, eating the food, you've been exposed to a lot of Korean. How does it sound to you? Does it sound musical, aggressive? Does it sound cute? What would you say?
It's got a flow to it. Japanese is more streamlined.
More firm.
More firm, straight to the point. Korean is kind of more, it's got a nice little flow to it.
And they're also very expressive too. Well, from what I've seen, you guys use a lot of hand signals, so.
That makes it a lot easier for us with the miscommunication with language.
Yeah.
Hand signals kind of bridge it a little bit. It's kind of like I'm trying to explain what I'm trying to do.
Koreans definitely use this one a lot. They go.
Yes, definitely. When we first got here, I guess we got here a little later and the restaurants were closing. When we were asked are they open, so a lot of responses we would get is this. It's like, hey, they're closing. So it's like, oh, okay, we got it.
You don't use that in America, right?
No. But we did use it to kind of ask are you closed? And they'd be like yes, and they'd be like no. So
you know the opposite of this is this.
Is it
a circle.
Like a circle? Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. So the
yes, they do that.
No. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't expect the English to be as clear or as clean. I've been surprised. I'll try to say something and then and they start speaking low. Okay.
We're good.
Yeah.
So Koreans speak English much better than you expected.
Correct.
Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, no problem.
Have a fantastic day.
So I'm from Germany and I'm in Korea since August, so it's been like 3 months already. The time goes by quickly.
Before you spoke Korean or had any experience with it, could you distinguish it between the other Eastern Asian languages?
I mean, slightly.
Yeah.
I mean, like Chinese, for example, has this singing voice where you have like the tones, which is kind of distinct. So I think Chinese is kind of different. Japanese is like another story. The thing is that like the endings make Korean distinct. So once you know what like the endings are, then you can distinguish it from Japanese kind of easily. There are some words like kinchana, are like, are you okay? Mashoy, or like drinking, or like, of course, like some staple words like soju. Like.
Thank you. Right.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. For those of you who don't know, I've been living in South Korea for over 7 years now. So recently I watched the really popular Netflix drama Hellbound, or in Korean, Jiok. Since I loved Squid Game, I was really interested to see what other Korean Netflix dramas were like. I'm happy to say that Hellbound did not disappoint. Before I begin, spoiler warning, if you haven't watched this drama, watch it, then come back to my video. So Hellbound. When I watched the first episode, it really reminded me of the Japanese manga, Death Note. There are a lot of similar themes and I actually loved Death Note, so I was really excited to keep watching this. However, the more I watched Hellbound, the more I realized that this is a completely unique and original story, and from what I hear, it was also a manga, just like Death Note. So just as a reminder, people in the show were given sentences from these angels of death. A big face would appear that would say, you have 3 days to live, you have 2 years to live, you have 1 year to live, you have 20 years to live. After your time runs out, these black creatures come to Earth, punch you and rip you apart, then shoot white lasers at you that cause you to disintegrate. One guy who had predicted these events and who had been talking about them for years and years, Jung Jin-soo, started to get more and more famous as what he prophesied started to come true. This entire series seemed like a really interesting examination of human nature. There are so many things I want to talk about, but I'll try to stick to the most important points. The first thing I want to talk about is the seductive nature of ideologies. Jung Jin-soo, the creator of the New Truth Society, essentially created a society built on a lie. He claimed that only sinners would be sentenced to hell. Even though he knew that this was a lie, he wanted people to live in a more noble and benevolent way, treating others more kindly and with more respect. In his mind, this fear was the greatest tool to keep people in line and to create a good society. We can see in this drama though that a major theme is the road to hell is paved by good intentions. So even though he wanted to create a world where people were more benevolent and noble and kind towards one another, this actually created a terrible and violent world. Since everybody thought that only sinners would get sentenced to hell, they started looking around for people who they thought were sinners. This gave rise to the Arrowhead Gang, whose members were convinced that they were upholding the word of God. In one episode, an Arrowhead gang member said to the character Young-jae, "I want to know why you're here if you're from Seoul. I'm just trying to protect this neighborhood." He ends by saying, "남을 위한 마음," or "you've got to be considerate to others." With the Arrowhead gang, I suppose all the violence that they commit is justified because they're trying to eliminate all of the people who are not considerate to others. Anyway, as the show progresses, we see the rise of extremism and the death of nuance. It seems that anybody who isn't entirely convinced of the doctrines of the New Truth Society are somehow not deserving of this kindness that Arrowhead member spoke of. That doesn't seem very considerate to me. There's no kindness and patience with people. There's no willingness to sit down and talk to someone who you don't agree with. You've got to think that this kind of behavior really pushes away people who are on the fence and undecided, haven't made their mind up. Maybe if someone from the Arrowhead gang were to sit down and patiently talk to someone who are on the fence, maybe they would willingly accept the doctrines of the New Truth Society. In this show though, we see none of that. It's either you accept it or we hurt you. As an American, I see this death of nuance happening all around the United States. As ideologies become more and more extreme, this intolerance of intolerant people becomes more and more pervasive. For example, it's socially acceptable to punch a Nazi or anybody who you think might be a Nazi. On a surface level, anyone would agree with this. Nazis did terrible things. The danger comes in when you ask, what is the definition of a Nazi? What is the definition of someone who is intolerant? Bringing it back to this show, what is the definition of someone who is a sinner? Just like the Arrowhead gang, we see in the US a lot of people committing acts of violence in the name of equality and fairness. They claim to be fighting for understanding, peace, progress, things like this. This kind of extremism leads to witch hunts and vigilante justice as well. People who deny the New Truth Society's doctrines are ridiculed and exiled from society. Many times they're violently harassed or even killed. That doesn't sound very pious to me. What's worse is that innocent bystanders who are related to people who reject the New Truth Society's doctrines are also harassed and sometimes killed. We can see how the Arrowheads targeted Higgins' mother, who did nothing. So it's very interesting to me how the Arrowhead gang really attracts these type of gangsters and no good people who are very violent. People who essentially just want to commit violence and harm others are now justified because they're a part of a noble cause. This is really sad for anybody in these movements who are really trying to affect positive change, because the image of their movement really is brought down a lot by these violent, bad actors. I would argue that we can see this a lot with Antifa in the United States. I'm sure that originally there were a lot of good people in this group and they were really trying to create peaceful and positive change. But it's no secret that Antifa has attracted people who will violently harass those who disagree with their ideology. It reminds me of the Knights from the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages. Knights were originally just a group of thugs roaming around towns. They had swords and they were ready to fight, but eventually they partnered with the Christian church, and that led way to a bunch of warriors or holy knights who are willing to fight these holy wars. Again, there's a connection here with good movements that attract violent people whose violence is justified by the noble causes that they're a part of. The idea of family guilt or shame is also very prevalent in the show. People who are related to sinners are subjected to a life of torment and harassment by the Arrowhead and being ostracized from people in their communities around them, simply for being related to sinners. We can see this parallel in North Korea. If someone close to you or around you escapes or tries to escape, the entire family is punished. They become ostracized and looked down upon in society. We can see this a lot in communist countries where if your grandparents or your distant relatives were rich landowners, that means that they must have been greedy and evil. And you being related to them, you must also be greedy and evil and therefore a bad person. See, this is why I love this show, because it's such a good examination of a lot of the bad tendencies that human beings tend to have, a lot of which are the result of good intentions. Something else that I really loved about this show was that you could never tell who was going to live or die. One thing that I don't like so much about traditional movies or dramas is that once you find out who the main character is, you could be pretty sure that they're not going to die, so there's no risk involved. With this show, however, many of the major characters died or just disappeared. I love that because it kept me wondering what was going to happen to all the characters. It was so refreshing. I also love the parallel of getting a diagnosis from a doctor to getting a death sentence. So the mother of Hyejin got diagnosed with cancer and was said to only have a few more years left to live. So in her mind, she was already sentenced, just like all the other people from these dark angels. There are very few things about this drama that I didn't like. One being that the first episode was a bit slow. Actually, I watched the first episode, and because it didn't hook me immediately, I waited a few weeks to watch the rest of the series. It's kind of a shame because I think a lot of people around me experienced the same thing. Thinking back on it though, I'm pretty sure Squid Game started out kind of slow and then started to pick up at maybe episode 3. Another thing I didn't like so much was how fake the baby looked. I thought it looked like it was made out of rubber or CGI. It just looked really weird. And lastly, the final fight of the series where Hyejin was fighting with the broadcaster crazy arrowhead guy. It's like this guy was walking towards the baby with a knife and all these people were surrounding him, watching him, and they did nothing. It was really frustrating. Like, why don't they do something? There's chairs, you could throw a chair at him. There's like 50 of you and one of this guy. But these are really small things and they don't take any of the value away from this drama. Overall, I would give this drama a 9.5 out of 10. I actually enjoyed it more than Squid Game. I didn't think I would say that, but it's true. Anyway, those are my thoughts of Hellbound. What did you guys think of the drama? Please let me know in the comments. Also, what other Korean dramas do you want me, an American living in Korea for 7 years, to review? Please let me know in the comments, and of course I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Hi guys, this is Anna here in Utah. Today we're talking about American stereotypes, and I'm gonna go ask some Americans about what they think about American stereotypes. Let's go.
I'm Kate. I'm Hannah.
Hello. What's up?
What's up? I'm Madison. I'm Carissa.
Jeff.
Olivia.
Parth. Paul. Mark.
Libby.
Chris.
I'm Emily. I'm Anna. So what are some American stereotypes that come to your mind?
I feel like Americans are known for being friendly. I'd say that's somewhat true. I feel like it depends on the season. Winter it's less true, summer it's more true.
Okay.
I think it can go either way. Either people say Americans have good food or they say Americans have bad food.
I'd say that Americans are friendly and open.
I would say a lot of Americans are very patriotic, generally very interested in what their neighbors are doing. A lot of them are very neighborly.
Anyone can come here and make it in their own way is for the most part true enough.
We're just kind of like open people. Like, we just like to talk to people.
We're very diverse.
Diverse?
Yes.
Okay.
We invent a lot of stuff. They are expensive, but good colleges.
Lots of good fast food options.
We can get fat real easy here. If you want to get fat, America.
We have a lot of patriotism, you know, for our country.
The people are really nice and like will talk to you.
Water bottle. They usually hold water bottle to the classroom. And back in Korea, nobody really bring the water bottle to outside.
The water bottle's for sure a fact. I see it all the time.
People are very welcoming.
We're hardworking. We help each other out.
I feel like we're good sports fans. We like to go all out for football games.
What are some negative stereotypes that are also true?
Yeah, that we can be a little bit rude, just like too upfront with things.
Americans can be kind of self-centered.
Maybe that we like greasy food. Maybe you could like find a McDonald's on almost any corner.
Fat people.
Yeah, that is true.
I guess right now I'm only thinking of like the tourists, you know, going to touch everything, taking pictures with everything.
I guess guns, lots of guns.
Yeah.
That most people only speak English and really we just expect everyone to know it. More direct or loud, I feel like is kind of true. I don't know if that's a bad thing, I guess.
I do believe it is true that we eat too much. Like our portion sizes are unnecessary.
Americans kind of expect everyone else to cater to them.
There's rednecks. I'm not talking small town people. I'm talking like redneck. Like your dude that killed the gator with a Bowie knife in the bayou sort of dude. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Sometimes people can be just rude, like especially to strangers.
Like people are like always in a hurry. Like everyone's like always in a hurry, and I think that's really true. And that comes off as being rude.
I think in certain aspects we've gotten a little bit lazy because we have a good life here.
We don't agree on anything, like ever.
Obesity.
So, what is a good or bad stereotype what you feel like is false?
Maybe that everyone's overweight. Maybe there's a stereotype of like being self-conscious, like I don't know if that's stereotype or just like body image.
I would say that it's dangerous. Like, oh, if you go to a city in America, you're gonna get shot.
I think the stereotype that Americans are generally like very bad at math and science.
Oh, that's a good one. Maybe there's a stereotype that like Americans are really ignorant, and maybe that's true to some degree for some people, but I feel like that would be...
But not everyone.
Right, not everyone.
I feel like the stereotypes about us being dumb, loud, rude, and always carrying a gun, and that's just not true.
I don't think Americans are like as gun obsessive as like everyone is. Like, I mean, to be fair, some of that is true. Like, you go to Texas, like, you better not walk on the wrong person's lawn.
I feel like there's often a stereotype, especially that young Americans are lazy. Like, I feel like largely that's false.
The obesity thing for like Americans. The mindset is that people really do want to be healthy and they try to work hard to be healthy.
Yeah, I was gonna say kind of along that of like that everyone eats like fast food all the time, which goes along with that of like...
Everybody thinks we want to take over the world. I don't think that's one of them.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we do more help in the world than want to take over the world.
I'd have to agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, really quick, I want to get Sierra's input about what she thinks about American stereotypes.
For one, I think Americans are super loud all the time. If I see my friend across a field, I'm like,
True.
Hi! Like if I was seeing you, I'd be like, Anna Redden!
True story. We'd be like, Sarah!
And it's not unusual for that to happen. The other one that I've been thinking a lot about is we are super friendly with total strangers.
We are.
Like I literally just started talking to like 8 different people. Like, oh, how is your day? Your outfit looks great. We both have been doing it. I think it's very common stereotype for Americans to not know anything about other countries or really care. Because I know a lot of people who don't speak any other languages, and also you'll ask them about like world news. Like, what country? Europe? Is that who?
Which country is that?
Yeah. Which is really unfortunate and I don't like it. But for the most part, the average citizen, I would say, doesn't know anything that's going on outside of their sphere.
America's huge, obviously, and we differ across the board. What's a sentence that comes to your mind when I say California?
Beautiful state, wouldn't want to live there.
Has a little bit of everything, but it's kind of a mess.
Surfer, hippie. Surfer dudes.
Like,
surfer dudes.
Yeah, surfer dudes is that's where my brain went. Surfer dudes, Hollywood, Disney, Snoop Dogg.
Lots of traffic.
Very large, very dry, very liberal.
I think of people on the political left that have ruined their state and are all trying to move out.
Very, very health oriented. A lot of wine country, very alcohol.
It's true.
Oriented.
Hollywood, big and full of opportunities.
What about New York?
Busy.
Busy, yes.
Lots of people.
Tons of people. Huge buildings.
Cold.
That's true.
Smelly.
Hot dog stands too, like, and like the sound too, like street noises.
Yes.
Things like we've got good bagels, New York pizza.
Overcrowded.
Place where all chick flicks are set. Usually.
That's true.
Story?
And a lot of action movies.
I mean, like, New York's probably been destroyed like 5,000 times.
Yeah. It's terrible traffic. Everybody's rude to you on the street. Everyone always wears like black on black.
Really rude or loud.
Okay.
Cold, gray streets with people who are rude because being nice takes too much time and they just want to get inside.
Big buildings. Ooh, big city. I would say there's a lot of people who are trying to make it, and there's a lot of diversity as well, and it's really expensive too.
I think, and a lot of people there that are trying to make it are in like music or Broadway, so I think they're stereotyped in that way.
It's pretty upstate, but the city is something different.
It seems like too big of a city if we're talking the city.
What about the American South?
The American South, I think of heat, humidity, food that tastes good but that makes you sleepy.
Collard greens, strong southern accents, and like nice old women sipping sweet tea.
Ooh, yeehaw.
Friendly, hospitality.
I would say it's super friendly, and the people are really nice, and they're also very prideful to be in the South.
Yeah, I lived in the northern part of the South, and I would say like very friendly and like comfort food.
A lot of fried food. A lot of like southern courtesy. A lot of guns.
That fake hospitality.
The fake hospitality. Obesity, sure. Racism. A lot of crime. Put people away for crimes.
Grandma and cooking and, you know, your big old estate and, you know, just all that stuff.
Country accents.
Country accents. Good food. Good food.
Good food. Gumbo, jambalaya.
Lots of mosquitoes.
Country. Lots and lots of country music.
Country, yes.
Yeah, I think the South's great, and they have good food.
It's warm and it's pretty, and there's a lot to do.
What about Utah?
Mountains.
Utah, probably something like, oh my gosh, the mountains are the best. You're just like, I love hiking.
Very rural, agrarian, not a lot of diversity.
Mormon. The stereotype, I guess.
Mormons! Them Mormons.
If you're outdoorsy type, great place. But Salt Lake's getting a little crazy.
And them churches everywhere. There are churches everywhere.
Yes. Not the best drivers.
Mormons. I mean, members of the church these guys will say.
That's right. Fry sauce.
Fry sauce.
Fry sauce, yes! Lots of snow.
Funeral potatoes. Jello.
Very friendly, family-centered people.
Yeah, I'd say probably like religious and family-oriented.
How, this is not even a question, but I just thought of it. How do Utahns say mountain?
Mountain.
Mountain.
Forget no the tea.
I don't have time for tea.
Nah.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. Did you guys like this video? What other videos do you want to see in the United States? Let me know in the comments down below. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. When I talk with my Korean friends about the United States, one thing that they ask me a lot about is guns. Americans seem to really like their guns. Does that make America a dangerous place to live? Do only the criminals have guns, or do the good people have guns too? These are questions that I often get, and they inspired me to make this video. It's no question that Americans do love their guns, and they will fight for their right to have them. But perhaps the topic of guns in America is more complicated than we think. So Cody, a host for this channel living in Arizona in the United States, interviewed Americans about this very topic. And I just want to say that for anybody who's serious about studying English, definitely check out the channel membership. Without further ado, let's begin.
Hi, Derek.
Hey, Cody, how's it going?
Hi there, Cody.
How's it going, Cody? Good. How are you doing? Good.
So, Deandra, do you own a gun?
No, I don't own a gun.
I actually do. I own a musket. I was a Revolutionary War reenactor, so I actually have a Charleville musket.
I do, yes. I own a VP9. It's like a handgun. It's like a Glock.
Why do you own that?
Just personal protection. Hopefully I never have to use it, but maybe.
I do actually own 7 guns.
7 guns?
Yeah. I have a shotgun, an assault rifle, and a revolver, and 4 semi-automatic pistols. I'm a boy, and I like, I like shooting. I thought it was fun. Once you buy one, I feel like you just get hooked and you just want to keep on buying more guns.
Yeah, I've actually never shot it. I've had it for several years, never shot it.
I feel like I don't need one.
I do not own a gun, but I do own an airsoft gun. I personally don't have a use for a actual handgun. I feel like it'd be more of a dangerous thing for me to have around the house than actually a useful thing to protect myself, so that's kind of the reason why I don't own a gun.
My dad owns a gun.
So people from other countries think Americans are gun crazy. What do you think about that?
I think it's true. I think, as a country we have over, 300 million guns, which is like 1 per person in our... Obviously, it's people like me who own 7 guns that make up, a lot of those gun ownership. But I think, yeah, as a country, I think we just, we have a lot of gun ownership and not a lot of obstacles to owning guns.
I don't think we're gun crazy. I feel like a lot of people own guns, but they never really use them.
Well, there are other countries that actually have more guns per capita, including Canada. They're a little bit smarter in the way they handle them. I actually don't believe that we should have entire arsenals at our homes.
I don't think we're gun crazy, but I think some people shouldn't own like AR-15s and stuff like that.
I think that some Americans like to own a lot of guns. They like to own their assault rifles and pistols and sniper rifles, and it's pretty easy to own guns. I think that it's okay if people do own a lot of guns, if they know how to use them and control them. I also don't think that people would need to have that many guns at the same time, so I'm kind of in the middle.
You know, there are countries where you would keep your weapons at a gun club. When you want to use them, you go to the gun club. You can easily use them there or check them out. Go any place you want to, use them for whatever purpose you have, and then bring them back. That sort of eliminates crimes of passion because you don't have people literally walking around with guns or having guns so easily at hand that they can grab them in the middle of an argument and start to use them.
What do you think about the fact that people from other countries are afraid to visit the US because of the amount of people who own guns?
There's a lot of people that own guns, but I wouldn't be afraid to visit the United States. Like, for the most part, people just keep their guns at home, and in all reality, the number of shootings and stuff that you maybe see on the media doesn't happen as often as you think it is.
I feel like those people, if they are afraid to visit the United States, maybe they can do a little more research on how many shootings there are a year and how many people own guns. I think it's a little exaggerated.
I would say that I'm not exactly sure if I agree with the statement. I think the majority of people actually in this country do not own weapons. I think that the climate in this country with a lot of mass killings and the fact that they're so well reported has made a lot of people very wary of having lots of weapons.
They shouldn't be afraid because some use that guns for protection.
I think that anyone who travels to the United States will be just fine if you avoid, the high crime areas, which is easily found on the web. So I think the United States is just fine to visit.
I think it's silly. I think it's the same concept when U.S. citizens are afraid to visit other parts of the world because they think, oh, it's so dangerous, but people who live there probably don't think it's that dangerous. Just like I don't ever, walk around here thinking that I'm going to get shot. Obviously, you have to be careful, but I think the world could be a better place if more people exchange cultures and traveled more. So I think come on over. We're not going to shoot you.
Come on out and visit and say hi. Do you think the world would be a better place if other countries had similar gun laws to the US?
I think it's a responsibility. In a way, yes, because I think it's a way for the common people to keep their government in check. And I know in the United States, that's the main reason we have gun rights. It's like a checks and balances to where if the government gets too powerful, theoretically, the people have the capacity to kind of revolt. Hopefully that never happens, but it's there.
I don't think it would be a better place necessarily.
I actually don't think that we have very good gun laws. All right, the gun laws should be laws that make sure that we have public safety, that they have access to their collections and whatever, but that safety does come first.
Our gun rights, it's different in each state. Like California, their gun laws are a lot more strict than Arizona. People like Arizona because of the loose gun laws. New Zealand, for instance, no one's allowed to use or own guns. They have clubs where you have to buy guns and then you store them there. And I think it just depends on the country and how you enforce the laws. And I think most people are honest and good people. I think that you just have to enforce your laws, however you make them.
They recently made it a law that you could have a psychological impairment and you can still get a weapon. A lot of this is motivated by gun sales and the idea that the gun manufacturers do a lot to promote the idea of having very loose gun laws and having very loose controls and things like that because they want people to get them. If it didn't exist, people would be just as happy.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. Did you guys like this video? What other videos do you want to see in the United States? Let me know in the comments down below. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. In Korean, honorific speech is very important. So greeting your best friend is very different from greeting your boss. So in this video, a new host for the channel, Anna, asked a bunch of Americans how they greet their friends and how they greet their boss. You might be surprised with what they said. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
I'm Lindsay. Shundeen. I'm Kristen Johnson.
Brandon Jacobs.
Jordan.
Derek.
How do you greet a good friend? How long have I known the good friend? 5 years. Always with a hug.
Usually hello. Just a cheerful hello, or howdy usually actually.
Hey there, hello, howdy. I do like to say howdy too.
How are you? You'd be like, hey, how are you? And then give him like a hug.
Hello, how are you?
I'll say, hey, what's up? Or hi, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? Just like that. Or, well, I don't know. Close friends or people I love, my family, I like to hug them.
Yeah, I just usually say hi.
So how's it going?
Like a handshake and a like, what's up, I guess.
Kind of the same.
Is this a special handshake that you do?
It's just like a...
Does it change whether you're greeting a man or a woman?
Not much. I'm much more likely to say what's up to a guy than to a girl, yeah.
How would you greet someone that you don't like?
Hi. If they approach me, then I'll be like, oh, hey, but I would not approach them.
How do you say goodbye to a good friend?
Usually just bye, see you later, a lot of times.
Usually not with a hug act. Well, it depends.
I'll be like, see you tomorrow.
Oh, goodbye. Just say bye. Get a hug, I guess.
Say bye and hug them and stuff.
See you later.
Yeah, see you later. Love ya.
Love ya.
Yeah?
Usually if it's like a special friend, I give them a hug, but with my family, I'm just like, see ya.
So if you know if it's going to be a while, like 2 years.
Yeah, if it's gonna be a while, then like a big hug. I'm gonna miss you a lot type of thing.
It was nice seeing you. Have a good day. It would probably be hard to part ways. I'd be like, I'm gonna miss you, and like find ways to still keep in contact with them.
So how do you greet your boss?
Usually say good morning.
Say hello or howdy.
Totally with respect, like, hi, how are you?
I usually do like a head nod, like, good morning, how are you?
A boss, usually a little more formally, like, hi, how's your day going? Or, you know, something similar, but a little more formal.
Nice to see you.
I usually say howdy.
Hi.
Hey boss, what's up?
I usually don't touch them. First greeting, yes, handshake.
Okay.
Afterwards, I just feel like it's a little too much.
Yeah.
Kind of just, hey, you know.
I usually just go like, hey, and then their first name, and I'm like, I'm here.
So how would you say goodbye to your boss or other superior?
Bye, Walker. Have a nice day. Or like, have like a nice weekend. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah.
A great rest of the day. And that's it.
I just say goodbye.
Have a good night or have a good rest of your day or something like that.
Pretty casual.
Bye.
Just about the same. Is there anything else you need me to do? And then, hope there's not an answer. We use the walkie, so I'm just like, yo, I'm heading out. Have a good night.
Honestly, same. Just bye. Just simple. Really simple, yeah.
Hey boss, need anything from me before I go?
See you tomorrow. Goodbye. See you soon.
Well, if I'm saying goodbye because he's firing me, it would probably be different. Thanks for the opportunity to work here. I've enjoyed it, whatever, and kind of a little more gratitude there.
Hi, how's it going? What's your name? Where are you from?
It's going pretty good. My name is Trisha. I'm from New York.
I'm Fee. I'm from England.
My name is Chad, and I'm from the United States.
I'm from California.
I'm from Canada. Cool. So when greeting a friend of yours, a very close friend you've known for a while, how would you greet them? Hey, what's up?
What's up? Or how's it going?
Probably greet them just by saying like, hey, what's up? Or how's it going?
Usually what's up, that's kind of like your go-to for a casual greeting. What's up? How's it going? Those two.
What's up, dude? We say dude a lot, actually.
When I meet like my girlfriends, even my guy friends, like it's always either hey or hi or
Interesting.
oh my gosh.
For friends, hi.
Just say hi.
Yeah, hi. Sometimes maybe like, what's up? How's it going? Like,
Okay.
how are you? If I'm really close.
I probably wouldn't actually say hi. Like it wouldn't sound very natural. Like, hey man, what's up? Or you know, something like that. All together though, right? So, hey man, what's up?
I think a lot of Koreans misunderstand the meaning of what's up. When you say it, you're kind of like trying to convey like a hip-hop-ish vibe to your way of speaking, which it's not exactly like that. It's just it's a common way that people use to greet each other, I would think, in California or the West Coast.
How weird would that be if you came to my house and I was like, hello?
Yeah. I'd be like, what's going on, Sean?
Yeah.
Like, should I just leave now?
Next question. How would you greet A boss.
A boss? I would just be like, hello. Always hello, not hi, because I don't want to seem too friendly.
Hello, or depending on the time of day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
I would call them by their name. Yeah, I want to greet them, how's it going? Or how's your day? How's your day going?
This is something that I actually had to deal with a lot in the military. We would have like the greeting of the day is what we would call it when I was in the Army. And usually it would just be whatever time of day it is, and then like a sir on the end of it, or sir or ma'am. It would usually be like, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It would be more of like a formal greeting.
I think I would probably say their name.
Okay.
So I'd say, you're my boss. I would say, hello, Sean, or hi, Sean.
Hello would actually be okay, I think.
How would you say goodbye to a close friend of yours? So opposite question to the first one.
See ya, man. Yeah, see ya, man. Talk to you later. Yeah, like that.
Those two.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man, I'll see you later. You know, see you later or see you next time.
All right, see ya, man. See ya. Yeah, I would say, hey, see ya, man. I'll see you tomorrow.
I always tell my friends, like, take care.
Take care.
Or be safe.
Be safe.
Message me when you get home.
If I'm really close with them, I'll just be like, see you later. Like,
Okay. See you later.
see you later.
Kind of be your go-to.
In a bit. Bye-bye.
How would you say goodbye to your boss?
Say goodbye to a boss. It depends on the time of day, and I would just say, like, have a good, and then insert what time of day it is. So, have a good day, have a good night, or have a good evening, you know, something like that. I would probably say that as a more formal way to say goodbye.
Take care.
You would still say take care?
Yes.
Okay.
See you next time.
I'd say their name again. Okay then. Bye, Sean.
Just bye.
Bye. Or I'll follow up if there's some request. Yep. See you, Sean. I'll send you that email. Yep. See ya.
I wouldn't say see ya. Have a great day. When we're always addressing a boss or superior, when we're greeting them or saying goodbye, we would always talk about their day. How's your day been? Have you been having a great day? Or have a great day. Or see you tomorrow. Or if you're getting off work, see you tomorrow, Mr. blank blank.
You wanna say their name, but you say see ya because I think sometimes even pretending like you have a casual relationship
could be beneficial.
Can be beneficial, yeah.
Everybody wants to impress the boss. Everybody wants to be courteous to the boss, but you know, we really don't care too much for the boss. So it's like, oh, you know, take care, see you next time, yes, bye.
Probably goodbye, bye, see you tomorrow.
Have a great day. Yeah, I would also use that.
Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
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 See you later. I'll send you that email.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Did you enjoy this video? What other videos do you want us to make? Let me know down in the comments below. I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. Welcome to part 2 of the Squid Game review. If you haven't seen part 1, check it out right here. Of course, spoiler warning. Now, let's begin. Hey, how's it going? What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Fee, I'm from England, and I'm doing great, thanks.
At what point of watching Squid Game did you think to yourself, wow, this is different, this is a really good series?
Probably around episode 3. So as soon as you did understand why they were there and what made them so determined to play, I think that was when I was like, right, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
My name is David and I'm from Canada. When I started watching it, yeah, the first one, it sucks you in for sure. I thought the main character was a bit just like a good for nothing person, it seemed like. It's kind of weird now that I'm like on episode 8. I totally have changed my mind about it.
Did you finish 8? Or you?
I finished 7.
Okay. You got 2 big ones, Eddie.
Yeah. Now I'm rooting for him just because in contrast to the other characters, he seems like a good person.
Mm-hmm. My name is Chad. I'm from the United States. So it was great to see someone not Korean speaking Korean almost the entire time throughout their role. I think the only time we saw him speaking a language other than Korean was when he was in the second episode, when he was like going back to his family and speaking with his wife. It was very novel to see a foreigner who spoke almost entirely in Korean throughout the role.
Chad, that is a great point because it really gives a voice to the many foreigners that live in Korea that do speak Korean, that we are trying to become a part of the society.
Right. this isn't the first time that Korean-speaking foreigners have shown up in Korean dramas. Even in Itaewon Class, we have Chris Lyons, who is an American living in Korea, and his Korean is phenomenal. But what I thought was really unique about this one, we actually saw someone from a country that generally when they come to Korea, they get employed in like high-intensity labor positions. So we saw in the second episode when he goes back to his boss and asks for his money and everything, like it seems like he's not in the best of working environments.
I'm Evangelina and I'm from the UK. My favorite moment was when all the contestants decided to come back into the game.
Oh.
Because they were given an option to leave. You've had a taste of what it was going to be like, and you're now given, how can I say, a salvation moment to go return back to your old life. Yes, it might not have been that great, but at least you're not facing sudden death,
Yes.
But then to have them come back into the game, being aware of things that could happen,
Sure.
it was just a shock to me.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I would have been able to do that, but I think that's the gripping moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What parts of the drama do you wish were done a little differently? Things that you didn't like as much?
Not as much detail as I would have liked about the North Korean contestant. We did find out some details later on that she came here with her brother and that they had to leave their parents behind, and even that her father was killed as they were trying to get away. But I do feel like that's not something that gets talked about a lot in South Korea, is the North Korean defector population and how they often have the same sort of struggles in South Korea as maybe the actual foreigner in Korea. They face the same kind of challenges as we do.
For me, the ending, I was not a fan of the ending. I mean, think about it this way.
Okay.
You are literally the bottom barrel of life, gambling away your mom's money, literally just watching life pass you by and not doing anything to change that life, knowing fully well you've got an ill mother and a child, and you're asking your ex-wife for money. But you now have all this money, rather than to, accept that your past life is what led you here and to do better by it, by being there for your daughter, by providing for her, by building a relationship with her, you now decide to turn back from her again and then try and fight this, organize this huge organization. Like, how? How can you choose that?
So what you're saying is, after his entire journey, all the episodes, he won.
Yeah, exactly.
He got the money, and he's ready to meet his daughter.
Exactly. And then
and change, and then he just turns back.
Turns back to what he did initially,
And
which
blows
was not
off his
be
entire
there.
plan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a little bit too complicated, like the organ stuff and like the pathways going down and the guys with the triangles and the circles, like who's who, and there's like they start taking on a life of their own, and it's just like, I know it's kind of like the whole premise of the show, the whole thing is, it's not really realistic, but the storytelling is so good that it brings you in. But then when they start going into these basements and there's all this complicated stuff, I'm just like, well, how can this happen?
Yeah,
and
it's too unrealistic.
It becomes a little bit too unrealistic, and it's like, who could organize all of this? And it kind of breaks it for me a little bit. So I think if they just reeled it back a little bit on that, it would have been better for me.
Who was your favorite character?
I like the guy with the tattoo, because I like to hate him. He's the guy you like to hate. I like the main guy. I kind of like the North Korean girl.
I like her too.
Yeah, I like her.
She's got like a cool, mysterious strength to her.
Yeah, right.
Like, yeah, she's very self-sufficient.
Survivor, right?
Saebyok is my favorite character.
Saebyok. Okay, why?
She had everything to live for, and she still didn't make it, and it hurt. It hurt. I think having her be North Korean, having her trying to look after her little brother, having her gone through everything it takes to defect as a North Korean, and then to have her not have any better quality of life from when she was in North Korea, because she didn't have any friends. People didn't like her. She couldn't really trust anyone. And then to have her manage to get through all of the games, she was really strategic. She was very just herself the whole time. And then, for her to not make it, it was so painful.
Before the big plot twist at the end of the show, I think I felt really bad for the old man.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, I think I felt really bad for the old man character and how, especially in the last game that he actually plays, so the game that they play with the marbles, I felt really bad for him in that he purposely started acting as though he didn't know what was going on. Like, and then at the very tail end of the game, he sort of just like reveals like it was all a trick, and you thought it was okay to trick me, an old man, because you thought that I was, you know, just mentally incapacitated. And then him still being like, I forgive you, here's the marble, go. And then you think that he gets killed. I think that was the moment where I was just kind of like, oh, no, it's like to the bitter end, the old man is just like this beacon of virtue.
So you liked him?
I liked him until we find out in the final episode that he was basically behind the whole thing. And
yeah.
I think that's what one thing that the show did really well, and especially that last plot twist. It went from me really liking the old, you know, the old man character to suddenly like, oh my god, I don't know how to feel about this old man character anymore.
Societal commentary. What do you think the director was trying to communicate? What was the main thing, to you?
Inequality. Because where Kyun is and where those who watch the games for fun, those who have the money, the huge disparity between them. It's just massive. And I think that's what the director is trying to highlight, the difference in lifestyle. The elites, those who did come to watch the game, they have all the money in the world, but they derive enjoyment from watching those who are of lower ranks. You know, just the average person just suffer for their own entertainment. This just doesn't make any sense. And those who are just average people, they're just given this little crumb of hope of life, and they're all scrambling towards it and killing each other and fighting for this little tiny little hope. The money that they were given to them is huge, but to the elite it's just like a little something.
I bet the elites, every single one of them, had way more money than the prize money.
You would have had to have just a ton of money to be able to give it. It's just mind-blowing.
The ruling class, like the elites or the billionaires. I think that's why this thing just went viral around the whole world.
I think that's the reason.
I think that is, yeah.
Okay.
I think there's like a mysterious who's pulling the strings on the top that everyone in the whole world can sympathize with.
Like Illuminati kind of.
A little bit Illuminati, a little like Satanism, kind of weird rich guys with like naked women parties, just lots of money, lots of power, that kind of thing. The poor get poorer, the rich get richer. I think Parasite also had that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're talking about that, you know, and these guys get too powerful and then money rules everything, right?
Yeah.
So
a lot of people who come to Korea, especially as expats, they're like, oh, life is really good. Or like, life is very comfortable, it's very easy to get around. But for people who come from like less fortunate circumstances, who get sucked into like migrant work, where it's stupid long hours, underpaid, no safety measures, I think it was really important to show Ali's storyline in like episode 2, episode 3, and sort of like get in there and make him a character that you can really, really root for. Because I think that's one of the things that I really liked about this drama, was that you could actually root for the foreign characters.
Humanized him.
Yeah.
Scale of 1 to 10, what would you give it?
A solid 8.5.
Pretty high, that's pretty good. That's not bad.
It's my favorite in that kind of genre.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
No worries.
All right, bye.
Probably give it like an 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty high. I mean, it's not perfect. I don't think any drama is perfect, but yeah, I think it's among one of my favorite like shorter length Korean dramas. Not like the full ones that are like 16 or 20 episodes, but for being less than 10 episodes, I feel like they did a really great job developing characters and everything.
For sure. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I give it a solid 8.
Okay.
Yeah, I give it a solid 8.
Was this your favorite Korean series or no?
I like Sky Castle better.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Sky Castle better. I haven't seen too many dramas all the way, but I do like that kind of like heavy drama, so it's good, yeah.
Thank you for sharing your opinion.
Anytime, that was a lot of fun.
Cool. All right, bye. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, my name is Sean. I will see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey everyone, I just want to tell you that I'm collabing with an amazing YouTuber called Altcoin Ltd. These days, everybody is talking about cryptocurrency, whether that be Bitcoin, Ethereum, or NFTs. And for a lot of people, this can mean financial security as you get older. So I highly recommend you check out Altcoin Ltd's YouTube channel to learn a bit about cryptocurrency. He's definitely one of the best Korean cryptocurrency YouTubers I've found. And even if you're not interested in getting cryptocurrency, it's still useful to understand what everyone around us is talking about. so definitely check his channel out. You can find a link down below. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. So in South Korea, if someone says to you, 와, 눈이 진짜 크다. 저 사람 봐봐, 코 진짜 높다. 와, 얼굴 진짜 작다. It is a compliment. Compliments like these are very common in South Korea. But what if you were to translate them into English and say them to Americans? In this video, we're going to explore this very question, and we're going to show you some common compliments in the United States. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
안녕하세요. Sammy입니다.
Jordan입니다.
And today we're in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and we're going to be complimenting strangers.
I love your shoes.
Let's go. To say to you, you know, you have really big eyes. How would you feel about that compliment?
It seems a little odd. I mean, I
depends on what you consider as being really big. It could be good to you. It could be mean to somebody else. So it really depends on the individual's personality.
I would just think I have very bold eyes.
Very pretty eyes?
Yeah, they stand out.
I think it depends on how you say it. Because like if you say it kind of like sarcastically, then it's like, but like, oh wow, your eyes are so big. It's like, thank you.
Yeah, it also depends on how you see yourself.
Yeah,
that's true. And if you're confident in that feature or not.
And if I were to say, you know, you have a really small face, or you've got really big eyes, or a pronounced nose, how would you feel if that was a compliment that I was giving you?
The nose thing would bother me a little bit.
Would it?
I think so. It would make me feel self-conscious about it being too big.
Too big?
Yeah.
What about you guys?
I feel the same way.
You feel the same way? How would that make you feel?
Depends on what day it is.
I'd
have been like, oh, okay. I mean, you know, people usually don't compliment you on those kind of features, but
yeah.
It would definitely catch you off guard. But
some people would maybe look at it as something negative, but there's nothing that I can do to change, that I want to do to change how I look.
Really wouldn't bother me. I mean, I am who I am, you know?
So in South Korea, it's telling somebody that, you know, they have a big eyes or like a small face. It's like a really common compliment for them.
Really?
So it was interesting just to see, like, you know, the normal reactions of an American. How, if I were to say that to you, like, how would you just react with just a random stranger?
If I was over there and somebody was like, you have a nice nose, I'd be like, that is the first time I've ever heard that.
If you were to receive a compliment from a stranger, what's your favorite compliment you've ever received?
You have really pretty hair, or you have a nice smile.
Perfect. And you?
I like your outfit. You're really pretty.
Pretty smile.
Just people telling me to have a nice day, or just kind of like acknowledging me, or like.
I've had so many compliments telling me about just how nice I am.
When I have my eyebrows done, my eyebrows.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, that's really weird, but like my eyebrows. You're glowing.
Probably you have a nice smile. That's always a good one I get from a lot of people.
He told me I had a nice beard.
I've been told I have a nice smile, and I like that compliment.
I don't know. People always say I look like Forrest Whitaker. I don't know if that's a compliment or a curse.
How do you take it?
Both. The money, the compliment, the look, the curse.
They like my hair.
I think that somebody said that I had really nice hair as well. It was really good.
My eyes.
Mine was either my eyes or my hair.
I've had people tell me you have a great smile.
You do have a wonderful
smile. Thank you. Yeah, you just made my day.
Probably that I am very kind and would give the shirt off my back to anyone.
And if anybody were to be watching, what do you think is a compliment that they could use to compliment a stranger here in the U.S.?
I like shoes. I say that all the time too.
I'd probably comment on somebody's hair or clothes they got on.
I hope you have a nice day, or I hope you have a great day, and maybe smile, because that could be the only smile that they got that day.
Hey, look, you look nice. You don't have to be like, hey, what a nice. You kind of like read people's body language, and if you kind of like, you can kind of tell whether they're going to be receptive to a compliment, I think anyway.
I think especially here in America, as long as you're cognizant of the diverse society that we live in. Just think about what you say before you say it, but odds are, if you say something nice to someone, they're gonna understand that you're giving them a compliment. They're gonna appreciate it.
Do you think there's like a bad time that a stranger could give you a compliment, or do you think that compliments are okay at any time from strangers?
I think any time, especially when you're having a bad day.
I don't think there's ever a bad time. You always give somebody a compliment. You never know what anybody's going through.
Especially if you're genuine about it.
There never really is a bad time to get a compliment.
There's never. You can change somebody's day just like that. Doesn't matter. I do it all day long at this door.
I don't think there's a bad time. Anytime's a good time because you never know what somebody's going through. So a compliment goes a long way. It's the small things that matter.
So that's all we have for you guys today.
It's been an absolute blast, so thank you for having me.
So back to you, Sean.
Kamsahamnida.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. Did you enjoy this video? What other videos do you want to see in the United States? Let me know in the comments section down below. I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Hey, my man, that's a nice smile you got.
Working
there
hard.
it is. Yeah.
Hey guys.
How's it going?
Have a wonderful day. Oh, that hair is incredible. It's got an
the
American flag. Oh my
Brother,
God.
I love your hair.
Your hair is
Hey,
incredible.
that is phenomenal.
Like absolutely.
Can we capture this real quick?
Can I take a picture? Look at this. Yeah.
Yes.
Hair of the day, of like really the year.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Aw, it's a lovely puppy.
Love your dog.
How are y'all doing? I love your look. It's fantastic. Sir, I absolutely love your hat and the beard. The whole aesthetic is going great. And your hair, oh my goodness, gorgeous. You all are fantastic. Sir, I absolutely love your shirt. Looks really good on you. You guys look like an absolutely amazing couple. I love your shirt, America.
Hello everyone, Cody here, and I have my 3 friends here, and we're going to be doing a Korean snack taste testing. We're going to be going over 5 snacks, and they're going to be rating them A, B, or C. A means they really like them, B means they're alright, and C means they don't like them at all. I hope you enjoy this video, and here we go, Bali Bali. So, snack number 1. There you go. Kyle, Katie, Alfredo, and go for it.
Pretty good.
It tastes like fish.
It's got a weird aftertaste. It's good at the beginning, it tastes like a Funyun, and then at the end it kind of tastes like sushi.
I feel like you're gonna be a little more salty, a little bland. Like I get the taste, I get the flavor. Could be a little more salt to it, but it's good. It's good.
I feel like you could eat a lot of them in one sitting, which is a good quality.
I don't know if I could. After that aftertaste is getting me. Kind of has like a salmon.
Do you like fish?
I do, but not in chip form.
I like the taste is not super strong.
But that aftertaste, I feel like I have fish on my breath.
It tastes like lobster.
Yeah,
It's
a
a
little.
lobster aftertaste.
So A is good, B is bad. Okay.
I give it a B.
I give it a B.
I think it's just alright.
I think so too.
Snack number 1 was shrimp crackers. Those Korean characters.
Shrimp.
Shrimp.
I was tasting salmon.
Yeah, I tasted lobster.
Shrimp.
Shrimp.
It was definitely fishy.
Yeah, definitely fishy.
Would you buy them at H Mart?
No. Now,
Maybe.
Maybe.
Now that I know there's shrimp crackers,
Maybe.
no. That
Just maybe.
It just went from a B to a C for me knowing there's shrimp crackers.
Snack number 2 coming right up. There you go.
Thank you.
It smells like jelly.
Yeah, it's pretty jelly. There's not much of a taste.
I feel like it needs to be sweeter or fruitier because that's what I'm expecting, but it's
bland.
It's pretty bland.
But it probably, you know what, it could be natural, like just fruit instead of all the preservatives and added sugars.
No, I think this is a dessert. It's starting to grow on me.
I can't do it. It tastes like fig a little, or
Texture.
date, like date jam, like a date jelly. Like the texture is weird in my mouth.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the texture. The flavor's okay, but it's just a little bland.
It smells like petroleum.
It's very underwhelming.
Yeah, it's almost like we're eating plastic.
It looks good, but yeah, I don't want to finish
I'm
it.
about to finish it.
What?
It's growing on
You're
me.
hungry. I am not.
I'm hungry and I don't want to finish it.
I know.
See, I didn't like it.
I don't like it either.
I gave it an A.
What?
It started to grow on me.
Is it super healthy? It must be
A?
super healthy.
Oh.
It could be.
You liked it?
Yeah.
It could be super healthy, and that's why it doesn't taste good. Work
So
for
the
them.
ingredients in this snack: red bean paste.
Yes.
Bean.
Red bean paste.
Beans.
No wonder I didn't like it.
Haven't
It's
you had?
bean paste?
No, but there's red bean,
Bean paste.
ice cream that you get at
Oh.
That sounds
at like
awful.
hibachi restaurants and stuff. Like
I
green.
probably wouldn't like that either then.
As we would say in Korea, tero.
Beans.
Non-fried energy snack.
Ovo vegetarian.
Lima beans.
Oh.
They're eggs.
Red beans.
Oatmeal, peas.
Chickpeas.
That smells good.
I like this.
It smells good. This is really good, actually.
I like it.
Whoa. This is the best one yet.
Actually, this is really good.
Yeah, it's like a rice cake.
It's like a rice cake and a manila wafer together.
Yeah, it's just a little bit sweet.
Wow, I'm done. This is good.
We already rated.
We're rating.
A rice cake in stick form.
8+ for me.
All right, let's rate it. I did A exclamation point.
And then 8++.
Just an A.
To get an A+ in my book, it's gotta be the best thing one of the best things I've ever had.
What if you regret it?
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Save your A+.
So that last snack was a crispy roll, 12 grain, non-fried, and energy snack. Do you guys feel energized?
Yes.
I like it. Yes. Are they all stands?
I got a heart.
I got a duck.
What?
Oh, good luck.
So what? How do you guys know about this game?
From
Squid
Squid Game.
Squid Game.
It's a really good show.
And I'm gonna take one from the show and
Oh my gosh.
Oh!
Did you already break it?
Alfredo.
No!
I made them.
You made it?
I made them before this.
How long did this take you to get it that deep?
I got good at it. I did 2 batches.
It's burnt.
It's burnt.
Look, I'm doing illegal stuff. Oh, that's how it works.
Heyo.
Cute. You got it?
I got
Hey,
progress.
you got part of yours.
Progress, baby. Oh, and keep the outside intact?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, whew.
But can I bite it?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, I got part of mine. The rounded part of the heart.
How's it taste?
It actually tastes good. It's really good.
Mmm. Yeah.
No! I did it! I win!
No way.
Yeah, I swear.
You don't win, you just don't die.
Yeah.
It tastes like burnt sugar.
Yeah. Burnt sugar. It is good.
It's good, but
it's good. I
the
think
burnt taste is a little overwhelming for me.
It kind of tastes like the Delta cookies on like a Delta flight.
Yeah.
Like those butter cookies. The last one is gonna be out.
Boom, you're dead, Katie.
Oh, there's still a little more. There's a little bit left.
Where?
Right there.
Where? What's a duck, man?
Alright.
That's a heart.
What this snack is called in Korea is bokki. A older person, they are at parks making this, just like they showed in Squid Game. And younger kids pay them a few wons, and then if they hollow it out, they get another one. So they like to eat these. My friend said that there were people outside of her school making these, and from my understanding, it's a older tradition. So my younger Korean friend says they don't do this anymore. So nice job, guys.
I give that one a B+.
Oh, I need to get rid of this.
Mainly because of the burnt flavor.
I enjoyed it. I give it an A.
I give it a B heart.
I liked it. I liked the experience. It was great. It was fun. I give it an A. It was fun.
A+ experience.
Ooh. Peanuts.
Smells like nuts.
It smells nutty.
It does smell like so.
Yeah, I hear it rattling.
That's a fishy aftertaste. So that's a conflict a little bit because I like salty stuff or sweet stuff, but once you get that in between.
What do you think is the stuff on the outside?
Could be the fishiness.
Like,
yeah, these are just okay to me.
like an Easter egg.
I could eat them, but not my favorite.
Give it a C. I really don't like it. It's a conflict.
Would you give them?
A.
A?
Really? Oh.
I like them.
Man, did anything get less than an A for you?
Yes.
Which one?
The first ones?
I think it's the first
So
one.
these are called peanut balls. Striking name. Squid, shrimp, flour,
squid,
oyster, crab. On the outside. So Alfredo, you nailed it.
Well, I like seafood, but I don't know if I like it sweet.
Yeah, or in my snacks. Oh.
Fish on the package.
You got top ramen here?
Fish.
Seasonal dry.
Seasoned dried fish meat.
Mizingo.
Come on, man.
Mizingo.
No bueno.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, it's all sweet.
C minus.
It's not too bad.
It just tastes like pure fish.
It's the sweetness that
It's a fishy chip.
it's like if someone would dump a bunch of sugar on a perfectly seasoned steak.
I need a,
You and ice cream
I
like
need
this as a
something to get
waffle
the
cone.
taste out of my mouth. It's so bad. No. Can we cut? I need that drink. Oh yeah, C minus for me.
C's,
C minus.
3 C's.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a bit much.
I think if it were salty, I'd be
Yeah.
fine with it.
I agree.
But it's a combination of salty, sweet, and fishy.
Yeah.
It's seasoned dried fish meat, which was on the pack. And the ingredients are golden threadfin bream, sugar. Bream. That's I think that's the fish. Golden threadfin bream. I think this is a very traditional snack.
It says do not
from
eat.
my friend.
Do not eat desiccant.
What is
What does desiccant
What is
mean?
desiccant? Oh, that?
Oh, no, do not eat. Do not eat this.
Might taste better.
Okay.
Oh.
Crunchy.
Look like
They look
fish
fish
sticks.
sticks, yeah.
Crunchy. That's
That
crunchy.
is a fish stick.
Yeah.
It could be pork rinds. Sweet pork rinds.
Oh my god, I bet these are
Oh,
octopus.
oh no. Smells promising.
No, it smells like tempura.
Yeah.
Like fish tempura.
Not bad.
Definitely not a fish stick.
It kind of does taste like a fish stick. Cute.
It's like that rice cake almost a little bit.
It is
Tastes like
little
a
bit.
funnel cake. Like at a carnival.
I think it would be better without the sesame seeds. The sesame seeds are throwing
I
off the
love-
flavor from
Some of them have it, some of them don't.
I like it with the sesame.
I actually like it.
I would eat this like if I was on the street, like if I was walking somewhere.
No, it's just like fried donut holes.
They taste like funnel cakes, like exactly like funnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very desserty.
I
I
like,
like
this
it.
one. I like this
I
one.
like
I
it.
give that one an A. If it didn't have the sesame seeds, it might be an A+.
I like this one.
3 exclamation points.
Then A+.
This is called chochong ugwa, a rice snack.
Rice snack, see?
Rice, bran oil, sugar, wheat starch, palm oil, glucose syrup, sesame, wheat flour, and salt. And it contains wheat. How many calories? Per serving, 140.
Oh.
Serving's about 10 sticks.
Okay.
No, not too bad.
So yeah, thank you guys for all helping me out.
Yay.
It's awesome. Annyeong. Goodbye.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. Did you enjoy this video? What other videos do you want to see in the United States? Let me know in the comments section down below. I will see you guys in the next video. Bye. 한국어를 영어로 직역하면 안 되는 이유. 나는 너무 힘들어. 끝까지 화이팅! I'm so hard. 미안한데 나 오늘 약속 있어. 아 그래? 알겠어. Hey, sorry. I have an appointment today. Appointment? With a doctor? Are you okay, bro? 나 최근에 괜찮은 사람 만났는데 우리 이제 썸 타고 있어. 아 정말? 와 축하해. I recently met a really nice girl and now we're something. Something? That's a good thing, right? What is wrong with you today, man? You're not making any sense. 재밌는 영상 더 보려면 제 채널에 놀러 오세요. Excuse me. Yes. Do you know if this pasta is 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1? Yes, you have 1 and 1. You have 2 bags of pasta. Good job. Exactly. No. I mean, is it 1 plus 1 or is it 2 plus 1? 2 plus 1? Oh, that would be 3. Would you like to borrow my calculator? Hi, do you know if this pasta is buy one, get one free? Yes, the pasta is buy one, get one free. Hey bro, can you hand me my notebook? Your notebook? Yeah, sure. This one? No. My notebook. Oh, you want the small notebook. This one, right? Hey bro, can you hand me my laptop? Yeah, sure, one sec. Here you go. Today we're going to show you some situations where American English is very different from British English. Let's go.
I ate too many biscuits and fizzy drinks and now my stomach hurts.
I had too many cookies and soda and now my stomach hurts.
Any idea if this underground station has a loo?
Any idea if this subway station has a bathroom?
No. Never wear trainers with braces. You look ridiculous.
Never wear suspenders with sneakers.
You look ridiculous.
I think there's a car park behind the shopping center.
Hey, I think there's a parking lot behind the mall.
Do you fancy watching the football match on my new TV?
Hey, do you want to watch the soccer game on my new TV?
I used to skip a lot when I was in primary school.
I used to jump rope a lot when I was in elementary school. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. 오징어 Game, Squid Game. This is the Netflix series that is taking the world by storm. It's #1 in many countries across the world. Before starting this video, of course, spoiler warning. My favorite moment in this series would have to be episode 2. It's called Hell, or Jiok in Korean. After everyone was released from the game at the end of episode 1, we got to see the living hell of what it's like to live in extreme debt. With debt collectors chasing you, the police or IRS calling you, the mafia chasing you. I loved learning about everyone's backstory and how they were so desperate to get out of their difficult situations. I think episode 2 really set the tone for the rest of the series, and I consider it to be one of the most important episodes. My favorite character would have to be Gi-hoon, the main character, who was played by Lee Jung-jae. And I love this character because this actor, Lee Jung-jae, usually plays the handsome, cool guy. So it was really cool to see him playing a character who often makes clumsy mistakes, has really bad luck, and isn't perfect by any means. I also actually really liked Deok-soo. Even though a lot of people hated him, I really liked how the actor made him seem really scary and really formidable and dominating. I think he made the perfect villain of this series. One thing I wish they would have done differently is I wish they were a little bit more creative with the death scenes. With all the cool games and story going along, it was kind of a shame that everyone just died due to a gunshot. I wish there were like lasers, or they would set animals on people to like eat them, or put chips in people's brains that would explode when they lost the game. Maybe I just watched too many Quentin Tarantino movies. Overall, I would give this drama a 9 out of 10, and I think it's probably my favorite Korean drama of all time, although I don't know if it's better than Kisaeng-chung or Parasite or Oldboy, which I love. Anyway, let's see what other people living here in Seoul have to say about Squid Game. Let's go. Hey, what's going on? What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Bart and I'm from the Netherlands.
What was your favorite moment of Squid Game?
So the moment that the woman that everyone hates, she was holding the bad guy and they fell down together.
You liked that?
Yeah, it was so cool.
You felt like it was justice, right?
Yeah, a bit for both of them.
Yeah, because she saved his life with the lighter.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, and he was ungrateful.
Yeah. He was right?
Yeah, but so she was though.
She was too.
Yeah, they were perfect for each other.
Yeah.
The perfect couple.
The moment that they had to play the game marbles, when the guy was lying to the Indian guy, like, hey, give me your stones, and I will keep them safe, and he gave them back, and he gave actual stones, not the marble stones, and that's how he died.
You didn't like that?
Oh no.
Why?
He was such a good guy. I felt so sorry for him that he betrayed him like that, because he trusted him completely. That's why he did it.
It was kind of ironic because in a similar way, his boss cheated him. He kept saying, I'll pay you next time, I'll pay you next time, and he never paid him. And this guy also cheated him, and he trusted him. So I guess you could say he was a bit naive. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe a bit naive. Yeah. And that's definitely not what you should be during this game.
And if you think about it, it doesn't even make sense. We're gonna win together.
Yeah.
There can only be one winner.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's like there can only be one winner.
Like maybe at that moment they weren't sure about it. Like maybe there's an opportunity or a chance that we can win together.
So Sang-woo was a really interesting character to me because like he was one of the only people that realized, there can only be one winner. Everybody else was like, we're gonna get out together, I'm gonna help your family, you help my family. And Sang-woo was like, well, what game are we playing here, ladies and gentlemen? Like, all is fair.
Yeah. So I assume that many of the people who are watching this drama, they like hate him so much.
Yeah.
Because he betrays everyone at some point. But actually he's just playing the game. But he betrays his friends first. That just feels a bit uncomfortable.
Okay, it felt uncomfortable, interesting.
Yeah.
Who was your favorite character?
The North Korean woman.
Sebyok.
Yeah. She had this mysterious vibe throughout the whole drama.
She did.
And it was kind of hard to dig her emotions and her feelings. And then only the moment when she had this conversation with the other girl, right? She started to open up a bit. I suddenly felt like, okay, I feel a connection now. So it was extra painful when she died. Even though I didn't feel anything for her throughout the whole drama. But it's suddenly, because at that moment, like, hey, interesting person.
What would you rate this from 1 to 10?
9.
A 9?
Yeah.
Similar to what other people are saying, including myself, I also gave it a 9.
Definitely a 9.
Is this your favorite Korean drama of all time?
Yes, it is my favorite drama of all time. It has a lot of action, it has blood, it has romance, it has passion, emotions, it has a good story as well. Cinematography, it has... Yeah, and the acting was so good.
On point.
Yeah. It was really good. Except the part where they use foreigners, always I feel a bit cringe when I see
everybody says that.
Why? Except for the Indian guy, he was amazing.
Yeah.
But still, he is overreacting at the beginning. It took some time for me to get used to that. Overly used the form of respect in Korea was a bit uncomfortable for me as well.
Yeah. What stuck out to you as the biggest commentary about Korean society in this drama?
I felt like, this is apparently so important for people that you study at one of the best universities in the country.
Sure.
Not only for yourself, but also for the family. And you can climb up easier in society if you come from a good university.
Yeah.
But this drama kind of shows that, hey, those people can fail too, and they can make mistakes too. So It's not necessarily the only good point about a person where he studied, right?
Yeah, and I love that when the main character Ki-hoon said to Sang-woo, he's like, you're this Seoul University guy, you're this smart guy, I'm an idiot, but now we're in the same game together and we're equal.
Exactly.
That was awesome. What amazing script writing.
Yeah.
The writing.
Because the script writer knows what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Otherwise he wouldn't put this dialogue in it at the end.
All right, thank you so much. Bye.
You're welcome, bye.
What was your favorite aspect of the series?
My favorite part was, they have a foreigner, I'm gonna watch that. So for me it was like, that's really good. Like really Korean drama are trying to integrate foreigners because we've been living here for so long. Yeah, so I was like really happy to see foreigners. And for me there's a lot of details in the show, like for example the religious guy, like who holds the cross and talks to Jesus and everything.
Oh yeah, remember that guy, yeah.
Yeah, because this really exists in the street, like you see it every day, but no one showed it before, like very few dramas. So this showing it, like there are some Koreans are like this extremely religious, some like the other girl like don't believe in God, and some just want to get the money, whatever it takes.
Money is their God.
Money is their God.
Yeah. What do you wish they would have done differently?
For me, there's definitely one thing that I don't like because of the too much human organs and killing and dissecting. I mean, like, I don't want to see every single detail of the eye, of the lungs, of the blood. And I could not eat after watching every episode. I'm serious, I cannot eat. And I stayed for almost 2.5 weeks. I didn't eat meat. I didn't eat meat yet, like red meat.
You still haven't eaten meat?
I still haven't eaten meat.
Favorite character?
Gong Yoo. Because he is so damn handsome. How can I not say Gong Yoo?
Yeah, he was in a very small part of the...
It was more than enough.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, what rating would you give to this drama?
I would give it a 9/10.
That's pretty high.
That is pretty high because honestly it deserved it. The acting, the casting choice was amazing, I think, from the director. The set, the props, the scenario, the script, everything was really well done. A lot of foreigners, like, they criticized the other parts of the foreigners, like the men who are the elites when they come.
Yeah.
Like a lot of foreigners like, oh my God, their acting is horrible, whatever. But
it was pretty bad.
It was bad. But thanks God there was masks, so you cannot see their expressions and how bad they are.
Yes.
But you can see from the English accent, I'm like, the intonation is horrible.
Yeah, it was pretty cringy.
It was exactly cringy. That's it.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. That was incredible.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
See you later.
See you later,
Bye.
alligator.
Hi, how's it going? What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Trisha. I'm from New York. I think, like everybody else, the moment when they were actually playing red light, green light, this guy really thought he was about to win and ended up getting shot.
Oh.
It was pretty interesting.
And that moment, that was like, it kind of hooked you.
Yeah. I like blood and gore.
What were some things you wish were a bit different about the series?
I wish there was a little bit more backstory to the situation with his mom and his daughter and his ex-wife. I don't feel like there was enough information about it.
Who was your favorite character?
My favorite character was Minyo.
She was incredible, though.
She was my favorite. She was bad.
Why did you like her so much?
Oh, because she was just herself completely. Like, she wasn't afraid to say what she wanted. She would do what she had to do so that she could win the game. And at the end, she's the one who really saved everybody. Because when they were on the glass and the old like the
Doksu.
Yeah, when he didn't want to go forward and he was telling everybody basically go forward, Minyo was like, let's go together.
I'm gonna take care of him. Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree. I like characters who use all the tactics they can to get what they want. And she played dirty, but there's no rules in the game.
Exactly.
So she tried to ally herself with Doksu, like the gangster dude, and it worked sometime, but it didn't work another time. Scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate this drama?
It's got a perfect score on Rotten Tomatoes, and that's like very rare to happen, but personally I would rate it like maybe 9.3.
Wow, that's very high. So you really liked it?
It was really good.
I agree.
It wasn't too much like a K-drama.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Bye. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Did you enjoy this video? Let me know in the comments down below. Anyway, I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
And where are you from?
I'm Riley and I'm from California.
And how long have you been here in Korea so far?
Just around a month. I like it. It's kind of hard to adjust. Bit of a culture shock, but I really like it so far.
And so today we're just gonna throw you Korean onomatopoeia. And so you don't have to know it, you just need to listen to the sound and try and guess what it means. Are you cool?
Yep, sounds good.
Let's get started. So let's start with the easiest one. 반짝반짝.
Oh, can I have a hint?
So babies like things that are 반짝반짝.
I don't know.
Okay, I went out to the woods to go camping at night and I looked up at the sky and the stars were all 반짝반짝.
Oh, shiny.
Shiny.
Shiny?
Twinkly, shiny, yes. Of
Yeah.
course, yeah, that's
Okay.
that's the one, that's the one. 꿀꺽꿀꺽.
That sounds like bubbling.
Bubbling. Oh, okay.
Bubbling, maybe? Like a fish or something.
I can see how it would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like water, kind of.
Maybe.
Similar.
Similar? Is it carbonation in soda or something like that?
Carbonation in soda? No, not quite. Hint?
Yeah.
Okay. Today was so hot, so I bought an iced coffee and gulped it down.
Oh, gulped.
Yes. Gulped. Yes. Okay.
I was imagining like a fish coming up to the water, making that.
Yeah, it kind of has like that bubbly,
Like
the fizzy sound. Yeah. Okay, I see. 차근차근.
차근차근. Could be wrong, but that kind of reminds me of like a train.
A train?
Yeah, like 차근.
차근차근. Yeah. I see what kind of I see where you're going with that.
Literally.
Yeah. But that's good. That's a good guess. But it is not correct.
No.
Would you like a hint?
Yes, please.
Okay. Take your time and solve this problem 차근차근.
Slowly?
Step by step.
Step
by step. One at a time. Okay.
They're all very cute.
Yeah.
They're a lot more expressive.
Really?
Like when I hear my roommate, sometimes she says some of these, and I still don't get what it means,
Yeah.
but she's very expressive when she says it. When she goes to eat, she's like says something. Oh, it's really good. And I'm like, what is that?
Well, so you're living with a Korean roommate, I assume, right now.
Yes.
You guys speak in English, or do you guys speak in Korean and English sometimes, or how does it work?
She's an English major, so she's been trying to speak in English, and she's been very patient with me when I try to use some Korean words,
Okay,
but I don't know full sentences, so mostly
All right,
English.
so you got a language exchange every day, living together. All right, so I hope you have a wonderful time in Korea, and thanks guys for watching.
Thank you.
여러분들. And you said you're from where again in the United States?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. And how long have you been here so far in Korea?
Just about a month.
A month. Okay. And so your thoughts so far about this place?
Love it.
Love it.
Yep.
You speak English, Korean, and then what else?
Yoruba.
Which country speaks that language as a first?
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you got a Nigerian language expert here. All right. 반짝반짝.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Oh, yes, shiny, twinkle. Oh, okay. 바삭바삭.
Basak. Ooh, that sounds like something about feet and outside.
Feet?
I know.
Good guess. At least you guessed. We can give you a hint if you don't know. Okay.
Hint.
These crackers are so good because they're basak.
Crunchy?
Yes. Exactly. Crunchy. Yes. Crunchy, crispy. And so, is there perhaps a word for that in Yoruba? Say these crackers are so delicious because they're basak.
Okay. Biscuit to you. Oh, don't get it gone. Tori crown.
Oh, I love the sound of it. It sounds so nice.
Thank you.
Very interesting. And so, okay, next one. All right.
Okay.
This is one that a lot of people know.
Oh, okay.
끈적끈적.
Kuncha. Isn't that nearby?
Nearby?
Yeah.
근처.
Kuncha.
That's nearby.
Okay.
This is an onomatopoeia. 끈적끈적.
Kuncha. Oh my god. Tiptoeing?
Oh, okay. I see. All right, I'll give you a hint. It was a hot day and I was exercising, so I had to take a shower because I was so 끈적끈적.
So hot? Sweaty?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Correct. Sweaty, hot, sticky. Specifically, when you're in a humid climate and you're like kind of sticky and like sweaty, and you have to take a shower, like that kind of feeling. 꿀꺽꿀꺽.
Face? Oh, good.
Yes, good job. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. So for a hint, today was so hot, so I bought an iced coffee and I gulped it down.
Oh, you gulped it down quickly?
Yes,
gulped. Oh, 맞아.
Now you see. 맞아. Thank you guys. Thanks everyone. 안녕하세요 여러분들. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Alex and I'm from Chicago.
Chicago, in the United States, I see.
Yes.
And so, how long have you been in Korea so far?
About 2 months, but I've been here before. This is my 5th time here.
Your 5th time to Korea, oh. First, starting off, 반짝반짝. What do you think it means, based on the sound?
Sparkle.
I see you know some of this a bit.
I might know some of it.
Okay, all right. So first one correct, Korean master here. All right, next one. I'm gonna give you a bit harder one. 끈적끈적.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm gonna say like done.
Done?
Done.
All right. I'll give you an example sentence. Here's the hint.
Okay, thank you.
I was exercising on a hot day, but since I sweat so much, since I was 끈적끈적, I had to take a shower.
Like sweating to the point of death.
Actually, it means like sticky. You know, when you're in a humid weather. You know.
Yeah, it's been real humid here for the past few weeks. I know that feeling. Okay.
끈적끈적. Okay, we'll give you another one. We'll give you two more. Oh, I'm sure everyone will know this one. 바삭바삭.
Pasak. The meat, is that pasak?
Meat?
Meat, like when you're grilling meat? No. I've heard that. Can I have a hint, please?
Hint. Yes, of course.
Thank you.
I was eating fried chicken and it was so delicious because it was so basak.
Crispy.
Yes! Crispy. Yes. All right, last one. You ready? 꿀꺽.
Is that like when you swallow?
Oh my goodness. 아니, 이미 다 아는 거 아니야? 이게 뭐야?
Is it right?
Yes, it's right. It's right. You're very right. Okay, I'll give you, wow, A+. Ani, thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful time here in Seogang University and in Korea. Thank you. Where are you from?
I'm from Turkey, Istanbul.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
It's been 1 month.
반짝반짝.
Is it like sparkling or?
Oh, you know as well.
Because I watched a video because some idols they introduce themselves like I don't know like with this gesture like 반짝.
반짝반짝 이렇게. 바삭바삭.
Oh, I have no idea. 바삭. Hint.
Hint? You want a hint? Okay. Fried chicken tastes good and it's really basak.
Crispy or?
Correct. 정답. Yes, crispy.
Okay, crispy.
Oh, and how would you say 반짝반짝 in your country as well?
푸들푸들, I think. It's also like.
It's also 4 syllables as well. Oh, that's interesting. 꿀꺽.
Sounds kind of like when you drink water. Like.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Oh my goodness! Did you know? You knew it already, didn't you?
No, I never heard it.
You never heard it?
No, I never. But Koreans use sounds, like they imitate them and then make a word from them.
Yes.
So I just guessed.
And so how would you say that in your country?
Lıkır.
Oh, it's like 4 syllables, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. In Turkey as well, they have like that kind of 4-syllable feeling to their onomatopoeias as well.
Yeah, I think so.
끈적끈적.
I think I've heard this.
You've heard it before?
Yeah, 끈적. It's kind of like when you're wiping the window, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, okay, that's a good guess.
Okay, hint.
Okay, I exercised on such a hot day and I had to take a shower because I was feeling 끈적끈적.
Oh, okay, like sticky, like sweaty.
Correct, sticky and sweaty, like when you're in a humid weather and like you kind of like feel.
Okay.
Yeah. And how would they say that
in Turkish?
Yeah.
For sticky, it's like yapış.
Oh, so that's 4 syllables as well. Like I have a feeling that a lot of people from Turkey like speak Korean very good, and I think there's like similarities.
The same. We're in the same language family, like Japanese, Korean, Turkish. So grammar is the same. Actually, Turkey is really far away from here, but the language, the grammar is actually the same.
Very similar, yeah. And of course, like even the onomatopoeias are 4 syllables as well. That's so interesting. I never knew that until today. Well, thank you.
Really? Is this all?
I'll give you an A+ on your Korean quiz. You don't need to take Korean classes.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for watching. And 감사합니다 여러분들. And where are you from?
California.
And how long have you lived in Korea so far?
I've been here for about a month.
A month. And so how's it been?
It's been fantastic actually. Met a lot of new people. Met a lot of great people. Everybody's nice.
That's great. 반짝반짝.
I think it's like referring to food of some sort.
To food?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. First time I've heard that. Okay. Would you like a hint?
Yes.
Okay. Babies like things that are 반짝반짝.
Rattle.
Oh, very good guess, but not quite. I'll give you another hint. I went out camping in the woods and I looked up at the night sky and it was so 반짝반짝. Sparkly.
Gotcha.
Something like that, yeah. You said food earlier, so I'll give you something about food. 바삭바삭.
Yummy?
Yeah. Okay. You're getting there.
Can I get a hint?
This fried chicken was so good because it was 바삭바삭.
Crispy.
Yes, correct. And so as you're listening to these words as a non-native Korean speaker, how do they feel,
They feel nothing like what they should be.
Really?
Yeah, like you use them in completely different situations that I would think.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. 여러분들.
What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Sasha. I'm from the States, California.
And so how long have you been in Korea so far?
For about a month.
Jorgit. How does it feel? Tell me how the feeling is when you hear that. Jorgit.
Nothing.
Nothing really. Okay, for an example, I don't like to eat squid because it's too jorgit.
The texture is like too squishy.
Squishy?
Yeah.
Close.
Okay.
Chewy.
Chewy.
Like gum, you know?
Yeah.
It's too like chewy. That kind of thing, okay. Pasak.
Is it food?
Yes. Oh my goodness, how did you know? Just like the feeling? To give you an example, this fried chicken is really good because it's so pasak.
Seasoned? Crispy?
Crispy, yes!
Okay.
Oh my goodness, yes, Korean master here. 역시 서강대학교, thank you. Alright, and so where did you say you're from?
I'm from the US, from Florida.
From Florida. And so you've been in Korea for how long so far?
It's been 3 years now.
3 years, okay. And so how do you like it?
I've really enjoyed the experience so far, but don't get me wrong, I really miss home too.
Yeah. So starting with the first one, 반짝.
That one is like a glittering, right?
Of course, yes! Sparkly, shiny.
Yeah, sparkling, yeah.
Okay, let's go into a harder one. 바삭바삭. I'll give you a hint. Chicken. This chicken tastes so delicious because it's basak.
It's savory? I don't know.
Savory. Okay, that's a good guess. Kind of crispy. Basak, crispy. Yeah.
I wouldn't think that's the sound for crispy, but...
Is there anything that we would say expressed in Spanish or French that you would know?
Well, I mean, we say like crujiente, which is like crunchy. Crujiente,
okay.
But...
So, okay, we'll take it another level up. You ready? 꿀꺽.
That's the thing. The Korean I know is like all academic, but this like onomatopoeia.
Yeah, onomatopoeia is something that...
Okay, what's the hint?
Today was so hot, so I bought an iced coffee and gulped it down.
I gulped it down?
Yes, gulp. Kupak.
What was the sound again? I'm sorry.
Kupak. On the subway, I kupak while reading a book.
No.
Dozing off. Like sleeping. As you're hearing these things as a non-native Korean speaker, how do you feel?
The cool thing about the onomatopoeia sounds in Korean is that like they all use the same one, so no matter what conversation you're having, you can all say, because like in Spanish too, much like English, we don't have that many, but it's also up to each person to be like creative describing something. But in Korean, like they all use the same thing, you know, so it's pretty cool.
That's good, that's good. Thank you. Thanks guys for watching. 시청자 여러분들 안녕하세요.
Good job. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Where are you guys from?
America.
So you guys have been living here in Korea for how long so far?
Since February. We're since June, July.
And so while you've been living here in Korea, what are some mannerisms that you've picked up, you know?
네. Everything. Yeah.
You guys can speak Korean, I assume? A bit.
A little bit. 조금.
When you're pretending to understand them.
Exactly. 네 to everything. Yeah. I always say 감사합니다. Like every single situation. Like I always try to make my voice a little cute. 안녕하세요.
I completely changed how I dressed when I moved here. Yeah, just because the stares, I already get stared at enough. I don't want more. Yeah.
Like I can't wear anything with my shoulders out or my chest, and I don't.
Yeah.
That's just.
Maybe if you wear leggings here, like a lot of people will stare at you even more.
Yeah, like leggings once. That was a bad idea. And like that's like my fashion, like tube tops, crop tops, short skirts. That's what I wear in New York. Yeah, so I just brought it over here, and then I was like, wait.
I'm from Russia.
From Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, your English accent is very, so fluent. I thought you were from America, actually.
No.
How long have you lived here, you said?
2 years. When I came here, my personality was kind of, I guess, crazy, but also because I was a high school student, just out fresh.
Yeah.
But now I found my cool in Korea because everyone is generally just more quieter compared to Russia, so...
I feel like I was like more outgoing and more crazy before I got here, and then now like, can't talk loud in the subway, you gotta like act this way.
Yeah.
I'm from Kansas City, America. I have been living in Korea for 5 years. Instead of like waving, sometimes I bow.
Oh, you bow?
Yeah.
Just automatically?
And another major one, I think, like in the US you say yeah or yes, like in Korea they go like that kind of sounds.
Yeah.
So I respond to questions that way, especially with my students.
I see. So when you go back home to America maybe and you're responding to your friends with
They will probably think it's a little weird because in the US you don't do that. Like it's a very Korean style response.
Exactly.
In Korea you definitely stick to your own circle a lot more. Like in Korea you more date inside your friend circle, and like that's how you meet people. In America and like Western countries in Europe, it's very normal to just casually go up to somebody and ask, hi, I would like to get your information. You're interesting. You know, like,
Where are you guys from?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico?
We live in Florida.
And how long have you guys lived in Korea so far?
6 weeks. 6 weeks.
6 weeks, okay. So what are some habits that you've picked up from other Koreans, by living in Korea?
I think it's just being really respectful when bowing, saying thank you a lot. Yeah, just being really respectful in general.
I see. How about you?
Saying thank you like repeatedly. Thank you, and then completely like even when you're saying bye, you're always like waving. But thank you.
You're waving. I think I agree with like the bowing kind of thing, And when I couldn't speak Korean at all, I'd just be like,
Especially if you don't know the language, I feel like it's a good way to be polite, even if you don't know how to say thank you sometimes.
Body language,
Body language.
Anything else? Maybe like what, in public transportation, not talking or whatnot?
Oh yeah, you're very quiet. And also you have to be very fast because the buses do not stop.
Yeah, that's a good thing though, because they're always on time. They're always on their schedule, so I respect it.
How do people treat you?
I've been treated really nicely. Like, there's a lot of people who've gone like the extra mile just to help me out, and I really appreciate that.
You guys love your time here so far?
Yes, extremely.
Thank you. And where are you guys from again?
Italy.
Italy. And how long have you guys lived in Korea here as students?
6 months now.
6 months so far. Okay, so in your 6 months living here as a foreigner, what are some Korean habits that you've started to do?
In the restaurants, many things, like for calling the waiters, we have to shout like "Yogio." It's not common in Italy.
Yeah, we don't shout in Italy.
I heard here because like in Korea, you have to tell them, you have to shout at them what you want to order.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And even calling like "Ajumani."
So I usually leave my bag somewhere, like in restaurants. I leave it at the table, and maybe if I have to go to the toilet, I leave just the bag there or the smartphone, and when I come back, they're still there.
No one steals it here.
No.
Do they steal it right away in Italy?
Yeah. Yeah, don't do it in Italy. No way.
Leave it there 5 seconds, it's gone.
Exactly.
Where are you from?
I'm from the States.
From the States? And how long have you lived here in Korea as a foreigner?
I've lived here for about 3 years.
3 years, very long time, I see.
One of the most important things, especially while out in public, is being quiet.
Quiet?
Which is something that's very strange, you don't think about. Being quiet on the subways, being quiet on the buses, learning when correct time to be a little more silent.
I see.
And you can tell some of the foreigners who have been here longer because they have adapted to that sort of Korean way of life.
So becoming more reserved, especially on like public transportation or that kind of situations.
Oh yes. I lived in a small town before I moved to Seoul.
Really, where at?
In Ulsan.
Ulsan, oh okay.
Yes.
Oh, near Busan.
Near Busan, yeah, about an hour away. So you kind of are a representation of foreigners when you are in a smaller place, and so so you do have to kind of act Korean, and then everyone's like, oh, these foreigners are great. We love having them here. I went to visit the States after being here for only a year, and I was bowing to everyone when I went and visited. I was like, hi, Mom. Hello, brother, and everybody else. Also taking and doing the two-hand thing when giving things to people.
Oh, yes.
In Korea, you get judged harshly if you're eating on the bus, or if you're talking loudly on the bus. Like, people look back and stare at you, especially if you're a foreigner. Even Koreans that talk loudly on the bus, they get looked at by other people, and you can tell everybody else is getting annoyed with them.
Do you think you get stared at a lot in general in Korea?
A bit. It depends where you live. I feel like if you're in Itaewon or an area that has more foreigners, has a younger crowd, then not as much. But if you're like in an older, like a countryside, then you definitely get looked at a bit more, and kids will be like, oh, 외국 사람, like foreigner, dad and mom, look. But I feel it's not as bad for a white person as it is for African Americans. Like I feel they get judged more. Like I had some friends that definitely they could like. It's just a different stereotypes, you know. So.
You love your time in Korea here so far for the 5 years you've been here?
Oh yeah, there's pros and cons to every country, you know. So yeah, but I think overall Korea is a very good country. A lot of good people.
Yeah, good food.
Yeah, good food.
Ladies in the metro, in the subway, or in the bus told me to like shut down.
Shut up?
Yeah,
They told you guys
absolutely,
to shut up?
absolutely. But even on the bus.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You guys enjoyed your 6 months here so far?
Yeah.
Thank you for coming out today, and we'll give it a thumbs up. Bye. Another thing, well, maybe fashion or something, or maybe caring about your external looks.
It's very important here, especially in Seoul. Yeah, people are always like, what are you wearing? What's everybody wearing these?
How is it in Ulsan?
T-shirts. T-shirts and sweats.
T-shirts, leggings, sweats.
Yeah, you got
pajamas.
Yeah, you got a lot of high schoolers there, so they're just trying to live at this point.
All right, thank you for your time, and then you'll give me a thumbs up here.
Oh, I became vegan.
Vegan?
Yeah.
Oh, you became vegan while you were here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. What made you become vegan?
There's been like a trend. When I came here, there have been a lot of new vegan places opening up, and my friends were already vegan.
Oh, I see.
So they kind of introduced me.
Are you Korean friends or foreign friends? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Must be hard to, control that, desire for michi. You got samgyeopsal, you got bulgogi.
Yeah, plus when I go back home, Babuli is always like, why are you not eating meat? Come on, this is what you gotta eat.
Do Russians in their culture, do they eat a lot of meat?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thank you for coming out today, and you'll give a thumbs up. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely try to keep it down, like on the subway and on the bus and stuff.
I'm loud, so like even one night me and her were hanging out at the Han River, and like we were just laughing, keying it up, and we would always get like glares. I'm like, okay, I'm a little outspoken, I get it.
And well, you guys love your time here in Korea so far?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I don't want to leave.
I've enjoyed it too, yeah.
Thank you for coming out. Give me a thumbs up, and we'll get you on your way.
Subscribe and like.
Subscribe, like.
Hello everyone, I'm Sean, and please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm John.
Hi, I'm Matt.
I'm sure you guys recognize these two young boys. They've now become very popular here in South Korea, and I've actually made two really popular videos with them. They've done really well.
저희가 한국에 들어왔을 때 한국말 안 배우면 나중에 후회할 것 같다는 느낌이 있어서 그래서 한국 일반 학교를 다녀서 친구들이 많이 도움이 됐어요. 한국말 배우는데.
좋아하는 여자들이 있어?
아니요.
없어? 너희들을 좋아하는 여자들은 많을 것 같은데?
네, 많아요.
아 진짜? 오!
I want to take this time and catch up with them. Like, how's life been since our last viral video together? So first things first, you guys have grown so much. Have you seen your old videos, and does it feel weird to watch them?
I'm like this big. I'm like super small, but now I've grown so much. It's crazy to see that I've grown that much in just 3 years.
One of the most noticeable things is your voices have changed. You too, and especially you.
Yeah, like I can't tell the difference because it's like gradually changing, but other people that meet me like, oh my god, your voice has changed. You used to be like so squeaky.
Yeah, right. Now you've been going to school here for 6 years, and you're going to like public school in Korea, right? Mm-hmm. You're the only non-Koreans in your class, is that correct?
Yeah.
Most of your input, most of the language that you hear among your friends, when you watch TV, when you listen to the radio, it's all Korean. Has keeping up with English been like a difficult thing? Like, do you feel like Korean is more natural? Is it more comfortable to speak Korean? I feel like for you it might be more comfortable, right?
Yes.
Yes, is that correct, my guess?
Yes.
Yes.
When we're at home, we're still speaking English with our parents, and like I've got some foreign friends that I'll play video games with. We still speak English then. There are a lot of places and like times that we still use English. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's not like we're not forgetting English. It's not hard to keep up with it.
Yeah.
But especially for Mac, when he was in America, he was too young, and like he's basically grown up in Korea. Like so, he's said many times that like Korean is a lot easier for him. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Because for me, it's still English is a lot easier.
Really?
Yeah.
You got here when you were 6 or 7?
6.
6. So you're literally 50% of your life in Korea, 50% of your life not in Korea. And you came to Korea when you were 10?
Yes.
Okay, so you're 16 now?
Yeah.
영화나 드라마 볼 때는 미국 생활에 대한 거 충격적인 거 혹시 있나요? 약간 culture shock 그런 순간 있어요? 지금 한국에서 너무 오래 살았으니까 와 미국에서 사는 사람들이 저렇게 하는구나 약간 그런 거 혹시 있나요?
아 하나 있는 것 같아요.
오케이.
미국 학교 영화 같은 걸 보잖아요. 그럼 급식으로 막 햄버거나 파스타, 뭐 피자 먹고 있거든요. 근데 한국은 이제 그냥 도시락에 그냥 건강한 거 막 밥이랑 국이랑 그게 있어가지고 미국 급식이 좀 부러워요.
아 부러워요?
한국이 더 좋아요.
한국 음식? 급식.
원래는 미국 음식은 자기가 집에서 싸고 이렇게 가져가서 먹잖아요. 근데 그러면은 음식 고민해야 되는데 급식을 먹으면 음식 고민도 안 해도 돼요.
근데 미국 학교에서도 저 개인적으로 학교 다녔을 때 피자, 샌드위치 학교에서 이런 거 팔았어요. 학생들한테. 그런 거 좋은 거 같아요? 아니면 지금 뭐 밥이랑 뭐 고기랑 이렇게
네.
먹는 것도 좋아요?
그게 더 좋아요.
김치랑?
네.
미국 볼 때 주로 학교 생활만 생각하는 것 같아요? 학생이니까?
아니 컬처쇼크라고 말했을 때는 그냥 그게 생각이 날 거예요. 그거 빼고는 문화가 달라서 놀란 건 없는 것 같아요.
네, 지금 한국어로 얘기하니까 편해?
모르겠어요.
에이, 편하잖아. 알겠어.
조금 더 편해요.
좀 더 편해? 아, 솔직히. When you discuss like your emotions, oh my god, I'm so angry, I'm so sad, you're talking to your friend, that girl, she's pretty, why does she not answer my texts? Does it feel more comfortable to express yourself, these emotions in English or Korean?
Korea has like, I'd say probably thousands of words just for feelings or like noises or like things like that. Like they've got a bunch of very descriptive words. But it depends. If I'm complaining, like let's say mom said no more video games and I'm mad about that, I'm talking to Mac, then I like use Korean. Or if I'm talking to a school friend, then I use Korean.
Okay.
But what if like, I don't know, I had some kind of problem and I'm complaining to my parents, then I use English. I mean, I don't have one that's more comfortable. I just use whatever language is like whoever I'm talking to, I just use that language. They're the same for me.
So you're like water.
Yeah, I go with the flow.
Go with the flow. You're like, you go into the cup, you go into the bowl, okay. I guess with you two it's really interesting because you're both bilingual. So when you talk to each other, it's mostly Korean?
Well, it depends on who starts the conversation.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think you know what he's trying to say.
Like, earlier I said, like, I'm more comfortable in English, right?
Yeah.
So if I have something I want to talk to Mac about, I'll just start talking to him in English and we'll talk in English. But if Mac, since he's more comfortable in Korean, if he has something he wants to talk about, he'll come to me in Korean and we'll just talk in Korean. Like, yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, sometimes we'll use like half Korean, half English and like mix it.
If someone compliments Korea or Korea does something well in the news, do you feel good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm part of that. Like, when they say like America has 10,000 cases and Korea has like 1,000 cases of COVID, then I feel good because I helped wear a mask. Like I'm part of the reason we only have 1,000 cases.
Yeah. You agree?
Yes.
Yeah. So you guys for the past 3 years have done a lot of stuff. You've been on TV. You've been on other really big YouTube channels. I think Asian Boss, right?
Yeah.
That was great. I love what they do. And you're kind of becoming more well known even just in Korea, like entertainment, and you still want to go down this path. Does that feel good? Do you like the way this is going?
Yes, I do like what I'm doing, like modeling or like filming. It's actually fun to do it. It's like,
okay.
you get new friends, you get to see yourself. But one bad thing, it's not like bad thing, it's just like, why? When friends like introduce you, they don't say, oh, he's my friend. He just says, he's in TV.
It's just kind of funny the way like sometimes they'll introduce us as like, yeah, he's the kid from TV, like he's super famous. I'm like, no, I'm embarrassed, but no,
thank you. Keep going.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Do you ever feel sometimes that you just want to hang out with your friends and you just want to be John and Mac and you don't want to have that title? Do you ever feel like that or no?
Well,
it's like never a problem.
We're not that famous yet.
I mean,
like,
still, people recognize you probably.
Sometimes, but like, yeah, I've never had that before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I love playing basketball. We've got a giant like public basketball thing in front of our house.
Cool.
No one has ever recognized me like just playing there. Like sometimes in Seoul people recognize us, but I've never not wanted to be famous. Like, it's lots of fun to do filmings and you get to meet like cool people like you. Like,
oh, stop it. Oh, stop it.
Yeah, so even in the future, I want to keep doing this. It's fun.
That's so good to hear. I'm so happy that you guys enjoy this whole thing. And all right, guys, thank you so much. Please follow them on Instagram, YouTube. I will put their links down below. You can follow them. They have a new Instagram, so definitely check them out. All right, see you guys. Bye.
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 Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. What's your hobby? My hobby is playing the guitar. So in this video, Cody, a new host for the channel, asked several Americans the question, what's your hobby? If you're looking for real, living, breathing English, this is the channel for you. Anyway, without further ado, let's begin. Take it away, Cody.
Hi guys, my name is Cody and I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. In my free time, I like to go to the gym. Let's see how other Americans respond when we ask them what are their hobbies. Here we go. So Katie, what's your hobby?
My hobby is yoga.
What made you start yoga?
I first started yoga in my first year of university, and I started it to help with stress reduction as well as help myself maintain a healthy lifestyle.
How long have you been practicing yoga?
I've been practicing yoga for about 5 years now, and like I said, I started it my first year in school.
Wow, that's a really long time. Where do you practice yoga?
I practice yoga in a studio about 3 times a week, and I do what I can to get outside so I can practice out in the environment.
Wow, that's really cool. So Cheryl, what's your hobby?
I love to hike.
Wow, what made you get into hiking?
So I live in Phoenix and there's so many places to go hiking in this area and it's just beautiful.
Nice. How long have you been hiking for?
30 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
With Phoenix being so hot, when do you hike?
I usually go out mid-morning. The heat doesn't bother me so much. So it's nice and quiet and I get the trails to myself and I love it.
Is there a favorite trail that you have?
Trail 100 is my favorite.
Where is Trail 100?
It's on the other side of this mountain and it goes for about 45 miles.
Wow. Thanks, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
So Webb, what's your hobby?
Playing tennis is my hobby. I really do love it.
Why did you start playing tennis?
So when I was about 8 years old, I went with my cousin to Indian Wells and I really just fell in love with the game. And it's just such a good, activity that I just love playing every day.
Where do you play tennis?
I play at Camelback, right on the Camelback Mountain. It's that mountain that kind of looks like a camel, you know? I really just started playing there a few years ago and I even fell more in love with the game.
Wow, that's amazing. Thanks, Webb.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
So Alfredo, What's your hobby?
Love to paddleboard.
Nice. What got you into paddleboarding?
A few years ago, I went to Montana and paddleboarded there, some really nice lakes. And when I got back to Phoenix, I was like, I have to get one. And I got one, and it's been a really, really fun time. Really fun.
That's great. How long have you been paddleboarding for?
A year or so? About a year. A lot of different cool places out here, for sure.
Do you have a favorite spot to paddleboard?
My favorite spot would have to be back in Montana, but there's some cool lakes. There's Canyon Lake. We've been up north to Payson, obviously Tempe Town Lake. There's a lot of places out here in Arizona.
That's great. Thanks, Alfredo.
You're welcome, guys. See ya.
So, Thomas, what's your hobby?
My hobby is golf.
That's great. What got you into golfing?
Originally, I got into golf to drink with my buddies, all my work buddies, on our days off. And so I started playing golf pretty much when I turned 21. I played a couple times before that, but I never got into it as much as a kid, you know. I was played with my dad a couple times as a kid, but wasn't huge into it. And then I turned 21 and I went with a couple of my work buddies, and it was one of the funnest times I've ever had. We played a quick twilight round after work one day at 4 o'clock, and we had to rush to get in the whole 18 holes. Couldn't finish it even in time, but still one of the funnest times I've had. And ever since, I've been playing pretty much weekly, as much as I can.
How long have you been golfing for?
Just about coming up on 4 years now. About 4 years, and I think I'm probably the best out of our friend group, and I've been playing the shortest amount of time.
Heck yeah.
I like to say, at least.
Nice. Any hole-in-ones?
Not yet, no. Not yet, unfortunately. We're working on it, though.
Well, thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
So, Jeff, what's your hobby?
I like to do woodworking.
Wow, that's great. What got you into woodworking?
Getting close to retirement age. Not quite there yet. And I was thinking about I needed to do something when I retired. I don't want to get another job. I want to do something that I enjoy doing. And I enjoy doing woodworking. So I'm gonna try to make it into a little business. And when I retire, it'll be there. So yeah, that's it. Retirement, getting old, need something to do.
Nice. How long have you been woodworking?
A little over a year, year and a half. Yeah, about a year and a half.
Do you have any examples of your work?
As a matter of fact, I do. This is going to be a little mini cutting board. Just laminated pieces of hardwood, some dark woods, cherry, some maple, lightwoods, clamped together with waterproof glue, and then sanded down and then routed on the edges. Cutting board.
Very cool.
Just like I made for your grandma.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
So, Brent, what's your hobby?
My hobby is growing vegetables.
Nice. What got you into growing vegetables?
I started growing flowers first, then I decided it was better to grow something that I could eat. So
Nice.
I transferred over to vegetables.
That's really cool. How long have you been growing vegetables?
About 15 years.
Nice. What types of vegetables are you currently growing?
We have sweet potatoes, black-eyed peas, cowpeas, watermelon, okra. Soon I'll plant broccoli and cauliflower, and spinach and lettuce and things like that.
Nice, that's great.
As the weather starts to cool off, I'll be able to plant more and more stuff. So really in Arizona, the growing season is in the fall and the winter and the spring.
Gotcha. Very cool. Well, thank you, Brent.
Yes, you're welcome.
So, Tim, what's your hobby?
Oh, I collect and play with tractors.
Wow, that's great. What got you into collecting and playing with tractors?
Oh, about 5 years ago, I was watching some late night television, and I saw a show on antique tractors, and that kind of put the bug in me. My father grew up on a grape ranch in Fresno, California. My mother grew up in Pandora, Ohio, growing tomatoes and corn on a farm. And so I have those roots, and I decided at that point, you know what, I'm going to buy a tractor. So I looked in the ads and I found one, and my first tractor is a John Deere 70. And once you buy one, I kind of got bit, and I'm up to 4.
How long have you been collecting tractors?
Oh, I've been collecting since about 2015, so about 5-6 years I started. I got my first one, and one leads to another, and I'm up to 4.
Nice. Well, thank you, Tim.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you all for watching. If you want to see some videos of me showing you Phoenix and also teaching you tennis, follow my YouTube channel, Tennis Coach Cody in Phoenix. See you all later. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. Did you guys enjoy this video? What other videos do you want us to make in the United States, or other countries even? Let us know in the comment section down below. Anyway, I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, what's going on? I'm Sean.
And I'm George.
And today we're going to show you some situations where American English is very different from British English. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
I ate too many biscuits and fizzy drinks, and now my stomach hurts.
Oh, I had too many cookies and soda, and now my stomach hurts.
Put your luggage in the removal van so we can take it to the new flat.
Hey, put your luggage in the moving truck so we can take it to the new apartment.
Did you hear? They're building an off-license next to the college. Sounds like a bad idea.
Did you hear? They're building a liquor store next to the high school. Seems like a bad idea.
Any idea if this underground station has a loo?
Any idea if this subway station has a bathroom?
Can you get me the dummy? It's in the baby's cot next to the pram.
Hey, can you give me the pacifier? It's in the baby's crib next to the stroller.
Hey, I'm gonna pop by the corner shop on my way home. Do you need anything?
Hey, I'm gonna stop by the convenience store on my way home. Do you need anything?
No. Never wear trainers with braces. You look ridiculous.
Never wear suspenders with sneakers.
I think there's a car park behind the shopping centre.
Hey, I think there's a parking lot behind the mall.
Do you fancy watching the football match on my new TV?
Hey, do you want to watch the soccer game on my new TV?
I used to skip a lot when I was in primary school.
I used to jump rope a lot when I was in elementary school. This was a really fun comparison.
Yeah, it was really interesting looking at the differences between British English and American English.
One thing that really sticks out to me is fizzy drinks.
Oh, yeah.
We never say that. We say soda, or some people say pop. Soda pop. But fizzy drinks, it's so interesting to see like another country, even though, you know, English is from England.
That is true.
Yeah.
It's
just, yes. It's interesting to see another country's like take their approach to labeling things.
Watching American shows, I learned a lot of Americanisms, like soda.
See, that's an interesting point, and you mentioned this many times while we were preparing for this video, how English people watch a lot of American media, movies, so there's a lot of like cross influencing going on.
Yeah.
And even you said it, now a lot of American isms are creeping into British English. Is that true?
Yeah, and even with pronunciations. So, for example, the older generation would tend to say schedule, but nowadays I would say like 99% of the younger generation would say schedule, me included.
So your mom would say schedule.
Yeah.
This might be hard for you to feel as an Englishman, but for us Americans, whenever we hear like British English, especially from England, it feels just automatically like upper class.
Yeah.
It feels like smart, educated, wise.
Yeah.
So that's why when like you see a movie, a Hollywood movie, many times the very smart, cunning characters, they speak with an English accent.
I mean, if you travel around the UK, you'd soon realise that those accents aren't that common. Yeah, you'd often hear like bottle of water instead of bottle of water, and particularly if you go to the north, you'd hear a lot of dialect words. It depends on where you go.
Another thing that really surprised me is off license.
Oh, off license.
What does that mean? Like,
I love the way you say it. Off license. Sounds like a completely different word.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's called off license. I guess it's hazard a guess. I think just because they have a license to sell alcohol.
So why is it off?
I don't know. Maybe it's off the beaten track. No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why we've got off in there.
Yeah. You mentioned before, like, and I totally agree, that it seems like American English is very like straightforward and literal, like liquor store.
Yes.
You know.
Liquor store, off license. Off license, you probably wouldn't be able to guess what that is. Whereas liquor store, you know, alcohol, okay, store, shop, right?
Yeah.
I understand. Sidewalk, okay, you walk on the side of the road. Pavement, you probably would be able to guess what that is.
Yeah, right. All right, well, I think this was a very interesting comparison, and I hope you guys watching enjoyed it. If you haven't already, definitely check out George's channel. I will link it down below.
I make videos about just traveling in Korea, and I also make videos about Korean culture and things like that. So if you're interested in that, check out my channel.
Right on. Cool. All right, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. In this video, I'm introducing yet another host to the channel. His name is Charles, and he's from Oregon in the United States. In this video, Charles is going to take you on a tour of a big American supermarket. Along the way, he will explain some of the differences between Korean and American supermarkets. I think you guys are gonna really like this video, and of course, it will improve your English listening. Without further ado, let's begin. Take it away, Charles.
So I was thinking about what to make for dinner tonight, and I decided on baked gnocchi with broccoli. And gnocchi is like a potato pasta. It's this like really good textured, it's almost squishy pasta, very similar to like a rice cake or something like that. And so I don't really have much of the ingredients here, so I'm gonna have to go to the grocery store. I'm gonna go to the store. So what we're gonna actually need for the recipe is gnocchi, broccoli, some stock. I'm gonna be using vegetable because I'm gonna have this be a vegetarian dish. Cream cheese, mozzarella cheese, and then red pepper flakes if you want them. I'm going to use a ton. I personally like a kick in all of my food. So let's go see what an American grocery store is like. Babe, do we need anything else? Nope, we're good to go. So one of the cool things about an American supermarket is they're massive. This one happens to be open 24 hours. So whether it's 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, it doesn't matter, it's always gonna be open. So one of the first things on the list is fruit. And so the fruit section here is massive. This side behind it, right over here, the other side of that, that's all fruit. And most of the stuff is seasonal. Of course, a lot of the stuff is sold year-round because they're made in greenhouses. But let's get some oranges. First on the list. Here's something wild that Korea has and America have, but it's not the same. Oreos. Now in Korea, Oreos have marshmallows. In the United States, there's no marshmallows. The next thing we need, broccoli. Broccoli's the size of my head. Next to the vegetable section is gonna be the cold noodles, tofu, and kimchi, sausages, stuff like that. There is one non-food item that is in every grocery store, no matter where you go, and that's cards. Whether it's birthdays, anniversaries, just a thank you. People give each other cards all the time, and for everything. Marriage, one's for dad, stepdads, for your brothers, grandsons, birthdays, just a general congratulations. Even if you end up getting a new home, there's a card for everything. Now the next thing on our list is stock. You can use chicken or beef stock, whatever stock you'd actually like, but I need vegetable stock. So let's go. Now, America likes its beer so much, it gets its own room. It's so cold. Ooh, very similar to places like Europe, Korea. Alcohol is a big part of the culture, and wine is where we go big. All of those aisles are just wine. And you can get everything from Syrah, Chardonnay, Merlot. They even come in boxes. There usually will always be an Asian section of the grocery store. So there's never a Korean section or a Chinese section or a Japanese section. Typically it all falls under Asian foods in general, and it always starts with rice. And my personal favorite, frozen foods are really big in the United States for convenience. A lot of people work all day long or all night long, and so frozen foods a lot of the times are the easiest way to eat, especially if you don't really know how to cook, which is kind of common. So we actually have a pretty big section on frozen food, and it's got everything from everywhere. Now this is a fairly simple recipe, and so the only things that we really have left is the cream cheese, the eggs, and the milk. And dairy is always put together. So whether it's coffee creamer or milk, heavy creams, whipped creams, cream cheese, cottage cheese, anything that's dairy is usually going to be in the same section. Canned foods are really, really popular in the United States. So there's typically everything from peas, corn, collard greens, spinach, mushrooms, beans, artichoke, even potatoes, all in cans. So for fruit, we'll even have pineapple, pears, peaches, cranberry, a medley of fruit, and just about anything you can think of, it's probably canned, and probably in this supermarket. The meat section is typically big and separated by beef, pork, chicken, And then a lot of prepared meals are also in that same area. So if there's sushi or if there's maybe fried chicken or something, it's probably going to be in that same section as where you're going to find the meat. In America, especially the southern regions and then the coastal sides, there's a lot of Hispanic or Latino people and culture here. So one of the things that we definitely have in every single supermarket is a Hispanic or Latino section. Tortillas, masa, hominy, beans, even classic things like jarritos, which is a classic drink, flavored soda, but usually fruit. So lime, mandarin, mango, my personal favorite. In fact, I think I'm just gonna take one of these. Alright, that's it guys. Time to check out. I think we got everything. Alright guys, thank you for joining me on a trip to an American grocery store. All we got now is to go home, cook it, and it's gonna be delicious. So thank you for joining me, and follow me on @ChasingTheShutter on Instagram, YouTube. Hope to see you guys on this channel, and back to Sean.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. What other kinds of videos do you want to see in the US? Or even in other English-speaking countries like the UK or Australia? Let me know in the comments down below. Once again, I'm Sean, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. In this video, I evaluated the English ability of my subscribers. I asked them several questions ranging from easy to hard, and I collaborated with an IELTS English speaking test evaluator to give you guys real and constructive feedback. I think this video will be tremendously helpful for those studying English. And I just want to say that if you are a serious English learner, I definitely recommend joining my YouTube membership. Members get access to full Korean and English scripts for all the videos, and silver members get access to videos where they can freely turn Korean and English subtitles on and off, along with a ton of other member benefits. Now, without further ado, let's begin. We're gonna start easy and then we'll slowly get harder and harder. So what's your name?
My name is Kwak Byung-won.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I have an older brother. He is 3 years older than me.
3 years older than you? Okay.
Yes.
When is your birthday?
My birthday is February 21, and I born in 1998.
1998?
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're very young.
Oh no, I'm not that young. I don't think so.
That makes me feel bad. Can you tell me about your best friend? Who is your best friend?
My best friend is Chaewon. Her name is Chaewon.
Okay.
And she is younger than me.
Okay. How did you guys meet?
We met in academy.
Why do you guys get along so well?
Our personality is similar, and she is very fun. I like funny people, and I like interesting things. Her acting and her humor is very my type. Yeah.
She sounds like a very fun person. Do you like dogs more or do you like cats more?
Cat.
Why do you like cats more than dogs?
Because cat is more elegant.
Elegant.
Dog is too much acting. When I was young, dog follow me, and he tries to bite me, so I little scared about dog.
Oh, so a dog tried to bite you when you were young?
Yeah.
Now you don't like dogs. That's good. Okay, I have a similar story. Me too. But for me, it's the opposite. I like dogs, but I don't like cats because I had a bad experience with cats when I was young.
Cat scratch you? Hurt you?
Yes. Yes.
I see.
Cats are scary. What's your favorite season?
Season is fall. It's a windy day and the weather is very nice. The wind is very cool, so I like fall. And next is winter. I like cold or cool day.
Oh, so you don't like summer?
Yeah, I hate summer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't like sweaty, hot. Yeah.
So if you had a time machine, how would you use it?
I don't want to change the past or future.
It's dangerous, right?
Yeah, there are many telling story in many drama or movies. You cannot change the past or future because it makes many people danger. So
Sure.
I want to just see.
Yeah, that's great. Really, really good job.
With Kyungwon, she sounds very comfortable speaking English, and that is evident with the length of the sentences that she makes. She did have one or two difficulties articulating her experiences specifically with the dog, but was able to be understood nonetheless. She did an excellent job in describing some of the characteristics that she loves in her best friend. I would suggest that she make use of articles more often, which is a, an, and the. These just allow for sentences to sound a little bit more natural and more structured. For example, saying we met at the academy as opposed to we met at academy. But nevertheless, she was able to form simple sentences using the correct nouns, adverbs, and adjectives, despite one or two difficulties in articulation.
So hello, what's your name?
My name is Sol.
So what are your hobbies? What do you like to do for fun?
Recently I started to invest money as a hobby.
Oh, that's a good hobby. Making money is always good, right?
Yeah, but before that I used to hang out with friends, before coronavirus.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I'm an only child actually, so I don't have any brothers or sisters.
Did you enjoy being an only child, or was it a bit lonely when you were younger? Do you wish you had brothers or sisters?
When I was young, I didn't, jealous of other people who have lots of sisters and brothers and siblings. But when I, become older and older, and I realized having siblings is, I think it's better than being an only child. So now I'm lonelier than before.
What do you usually do on the weekends?
On weekends, I usually hang out with my boyfriend.
Okay.
And yeah, so I go to movie theaters, and also sometimes we go to hiking for fun. Yeah, on weekends.
Very nice. Why do you get along with your boyfriend so well?
Because I'm actually, my hometown is Busan, and also my boyfriend's hometown is also south area, which is Gyeongju.
Yeah.
So when I come to that academy, I can hear my, usual dialogues in Korean. Do you know it? Saturday?
Sure, the dialect, yeah.
And then, the dialect, okay.
So because you heard this familiar accent, familiar dialect, you guys were able to bond.
Yes.
That's great. That's a good answer. Okay, we're going to start to get a little bit harder.
Okay.
If you were going to give advice to your friends who are single, who are looking to meet a nice guy, what would you say are some important things to look for when choosing a romantic partner? How would you advise your friends?
The best person is be like have in common, and also have a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah. Okay. So things in common, that's the most important thing.
Yes, that's the most important thing. And also, second of all, he should have fine looking.
You should look good.
Yeah, he should look good.
Okay, so appearance is important.
Yes, I'm having a mask, so I can say that. Yes.
Okay. What is the greatest environmental danger in the world nowadays?
I think it would be earthquake, especially in Korea.
Why do you think that's the number one danger?
Because when it happens, then every building is collapse. Is that correct word, collapse?
Yes.
So every building will be collapsed, and also the road itself is gonna be like this, like in the road is like it's like that.
Okay.
And,
I understand.
People would be, fall into that, that hole and die.
Oh no, yeah. If there's an earthquake in Korea, it would create a lot of problems, right?
Yeah, a few years ago, there's a Gyeongju earthquake, and it was very, very serious one. And we also heard many earthquakes in Japan.
Oh, okay.
I'm heard about it.
Are there many earthquakes in Korea?
Like recent one, I haven't heard of it. But, there's a few earthquakes in Korea lately. I'm not sure about that.
So thank you so much for helping me, Sol.
I'm honored.
I'll let you go, let you sleep. You can see this video this month. I will upload it.
Sol sounds immensely confident and comfortable speaking and answering questions in English. This was evident in answering the question specifically relating to finding romantic partners. She sounds quite advanced and is almost as natural as a native speaker. She has a very neutral accent and makes good use of grammar, as well as being able to properly articulate with a broad vocabulary. She did have some difficulties answering the question in relation to earthquakes, which would be a more advanced or general question. I would encourage Sol, as a higher level student, to just continue reading and listening to different topics such as earthquakes to broaden her vocabulary, but overall has a good pronunciation and articulates well.
All right, hello. Can you please introduce yourselves?
Yeah, so Kitty, can I introduce myself first?
Okay.
And you second?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm glad to meet you. And I'm Sunghyun from Busan. And I was born in 1891, so I'm 41 years old. And I'm office worker in nuclear power plant site. And
you were born in 1981. Right?
Yeah, 1981.
Yeah, okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, recently I made my English nickname as June because I was born in June and it is easy to pronounce and remember. Before June, my previous nickname was Tommy, but I thought that Tommy looks like sexy young guy, but I'm not still young, so I changed my English nickname. And as I mentioned, I'm office worker in nuclear power plant site. But
oh wow!
I'm not
in Busan?
But yeah, in Busan.
Oh, and, cool.
I'm dealing with.
Daddy, isn't your office in Busan?
Oh yeah, to tell you the truth, I live in Busan, but my office is located in Ulsan.
Cool, so I'm just gonna ask Dad some questions and I'm gonna ask Kitty some questions. Is that okay? All right. Would you rather learn a new language or would you rather learn a new musical instrument?
For me, I hope to learn English more deeply because except English, I don't want to learn another language because my English abilities are not perfect. and also I'm not satisfied with my English abilities.
I think you're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. But yeah, I have to be excellent. And,
I understand. I totally understand.
Yeah, because
And I have to be excellent too.
Because my daughter is also interested in learning English, and she always takes after my English abilities, such as idiom or pronunciations, expressions. So
Like time flies.
I have to be a good model. Yeah, I have to be a good model for her.
I think you are a great role model. What are some things that someone can do to prepare themselves before moving to a foreign country?
There are lots of stuff to prepare, but I recommend that please minimize the stuff, because at that time we use public transportation without taxi. So we were just working in the street and with our backpack, so it was so heavy. So I would recommend that reduce your clothes, because you can buy simple and cheap clothes in foreign country as well. Don't make your schedule tightly, because some accident and event which we can expect can be happened anytime. So please relax and leave yourself in another environment naturally.
Really good. I want to ask you one more question, but I'll save it for later. I want to talk to Kitty. Is that okay, Kitty? Can I ask you a question, Kitty?
Okay.
All right.
June is evidently not as confident speaking English despite having a good foundation of the English language. He has very good listening skills in English, and this is depicted by the manner in which he responds to questions in English. His grammar sounds very natural, and his sentences flow in a very concise and easy to understand manner, despite the occasional mix up of words, tenses, or phrases. I would encourage June that he is definitely on the road to being excellent at English, and he can do this by introducing English more into his daily routine, such as listening to the news in English, or even speaking to friends or family in English more often.
Kitty, do you have any brothers or sisters?
No, I don't have any siblings.
Oh, okay. You're the only one.
Yeah.
You're the superstar. Okay.
Only one is enough for me.
Okay, I understand. Kitty, what's your favorite season?
I love all the seasons.
Okay. You like them all?
Yeah.
Do you prefer cats or dogs?
I prefer cats.
Why do you prefer cats?
Because cats are cute.
You don't think dogs are cute?
I don't like those. They bark at me.
Okay, that's a good answer. So you think cats are cute and it's easier to play with cats. Dogs are loud and they bark. Tell me about your favorite movie.
My favorite movie is Frozen.
Frozen. Why do you like Frozen?
Because there's all snow and princesses. And I love adventure stories.
Wow, great answer. So maybe because of Frozen, you like the winter time, right?
Sometimes when it snows.
Does it get very cold in Busan in the winter?
It gets colder, but it doesn't snow a lot.
Do you wish it would snow more?
Yes.
Because you want to make a snowman.
Snowman, and the carrot for the nose, and the stick for the mouth.
Oh, you have the plan. You made the plan, right? You know exactly what you're gonna do. Great.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
In the future, Kitty wants to be a scientist. Scientist.
Nice. You're so smart, Kitty. Yeah, really. It's true. All right, then we'll have a really, really nice weekend. And bye-bye.
See you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Kitty is evidently very comfortable and self-assured in her English ability. She has a very good understanding of English for her age, and this is a very good foundation to grow and improve upon. She had minor challenges with pronunciation of words such as seasons and cute, and she can grow into improving her pronunciation of words just by introducing English into her daily routine, such as watching English movies or reading English books. But I would nevertheless encourage her to continue on the path of learning and practicing as she is, and she will see great learning success in English.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Did you enjoy this video? Should I make more like it? Let me know in the comments down below. Anyway, I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. So when going to a new country, going to cafes is a very popular thing to do. For me, living here in Seoul, Korean cafe culture is very strong. Ordering a drink here at a cafe is also pretty straightforward. 따뜻한 얼그레이 차 주세요. 포장해 주세요. 네. 감사합니다. Hot Earl Grey tea. So in this video, the American host Sam is going to show you 5 different cafes in the US. You're going to see the vibes of all the cafes, but most importantly, you're going to see how to order a drink in an American cafe using natural English. And if you like this video, let me know other things you want to see in America. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
Hi, I'm Sam, and this is my best friend Maggie. Hi. And this is Curtis. And today we're going to be showing you guys what it's like to order coffee from a cafe in the United States. Order number 1. We're at Starbucks.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I please get a grande vanilla sweet cream cold brew with caramel drizzle and sweet cream cold foam?
May I also get a venti vanilla chai latte with no water?
And is that gonna be hot today?
Can I actually do it iced?
Yeah. 1224 at the window.
Thank you.
You excited, buddy?
The location we selected was downtown. It had beautiful views of the shops, and it really gave you that downtown feel. It had these big glass doors and windows, these marble counters, but it was also probably the smallest of the locations we went to. This location really was just perfect if you were stopping on your way to work to get some coffee, or just like picking up some coffee and going to walk around downtown.
You ready?
This shop was also located downtown, so the views and the atmosphere were very similar to that of Starbucks. It was attached to a hotel, so when we first walked in, there was this stunning light structure and artwork, and the cafe was located to the left.
Hi.
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 So can I get a small vanilla latte, please? Ice, please.
And it's whole milk, skim milk, or almond or oat?
Can I do whole milk, please?
And then can I get a small cold brew with oat milk? And that's it.
Cold brew with oat milk. And is that going to be all for you guys?
Yeah, that'll be it.
Your total is going to be $9.18. Here's that receipt for you.
Thank
you.
you.
Guys have a great rest
Thank
of your
you
day.
so much. This coffee shop was more unique because it basically only specialized in coffee. They did have a couple other items that they sold, but mainly they focused on coffee. The atmosphere here was very business-like. I would say that it would be a perfect location if you're on lunch or you just want to kind of get away and get a little pick-me-up. This would be the perfect location for that.
Cheers. So we are at place number 3, Einstein's Bagels. Woo! So yeah, here we go.
When we first walked in, we were greeted by the staff with this super warm, welcoming hello.
Hi.
What can I get you guys?
Yeah, can I get one iced caramel macchiato?
Alright. And what size would you like that?
Medium, please.
And I want the same thing.
Right. You also want that ice?
Yeah.
And could you put whipped cream on top of them?
And did you want any drizzle on that?
Yes, please.
And did you guys want a bagel or something like to take home with you?
Yes. Can I get one of the coffee cakes?
All right. The chocolate chip or the apple cinnamon?
Chocolate chip.
And anything else for you guys?
That's it. That's it.
Now, is this for here or to go?
To go.
That'll be $10.95.
I'm so excited. This is my first time here.
On the wall, I noticed these adorable little bagel decorations. They each had a witty little description of each of the types of bagels that they had in the store. Here is just a shot of the bagels that they had the day that we went. These were also some of the more visually pleasing drinks that we ordered. In the main area, there were a bunch of tables so that you could sit and enjoy your food, drink your coffee, talk with friends. So, caramel macchiato iced.
Okay, place number 4.
We're at the 4th place, and this is Dunkin' Donuts.
Woohoo! When we first walked in, immediately you could smell the donuts and the coffee. Guys, the smell was incredible. I really wish the camera could have captured it. It seemed small at first, but there was this little dining room area that led out to this awesome patio. I promise, it was so cute, so nice.
Okay, can I please get a grilled cheese melt and a small Charlie cold foam?
I'm gonna get a matcha latte iced. And can I get that medium, please?
Anything else? That's it.
No, that's it. Thank you. Cheers.
This grilled cheese is so good.
Walking in, we first noticed this cute little coffee sign. They had big menus showing off the selection of food and drinks that they offered here. Here is just a little bit of the sweets and pastries that they offered to go along with your coffee or your tea.
Hello.
What can I get for you?
Yeah, can I get a vanilla latte iced, please?
And then I want a small Americano with cream and sugar and a frozen strawberry lemonade.
Hey, did you need your receipt?
Yes, please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
To our left was this awesome outdoor patio. Here is me carrying out our coffees because this is where we decided to sit.
Cheers.
Cheers. But that's all we have for you guys today.
All right, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, and so back to you, Sean.
Thanks a lot, Sam. Thank you so much for watching this video. Did you guys enjoy it? If you did, let me know in the comments section down below. Once again, I'm Sean, and I will see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. So you guys asked for it, and we made it. Ordering in restaurants in the US. Sam and her friend Danny went to 6 different restaurants in the US to show you guys how to order in natural English. As an American, editing this video made me super hungry, especially when they went to Chipotle. Anyway, I think this video is fantastic for those of you wanting to improve your English speaking and listening. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
We started our day with Blaze Pizza. Blaze Pizza is a pizza shop that sells personal pizzas that you can customize however you'd like. They have lots of different options for dough, sauce, and toppings. They also have a large selection of vegan and vegetarian options if you'd like.
Yep. I'm gonna do the personal pizza for sure. Yes, please. Sam?
Are you guys paying together or separate?
Together, please.
And are you eating here together?
Here, please.
I'll have the build your own pizza also.
Thank you. I'm just gonna do the red classic.
The same, the red classic.
Do you need mozzarella cheese?
Mozzarella, please.
Are you gonna do anything else on here for you?
Yeah, can I please do pepperoni?
and bacon. I am gonna do some tomato. No, that'll be it. Can I have spinach and tomato and mushrooms? Nope, that's awesome. It took us about 10 minutes to receive our pizza from the time that we ordered, so your food comes out really, really fast here. So we just got our pizza. I got pepperoni, bacon, and tomato. And I got spinach, tomato, and mushroom. All right, Danny. Cheers, cheers. Next, we went to Chipotle. If you're craving tacos or burritos and you just want them really quick, this is the perfect pick for you. At Chipotle, they serve tacos and burritos to order in a very similar style to Blaze, but instead of pizza, it's going to be Mexican food. To order, you will select from tacos, burritos, or bowls, and then you'll select which type of rice, beans, and protein you would like. And then you just add all the delicious toppings. There is no wait time here, and it is perfect for really any time of the day. Can I get a bowl? Can I have white rice with pinto beans?
And would you like for your protein today?
Can I get just chicken? Can I have hot?
Any sour cream, cheese, mustard?
Can I have all three and corn? And then I'm gonna do the tacos.
That could be the soft or crispy shell?
Soft, please.
Any brown rice on here today?
White, please.
Any type of pinto beans?
No, thank you.
And what would you like for your protein?
Beef, please.
Any powdered corn salsa?
Hot, please.
Any sour cream, cheese, or lettuce?
Sour cream and cheese, please. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much. We then went to Five Guys for some burgers. Five Guys is a very popular burger shop in the United States. It sells burgers, milkshakes, and fries. If you are looking to try a true American style burger, this is definitely the place to go. But beware, if you are on a diet or watching what you eat, you might want to go somewhere else. Each burger is made to order and is served in a brown bag with your fries, and then it comes with a milkshake or a drink depending on whichever you'd like. Hi, what can I get for you? Can I just get a regular cheeseburger? 2 patties? 1. 1 patty, so a little cheeseburger. What would you like on it? Can you do mayo, lettuce, pickles, and tomato? Alright, would you like a fried drink? No, thank you. Alright, for you? And I'm gonna do a little patty as well, the cheeseburger. And I'm gonna do tomato and ketchup only. Alright, fried drink for you? No, thank you. Alright, so your total comes to 14, 18. Perfect. Alright guys, so I got a burger with tomato and ketchup. And I got a cheeseburger with tomato, lettuce, mayonnaise, and pickles. Alright, cheers! Cheers! Now, this wouldn't be a restaurant video without featuring a little bit of ice cream. So for ice cream, we went to a place called Marble Slab. It is one of my personal favorite ice cream shops and can be found all across the United States. When you order, you pick your ice cream and your topping. They will then put it on a literal marble slab and mix it all together so your toppings are not on top of your ice cream, they are mixed into your ice cream. Can I get the strawberry skydive? Yeah, what size? Can I get a regular? And I'm gonna do the banana in a regular with white chocolate chips. Alright guys, so I actually ended up getting the birthday cake with sprinkles, and I got strawberry with Oreos. Cheers! Cheers! Next, Danny and I went for some sandwiches at McAllister's Deli. McAllister's has a wide selection of sandwiches and salads. It's a good location for lunch with friends or a nice place to sit with your laptop to do some schoolwork or some work.
What can I get for you today?
Can I get the spicy Southwest chicken?
All right. Would you like a pickle spear with that?
No, thank you.
And what side item would you like?
Can I get the fresh fruit?
Sure thing. Would you like anything to drink with that today?
No, thank you.
No problem. And any dessert for you?
No.
Okay. And for you, ma'am?
And I'm gonna do the spicy turkey melt with mac and cheese as my side and no pickle spear.
Okay, no pickle spear. Would you like anything to drink?
No, thank you.
No problem. And any dessert for you?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
I would say that depending on what you order, the portions can be quite big, so you might want to consider getting a small or ordering to share with your friend.
Alright guys, so our sandwiches are here. I got a turkey sandwich. And I got a chicken one.
And yeah, cheers. Our final location was Copper Cellar. It was definitely the nicer or least casual of the restaurants that we filmed at. Not only was it a restaurant, but it also had a full bar and lots of TVs. We decided to sit at the bar because our server was my best friend Maggie from the coffee video.
Hi, how are y'all doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good, what can I get y'all to eat?
I'm gonna do the ale steak.
Okay, how do you want that cooked?
I want it rare, please.
Okay, and you get one side.
I'm just gonna do mashed potatoes, please.
Okay, perfect. For you? Can I get the seared ahi tuna salad? Yes, do you want the soy ginger dressing with that? Yes. Okay, perfect.
So I got the steak and mashed potatoes.
And I got the ahi tuna salad.
Looking good.
Cheers.
Cheers. This location is very versatile. Not only can you just come and have a casual drink, but you can also go and watch a sporting event with your friends or get a good meal with your date.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Did you enjoy this video? What are some other videos that you want to see about the US? Let me know in the comments down below. Once again, I'm Sean, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. Oh, I know that guy. Ah, he's so cool. I really want to be friends with him. Oh, I know. I'll tell him everything I know about him. Yeah, that'll work. Hi, can I sit here?
Sure.
I know you. You're Ryan, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you play guitar.
Uh-huh. How did you...
Oh, I know because I saw you in an open mic. I saw you in a few open mics.
Oh, a few?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're really good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I think we live close, though. We live very close to each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw you around where I live a few times, and I wanted to say hi, and anyway, yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. Anyway, I think you look better with the red shirt than this blue shirt.
Okay.
Just my opinion.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to hang out sometime, I'm always free. I've got tons of time. Just let me know if you ever want to hang out.
All right, man. Well, I gotta get going now, but definitely have a good one.
Well, bye. No. I know. I'll show him how cool I am. Pretty cool cafe, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. You play guitar?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I've been playing for like 20 years. I got like 10 guitars.
Wow.
Spent like thousands of dollars on them, but it's no big deal, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, money, it's not a problem for me, you know? Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this girl to come meet me here. She thinks we're dating, but we're not really dating. I don't date.
All right.
Anyway, if you want to hang out sometime, I guess that's cool. I mean,
all right, man. Well, good luck with all this. I'm gonna get going.
That's cool. Whatever. Yeah. No. Okay. If I just talk about something we have in common, give him a genuine compliment, then just ask him about himself. That should be fine. Hi, can I sit here?
Sure.
Oh, by the way, I know this sounds weird, but do you know John Smith?
Yeah, I know John.
Yeah, I think I saw you in one of his Instagram photos. I'm really good friends with John.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
How do you know John?
I actually just met him at the gym once, and we've just been hanging out since then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know each other. We play a lot of guitar together. Yeah.
I play guitar.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
What kind of music do you guys play?
So we play like older stuff, covers of like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, this kind of thing. How about you?
I play kind of singer-songwriter, acoustic, soft rock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Do you guys play shows or anything like that?
We don't play any shows. It's kind of just for fun.
Okay.
How about you?
Right on. I've been playing a bit, yeah.
No way.
Some of just the open mics around town, yeah.
Right on. I gotta check you out.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, cool. So, where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know Atlanta is really famous for Coca-Cola, right?
That's right. Coca-Cola is headquartered there. And basically everywhere you go to eat, if you go to school anywhere, all of those places have Coca-Cola.
That's so crazy. I bet if you drink Pepsi there, you go to jail, right?
Something like that. That's the law.
Yeah.
What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Philadelphia. You know Philadelphia?
Of course.
Yeah.
Cheesesteaks.
Yes.
I went one time, and it rained the whole time. So I ate a Philly cheesesteak, and I hung out in my hotel room. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to hear that. Bad weather.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Anyway, so what are you doing here in California?
I'm just working on a startup, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm a YouTuber here.
Oh, what kind of content do you make?
I'm really into like natural and organic food, so I'm doing a channel about like cooking organic recipes with really good ingredients.
Oh, right on.
I'm really passionate about this kind of stuff.
That's awesome. I'm horrible at cooking, so I should check out your stuff.
Yeah, maybe it can help you.
Definitely.
How about you? What are you doing?
Oh, sure. So I'm actually doing this online store where we're making board games. And
awesome.
Yeah, like my whole life growing up, maybe you too, like I played a lot of video games, but you know, looking at the screen all day is just not great for us. So now I'm doing these physical board games with wood pieces and bags, and it feels so fun to do that. So I came out here last year, raised a little bit of money from investors, and now we're just giving it a shot.
So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish you success with all that.
Thank you, and likewise.
Yeah.
With your channel.
Thank you. Anyway, actually, I do have to go now.
Oh, sure.
But it was so awesome meeting you. If you ever want to grab a beer sometime, I'm always down to do that.
Let's definitely do that. Can I get your number?
Sure.
Okay, let me grab my phone. What's your number?
215.
All right.
111. 1111.
Oh, right on. Yeah. Easy to remember. Cool. Well, I'm Ryan, by the way.
Yeah, Sean.
Sean, really nice to meet you, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hang out soon.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll send you a message sometime.
Sounds great.
All right.
Later, man.
Take care. Have a good day. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. Oh, no. All right, everybody, thank you so much for watching. Once again, I'm Sean.
I'm Ryan.
And Ryan, thank you so much for helping me with this
Sure.
video. What kind of YouTube videos do you make?
I make YouTube videos for mostly Korean people learning English. I teach natural English expressions, and I have a vlog about living in Seoul.
Fantastic. All right, I'll put the link in the description. And once again, thank you for watching and see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
If you can understand up to level 5, your English is pretty good. Are you ready? Hello everybody, my name's Sean, and welcome to the channel. This has been a really interesting and fun series, and I think you guys are gonna really enjoy this video as well. My friend George from England helped me out with this video, so you guys are going to be exposed to British English from him, along with American English from me. Without further ado, let's begin.
Hey, wait!
What happened?
A guy took my laptop.
What time did this happen?
It was about 5:30.
What does he look like?
He was quite tall. He had brown hair and he was wearing a black cap.
Was he wearing a jacket?
Yes, he had a yellow jacket.
Was he wearing pants or shorts?
He was wearing shorts. Yellow shorts. No, grey shorts.
Okay. What size is your laptop?
It's about this size.
Okay. Is it an Apple laptop?
Yes, it's an Apple laptop.
Okay. So, if I find him, I will call you.
Thank you so much. I just want my laptop back. It's very important to me.
Okay. I will call you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks.
Don't worry.
I'll try not to.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, hey, come in, come in. Wow, how was your trip? You must be tired. Are you tired? Yeah, you're going to love South Korea. Anyway, let me show you my house, okay? Follow me. So, this is the kitchen. When you're here, you can use the kitchen to cook, you can make food, that's no problem. Here's the refrigerator, and here's the stove and the sink. Pretty easy, right? Okay, come this way. This is the living room. You can work here if you need. You can use your laptop. There's Wi-Fi right there. Of course, here's the bathroom if you need it. Take showers in there and use the bathroom. This is where I will sleep. This is my bedroom, my bed, my closet. And oh, if you need to wash your clothes, the washer and dryer are that way, in that room. Okay, let's go this way. This is the studio. This is where I work. I watch movies here. I watch YouTube here. I relax in here. If you need the computer, feel free to use it. As you can see, I'm making a video right now. That's why the lights are on. All right, one more thing. I cook breakfast at 8 a.m. I cook lunch at 12:30 p.m. and I make dinner at 5:30 p.m. Is that okay? Okay, good. Man, you're gonna love South Korea. I'm so excited that you're here. Are you excited? All right. I know you're tired, so put your bags down and let's relax a little bit. Does that sound good? Cool. All right.
Hello?
Hey, George. What's going on, man?
Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Great. How's Korea?
Oh, Korea is awesome. I'm having such a great time at the moment.
Wow. What's your favorite thing about Korea?
My favorite thing is probably the food. I love Korean food. So good.
What's your favorite Korean food?
It's got to be dakgalbi. Dakgalbi is kind of like it's spicy chicken. It's a lot spicier than British food, but it's actually really good. It's really nice, especially when you sprinkle a bit of cheese on it.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Did you meet any nice girls?
I did. I actually met a girl and I now have a girlfriend.
How did you meet her?
I met her through a dating app. Do you know Tinder?
Yeah, I know Tinder. So are there any things you're finding it difficult to adjust to?
There aren't that many bins in Korea, so I find it hard to throw my rubbish away when I'm walking down the street.
So are you feeling homesick at all?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit homesick. I miss my family, obviously, and I also miss the English countryside.
So how much longer are you going to be in Korea?
I think I want to be here for another year because I really want to get good at Korean. That's my aim.
Well, good luck with everything, George. It was really nice talking to you.
Thanks, it was great speaking to you too. Take care.
All right, talk soon.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you for coming today. We're going to discuss the new store that we're going to build next to the university campus. What do you think college students like?
Well, I think college students are really into computer games nowadays.
Okay.
So I think maybe like a computer cafe might be quite a good thing to have. It will give them an opportunity to socialize and play games with their friends.
So I like the idea. However, we looked at the statistics and we found that mostly men go to the PC cafes. So we want an option that is attractive to both men and women at a high level. So maybe not the PC room. But what do you think about an ice cream store?
That's not a bad idea.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is that I don't think people necessarily eat ice cream every day.
Okay.
It's more for just special occasions. So I don't think it will get that busy in there, and we probably wouldn't make that much money from it.
You know what? I think you're right. Especially since these days, I think a lot of younger people are very health conscious. They're very interested in healthy things.
You're right.
You know what would be a better idea? What about a gym? If we made a gym, we could have yoga, Pilates, we could have a weightlifting section, we could have swimming, we could have all types of activities, dancing. This incorporates exercise, healthy lifestyle, and I think it's attractive to both men and women. What do you think?
I think that's an excellent idea, and particularly after COVID, a lot more people have become very health conscious, and they've taken up exercise at home. So now that they have the freedom to go to the gym, I think a lot of people will sign up to the gym and take advantage of its facilities.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I've made my decision.
A gym it is.
All right.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. How you doing, George?
I'm doing very well. How about you?
Doing pretty good. I got a question for you.
What is it?
How did you meet your girlfriend?
We met online. through an online dating app. How about you?
I also met my girlfriend online. Yeah.
20 years ago, that would have been quite an embarrassing fact.
Right. And so, what was your first date with your girl?
We went to a cafe.
Yeah.
How about you?
We went to get food and then we had a beer.
Okay, that sounds quite a fun date.
It was great. Well, she had to work, so we could only meet in the evening.
Nice.
Yeah. So, what are some good qualities to look for when you're looking for a romantic partner?
It's kind of an obvious one, but I think it's really important to have some things in common.
Okay.
Or a lot of things in common.
Yeah.
For example, watching films together, reading books together, collecting vinyl.
Yeah. Is that what you do?
That's exactly what I do. Okay. How about you?
Me and my girlfriend, we like to watch movies. We like to go hiking. We're very active. But I think one of the biggest things is we just love to play games together. I love games. I like video games, computer games, board games, even drinking games. I'm a huge fan, and so is she. So when I'm with her, it doesn't feel like work.
Yeah.
It's not boring, it's fun.
Yeah.
And I just really enjoy our time together, so I completely agree.
If you're spending a lot of time together, you want to enjoy that time as much as possible, and also you can bond over those activities as well. What do you think are some important personality traits?
For me, I would say someone who's kind, because you see them every day, so you want someone to be nice to you, obviously. But also, I think a sense of humor is extremely important. Because that's like how you really feel connected to someone. Through sense of humor, you laugh at similar things, and you can make each other laugh. You know? How about you?
Yeah, I think that's really important, and actually, it's quite important that my girlfriend laughs at my jokes.
Yeah.
So I think that's even more important to me.
Does that make you feel good?
It makes me feel very good. And, but also, yeah, I mean, it's important that my girlfriend makes me laugh as well. So making each other laugh, it's very important in a relationship.
Sure.
Yeah.
What are some deal breakers for you?
Constantly using their phone on the first date.
Oh.
I hate that. It sends the message that they don't really want to be with you and they're not really interested in talking to you, and they would actually prefer talking with other people.
Sure.
It's a massive turn off.
Yeah.
And yeah, especially if they do that on the first date, I don't really want to speak to them ever again.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, how about you?
For me, like, I'm a pretty ambitious guy. I'm always trying to grow, become a better person, go to the gym, work on my Korean. Yeah, I need someone who's also ambitious, always trying to improve in their life. I want to be better in 5 years than I am now. I want to be better in 10 years than I am now. And someone who isn't willing to grow with me, who isn't interested in this kind of stuff, is not going to match well with me.
Right.
So that's kind of a deal breaker if you don't have that ambition.
Well, this was a good conversation, Sean.
Indeed. Yeah, it was very interesting. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and opinions. All right. See you later, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello again, George.
Hello, Sean.
So I have a question this time again.
Yeah.
How important is it to learn a foreign language in the UK?
I think it's very beneficial
Okay.
to learn a foreign language in the UK, but it's not important in the same way as it is to learn English in Korea or Japan or elsewhere. If you know a foreign language, it's definitely an advantage in the job market, but it's definitely not essential.
Okay.
How about in America?
I would say it's similar. In all the big cities, LA, New York, Chicago, English is the business language, the official language. However, there are a lot of areas in the US that speak Spanish or even Chinese or even French. So I would say it is beneficial to speak other languages within the US because we are so multicultural. However, you will have zero problem if you only speak English, and Americans actually have a stereotype of not learning any other language than English. So
Yeah.
I think the UK is similar, right?
It's very similar, yeah. I don't know what percentage of the population can speak a foreign language, but I'm guessing it's probably one of the lowest. I think a big difference is in the UK, there are tons of people from different countries who speak English amazingly well.
Yeah. So it's almost like a given.
Yeah, so when we meet someone who speaks English well, we don't really react in the same way someone in Korea would react to someone who speaks like a tiny bit of Korean. You know, they react in a very congratulatory way.
So if a foreigner spoke even a little bit of Korean in Korea, Koreans would say, wow, you're amazing, and compliment them, which would not happen in the UK.
You can just say hello in Korean, and especially in the countryside, it'd be just like, oh my God, like, how did you learn this? You are a language god. Whereas
that always feels nice.
Whereas in England, if your English isn't your first language and you're in England and you talk about rocket science, no one would bat an eyelid. That's so weird.
It
is weird. It's kind of sad, I think.
In the US too, we have so many people who speak only English. They don't understand how hard it is to learn another language, especially a language that's so different from their own. Like if you're a Korean or Japanese person born in Asia and you go to the US or UK and you learn English and you can speak about rocket science. That's extremely impressive.
It's very impressive, and also it's nice to compliment someone on their language abilities, because their reaction is also very nice to see. You know, it's like, oh, thank you for acknowledging my efforts to learn your language.
My years of hard work.
All right.
Thank you so much for listening, everybody. And I just want to say too, definitely check out George's channel. What kind of videos do you make, George?
I make videos about traveling in Korea, about Korean culture, everything Korean, really.
Cool. Awesome. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. Did you guys enjoy this video? Let me know down in the comments how far you were able to understand. Anyway, I will see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. So in this video, I want to show you guys some sample questions that might come up if you ever do a job interview in the US. I know that in just one video, I won't be able to cover everything about doing job interviews in the US, but maybe I can help out a little bit. My friend from England, George, helped me with this video. He's got a cool YouTube channel, and I'll link it down below. So as a small introduction, I want to share some general tips. When you go for a job interview in America, you have to remember that they're hiring somebody who can solve a problem or challenge that they have. So everything you do and say should communicate to the interviewer that I am the person that will solve your problem, and from now on, you won't have to worry about it as long as I'm working at this company. This is 100% your goal. So first up is body language. Stand up straight, have good eye contact, smile, and give a firm handshake. Don't do this. Next is your voice. Instead of talking in a monotonous way, hi, nice to meet you. My name's Sean. I'm from the United States and I'm very happy to be here. Be sure to practice natural intonation. Hi, nice to meet you. My name's Sean. I'm from the United States and I'm very happy to be here. Like I said, these things will communicate to the interviewer that you have things under control. Now let's get into some common questions that you will likely be asked during interviews for American companies. Without further ado, let's begin. Hi, can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm George. I'm from the UK. I like playing guitar, and things are going pretty well in my life right now. I just quit smoking. So it's pretty good, and not drinking as much as I used to.
Remember to keep your answer relevant to the job you're applying for, and also communicate why you're passionate about this skill. Hi, can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm George, I'm from the UK, and I ran 2 successful YouTube channels, and I was the assistant social media manager at my previous company. And I'm absolutely passionate about social media because it's immediate, it's accessible to almost everybody, and it adds that personal touch to companies that you wouldn't usually get with traditional media.
So why do you want to work for this company?
Some of my friends work here, and I thought it would look really good on my resume. I kind of see it as a bit of a stepping stone. And I saw you guys were hiring, and I thought, why not?
Let the interviewer know that you've already researched the company and you know all about it. Also communicate why this company aligns with your values. So why do you want to work for this company?
I really admire your company's values and your stance on clean energy, and it combines 2 of my passions, one which is social media and the other one which is clean energy. And I did some research recently and I found that your company had the smallest carbon footprint in the world in 2020. In addition to this, not only can I grow as a professional, but with my social media skills, I'm confident that I can increase the customers that your company receives.
Why are you the best person for the job? Oh, well, I'm sure that this company receives a lot of applications. I know that you guys are very busy. I'm hoping that you can consider me as one of your potential selections. I think I could do a very good job here, and I really like this company. Prove to them that you're the solution to their problems and challenges, and use your resume and list of accomplishments as proof. Why are you the best person for the job? As I said earlier, I was the assistant social media manager for my previous company, and last year I actually led a project and my team increased the amount of customers for the entire company by 33% with the use of social media. And I'm confident that if given this position, I can match the success that we saw last year with my previous company, or even surpass it with this company. So why did you leave your previous job?
I didn't get along with 3 of the guys. I mean, it wasn't my fault, but yeah, but it was a decent stepping stone, I think.
If you were fired from your last job, be honest, but let them know that this is not going to be a problem in the future. It's also important to maintain a good connection with your previous employer because you never know when you're going to need a letter of recommendation. So why did you leave your previous job?
It was good at first, but I didn't feel like I was growing as much as I'd like to professionally. We left on good terms and they wrote me an excellent letter of recommendation. But it was finally time to move on and find a job that was more suited to me. I feel like this job is a much better fit for me. I would grow a lot and I believe I would benefit the company immensely.
What are some of your strengths? I think I'm a really good person. I'm a great boyfriend. I go to church on every Sunday. I like to work out a lot, and I don't drink a lot either. My friends say that I'm very reliable. I think I'd be a good fit for this company. When talking about your strengths, don't list personal or unrelated strengths. But when discussing strengths relevant to the position, don't be modest. Let them know exactly how your strengths can be a benefit to them and their company. What are some of your strengths? So I'm really good at analyzing data and numbers, and I love working with people. I love working in a team. So this is exactly what social media is all about. It's about relationship building and analyzing numbers and getting the results. Using my strengths, my team and I were able to build 2 YouTube channels and get them to over 100,000 subscribers each in under a year. And I'm confident that I can do the same for this company and increase its influence and social media presence. What are your biggest weaknesses?
You know, I don't think I have any weaknesses. None that come to mind anyway.
When talking about your weakness, don't discuss any weaknesses that are unrelated to the job. or say that you have no weaknesses. This shows a lack of self-awareness and doesn't seem very realistic. Instead, this is definitely a good question to think of beforehand. Come up with a good answer and communicate to them that this is not going to be a problem in the future. What are your biggest weaknesses?
In the past, I've had a habit of taking on too many jobs at one time. So I need to say no when I feel overburdened. Even though I have this tendency, I believe that it's important to maintain a high standard of quality, and this is something I'm always working on. And on that note, if you have any criticisms of me, please let me know at any time, because I'm always trying to improve myself.
What are your salary requirements? I'm not sure, maybe $30,000 a year? Did you have a number in mind? When answering this question, it's really good to give a range, but definitely don't go lower than you're comfortable taking, hoping that they might go in the middle or higher. If you were making $50,000 in your last job, don't say you're comfortable taking $30,000 or $20,000. But also, of course, don't come off as being unrealistic. What are your salary requirements? I'm comfortable taking anywhere from $60,000 to $75,000 a year. I understand that you guys are taking a risk by hiring me. You're not quite sure how well I'll work in the company yet. And as time goes by and I increase the amount of responsibilities that I take on, perhaps we can renegotiate this later on. But for now, I'm comfortable with taking $60,000. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Great question. I want this company to be the #1 company in the world. And I think that with my help, we can grow this company maybe 10,000%. I'm confident that we can do it. We just need a little bit of luck, hope, and hard work. Don't give an unrealistic answer or communicate some kind of unattainable future. Definitely be realistic, but also be ambitious and paint a picture for them. Make them visualize what the future would look like with you working at their company. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? In 5 years, I hope to continue to work with this company. As I said before, I really admire this company's values, what they stand for. I'm always open to taking on new responsibilities. Perhaps I can also grow in my position and in my career as well. So I hope to stay with this company, see it grow, and grow as a professional as well. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
I don't care. I think they're all pretty good.
I'm not kidding. I've been asked this question before during a job interview, and I asked why, and they said they want to see you make a decision and explain your decision with confidence, even if it's something silly like explaining your favorite ice cream flavor. You never know when companies are going to surprise you with stuff like this. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
It's got to be mint chocolate chip, because the combination of the sweet chocolate and the mint flavor is just perfection in my eyes. And, you know, vanilla, chocolate, they're a bit, you know, bland, whereas mint chocolate chip is bold.
Do you have any questions for us? Oh no, I don't have any questions. That's all right. Don't be the person to ask no questions. It looks like you're either scared or you're disinterested, and nobody wants to hire someone like that. So definitely ask like 2 or 3 questions. Do you have any questions for us? Yes, I do have some questions. What do you enjoy most about working at this company? Where do you see this company in 5 to 10 years? What are some of the qualities that your best employees have in common? Thank you so much. I look forward to hearing back from you. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you liked it, please let me know in the comments section. Anyway, once again, I'm Sean, and I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Hey guys, my name is Sean and we're out here in A21 today interviewing foreigners, and we're gonna guess where they're from based on their accent. Alright, what's your name?
Mariah.
And how long have you lived here in Korea?
Like almost 2.5 years.
2.5 years, a certainly long time.
Yeah.
I see. You love your time here in Korea so far?
Yeah,
doing good?
Loving it. I'm ready for COVID to like get better, but yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, so you were here before COVID as well, 2 years.
Yeah, in 2019 it was so fun, and then 2020 was so different.
What's something that you can't get used to here in Korea?
That I can't get used to? I can't speak the language.
You can't speak the language?
No, so that's hard. But I can't think of anything. Everything's pretty chill.
Everything's pretty chill. What's the coolest thing about here? What's the best thing you like?
The best thing, the food.
The food. And so based on your accent, I'm gonna say you're probably from the States, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna take it another level up. Okay. You're from the West Coast?
Yes.
Yes? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
California?
I'm from like California.
Yes. Just kidding. California. Thank you for coming out, fellow Californian. Give me a thumbs up and Okay. So what's your name?
Hector Chavez.
And how long you been in Korea so far?
I've been in Korea for about 8 months.
For 8 months, I see. And are you gonna be here for longer?
Yeah, for about 3 more months.
How do you like it so far?
Honestly, it's been the best place I've ever been to. Honestly, like the culture, like everybody's here is very friendly.
Really?
The food is awesome. Yeah, just like I feel very relaxed being around the area. If that makes sense.
I'm gonna guess America first of all. Am I right so far?
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go a step ahead since I'm from California. Texas?
No.
Damn it. Okay, West Coast.
Yeah.
California.
Yep.
Okay, yes. Fellow California, let's go. What made you come to Korea so far?
So I'm in the military. I'm just working out here.
All right, well, thank you for coming out today. Give me a thumbs up.
Thank you.
All right, so you said your name was?
Ivo.
And how old are you?
32.
32. And how long have you been in Korea so far?
In total, 4 years.
4 years, okay. In total. And how did you end up coming here to Korea in the first place?
I came because I follow my wife.
Oh, you live with your wife here?
Yeah.
Korea. Oh, I see. What do you love about Korea so far? What's your favorite part about here?
It's just a safe country.
It's a safe country?
Yeah.
No crime?
Yeah, low crime. Yeah.
All right. I know a lot of Ethiopians. Ethiopia?
No.
No? Give me a hint.
He's in Europe.
France?
Yeah.
Oh my God, nice. France, okay. Thank you for coming out today. I hope you have a good time in Korea.
Yeah,
Your thumbs up. Yeah. What's your name? Clay. And how long have you been in Korea so far?
I've been here since February, actually, of this year, of 2021.
And how long are you going to be here for? Are you going to be here in the long term?
Well, as of now, my contract is until the end of February.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll kind of see. I'm kind of still feeling it out.
And so how do you like it here so far? Is it great?
It's been a very broadening experience. A lot of things I've really enjoyed. A lot of other things that you kind of really have to come with an open mind. Honestly, just being a foreigner and looking like a foreigner and not blending in automatically is a very, very different experience for me. For sure.
A lot of people will stare at you in the subway or whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just different. So it's really enriching from my perspective and kind of feeling what it feels like to be, a minority.
An outsider, yeah.
An outsider.
Exactly. Minority.
Yeah.
First of all, United States, am I correct?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here's the next level. Oh, crap. I'm gonna guess East Coast.
Ah, okay. No.
Not East Coast?
So different.
Okay. West Coast?
No.
Oh, crap. Okay, so there's nothing but the Midwest left, so I'm gonna, No, really? Okay, Southwest? Oh my goodness. Arizona?
No.
Can you give me a hint?
Fried chicken.
Fried chicken. Okay, Louisiana?
Ah. Kind of, yeah. I was born in Louisiana. Family's kind of from Mississippi now.
Oh, okay.
So south.
South.
South. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
And give me a thumbs up. Yeah, and then we'll get you on your way.
Absolutely.
What's your name?
I'm Tatiana.
Tatiana?
Yes.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
It's around 2 years from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you speak Korean?
A little bit. I live in here with my son.
Your son lives here?
Yeah.
Does he go to school here?
He's already finished.
Okay, I see. In high school?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so your son goes to school and does he speak Korean good?
Yes, he's mixed with Korean.
Mixed with Korean.
Yeah.
Oh, so mixed Korean. Oh, interesting. All right. So how do you like your time here in Korea so far? It's been 2 years, right?
I really like Korea because you're feeling safe here.
You feel very safe here?
Yeah.
Good. You have the police station right there.
Let's go to say hello.
You got a lot of good food here in Itaewon as well?
Yeah.
Just by listening to what you've said. Ukraine? I don't know. Russia?
I'm from Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan?
Yes, but I'm Russian.
But you're Russian as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to offend you. So when you're talking to people like Koreans, where do they usually think you're from?
Russian.
Russian? I'm sorry. I did the same thing. I'm sorry. All right. So people usually think you're from Russia. You have the blonde hair, like the beautiful eyes. I see.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out today. And what's your guys' names?
My name is Valerie. My name is Jada.
And how long have you guys been in Korea?
I've been here for 2 years now.
2 years now?
Yeah. I've been here now for 6 months, but I've already been here some years ago.
How do you guys like it in Korea so far?
It's very good. Yeah, it's fun. Actually, we have both Korean boyfriend.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why we are here.
What's your favorite thing about here so far?
I love the shopping streets.
Shopping?
Yeah, it's the best. Yeah, the clothes. Yes, shopping.
Shopping?
Yes, absolutely. And also I love also food and makeup.
And the boyfriends?
Oh, yes, yes.
But what's one thing that you can't get used to, on the other hand?
For me, it's probably like there's still a lot of like prejudice.
Against foreigners?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I feel a little bit left out sometimes.
I see.
Yeah.
Like isolated?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys have very good English, so it's hard. Maybe Denmark? She's laughing. She's like, it's not true.
It's hard. It's hard.
It's hard. Have you guys known each other before you came to Korea?
Met here.
You met here. Okay. Maybe Spain. And you're from. When I said Denmark, you laughed. So Finland. Okay. Am I right or am I wrong?
I'm from Mexico.
Mexico. Okay.
Yeah.
Mexico. And then you're from.
Italy.
Italy? When you're usually talking with Koreans, or maybe other foreigners, where do they usually think you're from?
They think I'm from Russia.
From Russia?
Yeah, but I don't see it. I just don't see it. They think I'm from Russia too.
Russia?
And yeah, a lot of people.
Did you get Denmark or Finland before?
No, I got French. I got Poland.
Yes.
I got Germany, but not.
You got everywhere but your country. Well, thank you for coming out in my video, and you'll give you a thumbs up. Yeah.
Thank you.
What are your guys' names?
Alina. Galina.
And and how long have you guys been in Korea so far?
For almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years.
3 months.
3 months?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And you guys are what, students here or what?
Yeah, I'm student.
And then she's.
And I'm not.
You're not a student. You're living here.
Yes.
Okay, I see. All right. Ukraine?
No.
No. Kazakhstan?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, 진짜. Give me a hint.
My country is bigger.
Bigger? Your country's bigger?
And mine is a little smaller.
A little smaller? Oh, so you guys are from different countries, not from the same country.
Yeah. Yes.
But you guys speak the same language.
Yes.
Okay, Russia?
Yes.
Oh, Russia. Okay, and then you're smaller. And then you said not Ukraine, right? Czechoslovakia? Where are you from?
From Kyrgyzstan.
From Kyrgyzstan. Oh, Kyrgyzstan. Okay, I see. What's your guys' names?
Ana Cristina.
Gabrielle.
Ana Cristina. Okay, maybe. Okay. Oh, that's kind of hard to guess. But how long have you guys been in Korea so far?
We have been here for 5 years already.
5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 years.
5 years. Oh, so you guys are living here for good so far? Oh.
Not for good. It's for my husband assignment.
He works here in Korea.
Yeah, he works here.
Yeah. I see. What's the best thing about Korea?
People.
People.
Yeah. Yes, people. Food second.
Food second.
Kimchi.
How about you?
I also think the people are really kind and welcoming. Yeah,
welcoming,
definitely.
you think?
Yeah.
How about on the other hand, what's something that you can't get used to, here?
I can't get used with gentlemen not holding the door for ladies.
Oh my god.
Right? So they are always in a rush, a bit too much.
So
I know they are kind, they have very kind heart. So just pay attention on that.
Just pay attention to the door, guys. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Spain?
No.
America?
Oh no.
Her accent is
My
very
English
good.
is.
I live in America.
Yeah.
Oh, she lives in America.
Yeah, she studied in American school since she was little. That's why.
I see. Oh, that's why her accent is very, Americanized. I see. Give me a hint.
Americas.
Americas?
It's South America.
In our country, so we don't. Not everyone speaks English as well.
Yeah.
So.
Not everyone speaks English. Chile.
Chile? No.
Getting closer, getting closer.
Just tell me.
Can we say no?
Yes, you can say
we are from Brazil.
Brazil. Oh, Brazil. Okay. Give me a thumbs up. All right.
Hey guys, it's Sean. How are you? How's it going? In many countries, including here in South Korea, people are taught to respond to "How are you?" with "I'm fine, thank you, and you?" But how do native English speakers really respond to the questions "How are you?" and "How's it going?" In this video, we're going to explore this very topic. I'm excited to introduce yet another new host for the channel, Sam, who is currently living in the US and is going to be helping me out with this video. Without further ado, let's begin. Take it away, Sam.
Thanks, Sean. Sam from the US here, and today we're going to be seeing how Americans respond to "How's it going?" So, let's go. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Enjoying classes, nice weather, like hanging out with my friends. As good as it can be.
Yeah, it's a really good day. Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. I'm about to graduate, so I'm really happy about that.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how about you?
Good, good. Hey, how's it going?
Doing good, how are you doing?
Good. Just enjoying the weather, walking around.
Yeah, just out hanging out.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Good. Hello.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going good.
Going good.
Going great.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, good.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, it's going good. How are you?
Oh, not much. Just hanging out. Going on a beautiful walk today.
It's a nice pretty day. Good for that.
So hey, how's it going?
I'm good.
How have you been today?
I'm very good. Been working.
Oh, working on the yard?
Yard, lining soccer fields, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, all the fun stuff.
Yes.
Well,
Hi, how's it going?
I'm going good. How are you doing?
Good. Enjoying the weather?
I sure am. Beautiful day, out on a nice walk.
Yeah. If somebody were to ask you and you were having a bad day, how would you respond to that?
Probably a little less excited. I mean, probably close to the same thing. Still going good though. But.
I usually just say I'm good and keep it pushing.
Yeah, I understand that. I do the same.
I'd probably just say, it's going and ask them how they're doing.
I would say it's going good. How are you?
I probably wouldn't be very detailed. I'd just say something like, oh, I'm fine, how about you?
Yeah, I probably would too. And as far as like your best friend saying it to you when you're having a bad day, how would you respond to that?
I definitely tell them what was going on, tell them all about my day, not say I was fine. Definitely go into detail and be open with them.
Probably tell them the truth, honestly. I mean, they're there for you, so might as well use them for that.
I might actually tell them like the whole situation, like why I'm having a bad day. Not great.
Could be better.
Yeah.
I would definitely be a little bit more open about it and honest and ask if they want to talk about it.
I would be a lot more open with them because I'm comfortable with them, and I would be much more open about my emotions and how I'm feeling.
Probably like I would be even happier just because I'm now talking to my best friend, but I mean, I'd probably just be like, tell her the honest truth, or him, I guess, but yeah.
So that's all I have for today. Back to you, Sean.
Hi, how are you?
Doing all right. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good, pretty good. What are your plans for today?
Today, gonna meet some friends at a cafe, do a little co-working, go for lunch.
If you're not doing so well, how would you respond to "How are you?"
I'll still probably say I'm all right, or I've been busy, or depends how close they are. You know, if they're far away, I don't want you into my life.
Okay, so if they're a stranger or acquaintance, you wouldn't give them all that information.
No.
It becomes more of like a meaningless greeting. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah. I don't want to put that burden on somebody who's not close with me. Like, oh, I'm really having a tough time these days. What are they supposed to do?
Yeah.
They don't know who I'm at. Like, they don't need that. in their life. It's not considerate.
So the generic response would be, I'm good, right?
Yeah, right. But if you are with a closer friend and you want them to know, it just depends how you say it. And if someone who's close to me says, how are you doing? I'm like, I'm all right. If I say it like that, then they'll ask me what's going on.
Good info. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing awesome, man. How about you?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, life's good. Chilling out here in a cafe. Getting my friends. Yeah.
Getting some work done?
Yeah, getting a lot of work done.
Good. All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah, peace.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm a bit tired, but I'm okay. Thank you.
You're good? Okay. All right. How are you guys doing today?
Really good.
Really good?
Yeah, really good.
Why is that?
It was a slow Monday after a cool weekend.
A slow Monday,
nice.
I see.
Yeah.
I see no classes.
No.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm doing great. How are you guys doing today?
Doing pretty well.
I'm good, thank you.
How are you guys doing today?
Very good. Good, thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
Good, I'm doing great. And where are you from
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. See you in the next video. Bye. Hi guys, how's it going? It's Sean. I'm really excited to officially introduce one of the new hosts of the channel. He's a young, upbeat, energetic guy from the US, and he also happens to speak Korean really well. His name also happens to be Sean, which I can imagine can be a bit confusing for you guys. But anyway, he's going to be helping me out from time to time with the channel, particularly with street interviews. Without further ado, let's begin. Take it away, Sean.
Hi, my name is Sean, and I'm out here today in the streets of Hongdae interviewing foreigners on their experience learning Korean. On the list of the hardest languages to learn for native English-speaking countries, Korean is in the top 4. Let's hit the streets of Hongdae and find out why it's so hard for foreigners to learn Korean. 가보시죠. What's your name?
My name is Aren.
And where are you from?
I'm from the US.
US. And how long have you lived in Korea?
I've lived in Korea 3 years.
3 years, wow guys. As someone who's attended Sogang University for 1 semester already, what's some of the difficulties you've experienced while learning Korean?
So when you're like in language school, you use really basic Korean. Like you use everyday stuff you can use, but once you get into university, you have to use Korean that's like, when am I going to use that in daily life ever?
Exactly.
So it starts becoming a little bit harder to get past that. But if you have really good people that are around you who are willing to help, then it makes it a lot easier.
I see.
Yeah, so making Korean friends and having those connections makes all the difference.
Oh yeah, of course. How about like specifically grammatically, or like something that you really had a hard time in the beginning with?
Grammar. Like I hate grammar so much.
뭐 예를 들어가지고 존댓말.
존댓말 진짜 어려워요. 아직도 해결해요.
How about anything else like?
So you're a foreigner in Korea. You stand out a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's getting used to those cultural differences of like, especially older generations just staring.
Yeah.
So you're like, hi. It's a little bit better with masks now because people don't notice as much.
They can't. Even if you have if you got the clothes right, then you just think you're Korean, and then
yeah. So they don't look too close. You're like, I can almost pass for not looking too foreigner.
I see. But so when you're talking with your friends in Korean, do you have a lot of Korean friends here?
I have more Korean friends in Busan than I do here.
Did you speak Korean with them, mostly, or English?
Mostly Korean.
Mostly Korean.
Yeah.
I see.
Usually with people older than me, like I can remember, but like friends or like people a little bit older, I'm like, oh, I just realized I'm talking to somebody that's like 6 years older than I am, but I'm speaking 반말.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, it's like because like you're 반말로 얘기하더니 when you speak it in 반말, it's so you feel like
it's very comfortable.
Very comfortable, and then but when you're not speaking comfortable, you can't speak good. So like you know what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. You just become kind of like awkward. You're like, wait, which one am I using? Let me switch, and then it becomes broken Korean. There's really not much that I've had too many troubles with, especially after I made a lot of Korean friends. Before that, just like it's very difficult to be by yourself in Korea.
Yeah.
So if you make some kind of friends, you'll have a lot easier time. I actually just moved into a one room. It was insane, the process.
Yeah.
And I still have a headache from it, but
me too.
It's been good.
That's great.
Yeah.
So far in general, you had a good time here learning the language and stuff.
Yeah. I've had a few like bumps in the road where it's like you know, wherever you go, there's always kind of like not so cool people that you meet, no matter where you go. But for the majority, it's been really good.
What's your name?
Max.
And where are you from again?
London, England.
And so you said you've lived here in Korea for how long?
Almost 3 years now.
3 years, wow. So you have some experience learning the Korean language, right? Even a little bit. So there's a list out there, and I'm not sure if you heard of it. It's the hardest languages to learn for native English speakers, and Korean is in the top 4.
Oh wow, okay.
Why would you think that is, based on your experience learning Korean?
Probably the different alphabet for one, and yeah, there's like formal, informal, and stuff like that, which we don't really do that in English. So
that's true.
And it's very contextual Korean language, so depends on the situation you're in and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes if I speak to a stranger in the street, like an old man at the convenience store, I accidentally say like 괜찮아 instead of 괜찮아요. So like I make mistakes both ways. Yeah.
I see.
I forget about the situation I'm in sometimes.
That's hard for foreigners. It's hard for me too.
Yeah. I think English seems harder.
Really?
Yeah.
For Koreans?
I feel like Korean is pretty mathematical, kind of the way you learn it, whereas English is just, when I'm teaching it to students, there's so many things which I can't really explain to them. It's like, it's just, that's the way it is.
As a native speaker.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah, but in Korea, usually you can explain every rule easily enough, I think. Yeah.
That's true. You like your time here in Korea so far? Was it great?
Yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, I can't leave. I can't seem to leave right now. Yeah.
Fall in love with Korea.
Yeah, exactly.
I see. Thank you for your time, man. I love what you said. Yeah. What's your name?
Marie.
And where are you from?
California.
California. Where in California?
San Diego.
So how long have you lived in Korea before?
Total 3.5 years.
3.5 years. So you have a lot of experience learning Korean, I'm assuming.
Maybe.
Oh, so you took Korean classes?
I took Korean classes when I was studying abroad.
I see.
Maybe intonation and memorizing the characters. Like if you're not used to learning characters.
The characters, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest part.
Can you read Korean?
Yeah.
Of course.
Like speaking formally and informally, I think that's probably pretty hard.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm probably not the best person to ask because I learned Japanese first.
But Japanese has the same thing.
Yeah. But it was easier for me to learn like Japanese and Korean than like Latin-based languages.
I see. So you like your time here in Korea so far? You here for vacation?
Vacation? No, I live here.
You live here now?
I live in Cheonan.
As an English teacher? That was great. Thank you for your time. Korean. What's your name? Roshi. And where are you from?
Iran. No, I think Chinese and Japanese are definitely more difficult.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Because like I was just interested in like Eastern Asia, so I do research before I come to Korea, and I take a look in all these languages, and I realized, oh my God, okay, if I want to learn in my country, it will be like for Japanese is 19 semesters.
19. Oh.
Yeah, and Chinese will be 16 semesters.
Oh my God.
While Korean was just 7 semesters.
7. Oh.
Yeah, so yeah, Korean is not that difficult.
I see.
Yeah.
As a person who has learned Korean here in Korea, what are some of the difficulties that you've experienced while trying to learn Korean?
Maybe everybody think that it's a good idea that the teacher from the beginning they're speaking Korean, so you will learn Korean better. But no, that's a bad idea. Like for 2 semesters, like first semester and second semester, it's really hard. Like you barely could understand like what your teacher is talking about, and they don't use English. I had headache almost every day because like she kept talking and she's like she's trying so hard, and we're just looking like, no, we couldn't understand what you're talking about. You know, for like grammar, special grammar, or some like words, like we use translation, and she should take a look, and she's like, no, this translation is wrong. So I'm like, okay, what is the meaning? And she tried to tell me in Korean, so I'm not understanding. Yeah, that wasn't easy at first.
I didn't know that they taught you in Korean. I thought that they would teach you English.
All in Korean. From the first level, from Hangul to the 6th level is all in Korean.
All in Korean. Wow.
Yeah, it's not easy. almost everything is quite different than my language, like informal and formal. It was really like surprising, like oh my god, like the way you write and the way you speak, the way they speak in the news, everything was all different levels. That was like we have just two different levels, not like that in Persian. I still like it, even though it's difficult. I still like it. Yeah.
You got a lot of Korean friends?
Not a lot, a few.
A few?
Yeah, like 3 or 4. Yeah.
So you try and speak Korean with them sometimes?
Yeah, they try to push me. In my opinion, Korean language, like speaking, is sweet, kind of sweet feeling to me. Yeah, I like it.
I love what you said, and thank you for your time.
So my name is Amanda. Nice to meet you.
And where are you from?
So I'm from France, as you can tell with my accent.
Oh, France. And so how long have you been studying here at Sogang University?
At Sogang University, I started last fall semester.
Last fall semester?
Yes.
Oh, so you've been here for like, how long so far?
In Korea for 3 years.
3 years.
Yes.
3 years. Wow, amazing. Personally, what difficulties have you experienced while learning Korean?
As for me, it was learning the vocabulary, because when I was learning English, since like all the hard words are related to Latin, it was easy for me to learn them, right?
Yeah.
But in Korean, I don't have this connection. So like,
exactly.
I just need to like learn everything from scratch. So yeah, because you know, like French is more similar to English, right? So like if you think about French, although the grammar is very hard compared to the English one, like the grammatic syntax is the same. So like you can think similarly as English, so
it's
very hard.
entirely opposite, you know?
Yeah, like they just like switch all the grammar syntaxes, like you have the verb at the end of a sentence, which literally means that you need to learn to hear like the whole sentence before you're able to understand it.
Yeah, exactly. How about, you know, there's a lot of other stuff that Korean has that a lot of the other languages in the world don't have. For example, like 존댓말.
Oh yeah.
How was that? How was learning that?
Oh, but actually in France we also do have like this politeness,
Really?
so that's fine. The only problem is that like they don't have only 존댓말, they also have like 높임말. So like there are like different degrees of politeness, and that's the hardest. The different degrees of politeness. Yeah.
Do you have a lot of Korean friends here in Sogang or in Korea in general?
Not in Sogang, but in Korea, yes. Because like when I came here in Korea, I knew a lot of foreigners, but then they all go back to their countries, right?
Oh, I see.
So then you're left with nothing but your Korean friends.
Oh, that's good. That's good because you get a chance to experience the language.
Yeah, true. And the culture also, it's very nice.
So, when you speak with them, what's one of the most embarrassing like mistakes you made? Like oh, you shouldn't say that, or like oh, you can't say that in Korea. Or is any mistakes that you think? Embarrassing mistakes?
There was one, actually, because I have a boyfriend here in Korea, so when I met his parents, I don't remember what I said. I said 싸가지 없어, so like they have no manner. But that's like the kind of like the jargon way of saying like they have no manner. So or usually you have to say like 예의가 없어 or something like that. But I say 싸가지 없어. So like they started laughing and they were like, oh, you shouldn't say that in front of us.
Yeah.
So I was like, oops.
Yeah, slang.
Yeah, correct. So if you're learning the Korean language, it's hard, but don't give up. Yeah.
Very hard. Yeah.
It's becoming interesting afterwards. At first it's hard, but then it's very nice.
I see. All right, thank you. I love what you said. Thank you for coming out here today and giving your time for an interview. Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. In this video, you're going to get the opportunity to listen to various self-introductions from Americans all across the United States. Throughout the video, I'll give you small quizzes, so make sure to pay attention while listening. So with that, let me begin with myself. Hi, I'm Sean. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in the United States. I've been living in South Korea for around 7 years now. I work as a full-time YouTuber here in South Korea, but I do various other jobs as well. I'm the youngest of 5 kids, and my entire family is currently living on the East Coast of the United States. I love hiking, nature, working out, biking. My goals for this year are to continue to grow this YouTube channel, get my driver's license, and find some people to play music with on a regular basis. So that's my self-introduction. Now I will show you guys various self-introductions from other Americans so you can test your English listening. But after watching the video, make sure to practice your own self-introductions in English. Without further ado, let's begin.
Hi, my name's Amelia Gonzalez. I'm from Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, and I currently live in Knoxville, Tennessee. I am working at SNS Cafeteria in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I do plan on leaving soon. For my future, I am planning on living elsewhere.
Hi, my name is Dylan. I live here in Knoxville, Tennessee, born and raised. I work at UPS, United Postal Service. We move boxes. That's really all I gotta say about that. I like to play video games. I like to hang out with my friends. I like to do a lot of nerdy stuff. It's a great time. That's really all I got to say. I don't really know what else to do.
Where is Amelia from? What are Dylan's hobbies?
Hi, I'm Jordan. I live in Knoxville, Tennessee. I like to play with my friends, play music. I work at UPS. I don't do a whole lot else.
Hi, I'm Michaela. I'm a bartender. I like to go kayaking and be outside. I am married. We've been married 7 months. I am a bartender and I am 25 years old.
And I'm 29 years old. We like to go kayaking and I like to play music with my friends.
And in the future, we would like to buy a camper and travel the whole country.
Yeah, just bounce around the world, living life. That'd be great. Maybe have a little kid or two.
Yep.
How long have they been married? What are their goals for the future?
Hi, I'm Brad. I live in Clinton, grew up in Clinton, Tennessee. I like to hang out with my friends. Almost 30 years old. I turned 30 in November. I like to play music, go kayaking, snowboarding, play basketball. I like to be outside. In the future, I'd like to travel.
Hi, my name is Jenny Bell. I'm originally from Tennessee, from Knoxville. I am a mom of 6 children total. 2 were my husband's, 2 were mine from previous marriages, and then we had a set of twins together. I'm a hairdresser. I work from home so I can help with my children. My husband's also a pastor of a church, so we do that kind of full-time as well, run our own business. He runs a fence installation company, so basically our goals are just to give our kids a happy, healthy life, keep them alive, and, you know, perfect. That's about it.
When does Brad turn 30? What jobs do Jenny and her husband work?
Hey guys, my name is Sean. I'm 21 years old and I'm from the United States in California. Currently I'm living in Korea and working here with Sean on YouTube, creating new contents, and I'm working in an English hagwon as well on the side, an English academy. Also, I am attending Sogang University. Yeah, I transferred here last year, and you know, I'm attending school and working at the same time. My family, you know, my brother, sister, my mom and my dad, they live in California right now, and I am the youngest in my family. Things I love to do. Well, I'm a fencing athlete, actually. I was fencing in the United States for a while, and you know, I tried to shoot for the national team there, so it didn't work out, so I'm just taking a break and attending school first. Also, yeah, I love to play guitar. That's one of my other hobbies. Other than that, you know, I love to work with Sean and YouTube, you know, get involved in the creative process and try and create new contents for you guys. And in the near future, I hope I can adjust better here in Korea, get some more friends, you know, after Corona ends. Maybe in the near future, maybe American national team in fencing, if I can graduate fast enough. Well, that's all I gotta say. That was my self-introduction. Thank you guys.
Hi guys, my name is Samantha Turner. I go by Sam or Sammy, and I'm the US host for the channel. I'm 28 years old. I go to the University of Tennessee. I'll be graduating in December with my bachelor's in mathematics. My hobbies include gaming. I game a lot. I also love sports. I played soccer for 18 years and I've been snowboarding for 12. In my free time, I like to hang out with my friends. I learn Korean with my 2 friends that I love so much. In the future, I hope to improve my Korean so that I can be an English teacher or a translator for the esports teams that come to the US from Korea. And yeah.
What are Sean's goals for the future? Why does Sam want to learn Korean? Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. See you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean from the US. So in this video, I want to take you guys with me to one of my favorite restaurants here in Yeonnam-dong, Seoul. And I have my lovely girlfriend as my camera woman for today. And I also want to take you to a cafe that I really like. And along the way, I want to talk about some interesting topics with you guys, including how I met my girlfriend, what we can learn about Korean culture by looking at the Korean language, and lessons that America can learn from Korea and lessons that Korea can learn from America. So come and hang out with me and let's get started as I show you one of my favorite restaurants. Let's go. So we're here at this restaurant called Shio. It's kind of like a Japanese Korean fusion restaurant, and it's easily one of my favorite restaurants here in the Hongdae Yeonnam-dong area. Me and my girlfriend, we both ordered this samsek yakitori, which is like this chicken with rice and eggs with so many beautiful Korean banchan side dishes. It's seriously delicious. So a topic I want to talk to you guys about right now while we're waiting for the food is how I met my girlfriend. It was actually a pretty interesting story. I guess maybe a year ago I was using like online dating apps and language exchange apps. I was pretty busy with YouTube and kind of looking to meet somebody, you know. I guess something more serious as well. So I wrote on my profile, if you recognize me from YouTube, please don't say anything. The reason is I don't want that to be like the first topic that people talk with me about. I kind of just want them to talk about themselves and me, like what do you like to do? What are you doing these days, you know? When people find out that I'm a full-time YouTuber, they really latch onto that topic and it can be kind of burdensome to me at first. So anyway, my girlfriend read this in my profile and we just started talking on the app, and it went really well, and eventually I asked her if she wanted to get a coffee or like a dinner, and we met, and then I told her, oh, by the way, I'm a YouTuber, and she said, I know. And I was like, you know, but you didn't say anything. She was like, yeah, because you said not to say anything. And to me, this was just like amazing. A, she could follow directions. B, she understood like it was burdensome, so she didn't bring it up. And yeah, we ended up having really good conversation. We ended up hanging out till like 5 in the morning, just having a drink, having dinner, just going from one place to another. And we met again and we ended up hanging out again till like 5 in the morning. So I was like, wow, I think we have a really good chemistry. So yeah, we've just been meeting ever since, and I guess we've been going out for like 10 months now. Time flies. Yes. She's really smart. She has a lot of life experience. We get along and we like to do a lot of things together, like hiking, like watching movies, like playing games, talking about weird, deep, interesting topics, or even just simple topics. It's really fun to travel with her, so yeah, that's how we met. Me and Yujong is her name. Anyway, let's get some food now. I think it's coming out soon. So the food is out now. We've got this amazing chicken with the eggs. All these beautiful banchan. Wow. Beautiful side dishes. Wow. Let's try some, okay? Okay. Ready? Mukbang. Wow, you have a little bit of everything. One piece of everything. All right, ready? How is it? Good? 10 out of 10? Good job. 9. All right, that's still pretty good. All right, here we go. My turn. I'm gonna try some of this chicken with the. I want to get one piece of everything. So a little bit of chicken, some rice, some of the egg, and a little bit of this bok choy. Fantastic. It's really nice. So one thing about me, guys, is that I'm a really fast eater. And when I'm with Yujong, I have to eat a lot slower. This is actually a good thing, I think, because I don't think it's good to just devour your food like a wolf. You should chew it and enjoy it. And it's actually better for your body too, for your digestion. But anyway, one of the things I love when we go out to eat is that it's almost as if I'm eating 1.5 servings, because usually I eat mine and then I finish what she can't finish. It's one of my favorite things. So because of this, I'm actually often concerned and I have a vested interest in what she orders. Excuse me, miss. Can I help you with this? All right, I can help you. Maybe I can do you a good service here and finish this chicken. Never leave a good chicken behind. You must always finish the chicken. I think I cleaned these plates out pretty well, eh? Okay, as you guys can see, we are finished. We ate a lot here. It was delicious. Now I want to take you to one of my favorite cafes here in Yeonnam-dong. It's a Vietnamese cafe run by a friend of mine. I think you guys are going to enjoy the interior a lot. Let's go. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Oh, the interior is really fantastic. You can tell that the owner here has put a lot of love and care into the overall atmosphere and feeling of the restaurant. Apparently, he's lived in Vietnam for many, many years. He speaks Vietnamese, Korean, and some English. Of course, this is the man that I'm talking about. He and I are the same age. Oh, he's got a little bit of coffee on his shirt. You can tell that he's a hard worker. That's okay though. Okay. So we're here. I think Yujong is going to get the avocado smoothie. Oh dear. And I'm going to get the egg coffee. I haven't tried that one yet, but it sounds really good. I usually get the coconut coffee. Let's have a seat then. So a question I want to answer now is, what can you glean from Korean culture based off the language, Korean? I think there are many things. As someone who's been studying Korean for about 5.5 years, the first thing that pops into my mind is this idea of nunchi, or social sense. If you see Koreans at a table at a meeting or two people talking, they're very in tune. This idea of being socially aware, or nunchi, is very important. You can see this paralleled in the language, where you can say 밥 먹었어? In English you have to say did you eat? You. But in Korean it's just 밥 먹었어? Which, when directly translated into Korean, is food was eaten. So in Korean you can take out the you because the listener knows that you're talking about them. So this connectedness is very important within the culture and the language. Another thing going along with this theme is the idea of collectivism. 우리나라, 우리 학교, 우리 회사, 우리 엄마, our mother, our company, our country. It's not my country like it is in English. It's not my company, not my mother. This idea of a shared Korea is reflected in the language and the attitude and culture. So things like 정, like working together, 단일 민족, or like a united Korea, is a very strong component within Korean culture. Of course, there's a lot of positives to this along with negatives, but the point is that this is reflected in both the culture and the language. The last thing is just like the pronunciation, and this is just my personal opinion. Korean has a very sharp and rhythmic pronunciation. So you have to get the pronunciation correct in order for others to understand you. And I think Korean attitude and Korean culture is like this. Things are fast, they have to be done on time, business is important, working hours are long, we get the job done, and we all work together diligently and selflessly in order for Korea to become a better country. So these are just some of my thoughts in terms of parallels between the language and the culture. Cool. Wow, that's a beautiful color. Look at that. It's like light green and creamy. The avocado smoothie. Beautiful. All right. Taste test. Yeah. That's hard to drink, right? Not easy to drink. How is it? 1 through 10. 10. That's a pretty high score. Wow, that consistency is fantastic. Nice. Look at that guy, the egg coffee. I'm so curious as to how this tastes. But the face is very cute. All right, here we go. Egg coffee taste test. That is really nice. Wow, the coffee and the egg really goes together well. Little cinnamon on top. Fantastic. Nothing short of my expectations for this place. Anyway, let's have these drinks and then check out the park across the way. All right. Okay, so another question that I'm going to answer now is, did you think you were going to be in Korea this long? The answer is no. When I was living in the US, I was actually in a band. I was the keyboard player and the singer, and originally I was only just going to live in Korea for 1 year and then go back to the US and continue playing music and creating music within the band. I guess we all know how it turned out. I've been living here for 6 years now, doing YouTube. I still have a guitar and I make music, but wow, I never imagined things would actually turn out this way. But I'm very grateful, and overall I love my life in Korea. So yeah, cool. Okay, we're all finished with the drinks here. We're gonna take a walk in the park now. Let's go. Hey guys, we're here in the park now again, and I want to answer now the question, what are some things that Korea can learn from America, and what are some things that America can learn from Korea? So let's start with something that America can learn from Korea, and that is pride in our country. I love the fact that Koreans are proud to be a Korean, they're proud to wave the Korean flag, and although, you know, every country has its good things and its bad things about its history, Koreans are not afraid to tell everyone that they're Korean. You can see the culture is strong, they hold on to their culture, it's a very important part of their identity. And I think there are a lot of positives to this. When I see a lot of young Americans these days, I often hear, I'm ashamed to be American, or they're ashamed to show the American flag. Like, of course there's bad things about American history, but there's also a lot of good things too. And I think it's okay to be proud of your country, you know? I think a lot of Americans can kind of band together with their patriotism. It doesn't matter what you look like, it doesn't matter where you come from. If you're American, that's one thing we all have in common in America. So I think that's one thing that America can really learn from Korea, being proud of your country. And I'm not speaking for all of Americans. I know some Americans are very proud of their country and not afraid to show the American flag, but I find that a lot of people from my hometown have this attitude of being ashamed of America, and like I said, it's just sad to see. Now, for one thing that I think that Korea can learn from America is the idea of free communication in companies. So if a young person in an American company has a really good creative idea, they can usually feel free to talk to their superior or their boss about this idea, and if the idea is good, they often implement it. Whereas in Korea, I often hear from my Korean friends that there's a much more rigid structure, and it's hard to get ideas and new systems from the lower end to the higher end. It's really sad to see, because I think a lot of companies can benefit from this type of free communication. Going along with this idea, I think still in Korea, a lot of people assume or think that the ultimate job, the best job you can get, is to work for Samsung or LG or Lotte, one of these big companies, where I think in America, like, the idea of starting a small company is so normal in the culture. There's fundraising, there's so many ways to get support from the government. In Korea, it's becoming more popular to do this, but I still think like the idea of creating your own work is not as popular among younger people in Korea as it is in the US. So if you can't find a job, make your own job. What are some ways that you can satisfy needs in the marketplace? This is the way that I think younger Koreans should be thinking more, and I do see it more and more nowadays, but it can go even further, and I think Korea in general will benefit a lot from this mindset. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts. What do you think? Alright guys, I really hope you enjoyed this video. It was kind of an experiment making this,
showing you guys my favorite places and talking to you along the way. If you like this, leave a comment and maybe I'll do some more in the future. As always, thank you so much for watching and I will see you in the next video. Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back. My name is Ailey. I'm from Turkey and today I will be talking about 5 mistakes Koreans make when speaking English. Now, as an English learner myself, I used to make similar mistakes, but thankfully in time I learned how to correctly express myself and I even scored 112 on TOEFL exam. So I thought this type of a video would really help you guys out, especially if you don't have anyone to regularly practice English with. So yeah, without further ado, let's start with our first mistake.
So, what did you do all week?
You know, I was at the company.
The company? Which company?
The one that I work at.
Oh, so you were at work?
Yes, I just told you.
Oh. So the mistake here and the reason why I was confused is because in her head, Yuri is thinking, 뭐 그냥 회사를 다녔어. But she's trying to exactly translate her words. And in Korean, of course, we do say 회사, but in English, we do not say company when we're referring to the place that we're working in. We just simply say, well, I was just at work, you know, I was just working. So when she said I was at the company, I immediately thought, wow, was there a specific company that we were talking about? Was there a company in this context? So that's why I was confused, and that's why you should say I was working or I was at work instead of I was at the company.
So what else did you do?
So, I met a guy.
You met a guy? How is he?
You know.
I know?
Yeah, my boyfriend.
Oh, you met the guy. Your boyfriend.
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So this second mistake is actually something a lot of English learners are confused with, and it is the use of the definite article, which is the. And since we don't have something similar in Korean, it might be confusing to know where and when to use this word. So in our example, Yuri was saying I met a guy, which made me think she met someone else. She met a random guy when she was trying to refer to her boyfriend, which is the guy. There is only one of him. There is only one boyfriend. Also, for this example, I wanted to clarify that I met the guy does not actually mean I met my boyfriend in English. It was just the case for our example. So if Yuri actually wanted to say I met my boyfriend, she should have just said I met my boyfriend. But our example was just to show the difference between a and the. And in the case of definite article, there are some words that you should always use with the, like the weather, the sun, the earth, because there is always one of those things. You know, there are not 2 suns, not 2 earths, etc.
So, I went to a party last week, but I was so boring.
You were boring? But you're a really fun person.
I know, but I was so boring.
But no, you're really fun.
I know, I'm so boring.
Okay.
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 So this one is something I've been actually hearing a lot, and it is using the participle adjectives in the wrong way. And without getting too much into the grammar and confusing you guys even more, I think I can simply put it like this. So we have adjectives that end with ed and adjectives that end with ing, right? So the adjectives that end with ed are the ones that are affected by feelings. So for example, Yuri was bored. She was bored. She was the one who was feeling bored. In this case, she is affected, which is why she should have said, I was bored at the party. And then we have adjectives that end with ing, and in this case, these are the ones that are causing those feelings. For example, the party was boring. In this case, I'm referring to the party, and party is causing that feeling. It makes us bored because it is boring.
Do you know BTS?
I know of BTS. I don't know them.
You don't know BTS? No. Everyone knows BTS.
They do?
Yeah, of course.
I must be the only one.
Yeah.
So, do you know something something? Korean people usually use this when they want to ask 뭐뭐 뭔지 아세요? Or 들어봤어요? But in English, we can't always use the verb to know as the translation of 알다. In English, when we say, do you know BTS or do you know Sean? We mean, do you personally know them? Have you ever met them? And for objects like kimchi, I don't think we can ever say, do you know? So in the case of kimchi, we can ask 김치 뭔지 아세요? Or 김치 먹어본 적 있어요? And in these examples, what we should say is, have you ever heard of kimchi? Have you ever tried kimchi? And in our example, Yuri could have asked, have you ever heard of BTS? And I would be like, yes or no. But in this example, Yuri asked me if I knew BTS, which made me think if I ever met BTS, which is why I was confused.
Can you pass me my handphone? I want to check my SNS.
Yeah, sure, but what is SNS?
Like Instagram, Facebook.
Oh, you mean social media?
Yes, right.
So this one is pretty apparent, but it is the use of Konglish. And I have to admit, I've been in Korea for almost like a year now, and these Konglish words started to sound so natural to me, even I sometimes get confused and use those words instead of their actual English translations. And in our example, Yuri said handphone instead of phone, and she said SNS instead of social media. Instead of saying directly like Instagram, Facebook, she said SNS, which might confuse an English speaker. And there are, of course, a lot of examples for this, just like saying 서비스, service for free of charge, saying sign instead of signature, or saying manicure for nail polish. Although they sound pretty similar, they're not the exact translations for these words in English. So that was it for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this video was helpful, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye!
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Sean. In this video, I'm going to show you my average day here in Seoul, South Korea as an American YouTuber. Without further ado, let's begin. So I usually wake up around 9 a.m., sometimes 10 a.m. if I'm feeling a bit lazier that day. Because I'm essentially self-employed, it can be really difficult to keep myself disciplined. So I always try to make my bed first thing in the morning. That's one success I have in my day. I've completed one task. After that, I pretty much always start my day by taking a walk in the park near my house. I'm very lucky now that the weather's really nice. It's spring, and I live right near the Yeonnam-dong Park. It's pretty awesome. After I get home, I pretty much always do some kind of workout. Today, I did a kettlebell workout. Because I'm not walking to any kind of business or office, I do all my work at home. I have to be really vigilant about exercising because I can easily just spend all day sitting in a chair, editing, or doing other things on my computer. Sometimes I'll go to the gym near my house. This is what it looks like. It's a pretty awesome gym. I definitely look a lot bigger in this shot than I actually am in real life. At this point, I'm pretty hungry. It's around 12 p.m. and I'm gonna make some pasta. Ready? There we go. All right, I made some pasta and I put some chicken in there. It's quite good, so it gives me energy to get my work started. So many days out of the week, I do a lot of video editing. I'm currently working with 2 hosts that are filming videos for me, to which I do all the editing. And you can see here that I'm using Final Cut Pro, which is the reason I'm using a Mac. I think it's a really good program for video editing. I'm also really interested in investing in the stock market and Bitcoin. So part of my day also is spent researching and investing in these different ways. On days when I meet my girlfriend, hi, hey baby, we often go to a cafe during the day so that we can work together. My girlfriend is currently preparing to start her own business, making jewelry and marketing that online. And during days when I come to the cafe, I usually do a lot of organizing, brainstorming, and generally just coming up with ideas to make the channel better and coming up with video ideas for the different hosts and myself to film. So I do all of my video editing at home with my main computer, and when I come to cafes like this, I do pretty much all of my brainstorming. These days, I'm really trying to meditate more because I find that it really helps me out with my creativity, my overall stress level, and just being more focused in general when I'm working or just living my life. So I try to get like 40 minutes in of meditating. Sometimes I miss days, but in general, I would say I do it almost every day. And I gotta say, it is really helpful. 강추. 명상을 통해서 언젠가 만렙 찍겠습니다. At this point, I'm getting pretty hungry. So I think today I'm gonna have some rice with steak. Here we go. I made sort of like a steak over rice with some egg yolks, with a side of kimchi and kim, and it ended up being pretty good. I definitely eat this one a lot. It's easy to make and pretty healthy. On days when I don't cook at home, maybe sometimes I'll go out to a restaurant with my girlfriend. The other day I met a friend. Yo, what up, Doug?
Hey, hola.
Let's get some food, eh? Let's go. And we decided to get some food at a restaurant near his house in Sinchon.
Let's eat.
As you guys can probably tell, I'm a big fan of really simple foods like tteokbap. In this case, we had yukwae, which in English is beef tartare, and it was fantastic. After that, around 8 or 9 p.m., on days when I'm not meeting anybody, I'll usually play a computer game for a few hours before I go to sleep. Look at that big damage. I gotta be careful though to not spend too much time on games like this. Days when I'm with my girl, we usually watch a movie in the evening.
Get up right now, I'll kick you so hard your stomach.
You like movie night? I love movie night! And maybe once or twice a month, I'll meet 2 or 3 friends to play some board games. If you can't tell already, I love games. After that, it's pretty much time to go to bed. And that concludes the average day in my life as a YouTuber here in Korea. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm Sean. Did you like this video? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Where are you guys from again?
I'm from America.
I'm from Australia.
And how long have you guys been in Korea so far?
I've been in Korea about 2 years now.
2 years?
Me about 2 months.
What do you think about your boyfriend having friends of the opposite sex?
Personally, I think that that is totally, absolutely fine. Okay. I think that, like, you know, your boyfriend or like significant other is a person in and of itself. You need to have trust in your partner, and you know, if they break that trust, then it wasn't the right person anyway. So
yeah,
exactly. So
it really depends. For me, I'm absolutely fine with it as long as the communication is there.
What can your partner absolutely not do with the opposite sex?
It's like if it's a one-on-one meeting and it's really late at night and it involves like drinking or something, I'm a little uncomfortable. But I do trust my boyfriend enough to like keep me updated on whatever's going on. I think like in general, like for a partner for me, I think like dancing with someone, kind of, you know.
Dancing with someone.
Yeah, that's kind of like a really physical skinship type of touching. Like in America, like usually we hug someone to say hi, or like you might give someone a high five. Like that's perfectly fine. But I think like if it's a little like lingering, or like you get like that kind of like nipping, you know, yeah, the hand on the back, yeah. Then I would kind of say, okay, hold on. I'd be like, hey, what's happening?
What's happening?
I go and communicate a little bit and ask some questions.
The one that I think from personal experiences that really affected me when I found out it happened was going to the movies.
Oh,
really?
That's really weird.
Yeah, I think because usually either you go with friends, which is perfectly fine, but if you're going with just someone of the opposite sex, I think there's something romantic about it. Like I feel like it's a usual date setting.
Two people, one dark room.
Yeah, The one thing that I noticed here is like in Australia we hold hands, or you might like have your arm around, but something here they do this thing where they like grip him, like the guys grip the girl.
Oh my God, you're right. They're like they have it on there.
It's very possessive to me, and I don't like it. I see
like,
it.
This is my object.
But I'm probably still just trying to adjust to everything here and seeing it, but I feel like you have more input. How long have you been with your boyfriend?
I've been with my boyfriend for almost a year and a half now. So we're getting close to a year and a half, yeah. He's Korean as well.
Oh, he's Korean?
Yeah. So one of the things that I've kind of found is that Korean couples can be very, I was gonna say possessive. Possessive in like a, not just like grab the shoulder type of way, but like,
who are you talking to?
they talk all the time, which I've gotten used to and I kind of like now, but compared to like American relationships, but they also do a lot of couple things. You make the rings, I have the ring, you know, made the ring, you know, you wear like the couple outfits. Like I was like zooming with my parents and they were like, what's on your finger? And I'm like, Mom, it's okay, I'm fine. Korean couples tend to be possessive, but also outwardly possessive, where they say like, this is my person, and like here's multiple ways to like discern that this is my person. And I also find that a lot of people are very more chivalrous, I guess, to a certain extent. But like I think just in general, like Korean guys are a lot more like, you know, they'll like bring umbrellas if you don't have them. Sometimes they'll be like going up escalators, they'll put like their bag, like if they have like a skirt on, they can like do that, or like they'll protect your head. Like, like they're very like attentive.
Gotta find yourself a Korean guy.
I have a boyfriend in Australia. He doesn't do any of that.
Well, and at first that was kind of like a cultural like problem, because I'm very independent. Like sometimes as Americans you're taught to like do things, you know, you do them, you don't want to kind of look weak or whatever. So it was kind of an adjustment there. They're just trying to take care of you, and it's a show of affection. So those are like the biggest sort of cultural differences that I found.
Where are you from?
I'm from Belgium.
And how long have you been here in Korea so far?
2 years and a half.
If you're dating someone, you know, if you have a girlfriend, is it okay for them to have friends of the opposite sex?
Yeah, I think it's fine, especially if they're mutual friends.
Yeah.
Then I don't see like any issue with it at all. I don't think I would have any problems with it otherwise, unless it's something specifically about that person. But fundamentally, the idea of opposite sex friend is not a problem.
If you have a girlfriend and they're meeting with a friend of the opposite sex, what should they not do together?
Spend more time with them than they would spend with you. That wouldn't be very nice. I mean, if they want to hug or something, that's fine, but probably nothing more than that, because that would just be weird, I guess.
How do you think Korean people do their relationships?
I'm not sure, but I feel like they would make a bigger problem out of that. We have a lot of Middle Eastern students at the school where I study, and I know that they would have a big problem with that probably.
Where are you from?
New York.
And how long have you been in Korea for so far?
11 months.
11 months, all right. Is it okay for your partner to have friends of the opposite sex?
Absolutely. Depending on if there was ever any history with them, then I would say no. But I have friends of the opposite sex, so I expect my significant other to feel the same way.
I see.
So if we weren't on the same page from the beginning, I don't think we would be dating, because I think it's jealousy. Jealousy if you don't trust me. So I think it's a big trust thing. If they want to go hang out, if they want to go have dinner, if they have a long history of being friends only, then I don't have an issue with it. Maybe staying the night at her house, that's a no. We're going to go with a no. I'll come pick you up if you need me to come pick you up. You don't need to stay the night.
I'll get you.
Exactly.
In regard to this topic, you know, how do you think Koreans date?
I haven't seen many people with the opposite sex here, like friendships. So I think maybe here in Korea that they think that you're not supposed to have friends of the opposite sex. I mean, I still think that Korean culture still has its old school ideas. Like whenever I don't have my tattoos covered or anything like that, I do get, you know, more stares, more looks, depending on what I'm wearing. Exactly. So I think just it's more old school here. Maybe that's more of a new age idea to have friends of the opposite sex. But there's so many differences. It's not a surprise.
Of course. Well, thank you for coming out today.
No problem.
Where are you from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Oh, and how long have you been in Korea so far?
2 months.
2 months so far. All right. So as a person from Switzerland, I'm not sure how like dating culture is there, but can your partner have friends of the opposite sex? Yes or no?
Yes. People can be attracted to each other, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna actually act on that.
Yeah.
And so.
Oh, interesting. All right.
I mean, you can find someone pretty and not do anything more.
Oh, so attraction is different from liking someone.
Exactly.
Okay,
very different.
Yeah. What can your partner not do with the opposite sex?
Physical touch.
Physical touching. Okay. All right.
So it's more than like a hug. Then I would. Yeah. I believe that I'm not gonna date someone who would do that.
Okay.
So I don't have to worry about these things. You can know pretty early on in the relationship if that person is this sort of person or not.
I see. So do you think there's like any cultural differences in regard to this? Like how do you think Koreans do their dating culture?
So don't go out alone with a boy or a girl, stuff like that.
Alright.
I've heard don't go drinking.
Don't go drinking
alone with like a guy friend or a girlfriend.
You heard stuff like that from your Korean friends, I assume?
I know, I read this.
Oh, you read this?
Yeah, or I saw videos about it. That's why I'm saying like I cannot speak for them.
Do you think they're more strict here a bit?
Not strict, I just think it's very different. And I mean, I know that maybe if I had grown up here, I would probably think very differently about this subject. So.
Of course, yeah. Alrighty, thank you so much. So where are you from?
Spain.
And how long have you been here in Korea?
This is my 6th week.
6th week, okay, I see. When you're dating someone, is it okay for them to have female friends? What do you think about that?
Yeah, why not? I don't think that should be like an impediment of anything.
Really? So have you dated a boyfriend with a lot of female friends before?
No, but like I wouldn't mind. That wouldn't be any of the reasons for an argument.
What do you think that they should never do with their female friend?
Of course, getting way too intimate, sort of flirting. I don't know, like asking when the other person is alone at home.
How about getting a drink?
No, you can go have a drink.
Get a drink?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a drink.
It's alcohol, man.
Yeah, but like I have like full trust on my partner, and I trust that he knows when to stop and like. Let's not blame the alcohol for what he does, you know?
I see, yeah, of course, yeah. What do you think are some cultural differences between Korea and, in Spain in
like
this regard?
dating?
Yeah, dating,
The girls usually get so jealous. Like, I think I was like walking down the street and there was like a couple coming towards me, and then like, I was like looking straight, so I crossed like side with the guy, and then like the girl pulled him to his side. I was like, and I was just like walking and like,
look at my man.
Yeah. She like took to her side and like tried like protecting him, and then like okay. They tend to be a little bit possessive.
Yeah, obsessive. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you like your time here in Korea so far?
Yes, it's amazing. Like the food is great, and the people is nice.
Very nice. Yeah. Thank you for coming out. I'll give you a thumbs up. And yeah, where are you from again?
I'm from France.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
It's been 3 months and a half.
When you're dating someone, is it okay for them to have male friends?
For me, I mean, yes, for sure, as long as they are not too close.
Not too close?
Yeah, like if, for example, they talk every time, even more than me, I will get upset.
You get upset?
Yeah, and be mad.
What do you consider too close?
Speaking every 10 minutes, like always,
I see.
Even when I'm with her, like she picks up her phone and speaks to her friend or something like this. Yeah, maybe because I'm jealous, but I just don't like it. They can take a drink together if it's been a long time, or after work, whatever, or to celebrate something. There is no problem. But like if, for example, my girlfriend wants to sleep with her best friend and he's a male, I would be upset for sure.
So never sleeping in the same house?
No, never.
But you're okay with them getting a drink or like a beer afterward?
Yeah, sure.
So where are you from?
United States of America.
And how long have you been in Korea so far?
2 months.
If you're dating someone, can your partner have friends of the opposite sex?
Yes, I think so, yeah. Relationships are all about trust. If you don't trust your partner to have friends of the opposite sex, then what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point in a relationship?
Yeah.
What can your partner not do with the opposite sex?
Physical affection, messaging in like a romantic way, obviously, but like liking pictures, any of that stuff, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter.
Can your partner have like a drink with the opposite sex?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you would be tempted to say like not alone.
Not alone.
But like I said, it's about trust. If something does happen, then obviously that wasn't meant to be anyways.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you think there's any cultural differences between how Korean people think about that and how, Americans or other foreigners think about this?
I think there's a bit of a different dating culture here. Obviously, you're supposed to be into each other, but I feel like they're very into each other, like doing everything together, always together. At least that's what I've seen.
Okay.
So maybe they'd be less tolerant, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. You like your time here in Korea so far?
Yeah, I love it. Honestly, I would live here.
Live here?
Yeah.
Thank you. And give me a thumbs up, and then we'll get you in the What do you guys think are the disadvantages of dating a person who has a lot of friends of the opposite sex? Any pros and cons?
Well, I have a lot of guy friends, so I know when we all hang out like in a group, my guy friend will like say something and all of us will be like, "You're an idiot, why'd you do that?" You know? So we can be, or they'll be like, "Oh, what should I get my girlfriend for whatever?" And we can all like really help them out. But then also if like the person themselves is coming from an area of like kind of insecurity, or they have like past trauma, or maybe like, you know, the partner has done something in the past, then it can like kind of be a problem then, because it can also fester insecurities, especially if you're surrounded by that and you have that sort of environment.
It's okay to have friends. The only thing I say is like, you might within time give them a lot of trust. You know, you've learned to trust them, and like if anyone ever betrays that trust because they know, oh, you know, I've got a lot of friends, they will never know anything, I think that would be very heartbreaking. But in most cases I think it's a very positive thing to just look at. Like, you know, you can't go your whole life just being stuck, like, you know, having no friends and like restricting your friends to a gender.
I've met a Korean bisexual before, and she's dating like a girl right now. But like, whether it's a man or a woman, she always has to ask permission from her girlfriend.
How long could you do that for?
Exactly.
Like if I was like 10 years into the relationship, would you have to keep doing that?
Thank you guys for coming out and sharing your perspective and thoughts. And I'll give you a thumbs up. Wrap it up here. Thank you.
For me, I mean, if I have a girlfriend, she will be my best friend as a female. For me, my girlfriend doesn't need a best boyfriend. But if they knew each other for a long time before I was here, like for 10 years, etc.
10 years or something. That's fine.
I would be okay.
They have a long friendship.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for sharing your opinions and thoughts. Give us a thumbs up, and then we'll get you on your way.
Usually, if you have a lot of friends of the opposite sex, it's probably because you have something in common with them. But maybe if that leads to an issue, then maybe you aren't fit to be together in the first place. I don't think it would be a problem.
So we'll wrap it up. Give me a thumbs up and
Hello everyone, I'm Sean from the US. Welcome to My Han Shigan, the best place on the internet for natural English listening practice. This video contains various interviews with people from all around the world. As always, the video includes both English and Korean subtitles for you to follow along with as you're listening. Also, for the first time in this video, you will see one of the new hosts for this channel. Anyway, without further ado, let's begin. Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
I'm from England and my name is Catherine.
Great. What are some things that are rude in England but are okay to do here?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is like basically my grandma teaching me like my table manners when I was like 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Every time I was like eating my food in my grandma's house, I would put my elbows on the table like this. And she would say, never put your elbows on the table. I don't know why. I think it's something to do with like not getting food on your sleeves. Particularly older people like my grandma, they really care about that kind of thing. Whereas I've never had someone in Korea like tell me like, get your elbows off the table. I think it's just a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
Whether to put your elbow on the table or not. Yeah.
You know, that's really interesting. I feel that that etiquette, it seems to be becoming less and less important.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the younger people anywhere in the world, in Korea and in the US, seem to care less about these kind of, perhaps in their mind, petty things.
Yeah.
I can give you an example. I made a vlog a few weeks ago and I put a plate that I had eaten something off of on top of another plate that I had eaten something off of, and some comments were like, never do that.
What? Why?
I don't know, but I guess that's rude.
Wait, Korean people or American people?
This was Korean people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I noticed that some other Korean people were commenting like, what do you mean? There's no problem.
Yeah.
So I found that there was more of a generational difference here than a cultural difference.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because to be honest, like younger people, they don't really care about that so much. But then if you go to your grandma's house, you want to avoid a fight, so you just do how she says.
Very true. Yeah. I've noticed too though that like companies, even in Korea, these super modern companies, they're less requiring of like formal dress and formal pay chic. It's more like there's a new kind of mindset coming along. Where it's like, we don't care what you do, what you look like, as long as you do a good job and you're coming in. Whereas like in the past, I think that was all connected, like presentation and all that stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think like people in the past, they would be like very strict, like if you're the Sunbae, then you would be like this to your Hubei. Like,
right. Do you think there are any positives to being really strict in terms of how someone dresses or how someone presents themselves in like a company, or like the way you eat? Are there any positives to this kind of strict adherence to tradition, so to speak?
I think in some situations, yeah.
Okay.
Because, for example, I actually, like when I was in school, I had a school uniform, and I absolutely...
There you go, that's a great example.
Yeah, I hated it. I actually like hated it so much. But now I think about it, it was nice to just know what I'm gonna put on in the morning. Like, I didn't have to think about like, oh, is this cool? Are people gonna think I'm like not cool if I wear this or whatever? I just had this uniform that I have to wear, and it just kind of took all the pressure off, and then also it kind of made everyone the same. It kind of took an element of pressure out. So I think, like, for example, people who, like, companies that say like you have to wear a suit every day, in some ways that's taking the pressure off. Like, you don't have to think, is this too formal, is this too informal? It's like, this is the rule, you do this, and if you do this, no problems. So I can see like there's
utility to it.
Yeah, definitely.
Even if something is rude, coming back to the original question, or something is like wrong to do in someone's eyes, like there's usually a reason for it. You know? It's more complicated than just like good, bad, you know?
Yeah.
There's reasons behind things.
Like you said, it's not just a country thing, but it's also like a generation thing.
I'll stop torturing you. This is a question.
So some of you might know that I actually quit my old YouTube channel recently. Hopefully by the time this video comes out, I will have started my new YouTube channel. The name is 영국 누나 언니 동생 Catherine. Catherine is in English. So I hope to see a lot of you there if you missed me.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool.
I'd probably say at work it's a little bit different, like how you can speak to your bosses and like to people who are older than you. Probably in Canada I can just sort of treat them more as like my friend almost, or like, you know, even though they're my boss, I just see them as my coworker. But in Korea there's definitely more of a hierarchy, and I noticed that, and I really have to be more polite and respectful, I'd say.
You have a Korean girlfriend.
Yeah.
How about in dating life? What do you find different?
Not being able to maybe spend the night together as much. Like, you know, I think usually they live with their parents, so I guess there's not as much independence maybe, like as a couple. I feel like they definitely typically have more responsibilities to their family or whatever. They're not as independent and alone, I guess,
As opposed to Canada or America,
where like when I've dated girls in Canada, they're more like just on their own, and they don't really feel like they don't really consider their parents' opinions as much. Definitely I think I get lazy, even though I can order myself in Korean. Like, I usually just like have my girlfriend maybe order instead. So I don't know, I guess I kind of fall into a little bit of like lazy attitude.
Which
I gotta like be conscious of and try to avoid.
Fix it, yeah. So your experience in Korea, so it's good so far in the 3 years you've lived here?
Yeah, you know, everyone or most people treat me really well. Sometimes, you know, like too well, and I almost kind of get tired of it because I don't want to be seen or treated differently than anyone, you know, good or bad. You know, I just want to sort of blend in, but it's really hard. I don't want to complain about it, but sometimes I just want to be treated like everyone else.
Like, for instance, what has someone done to you? Like,
Like even just giving me like, you know, service, like extra like free food or whatever. Yeah, you know, like which I don't really see them maybe giving to other people sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, I
so
see.
yeah.
Oh, so this is a special treatment. All right, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me your time.
Okay,
thank
good
you.
luck, man.
Good
Yeah.
luck. How long have you guys lived in Korea?
Previously for 4 years, and I came back.
2 years and a half.
Maybe around 5 years.
5 years, oh my goodness, more than me. I feel like a baby. We're here interviewing today about cultural differences that you've noticed. This was appropriate in your country, but it wasn't appropriate in Korea to do. Is there anything you guys can think of?
The one thing that I like, it's kind of drastic, but like carrying guns, you know, in America, especially Texas, people just like license to carry guns in anywhere you want if you got the license. So that's definitely a change, and it's a big one. But yeah, that's the one that comes to my mind immediately.
How about you guys?
So I'm Italian, and Italian people are known for being like very warm, and so we have this thing where when we greet people that we know, we give like kisses on the cheeks, and that's like super inappropriate in Korea. Everyone just kind of like bows and
kissing each other on the cheeks. Yeah. Shaking hands here is even weird. Is weird for some people too. How about Thailand?
The greeting is different. That's one of them. But it's just like her. Also because I moved many times in my life, it's very normal for me to hug people and hold hands, right? But in Korea, it's like super weird. And every time I hug her or I get really close to her, people would give me looks. But the thing is, I'm just really good friends with her. Yeah.
Really? So how about like turning the question the opposite? This was not appropriate in my country, but this was fine or okay to do in Korea.
Manners, kind of like cutting in lines and stuff.
Cutting in lines?
Cutting in lines here is like, it happens a lot, I feel like.
Really?
And like getting kind of pushed around by like the older people. Just it's small things like that. I feel like in America, manners and stuff like that, people trying to be more conscious about it.
So get rough here, push people around a bit.
yeah, you got to get used to it.
So one thing I've noticed here is like, especially like ajushis, they kind of eat making like a lot of noises.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a sign of appreciation, I believe, here, like if you make noises while eating your food, but in Italy it's like no, like do not.
Even in Europe, like if you like even have the chewing sounds, like people like get really angry at you.
Don't. It's very rude there.
How about Thailand?
Well, normally you don't spit on the floor, but I've seen in Korea like so many people spit on the floor, and I find that absolutely disgusting. I do not want to even hear anything coming out from your throat. I do not want to see it on the floor. And the worst part is I have to deal with it too, because I need to avoid stepping on it, and it's disgusting. It's inappropriate, and you shouldn't do that. Please don't do that.
I see.
One thing that at least I was surprised of, it's like here, you know how you don't really have like trash cans? Like that's a rarity right there. But you have it a lot in Italy. However, in Italy where you do have trash cans, everything's like super dirty and unkept. But here you don't have trash cans, but there's virtually no like trash on the floor.
No trash on the floor?
Yeah. It's crazy for me.
How about with Thailand?
Thailand is definitely, I have to say, one of the dirtiest places I've been to. So comparing it to Korea, it's really clean. It also doesn't smell like sewer everywhere you go, so that's one surprise. And also the public transportation here is very clean compared to other countries. So, and also like convenient, easy, and also cheap. So comparing it to Thailand, that's also gonna be one big shocker.
Thank you guys for your time, and yeah, hope you guys have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. In your thoughts, this is not appropriate in my country, but it's appropriate to do in Korea. Is there anything that you guys can think of?
The first thing that comes to mind is actually about clothing. So in France, it's okay to uncover most of your top. So showing some cleavage is okay. But in Korea, if you show cleavage, it's very inappropriate. You can wear very short skirts in Korea, but in France, that's very inappropriate.
So you've worn like clothes that have shown a lot of cleavage here, and then someone has said something to you?
Yeah, during class.
When was that?
So that was right before the virus actually, and I just, because we still could go to class, and I was like, yeah, we're going out tonight. I have something that just shows a bit of cleavage. That's like not my worst outfit. And my friends were like, oh my gosh, what are you wearing? You should put a scarf or something. They were so shocked, and other friends were like very short skirts, and I'm the shocked one in that case.
How about like dating culture? Have you dated a Korean guy before? Never?
I had a few dates.
How was it? What was different? Like,
What was frustrating for me is like they always want to pay for everything. And I don't really like that. I want to share the bill.
you feel pressure, you know, to buy them food again.
So in Korea, you see a lot of girls, well, Asia in general, China, Korea, Japan, you see a lot of girls holding hands. It's just because they're friends and they're close together and there's this intimacy between girls that's just friendship. You do that in France, people are gonna think there's a love relationship going on.
Oh, they think you're lesbian.
In Korea, and even between some guys sometimes. And they're just friends. It was really weird at first, but actually it's completely fine.
Skinship. 같은 거.
And what I like to hear is guys wear makeup or earrings. And in France, it's like kind of weird.
It's weird.
The first comment, a guy wearing makeup or earrings would be like, are you gay? Like, that's so wrong in a sense, and it's just, no, he can do whatever he wants.
He can do whatever he wants. Oh, so it's like acceptable in society to wear makeup here, but not in Japan. Oh, it's something that was frustrating in your country, but then you live here and there's, well, this is kind of nice. I can do this here.
The fact that when you order coffee at a coffee shop, they give you the little bell and you can just go to a table, wait somewhere, and then you can come back instead of queuing up and feeling like it's very crowded in the shop. I really
they
like
have to do that back at home?
Back at home, we queue up,
You can't leave your stuff at a table, leave, and come back. It won't be there anymore. In Paris, you can never do that.
There's a lot of thieves, there's a lot of people who steal stuff in Paris.
Right. Especially in Paris, I guess.
Especially in Paris.
Since it's really touristy and everything.
So overall, you guys like your experience in Korea so far? Was it good?
Yeah. My dream is to live here. I'm actually trying to get into college here and then graduate and go into a company.
Thank you for giving me your time, and thank you.
Something that's not appropriate in my country, but it's appropriate here. I would say eating loudly.
Eating loudly.
At least for like older people here, they slurp noodles and stuff. Whereas I think if I did that back home, my parents would kill me, or my friends. So that's one thing. Anything else etiquette-wise? I think a lot of the hawking too, like older men do it here, but
spitting,
back home, spitting,
spitting on the streets.
I mean, I'm from Arkansas, so spitting on the streets, not common, but I've seen it happen. But it's way more common here. So a big one that's kind of a reverse culture shock for me now is when I go home, when people don't take off their shoes when they go inside. That's
really?
You don't have to take off your shoes. Whereas here, if you walk in somebody's house without taking off your shoes, it's really rude. And
that was exactly the next question I was going to ask. This is not appropriate in Korea, but appropriate in my country. Is there anything else besides the shoe thing you can think of?
I would say in Korea, like they always feed you when you come to somebody's house, but in the U.S. that's not always. Like maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's
you don't have to do it.
You don't have to do it. If I go visit somebody's house, I wouldn't say I expect to get food, but I know they're gonna feed me something if I'm there more than 5 minutes.
I see. How about dating life? You've dated with your girlfriend for how long now?
7 years.
7 years so far.
I would say like definitely something that in the U.S. maybe you could go like a day or two without talking to your girlfriend, whereas here they expect you to talk to them more, or just check in with them, even small things. Another thing, here girlfriends expect you to pay for everything, which in the U.S. is more splitting. But that's just a small thing. Different.
I see.
I love Korea. Anybody on YouTube that's watching that's never been here should visit. So
thank you for your time, and I hope you guys have a wonderful date. Thank you.
It's very common to talk in the subway in Austria. Like nobody cares, even on the phone. People are maybe more silent here in Korea in the subway. Maybe also because they look more on the phone.
I see.
So in Austria, I don't see many people who are only watching their phones.
Oh, really? Oh, so they use their phone less in Austria because they're talking.
I mean, Europe is significantly different in many ways, I guess.
Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you.
There's more things you can do in France, for instance, rather than doing in Korea. For instance, here you always think as a group, but in France we always think as individual. Like in the subway, you will always leave the seats for pregnant women or for old people. In France, if it's a rush hour, nobody will care about that, and everyone will sit everywhere. So we are less thinking about the group, and here people seems way nicer than
in France. In France, even for pregnant women, they just
like if the pregnant woman will ask, we will stand up, but usually we just sit everywhere where we can.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
It's a very polite country, but you can see also that to respect to foreigners, they have to change some things. For example, also we have been banned to enter some, for example, to a pub or to a club because we were foreigners. Yes, they say foreigner, go out directly.
In South Korea, people won't necessarily show you that they're racist, but they will show you by their actions. While in France or in Spain, they will show you directly and verbally, so it's meaner. But in South Korea, they will act super nice to you, and then in the back they will just act very racist. Like last we've been scammed. He got refused into a nightclub because he was white. And there is also like lots of racism due to coronavirus. Like I know in France, lots of Asian people get hit because we think, oh, they are Chinese, so they will spread coronavirus everywhere. But here, we are considered as the ones spreading coronavirus. So people will be like not sitting next to us in the subway, but sit next to Koreans. Like they are more distant to us rather than to other Koreans, because they're not really, I wouldn't say open-minded, but they don't open their group very easily to foreign people.
Hong Kong people are more familiar to English, but in Korea, most of the people don't like to speak in English, and I think most of them know English, but they rather speak in Korean, and when you try to talk to them in English, they don't want to talk in English.
Yeah, Hong Kong has a lot of English speakers. So. Thank you for your time, and I hope you guys have a wonderful time while you guys are attending school here. Where are you guys from?
Seattle, Washington.
Yeah, Seattle, Washington, and California too.
You guys have lived in Korea for how long again?
2 years.
2 years.
Our topic is, this was appropriate in my country, but this is not appropriate to do in Korea.
I think the Koreans are definitely more of a quiet culture. And I think sometimes Americans can be more boisterous and loud, so I think that's probably one difference, you know?
Oh, like, for example, talking in the subway.
Talking, like especially in the subway, for sure. Because people are always so quiet in the subway. And even on the street, really. We were in China before we came here, and Chinese people talk really loudly. And so we came here and we're like, it's so quiet. It's so quiet. So yeah, I think that's, it's definitely more quiet and reserved, which is nice. The 7-Eleven culture is interesting, where people just get drinks and then drink outside the 7-Eleven.
In America, you get arrested, you know?
You can't do that. You can't do that in America, so I think that's interesting.
Driving's a little different.
You drive here?
Yeah, I drive. So
It's
like
scary.
the buses just go, like you don't, they just go right into your lane, and so that's kind of getting used to. You just assume that they're going to come over. So I think that's different than in America.
They just cut you off?
Yeah, they cut you off big time. Yeah.
I think maybe the service is different here. Like you do have to maybe flag them down more here. Whereas because in America we work for tips, right? So they're more service oriented. So they'll come to your table more often. Like, what else do you need? What else do you need? What else do you need? And here, not so much. So
you press a button here and they come.
Exactly. Exactly.
I see. Do you guys speak any Korean at all? No, so far. It must be difficult living here.
This is my favorite thing. In Korea, the hand signal is my absolute favorite.
Just like this.
It is my favorite, and I can use it for so many different things. It works all the time. I love it.
And in America, it's kind of like rude to do this, but like here,
it is here. But people get it. Like especially people that don't understand English. Exactly. Right? You can just do that. And you're just like, oh, okay.
Anything else in general about the topic, you guys? You're even like, if a family member came here, they'd be so surprised about this.
Nothing compared to China. I mean, this is like nothing compared to China, really. I don't think they would be surprised because our family came and visited when we were in China. So I think that they would actually probably enjoy this more.
Oh, really? What about it?
I think the lack of pushiness of people, you know, like they generally pretty much stay out of your general space, you know.
Very polite.
And very polite and very respectful.
Yeah, I think it's more polite than the U.S.
More polite than the U.S. even.
So, I mean, if I get bumped in here, they're like, "Oh, so sorry."
So
you know,
yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, so polite.
All right. So in general, you guys like your experience in Korea? Pretty positive, right? For the 2 years you lived here.
Yeah, so far the COVID, we haven't really seen a lot because COVID-19, but
yeah, of course.
But we're looking forward to.
Hard to go around.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time.
All right.
And,
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? Where are you guys from?
Good, thanks. I'm from Denmark.
Denmark?
And I'm from Finland.
Finland. Denmark, Finland. Okay. What are some things that are rude in your country, maybe impolite, but they're totally fine to do here? They're socially acceptable.
Slurping your food?
Slurping your food? Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that a lot in restaurants and heard it. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I would never do it at home. Yeah. You see a lot of couples on the streets.
Okay.
Like holding hands or like arm in arm.
Okay.
But I don't feel like I see a lot of people kissing and stuff on the street. That's like different. I feel like back home, like couples kiss and hug on the streets. Yeah, affection. That's true.
So you could totally kiss somebody on the street.
Yeah.
But like French kiss would be like no good, right? That's like too much.
No, you
That's
can
okay?
do that, but it's depends.
But here, just
But some do.
nothing, right?
No. Yeah, we haven't seen. No, I feel like I don't see that. No. Yeah, true. Yeah.
How about the opposite? So these things are rude in Korea, but they're totally fine to do in Europe, where you're from.
Yeah, I feel like you respect your elders a lot more here.
Yeah.
Like, and address them differently and stuff. Yeah. And also with like teachers and stuff. Like at home, I call all of my teachers and professors by first name.
Oh, to me, that's weird. That's weird. Right?
Yeah.
Even as an American, I always say Mr. something.
No.
No?
No. Just say first name. Yeah. Hey, Chris. How are you? Yeah.
No, that's weird.
Yeah.
Do you prefer this kind of level of comfort?
Yeah, I think it's more like it feels friendly. Like you feel closer to your teachers and professors that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what would the benefit of having this hierarchy be? Would there be any use to that, you think? What are the positives to that?
I guess you have like more respect.
More respect.
Towards the professors.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's like a good thing or like I think it's okay if we're like on the equal ground, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Because the funniest thing is like, so I study Korean, and there's like casual speech, and then like polite speech, right? And even if a foreigner or a person who's younger than me is Korean, they come up to me and they speak in the casual speech, and we're not friends, I feel a little bit like rude, you know. It feels a little bit rude. Maybe because I live here for too long, but
okay.
But for me, like especially when I'm not close with someone, I prefer that like distance a little bit, you know.
Okay.
That level of respect.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I don't know, just me personally.
Isn't it harder to get closer though to people that way?
That's a good question. That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
That's the $1 million question. Yeah. But I guess overall you enjoy your time here in Korea.
Definitely.
You really enjoy your time.
I mean, it's a bit of a weird time to be here, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm done torturing you. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Where are you guys from?
From Washington, D.C.
DC. How long have you guys been in Korea?
I've been here about a month.
About 3 weeks.
What are some things that are not acceptable in America, but are acceptable in Korea to do?
I guess like slurping your noodles if you're eating like ramen or some long noodle dish.
In America, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, generally no.
But here, you can just do it freely. Just
Yeah, no one will give you any weird looks, but I feel like in the U.S., if you start slurping some noodles, you might, get a little side eye or something.
Do you agree? Do you agree?
Yeah, definitely. Another thing I've noticed is I've seen some guys like spit, just outright just spit on the street. People do that in the States too, but if you see that in the States, it's more of like a disgusting thing, but it seems like people just don't mind it as much here.
Yeah. Anything else? Well, dating culture, or well, you guys haven't been here for only a couple months. You wouldn't. Anything
Plus
else?
we're dating each other, so hopefully you don't know too much about dating culture.
That was a horrible question. My bad.
I guess the biggest difference is coming from DC. Public transportation here is really on time, very fast and efficient. In DC, it's more likely to be delayed, the train is broken down, or just some other nonsense.
Pretty much anywhere that there's a subway in the States, people will sing sometimes, dance, beg, do performances. People don't necessarily like it, but it's definitely not illegal or frowned upon.
Busking.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and sharing your perspective on Korean food and culture. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
Hi, I'm from the United States.
So what are some things that are maybe rude in the United States, but societally they're okay here?
When I'm walking on the street, that can be one of the most difficult things to do here in Korea, because you never know if you should walk on the right side or if you should walk on the left side. And if I walk on the right and the other person's walking on their left, walking towards me, who's going to move? Do I move? Do they move? If I'm older, are they supposed to move? If I'm younger, do I move? And then, as you mentioned, if there's 3 or 4 people in one straight line walking in front of me and I need to pass them by, how do I get around them? Do I just rudely push my way through? Do I just use English and say, excuse me? Do I...
Probably not that one. Probably shouldn't use English. Yeah.
Do I speak Korean and just say chamchimanyo? So there's a lot of things that I always have to consider when I think about just how do I walk on the sidewalk.
Yeah. Would you say that in the US there's more of a system? When you're driving, of course, but even when you're walking, is there also kind of an order, a way that things are run?
So in the US, everyone pretty much knows to do everything on the right side when you're moving forward, which makes it really easy. The only difficulty might be the tourists coming from out of town and they're on the escalators. They might not know to stand on the right side. They might stand on the left. And talking about age could be a little bit rude.
That's true.
And not a little bit rude, very rude.
So you definitely can't do this in the US.
Yeah, so be very careful about asking people's age once they're over maybe 25 years old, 30 years old.
Yeah.
Be very careful about
Another
that.
thing that comes to mind is I noticed in Korean amongst close friends, wow, you gained weight. Wow, you lost weight. Wow, you look really tired. You look bad these days. Whereas in the US, actually I don't like this. Right. In the US it's you look fine. Everything's fine. No problem. You didn't gain weight. You didn't lose weight. But if it's your best friend, of course you shouldn't say this to a stranger, but if it's your best friend, I think this kind of honesty is a good thing.
I have a lot of conversations with a lot of my students about in the West we always ask how are you, so we're really concerned about people's feelings.
Yeah.
And how have you been, so how are things going. And here in Korea we're talking about 식사 하셨어요, did you eat, what did you eat, and so we're really talking about the physical. So when I think about the US, it could be very, very rude. Not could be, it is very rude to say, oh hi, long time no see, you look like you gained 15 kilograms. That would be very, very extremely rude. However, here I know culture is very different. We might say those things. Sometimes it could be good, sometimes it could be encouraging, sometimes it could be bad. So we really have to understand the context, the tone, everything like that.
What do you prefer between Korea and the US in terms of this culture?
Honestly, I can't choose one or the other. I think the mixture of both, honoring both the physical and the emotional, putting them together, I think that makes the best person, the best culture. So one thing I really appreciate about the American culture is there's a lot of compliments.
Yes.
We do give a lot of compliments. So, hey, you've been going to the gym. That looks great. I really, really do appreciate that. In Korean, a lot of Koreans give me things they've noticed. So they will say, instead of saying nice haircut, they'll be like, oh, you got a haircut. And I don't know if that's actually a compliment or if it is just something they noticed. And when they say, hey, you got a haircut, I don't actually know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Oh, that's a big difference. So in the US, oh, nice haircut. Whereas in Korea, you got a haircut.
So, and a lot of it's based on tone and context, because even something like nice haircut could mean be very sarcastic and could mean something rude. But learn from both cultures, enjoy both cultures, appreciate the good things and try to get rid of the bad things.
Thank you so much, Wendell. This was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey, how's it going? Where are you from?
I'm Catherine and I'm from England.
Great. Are there any topics about which we should never ever joke about? Are there any topics to which humor is not allowed?
I think this is a really difficult one because there are certain things that I want to say like, no, never ever joke about that. But then I think like if a really, really, really funny person or someone with a particular insight into that actual thing is to joke about it, then it could be acceptable. It's difficult because we want to have free speech and we want to be able to talk about what we want to talk about. But then we don't want to offend people or hurt people that have had experiences with that kind of thing.
Okay.
But then the way that I've really thought about this before is like there's punching up and then there's punching down.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're getting into like all like comedians and stuff here. Like a good comedian never punches down. They never make fun of the people who are weaker than them. They only punch up, so they'll make fun of the people who have more power or the people who are like them. So for example, if I'm a middle class person, I shouldn't be making like rude jokes about people who are like lower class or less well off or like immigrants, for example, because A, I have no experience of living like that, but also, let's say, powerful person is taking blows at like someone who can't necessarily defend themselves.
Punching down.
Punching down. But if I'm gonna make a like fun of Bill Gates, who cares? He's Bill Gates. He's got loads of money. And he's got lawyers. He can defend himself. He can defend himself.
The reason why I asked this question is because I fear that if there ever comes a time when there become too many topics that we're not even allowed to joke about, then perhaps our society is becoming too rigid and too authoritarian. So I think it's important to be able to joke about anything, but I agree that some people can do it in a good way, some people can do it in a bad way. Okay, so if you make a really bad joke, nobody laughs at it, and you're a comedian and you're terrible, it's not funny, should you pay a fine or go to jail?
I don't think you should pay a fine, but I think you should go home and you should really think about what am I making jokes about, how am I making jokes about it, and try and improve yourself as a comedian. Like, if you're not funny, can you call yourself a comedian? There's another question.
But that's the thing is like, what if a comedian is funny to only one person and not funny to a million people? Are they still comedian?
Oh, wow, that's hard.
So I guess the point of what I'm saying is like, if within law and within like structure and when you're creating something, it's nice to know that there's like a definitive line where you can't cross. But I mean, you and I both believe that like, okay, if the funniest guy or girl in the world jokes about dead babies, then it's funny. You know, we all know it's a joke. But if someone jokes and it's terrible and they're sarcastic and you're like, wait, is that really a joke? Are you being serious? So how many years will have to pass before we can make jokes about COVID-19?
I think we can make jokes about COVID-19 now.
Really?
But as long as the tone is not offensive to people who've lost loved ones and who have like lost their lives from COVID. But we can joke about like, oh, I don't have any toilet roll or like something like that.
Okay, that's
like
true.
There's levels within a social issue. There's like levels and levels, aren't there?
Very true. All right. I think I've tortured you enough.
My brain.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hey, how's it going? Where are you from?
Hi, my name is Wendell. I'm from the United States, from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Are there any things in this world that you should never joke about?
In this world, absolutely. I have a great story for you.
Great.
So this was 10 years ago. A group of friends of us, we all went out to this buffet. There's about 10 of us, 5 girls, 5 guys. We just stuffed ourselves silly, eating lots of great food, Korean food, all sorts of Western food. So lots of great food.
Sounds like a buffet.
Sounds like a fantastic buffet. And next thing you know is the girl next to me, to my left, she's rubbing her belly and she's, saying, she's full and everything like this, but she's just rubbing her belly just because she ate so much. And I lean over and I say to her, Agi Isayo?
Which means, do you have a baby? Are you pregnant?
Right. And she looks at me square in the eyes and she says, never say that to a woman. And I was just so fearful at that moment. I'm like, oh no, what's going to happen next? Do I need to run away? Do I need to leave the country? So for 30 minutes, she leaves me just in just turmoil and anguish. I'm just like, what's going to happen next? Next thing you know is she just whispers over to me, oh, I'm just kidding. I like to joke around with people all the time, so don't worry about it. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, I thought you were going to just kill me because you just thought I was the rudest guy in the world. She's like, oh no, don't worry about it.
So that's an interesting story, but my question is, so what have you gained from that experience? Have you come to the conclusion that it is okay or it's not okay, or?
What I've learned is just be careful with your sarcasm. Sarcasm doesn't go the right way. It doesn't translate very well from culture to culture.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful about joking around. Yes, definitely. Just be careful with joking, sarcasm.
If something is a joke, is there ever a time where a joke should be censored or someone should be punished for a joke?
I would never say they should be punished for a joke, but I think timing is everything.
Okay.
And so if you have the right time, then yeah, the joke would be funny. But if you're at the wrong time, joke's not funny.
Yeah, it's not funny, but should they be punished?
Should they be punished? No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the next question would be, is there really a difference between just saying something and joking about it? And who's to say what's a joke and what's not?
That's the concept, is who's to say what's a joke and what's not. And so it depends on the situation.
Is this so far in the case-by-case category, or can there be some kind of line drawn anywhere? It sounds like it's very case-by-case.
It's very case-by-case. If you want to make a joke that goes beyond the line, I would say then you'd want to tease yourself. Be sarcastic with yourself. So if you can, be willing to put yourself down to make yourself look a little bit, not foolish, but just have fun with yourself, then sure, you can joke about that, and I think that'd be the best way to do it.
We're talking now about humor and joking, but the funny thing is, it doesn't feel good when someone teases you and other people laugh. Now, this is, you can say, a joke, it's humor, and people are laughing and enjoying it, but one person isn't enjoying it. So this is kind of another question, kind of piling it on top, adding it to this discussion we're having. How do you reconcile this in terms of free speech, humor, and being okay to discuss something?
Be careful with what you say, love one another, be kind, be sensitive to other people and other cultures, and it goes both ways. That's the big thing. It goes both ways.
I agree.
Because one thing that we do is we feel like we can tease the other person, but no one can tease us back. And that's one thing that I'm really saying, well, if you're going to start it, then other people can continue, but why start it if you don't want to receive it, right?
You can give it, but you can't take it.
That's right.
So the way I like to think about this, and I'll just conclude by saying this, someone should never go to jail for a joke, even if it's insulting someone. But if someone does something that's rude, and just because they don't have to go to jail, I still have the choice to never hang out with them. And I'll never invite them to my parties. I will never invite them to hang out with other friends because I don't like the way they act. I think they're rude. They still shouldn't go to jail, but I think this is kind of like a societal penalty, whereas it's not like an official penalty, a systemic one. Does that make sense?
I would agree. We don't need to necessarily punish people and put them in jail for their joke. Again, going back to being a little bit sensitive, going back to the big thing that I'll always teach or preach is just love one another. We really need to just, be sensitive and understand that. So
yeah, right on. All right, we can talk about this forever, but
yes,
we'll conclude here.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Wendell.
No problem.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
I'm Catherine and I'm from England.
Great. So what are some things that you've noticed are becoming more and more socially acceptable? What are some trends?
So I think this applies to England more so, but then it's also becoming more of a thing here in Korea as well.
Sure.
So this is like the trend of either not getting married or getting married much later or living together even though you're not married.
Yeah.
This kind of thing, it's been something more acceptable in England for a longer time, but then also here it's becoming more of a thing. Like, for example, you'll have someone who says, I'm not going to get married, I don't want to get married.
Yeah.
They might have a boyfriend or have a girlfriend, but then they just say like, oh, marriage is not for me. Part of that is kind of to do with, I guess, people's different attitudes to religion, like that's changing as well. And then also the fact that divorce rate is so high.
Yeah.
That
definitely in the West too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely in the West. Like I think in England it's like 1 in 3 couples get divorced or something.
It's better than the US, yeah.
Really? Yeah. It makes me think, like, does marriage mean what it used to, or does it mean anything to me? Like, it really makes me question that.
Yeah, very interesting. Do you have any friends that are currently living with their partners?
Yeah, so my best friend, she's my friend from high school.
Okay.
She's now living with her boyfriend, who they met on Bumble, the dating app Bumble.
Yeah. It's very common to meet people that way.
Yeah, and like at first I was like, oh, this is not gonna last. But yeah, they've been together years now, probably 3-4 years, and they just moved into a house.
Do you think this is a good trend, or is it a bad trend that people are moving in and living together before getting married?
I'm gonna go far and say I think it's essential to live together with someone before you get married. I know that kind of goes against my point that I made before, like it's a big investment, it's a big step. But if you've never lived with that person before, you don't know what it's going to be like living with them. They might be great when you meet them outside in a cafe or whatever, because they're on their outside behavior, their best behavior. But the way that person operates at home is going to be very different. So
with like toothpaste and
toothpaste everywhere, like farting in the bed.
It's always the bathroom.
I would suggest that you should give it a trial run first, I guess. That's just my personal opinion, and obviously every couple is different. Having a small wedding is becoming more and more popular.
Cool, okay.
I saw it, both in England and in Korea as well. And that's like going aside from COVID as well, I think. Like obviously that's made scales have to go down a lot.
Very true.
A lot of people have looked at this concept of marriage and thought, does having a huge celebration and like 3 dresses and like super expensive photographer and super expensive car for one day, is that going to make a difference to our actual life being married together? And I think a lot of people are saying, no, we could use that money for something else. We could use that to put down a deposit for a mortgage on a house. Then we have a house.
Yeah, or go like traveling for 3 months together. That's what a honeymoon that is, right?
Exactly.
That'd be awesome.
I think this goes back to like the idea of receiving pressure from your parents or receiving less pressure from your parents. Because in the olden days, parents would say, we need to have this wedding and we need to keep up appearances, we need to show that our family is doing okay, and we need to invite all our friends. For example, when my parents got married, they had to invite many of my grandparents' friends because that was the done thing then.
Yeah.
But my parents would never expect me to invite their friends to my wedding unless they happen to be my friends as well.
Right.
Literally, my mom was like, I didn't really know who they were, but they were just there, and then they came in the photo.
Yeah. Ah, so interesting. I totally agree. Like with that money that you would spend on this expensive wedding, and the dress is really expensive actually.
Yeah.
Tuxedos, the photographer, the MC, the priest, the rental of the space, the food. It's a lot of money, especially for like a couple in their 20s who are young professionals. It's several thousands of US dollars, pounds probably as well. I would agree, like a small wedding. My sister had a small wedding, and We had it in my parents' backyard.
Oh, that's so nice.
And there was like, what, 30 people there?
Yeah.
And we had just kind of our own dance party, and then they went on a little honeymoon to another country. But I do see that to be a trend, and I kind of like.
So the way my uncle did it, going back to my family, so he got married quite late. He was about 50, I think. So it was kind of a different generation to when my parents got married, even though he's my dad's brother. So they had like a very small, intimate wedding ceremony in this beautiful, beautiful hotel in the countryside, and just mainly like family members only. And then they had a big party in their hometown with all of their friends, like on a different day.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. And so they were able to celebrate, but they were also able to kind of keep the main day simple, because it's going to be stressful. Like, I found my graduation extremely stressful, so I think if I have a wedding, I would be very stressed.
Yeah, did you want to say anything more about small weddings?
I listened to like loads of random podcasts, and I think this is what I found in a podcast. They said like there's a statistic that couples who spend less on their wedding actually have a less high likelihood of divorcing than those who spend like thousands and thousands of pounds or dollars on their wedding.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. Do you want to have a small wedding if you get married sometime? When you get married? If you want to get married?
If I get married,
okay,
then I would probably have a small wedding. But then there's that little part of my brain that's like, have a huge wedding. Have a huge Rolls Royce and 5 dresses. And I mean, if I was marrying a millionaire, then maybe.
Yeah.
I think this also depends like the couple and their situation.
Financial situation.
If you have tons of money, why not? But I think like there's certain couples who actually like put themselves into debt to try and have a amazing wedding.
That's not smart.
Yeah, you
don't
don't
like that.
start your married life with debt, putting yourself into debt, because that's a stressful situation that you're gonna have to get out of together.
Thank you so much, Kat. See you guys next time.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
Hi, my name is Wendell. I'm from the United States.
So how long have you been living in Seoul now?
I've been here for 10 years.
It's a long time.
It is a long time.
How has Seoul changed over the year? You can answer this in any way. Culturally speaking, stores, trends you've noticed, the way people behave here, anything you want to say.
When I first came to Korea, it was very conservative. It was a 68-hour work week.
68, that's right.
Yeah, 68, but now it's changed to a 52-hour work week.
It's a fantastic improvement.
Yes.
Yeah.
And depending who you talk to.
Not the business owner.
Not the business owner. But what I've noticed though is the dress. The dress has changed. A lot more people are wearing jeans, as I'm wearing now. And I still see some suits. I still see quite a bit of suits, but much, much less than I did in the past.
So in the past, people wore less jeans and wore suits?
That's correct. More, and then more dress shoes. The men, the women who are in the dress shoes industry, they are crying because so many less people are wearing dress shoes. I heard the tie companies are going out of business here in Korea because they're not wearing ties anymore. Yes.
Holy moly, that's a huge difference.
Huge difference.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's a good thing or it's a bad thing, but something that's interesting is when I first came to Korea, I wore my casual American clothes. It was really interesting because I was very casual and I was wondering why everyone else is so formal. Now it's actually changed where a lot of people are very casual, a lot of Koreans are casual, and I've actually become much more well-dressed than many of even the Koreans that I see.
Is there a reason why you dress so well?
Part of the reason I dress so well is for my wife. When people look at me, they don't really judge me so much, they judge my wife.
Okay.
And
your
so
wife is Korean?
My wife is Korean.
Okay.
We've been married for 5 years and we dated for quite a few years before that. But when they would see my wife, if I was dressed nicely, I could read their minds and they'd be like, oh, she's a lucky woman. She's with this handsome foreigner.
He's well put together, he dressed well, he looks successful.
He looks successful, he's from the United States, right? On the other hand, if I was very casual, just wearing tennis shoes, if I had my beard grown out or something like that, they'd have pity on my wife. And they would say, oh, this is all she can get. She can only get a
dirty foreigner.
A dirty foreigner, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that applies particularly to foreigners, or does this also apply maybe to Koreans as well? You see a pretty girl and she's with a crummy guy versus a girl with a well-dressed guy.
I think with the with the men, it depends on their name brands. So I know a lot of Korean women who can just look at me and they know the name brands. So even though the Korean guy could look casual, if he has the name brands on, they would absolutely know. Maybe he comes from a background, a very healthy and wealthy background versus someone who might be a little bit more casual. I don't know the extreme cases for Korean culture, but I know for foreigners, I do recommend all foreign men to look nice for your women.
Yeah.
Even globally, we should all look nice for our women.
Yeah, makes them look good because it's like, wow, I can take care of myself, groom myself. Yeah, you don't want to have like messy hair and just look unkept if you're going on like a nice date.
Right.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
It's better for you, better for her.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, something else that's been very interesting is 10 years ago, you didn't see any older, or very few older women going to work. They were taking care of their kids, right? They were stay-at-home moms. But now, 10 years later, I'm seeing a lot more older women who are working because they're career moms, so they're moms that they're working and they're moms, so you see a lot more older women who are going to work, and I think that's a great thing. They are a great example and mentor, role model for the young generation.
Right. That's also definitely a reflection of how much more expensive it has become to live in Seoul. You can no longer be a stay-at-home mother unless your husband brings in a lot of money. If you're going to raise a kid, both the man and the woman need to work in many cases.
Yes.
I think that's definitely a trend you can see in a lot of these huge cities around the world. Tokyo, New York, Seoul.
Yeah, a lot of it has to deal with expenses and things getting more expensive. Cost of living. I do agree with that. However, what I've also recognized is a lot of women have dedicated a lot of time and energy towards education. So if they put in 25 years of really solid education, and then a lot of them will think about, well, do I just want to give that all away just to stay home?
Right.
And a lot of the women say, no, I want to, enjoy a career and see what it's like and have that opportunity. And a lot of them take that opportunity and they go work and they realize they like it and they try their best to do a good balance.
Sure.
And I'm very proud of where the women have gone in this country. From 10 years ago, like I said, I saw them, they really had no choice, but now they have a lot more choice, they have a lot more freedom, and I'm really proud of the Korean culture because they have been able to allow the women to join the workforce and not almost become equals, but they're getting there to become equals.
Sure.
One more way that Korea has changed, or specifically where I live in Songpa. I live by Jamsil Station, and in Jamsil Station, Lotte World Tower is there. I call it the 123 building because it's 123 floors. Tallest building in Korea. When I first came here, it didn't exist. Now it's one of the most popular places that I've ever been to on a regular, consistent basis.
Yeah, I've noticed that too, man. I've been living here for 6 years now, and I'm kind of on the opposite end. I know you said you lived all over, but I pretty much spent most of my time here in like Mapogu or Seodaemungu, and even the Yeonnam-dong Park, I've seen it being built up over the years. I remember when it was all construction. They're really building up the city like crazy. It's so beautiful now. I think we're so lucky to enjoy the fruits of all this development.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think Jamsil, that area, now if you go, it is beautiful. You get to walk around those two lakes every day. That Lotte Tower, Coex is close too. It's great. Olympic Park, I'm sure you know that as well. Good choice to live there. I was heavily considering it, but due to a few reasons, I stayed in Mapogu.
Yeah, I love living in Jamsil. Sokchon Lake, I think, is the best place in Seoul. It's been my favorite place so far.
Thank you so much for sharing these excellent points, Wendell. I think we'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Bye.
Bye-bye.
This is kind of going off on a bit of a tangent, but it's interesting to me. Are there any other things that you should definitely do before you get married?
Wow.
Like for me, I'll just start off by saying definitely travel with them.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a huge way to know if two people are compatible.
Yes.
Because you're put in all kind of stressful situations.
Yes.
You're together the whole time. There's money involved.
And you're on edge because you don't know the language and you don't know the systems. You don't know where to get the train. That's definitely a good one. Yeah.
So if you fight a lot when you travel, maybe not a good sign.
Because how are you going to handle the hard situations in your real life?
Exactly right. Yeah.
That's true.
There has been some statistics that have been released saying if you live together too early, then it's actually not as good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Like the divorce rates for people who move in before they get married are higher.
Oh, I've been proved wrong.
I don't know though, because I kind of agree with you.
Yeah, I feel like it's like a trial run, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. And I mean, here's the thing: if you live together and then you get married, you're still just living together, right?
I can see why it might be an anticlimax to get married after living together for like say 3 years, because nothing changes. Whereas if you've never lived together, then you get married and then you move into your honeymoon house and it's all like a huge change and everything's like, wow, it's amazing. So I can see why that might lead to some level of like dissatisfaction.
Yeah, disappointment.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll poke at you just this last time about that is, so let's just keep going. Are there any other positives to waiting to get married before moving in with somebody?
I think like everything there's going to be positives and negatives, but
I guess the negatives could be like
get bored of each other.
Yeah, but you're going to get bored of each other anyway.
Yeah, it's exactly. So you just got to look and see if you can function well as a family unit before you become a family unit, I think. But I don't know, because obviously every relationship's different. It's going to be like up to the two people that are involved. But to expand on that, like it should be up to the two people that are involved and not people who are looking from the outside.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Here, what would you say would be usually the minimum amount of time you should know someone before you move in? It's a pretty big step, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's definitely a big step. And for me personally, like my personal space is so important.
Okay.
Like if I live with my parents, I struggle. Sorry, parents.
Yeah.
It's not you, it's me. Yeah. Sometimes you just want to be alone, right? So and then I think it's definitely a huge step. That's telling the world like we're together and we plan to be together for a long time. So if you were to break up, like it's like what happens to the house, what happens to the furniture you bought together. So it's definitely
very
something,
messy.
Yeah, you don't want to really rush into that. But then I would say like every relationship is different. Going back to one of my friend's parents, apparently they met and they dated for 6 weeks and they got married and they're still happily married.
Wow, maybe that was like super love at first sight or whatever.
Yeah, so you know, there's all sorts of cases and every couple is different.
I'll start off with saying that when I first came here, men were the only ones who wore pink, and I was really shocked by this. Women didn't want to wear pink, even their jackets, you never saw that. But living in the United States, from my understanding, 50% of American women, their favorite color is pink, and they love wearing pink. But they didn't do that 10 years ago. And then slowly I've been seeing this as time has changed, and then even today I saw one of my students, she had a pink blouse on, looked very nice, but I've seen that actually change a lot, where a lot of the women are now learning to wear pink, and actually a lot less men wear pink. So that's something that's been very interesting.
I have a nice pink shirt that I quite like.
Oh, you can wear it.
You know what I'm saying?
I have a pink shirt too. I sport it every once in a while, but
yeah,
not so much nowadays. But
I'm from the U.S. And when we're in the restaurants and we're ready to like order, we have to get the eyes of the people. Where here, there's like a button, or you're just like Tokyo, right?
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
I actually like it better here, but it's kind of rude to do that in the U.S. You know?
It's really basic, but eating with chopsticks, basically, we don't do that in France. I mean, only in Asian restaurant, but yeah.
Here you can just call the waiter like this and they come to like give you food, but like in France, like you don't say that. You're like very polite to say, oh, can you just give me some food?
Actually, here it's polite to call people that way, but yeah, for us it's kind of like cultural difference. So yeah.
How about on the opposite way, like things that are not appropriate here, but they're appropriate in your country?
Oh, talking in the subway, like loudly. I mean, like in France, like the subway is super loud, but here in Korea it's like really quiet. I mean, there is a difference because in France, like when you're going into a restaurant, you don't have that many side dishes as in Korea. But it's not like inappropriate or stuff like this. So yeah, it's just a fact.
How do you like the side dishes here?
Oh yeah, sure. Like I don't like.
You don't like.
Nah, every time they give kimchi and I'm like, oh no, please, no kimchi.
Don't talk about kimchi.
Be careful what you say.
In Seoul, like people just push you like when they want to go somewhere, like to like especially the grandma. like every time they're like, and I'm like, wow, like every time I'm like, oh excuse me, but like she really don't care. She's just like, and for me it's like, whoa, no.
and in France you can't. It's very.
Oh, you can, but you're like, excuse me, I'm really sorry about that. But here, like, just okay.
I mean, I think it's because there is like a lot more people than in Paris.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Wow, you watched all the way to the end. You're amazing. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello everyone, I'm Sean, and welcome to My 한시간, the best place on the internet for 1 hour natural English listening. As always, this video contains both English and Korean subtitles for you to follow along with as you're listening. In this video, we discussed a lot of interesting topics, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy it. Without further ado, let's begin. Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
I'm from America, and I'm Christina.
Great. So what are some things these days that are becoming more socially acceptable than they were in the past?
Definitely like in social media, you know, the bar is set so high in entertainment, like people get bored really easily. And especially now with platforms like TikTok and Instagram, it's only like a few seconds long or like, you know, it's quite short. Like people just want short, really good comedy. And I think because of that, like people are just going all out in their content. I've seen like on TikTok and also like on Instagram, they'll do something crazy. They'll run into a really busy area and they'll like start pretending like they have a seizure or like they'll scream. That's become comedy now, I feel like, in a lot of social media platforms. Whereas I feel like back then, if people started doing that, a lot of people would be like, wow, this guy's like a jerk. That's so rude. But now like people are just praising them and they're becoming celebrities nowadays.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like even in Korea, there's like 몰래 camera.
Yeah, 몰래 camera.
The hidden camera and like the stimulus, the stimulation bar is set so high. You have to do something absolutely ridiculous to get views these days.
Exactly.
People are so desensitized to it, and you only have like a few seconds to capture their attention. You can see this too in like, you were saying Instagram, like there's tons of like Instagram models too. Men and women, like they have crazy six packs or like just the crazy bikini body. It's socially acceptable to like take these super sexy, amazing pictures as like a job. Like your family, your mother, your father would be like, oh yeah, honey, have a nice day at work. And the daughter would be like, thanks, I'll be home tonight for dinner. She takes a bunch of like crazy, sexy like pictures and then comes home and eats dinner. Oh, did you have a nice photo shoot? It's just like, that's what we have to do for marketing and advertisement. Because it's such a competitive market. Like you have to do anything to be noticed these days. That's a very good point.
Yeah. And also I feel like it's also like more socially accepted to like use Photoshop and like Facetune and like these like editing apps, you know?
Many. Snow,
like,
is that what it's called?
Oh yeah, Snow, really popular in Asia. Like, and that's just like so normalized to kind of edit and like have like a perfect, you know, like S-line body and like really edit out any imperfections. And because of that, like it, you know, kind of gives like a false image of like what they really are. But it's quite socially acceptable now. You know, compared to like back then, I feel like more people would call them out on it.
The crux of what we're talking about right now, of this conversation, could be like, it's more socially acceptable now to make money and to do business in by any means necessary.
Yeah.
Than it was in the past, as long as you're not hurting anybody or doing something outwardly illegal.
Yeah.
Like you can make money showing your body, doing something where you almost kill yourself.
Right.
Doing crazy stunts.
Yeah.
And whereas maybe I would imagine 50 years ago, people would be like, that's no way to earn a living. That's no way to make money. But these days it's just like, you know, it's hard out here. So we have to make money by any means necessary.
Right, right.
Is there anything else you wanted to discuss?
Yeah. Cancel culture.
Okay.
Cancel culture.
What does that mean to
you? I don't know. There's like just this like magnifying glass like on a lot of influencers and people online. They're digging up dirt from like years and years ago, and they're just like cancel this person. You know, it's just becoming like acceptable to kind of do that. You know, and just like not forgiving like any mistakes. Like of course, like I think people should be accountable. Like if they've done something really wrong, then they should, you know that what they did was wrong and change. But the thing is like, that's the point. You should change and grow, right? But I feel like nowadays, like people aren't allowing people to change and grow. It's just like they want to like cancel completely. So I think like that's just becoming socially acceptable, and nowadays I feel like anyone who makes it on YouTube is just very vulnerable to like get canceled like very easily. You know, nowadays there's always like a YouTuber or influencer that has like some type of like scandal that gets like dug up, and like people just like really attack them. So yeah, I've been seeing that all the time nowadays, the cancel culture.
Scary, right?
It's scary. It makes me like be like, oh, should I like put myself out there on YouTube? But you know, it's what I want to do too. So I hope it changes a little bit, because you know, of course, like if someone's doing something bad, hold them accountable, okay? But like it's good to forgive, and if that person like was like, hey, I made a mistake, I'm really sorry, like I'm going to change, and you do see improvement in their attitude, then we should like forgive them, you know?
Great point.
We're only human, we all make mistakes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
There's not enough conversation in regards to forgiveness and atonement for past sins. That's so true. Because people do make mistakes, and like to be held accountable for something that's relatively trivial that happened maybe 20 years ago is not fair. People grow, people change, and okay, maybe they did make a mistake, you know, or maybe what they said back then was socially acceptable and now it's not, you know. That's another piece to this puzzle.
Yeah.
So I totally agree. Like, I think cancel culture is very toxic.
So toxic.
Canceling someone's entire career because they did a small thing, or one of my favorite sayings is throwing out the baby with the bathwater. You're just throwing out the entire bathwater, and the baby's still in it. So there's so much goodness still in this. But you're just doing it because there's a small imperfection. I see that a lot too. But sometimes it is necessary. So
yeah, at times
it is a case by case thing.
It's case by case, yeah, for sure. Find out what happened, get the story. I think like a lot of times also people are getting canceled and it's like completely false, you know, false story, or you know, a false statement, they didn't really do something.
But like, even if it is a false statement and it comes to light that the person's accusations were wrong, I almost feel like the damage is already done.
It is. It's hard to go back.
Yeah,
it's very damaging.
The video that accuses person A of this thing will have 10 times as many views as the video admitting that this accusation was actually false.
Yeah.
People are not going to watch that, so that's a big danger in, you know, social media in today's society. So anyway,
unfortunately, hopefully it changes.
Right. Thank you so much. This was very interesting.
Yeah, it was a very interesting topic.
Right on.
I had fun today.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. Hey, how's it going? Where are you from?
Hello, I'm Paul Sol. I'm from Canada.
What are some things that are becoming more and more socially acceptable as time goes on?
People are starting to do more home parties in Korea. So maybe it's because of like where I live in the neighborhood, but I've noticed, of course, like people want to go out and go drink in bars, you know, it's still the preference. But you know, when there was like more like severe lockdowns, I've noticed that, you know, like the neighbors on Friday or Saturday nights, they had friends over for like, I think the first time. Is that something you've noticed, or is it just me?
Yeah, I would say so, definitely. If someone has the house to facilitate that.
Right.
But house parties, for sure, I've heard of that becoming more and more popular, for sure.
So that's like one thing that changed. Another thing that changed, and this is something like I noticed, especially in my neighborhood, was so many dogs. People are stuck in the house all the time, so they're bored, so they get dogs. Cats too, I guess, but like I don't see the cats outside. Nobody walks their cat outside. But I've seen the change compared to a year ago. I live in the same neighborhood, exact same area, and I see the change compared to a year ago. There are way more dogs. I'd say at least like double or triple the amount of dogs. It's really quite intense. So that's like another thing I think that's more common is just a lot more dogs.
It's so true. I live here in Yeonnam-dong and I go to the Yeonseul Park.
Yeah.
I see so many dogs.
So many dogs.
So many people walking dogs.
Yeah.
And they all have these cute little outfits on, jackets and hats.
Yeah, dressing the dogs up, that's like a Korean culture thing that's really popular in Korea. Or I've seen sometimes like baby carriages.
Yes.
So you think, oh, it's gonna be a bebe, but no, it's a dog or two dogs in the baby carriage. That's still, to me, still like shocking to have like dogs, you know, like in baby carriages. That's something I've noticed. Yeah, thank you so much, Sean, for inviting me.
See you guys next time.
Yeah, take care.
Hi, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Portugal.
Great. What are some things that are becoming more and more socially acceptable as time goes on?
So, if we start with the positives, I would say that the whole concept of international couples is much more accepted.
In Korea?
Yes, in Korea. I can give my own personal example. When I first came to Korea, I was dating this Korean guy, but let's just say that was not the best experience. I was not overly very well accepted no matter how much I tried. I didn't have the best experience with the family, and also because they didn't want him dating a foreigner. However, like a few years passed by, and now in my current relationship, everything changed. It's the complete opposite. His family accepts me very well. They had absolutely no problem with me being a foreigner, because that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
They just saw me as a person, like she's kind, she works hard, whatever, so she's right, you know?
Well, you do work hard though, and you earned that because you're studying, you're literally a scientist right now. You're in graduate school right now?
Yeah, doing
and you
master's PhD.
speak Korean, you speak English, you speak Portuguese, all of them you speak fluently.
Yeah.
That's really commendable.
Thank you.
I would say you're not even like begging for acceptance. You definitely earned it.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
Good for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But you know, like a lot of people, even if they are not in school, even if they are not as fluent, you know, love is such a beautiful connection. Those things should not matter, right?
All I'm saying though is that you really make an effort to be a part of the society here.
That's true,
you know?
I do.
And I think if you come to a country, you cannot demand respect.
That's
you have to earn respect.
That's
but in my eyes, I think someone like you has earned it.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. That's that matters a lot to me.
No, because I'm all about people working hard to earn stuff.
Definitely.
And I see you definitely have worked hard, so great.
Thank you. I have honestly, and that's one of the reasons why I went through so much struggles in the beginning, because I thought I had enough. I thought I was someone any guy's parents would be proud of. And I thought I was doing everything, you know, in terms of accepting culture, accepting religion, accepting everything, and being the best person I could be. However, I was rejected and neglected just because I was a foreigner. But right now, that's really not the situation, and his family now really does see that effort I put in.
That's awesome.
And I think things changed for the better, and I think in that case, I think Korea is doing much better, in my opinion.
Couldn't agree more. I totally agree.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And me personally, I was talking about this actually with my Korean girlfriend too, and she was saying too that like people are more accepting of it, you know, international couples, and it's more about the individual rather than like the fact that they're a foreigner or not.
Definitely.
And that's the way I really like it. Like, if anybody works hard and becomes a strong, good person, they should be recognized for that.
Exactly.
Despite
the nationality.
Their nationality, the color of their skin, you know.
Exactly.
You want a good person who does good in their life.
It's always, in the end, it really doesn't matter the nationality, it's just the person itself. And so I think Korea is understanding them much more, and I'm really happy that's the case.
Yeah, it's great.
It's okay to be open, in my opinion. It's of course not too open where you totally lose your cultural essence, but it's great to be accepting of others and learn from each other in that sense.
Anything else did you want to add in terms of this entire question?
The cancel culture. So I feel like that somehow became normalized. The idea of simply judging someone by a sentence, by an image, a video. I just feel that's so wrong, and I feel like that became very normalized. There should be more strict consequences for people who go out of their way to hurt others in a way that is not fair, in my opinion. I don't know, I just feel like a few years ago, not that people were nicer, but I felt like the internet was not as strong.
Yeah, and also if someone said something wrong or made a mistake, which people do because we're human.
Obviously.
It was like, he was drunk, or like he had the wrong idea. But I agree with you, these days it's like, he's a bad person, just cancel him. I think the culture of forgiving and having a nuanced conversation is really dying.
Exactly.
And the idea of like, this person's a bad person, 100%,
whatever
no
they
nuance.
Say, yes, exactly.
It's very dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
and
I can see it happening all over the world, especially in my home country of the US.
Oh, really? The tendency between young people to just cancel like that on the internet it's much higher, in my opinion.
I was talking about this with a friend from my hometown, and I really like this certain YouTuber. And I heard from the friend that, he hates these type of people. And I'm like, well, can you give me some proof?
Yeah.
And so he linked me an article. I read the entire article, and it was totally bogus.
Yeah.
And then he's like, what about this? And I watched the whole thing, and I'm like, this is not any evidence that he hates these people.
Yeah.
And yet, like, they were so adamant on canceling his entire channel.
Yes, and they will get mad at you for telling them they are wrong or they are not having the right behavior, that they will even try to cancel you, being like, are you on his side? Do you agree with his actions? Do you agree with his way of life? It's just too much. We are focusing our energy in the wrong things.
And we need just more nuance.
Yes.
Things are not bad, things are not good.
Yes.
It's somewhere in between. There are good parts and bad parts, you know? It's like your mother who loves you too much. She loves you, but sometimes you want to be free, but you still love your mom. But you know, sometimes you wish she would recognize you as an adult and not a kid. But you're grateful that she drives you to soccer practice. Like, these are the nuanced types of things that we need more in conversation, I think.
Let's not be too offended. Let's not accept too much. Let's have the right balance between being human beings who understand others and also being human beings who do not stand for the wrong stuff.
Right on.
Like that.
Well said. Thank you so much,
Thank
Anna.
you.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
Paul from Canada, nickname Paul Soul. I do Korean TV stuff, comedian. Hello.
So we're gonna look at some Korean memes. And these are through the eyes of an expat living in South Korea.
Oh yeah.
So this will give some insight to the Korean viewers as to what it's like living here as a non-Korean person. Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Grumpy Aliens, the creator of these memes. You can check them out on Instagram. Anyway, let's get into it.
So there's this thing called sidewalks, right? It's actually for delivery motorcycles. Oh man, this one is funny. This one is very good because I complain about this stuff all the time.
What does it mean?
Okay, so the joke is, because let's say where I'm from, let's say Montreal, motorcycles, you cannot ever ride on the sidewalk, or the police will arrest you right away. It's over, you know, you can't, and you'll lose your license and that kind of stuff. So, but in Korea, the motorcycles are always on the sidewalks, and it's super dangerous. So for us, we always like complain. So that's why it's really funny, because the joke, it implies that the sidewalks are just for the motorcycles.
So why do you think that this is like societally okay?
This is what he does, everybody. He's like, hey Paul, come over, we'll just crack some jokes, I'll show some funny memes and we'll laugh. I'm like, yeah, and then I come in, it's like, please do a deep discussion about Korea. Why is Korea like this? I think Koreans are more chill. I think it's a difference in culture for Koreans, I guess.
East versus West.
Yeah, this is East versus West. I think in Western culture, we treat motorcycles like cars.
Yes.
You know, because cars are super important. You know, but I think in Asia, it's more like the person or bicycles and stuff like that are more important than the car, perhaps. Motorcycles is kind of like seem like just like a big bicycle. So that's why like riding on the sidewalk is not a big deal. You know? But in Canada, cars came first, and then we built cities around cars, and then motorcycles came later. Kind of, you know. So then it's like motorcycles. Oh, so motorcycles are like a car. So we treat them like a car. But I think in Asia, motorcycles are like, oh, it's like a bicycle. So they treat motorcycles like a bicycle. I think that's the difference.
I see bikes doing the same thing. They ride on the sidewalk. And to me, I go crazy when I see that.
Right.
Because I was a big biker in the US.
Right.
And we have our bike lanes.
Yeah, bike lanes. Or you have to, let's say in Montreal, legally, you have to ride your bicycle on the street with the cars, not on the sidewalk. But yeah, that's my theory. I think we perceive motorcycles as cars, and Koreans, let's say, I'm assuming, could be totally wrong, perceive motorcycles more like bicycles. I think that's a big. That's why they're treated differently.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Smarter than you look.
Maybe not. All right, let's see. Okay. 1 minute after you try to explain something in Korean. In conclusion, I'm sorry I bothered you with my existence.
That's awesome, right?
Okay, 5 stars. Yes. Yeah. This one is because it's real life. So many times I try to explain something in Korean to, let's say, like my wife or my wife's parents or something, and in the end I can't explain it well because my Korean is not good enough. So then I just like, and I'm like frustrated and just give up. And I could see I just wasted their time. So this joke, why is this joke funny? Because it's true. There's truth in it. Yeah, comedy, man.
Truth is comedy.
Truth.
Yeah.
You need truth, or else it's not funny.
Bro, for me, like, you know me. Yeah, I like to talk about deep social issues.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. No
troubling the Korean youth.
No.
And I'll bother and just annoy my girlfriend with these crazy like philosophical or political discussions too, and I make this roadmap out in my mind. I'm like, okay, A plus B plus C plus D. Okay, she's gonna get my point now. This is the meaning to life, and I finally deliver to her, and she's like, what?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. It's like, hey, 됐어, it's okay.
But actually, even in English, she's like that, so it's the same. He tells me this stuff, and I'm no.
Well, you're really good at feigning interests / understanding.
Oh yeah, nah, I'm just messing with you. No. This meme, I like it because it's true. It hits home. It's super relatable. This one is real.
How bad does it feel when you think you explain something well in Korean and then you see the look on your face?
Yeah, the blank look, you know, like mong, you know. Or sometimes you explain it and they get it and they're like, you know, you know, like they guess what you're trying to say, and you're like, that means the grammar was messed up, you know, but they still make.
Or they're like,
oh, it's cute, you tried.
Or they're like, 무슨 말인지 알 것 같아. It's like they're like, I think I know what you're trying to say. I'm like.
You know, right. So let's say like I'll talk to my wife and say something, and I tried really hard to explain, but then exactly where she's like, I could see in her face like, 예쁘다, you know, oh look, it's so cute, it's trying.
All right, let's do one more. These are fun, right?
When you speak Korean and nobody praises you, didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay. Oh yeah. Before, for foreigners, let's say like 10 years ago, if they just said like 안녕하세요, whoa. 한국말 잘한다, you know, like always like praising foreigners for just saying like the most basic of things. But these days, because on TV there's so many like incredible, amazing foreigners that speak like godlike Korean, that now if you speak, you know, just good Korean or whatever, they're like, yeah, it's normal.
Yeah.
Which is actually the reaction that should be.
Right. Actually,
that's the correct reaction. Don't be like, oh my God, you're incredible. Just be like, yeah. It's normal. Yeah.
Right. It's one thing if you like explain why you like Sigmund Freud.
Oh yeah, okay.
And you explain this in Korean, and then they compliment your Korean. But it's like it's another thing if you're like, oh, 안녕하세요, and they're like, oh, 한국말 참 잘하시네요. Oh, you speak Korean so well. I'm like, I didn't say anything.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So some people can like take pride in this and like feel like really good after hearing this compliment, but it's not really good because all that's saying too is that wow, for a foreigner, you're really good at Korean.
Right.
Whereas our goal for people who are living here a long time should just be like, oh, wow, that's a good point. They're listening to what you're saying. The fact that you're speaking Korean shouldn't even be a weird thing.
Right.
We just want to be normal, right? That's the goal of foreigners living here long term is we want to just be like everyone else, right? 그렇습니까?
그렇습니다. But these days, however, what's interesting is, let's say, like when you're on TV, they've been interacting with foreigners that speak really good Korean for like a while now. So like when they meet people like me where the Koreans like, yeah, you know, you could see it's like they are not impressed. So these days it's changing, I like it. But this meme, it's relatable, I like it.
Right on. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for reviewing these memes with me, Mr. Paul.
Yes, I'm a professional meme reviewer.
All right, and I hope you guys don't take offense. This is just comedy. This is just honest conversation. Of course, we love being in Korea. Yeah, guys, definitely check him out too on Taehan Waegugin, very popular TV show these days.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you so much. It was so much fun.
All right, bye.
Yeah.
Hi, what's going on? Where are you from?
I am Christina and I'm from America.
Great. We're gonna get going here with some Korean memes.
It may be a little exaggerated, but I think they're hilarious.
Yeah. Let's get into it.
Let's go.
When you turn on the tap and the water comes out of the shower.
Oh my gosh.
Can you relate to this?
I related to this so much because like when I first came to Korea at my apartment, I never saw that kind of setup before. So like I didn't even know how to work it at first, and it was so like awkward to like take a shower in the whole bathroom and everything got wet. So it took like a little bit of adjusting at first, but oh man. Yeah, this is like definitely Korea.
A culture shock.
Culture shock, yeah.
Yes.
This was like one of my first culture shock
Me too.
moments when I came to Korea. Yeah.
Because in the US, at least from what I know and what I've seen, there's a bathtub where you go in to take not only a bath but a shower too.
Exactly.
So the water is automatically separated. There's a shower curtain, which doesn't really exist here.
Oh, and I remember my first apartment also, when I took a shower, it didn't really like steam up like in the bathroom. So I miss like taking like a nice hot shower in America with the curtain because it's a small area. So it can get really like hot and warm. But yeah, definitely this is the Korean life.
Have you ever like got yourself wet because you forgot that the shower head was turned on?
Yes. I've done that a few times, especially when I first started taking showers with it. I would forget to turn it back onto sink, and then like I go to wash my hands and then I get sprayed on by water. Yeah, I've done that quite a few times.
I'm curious if this happens to Koreans too, or are they just so used to it by now?
Yeah, maybe they're used to it, or maybe like if they're tired or something, and they're just like, you know,
not paying attention,
not thinking, they make it.
They
make the mistake. Yeah.
Cool. Let's go to the next one.
All right.
Me after I use Google Maps. We're in between like 5 mountains with trees everywhere.
Oh, yep.
I can relate to this like crazy.
Oh, really? Do you have a story?
Yeah. I mean, I have a popular video on this channel where I speak with these young Korean students who speak English and Korean really well. And I was supposed to go to Gyeonggi-do to meet them, to their school, to film with them.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, don't use Google Maps. And I was like, it'll be fine. Like, I live in Seoul, Google Maps is fine. And sometimes it is fine.
Yeah, sometimes.
These days, I 100% use Naver Maps. But at that time, I was looking up the school and I looked up the subway. And he was like, yeah, it's about a 15-minute walk. So it's like, it's fine. The Google Maps is like pointing me in this straight line. I walk through the line, there's like construction, there's like a hill, there's several gates that I have to illegally jump over.
Oh no, yeah.
Then I have to go up this elevator, then down, then it's just the worst. He's like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. He kind of got mad at me because it's like, I told you not to, but that was probably the last time I used Google Maps in Korea when it was like important.
Yeah. Google Maps work in like other countries.
And in the US, it's a fantastic.
Oh, you have to use Google Maps.
Because it's American company.
Yeah, and like it works in like Japan well, like Taiwan, and like a bunch of other countries. I've heard that it's because of North Korea.
Yeah,
right?
I've heard similar
they don't
things.
They don't want a lot of that like information, you know, easily accessible to, you know, others to find. So yeah, definitely. I use Kakao Maps. So Kakao or Naver is definitely the way to go.
Okay, Kakao. Does that work well?
Yeah, I like it.
Well, Kakao is a Korean company, so I would assume it works better than
Yeah, Kakao is amazing. Kakao is like the Korean Google, you know? It's like everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I use Naver Maps exclusively now. All right, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Christina.
Thank you. I had a lot of fun.
Hope you guys enjoyed it too, and I'll catch you next time. Bye.
See you.
Hi, where are you from?
Hi, I'm Anna from Portugal.
Great. So today, Anna, we're going to review some Korean memes.
Oh, I love memes. That's my thing. Okay.
So how long have you been living in Korea?
About 6 years now. Okay.
So shall we begin? Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Me at Daiso. Stuff I got for 50,000 won.
That's me. I always feel so rich at Daiso.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Yeah, I like going to Daiso. It's very cheap. You can get so many things, a lot of bang for your buck, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it is nice.
It's like you get in there with even like 5,000 and you get out of there with like 5 or 6 different items and you just feel like, yeah, that was like money well wasted.
Money well wasted, well put.
For poor people like most of us expect, Daiso is the best thing that could ever happen to us, honestly.
That's very true. All right, let's do the next one.
Okay.
Foreigners when they walk past each other. So to me, this means that there's some kind of like competition.
Right.
There's some kind of like, it's like a bad feeling towards other foreigners that are also in Korea.
Right.
It's almost like I was here first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So many times along the years you just see foreigners looking at each other and being like annoyed, and somehow you like start assimilating that too, and you're like annoyed when you see someone or talking loud and you know you see them.
I definitely feel this way as well. And sometimes I'm guilty of it too. But it's not fair.
It is
not. You know, and it's almost like you're buying into the
negativity.
The negativity, you know.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we need to change that somehow. I don't know how, but we need to change that because in the beginning when I arrived in Korea, I thought like, oh my god, if I see another foreigner, I'm gonna get really excited. There were not many people, so you'd see someone like, oh hey, I wonder where she's from, or I wonder where he's from. Maybe he's from the same country, and that was exciting, right? However, these days, I don't know, because of the amount of foreigners that came, I don't know if it's because of like people are trying to compete with each other to be, you know, the center of attention, which is ridiculous. But I feel like, you know, especially walking between other foreigners or foreign girls in my case, you know, I'm walking past them, if they're with their boyfriends, they're like, like, it's just so stupid because I also have a boyfriend and what's up, you guys? We need to talk. What's up with that, honestly? It's annoying. Stop it. Let's be friends.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay.
Me after finally getting 100% and 노래방.
Okay, this happened to me 5 times.
Wow, that's pretty good.
But that made me suspicious as hell because I'm not good at singing, I'm not good at rapping, and that machine is flawed, and that machine is just lying to my face.
It's broken.
And it hurts my feelings. They need to fix it. But I love 노래방 and I miss it. But yeah, that's true. I love that one.
Okay. After COVID has become the new 나중에.
Oh god.
Let's hang out after COVID.
After COVID.
Let's do this after COVID. Yeah.
Exactly, especially like summer plans, you know, like festivals. Like I really want to go to the Poryongmot festival, but it's like, oh, after COVID, hopefully, it's like everyday talk now.
Yeah.
When COVID slows down, let's go to Hongdae, let's hang out, let's go to the festival, let's go to Jeju. It just sucks.
It almost also means like never.
Exactly.
And it's in the same way.
Exactly.
So it's like, oh, we'll do it next time.
It's like advanced.
Do it later, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. It's like empty words.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's like 나중에 was already like never, but now if after COVID is like advanced never, like ultimate, you know, never.
Okay. Me reading Kakao messages from notifications. You like this?
I am such a crappy friend because
Oh, no.
I mean, because like sometimes I'm busy with my lab stuff, but I want to really reply, so I see if the message is not worthy or not by the notification. However, when I'm at home and I'm doing nothing and I have time to reply, I'm just too lazy to sometimes reply, and I feel like I shouldn't do that, but I feel like a lot of people would also agree with me. I think you would agree with me.
I agree, because it's like, if it's not super important,
Exactly.
I have my own time.
Exactly.
Like, even if I'm not busy, I'm not like a computer. I can't
Exactly.
respond immediately. If it's really urgent, of course you can call me.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
But I hate when people call me though. And I have some friends that sometimes they will just call me, and I'd rather have them send me a call notification. I get it, I'm not trying to be antisocial or rude, it's just like send a message and then I will see the priority and we are good to go.
okay. Okay. Let's do one last one.
Okay.
When you suddenly use an English word in Korean sentences, 저는 hungry입니다. Do you do that a lot?
That happens to me too.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, especially as I said in my lab, because like my seniors are talking, I'm trying to answer to them as well and as fluent as I can.
You speak to your seniors in Korean?
In Korean, like,
oh, wow.
in Korean. It's honestly, it's a talent, because at this point discussing scientific stuff in Korean is just another level of achievement that I never thought I could manage, but it's still really difficult. So
Wow. Everybody, by the way, she is actually a scientist.
Yes, scientist, engineer, whatever.
Yeah, she works in a lab. It's not, not a joke. It's true.
Thank you.
That's pretty interesting. Wow.
Yeah, so like when I don't know the meaning of something, I tell them like I'm trying to make the sentence complicated, but then I give up and I'm like, just say the word in English and they kind of get it.
Oh.
So I do that a lot, definitely.
Yeah, me too. Thank you so much,
Yep.
Anna, and I'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
I am Christina and I'm from America.
Great. What is a common first impression that people have about you? And is it right? Is it wrong? And also, when people really get to know you, what's something that they find out that they usually don't know when they first meet you?
What was your first impression of me?
Of you. You were friendly.
Okay.
Yeah. You were not cold, you were not angry. You're pretty bright. You were just like, hey, you ready to work? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, we work together, so you
That's
kind of,
true.
you talk to me like right away.
Yeah.
Like if I'm just like walking, or like I took Korean class for a semester, and before I became friends with some of the students, they like, some of them told me like, oh, my first impression, like you were like scary looking, that you were like kind of cold, and because like if I'm not like talking, I can be kind of you know, I feel like I have like slight resting face, maybe a little bit, unfortunately. And I'm kind of like a little bit reserved, like my personality, like I'm a little like timid, shy, a little bit, you know, unless I'm like talking with someone, I'm very friendly, but because of that, people may think I'm kind of like cold and kind of like stuck up, like especially like before I dyed my hair, I had like dark hair, and like I don't know, I just looked like a vampire, people say. So like I didn't look as like approachable, I think, but
So dyeing your hair a lighter color made you more approachable?
I think so. Yeah, because people like, even like on, if I was on a YouTube channel, people were like, oh, she's scary, she looks like a vampire, like with the dark hair and pale skin. So like I think maybe that kind of like scared some people. And I think I'm like kind of shy, so I may not like be super outgoing. Or if I'm like studying or working on something, I could maybe like be kind of hyper focused. So I maybe look like really serious or something. So I don't know, I think people get like a wrong impression first when they see like, oh, she's posting a lot of model pictures and she's like serious and she looks kind of cold, and I'm like, I'm not like that at all. Yeah, I think I get that a lot. Cold person or kind of like stuck up. Now I'm kind of like shy and very friendly.
So it's almost like ironic that because you're shy and timid, you can look as if you're colder.
Yeah.
And then people will actually be less likely to talk to you, but in reality, you're actually very shy.
Yeah.
So you can be nervous to talk to them.
Right.
So it's creating
right.
more of a problem. So I would assume you probably try to smile a lot, right? In order to break that kind of coldness.
Oh, maybe that's why. Oh man, you're like my therapist. I think so. Like when I
because
talk,
I've heard that a lot about actors who have that kind of face. Is if you smile a lot, you kind of got to be a little bit extra warm.
Yeah.
Because people just, and this is just the way your face looks.
Yeah,
is that you've got sharp features. One of the actors that I really like, Al Pacino. He's kind of got a very rough and husky voice, and he often plays like a gangster in movies.
Right.
So people think that he's a bit scary when they meet him. So he's one of the warmest and nicest guys because he has to be in order to kind of overcome that initial stereotype, that image that people have of him. Yeah, so that's why I was asking, are you like, probably when you are trying to make a good first impression, you probably smile a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe that's true, maybe
very
it's not.
like polite and smile, like, oh, hi, yes.
What's interesting, I think other people who are very naturally just friendly looking at first and approachable just because of the way they look, they don't have to do anything differently when people talk to them. They're just the same way, I think I'm similar to you. I can be a bit like intimidating. I'm tall and I understand.
Yeah, the struggles, right? Oh, so many. I get that all the time. A lot of people kind of have like a negative first impression of me. I'm just like, no, I'm not like that, I swear.
But sometimes maybe it can help you. Maybe there's like a weird guy or a weird person that really wants to talk to you.
Yeah,
and you just like put that super ice face on them, and then
hey, that's good. That's a positive way to think about it. All right.
It gets you out of some annoying situations that more approachable people fall victim to.
That's true. That's true. Could help me.
There you go. All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
See you.
Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
Yo, Paul Soul from Canada.
What is a movie that you thought wasn't going to be good, but it ended up being pretty good?
Oh yeah. Well, these days I'm watching Netflix. So The Old Guard. The Old Guard is an action movie with like a strong female lead, and the story is about basically people that can't die. So it's like an action movie around that. And I really figured it would be pretty bad because usually characters that can't die are not interesting or like too strong. For example, let's say Superman for me is a character that I find super boring and I hate that character so much. So I figured like an action movie about people that can't die, you try to kill them but they come back and it's like there's a bunch of them. I was sure it was going to be bad, but actually it's well structured, it's fun, the pacing is really good, the action is good, much better than I expected. I don't want to spoil too much, that's right. I'm going to talk about it,
That really reminds me of like One Punch Man, where everybody thought before it came out, this is the weirdest, most unconventional superhero concept, comic, anime, and it ended up being probably my favorite anime of all time.
It's one of the
I think it's number one for me.
Because the author is parodying those kind of Superman characters that are invincible.
Yeah, so what makes One Punch Man or The Old Guard good, but Superman boring? That's the real question, Paul.
Yeah, it's a real question. Well, I mean, there have been some good Superman comic books, but in general, what happens is invincible characters are not interesting.
They're not relatable.
If there's not relatable, and if there's no conflict, then there's no story.
There's a risk.
There's no risk, there's no reward, there's nothing to gamble your life on or something like that. So in general, very not interesting. But characters, let's say like, if you want to compare, let's say like Wonder Woman, she's super strong, but at the same time, the people she's fighting, they're also super strong, and there's like a struggle with her decision making and stuff, so she has good conflict.
Well, bro, Batman is super interesting.
That's right, because he's like a normal human.
Right.
With a lot of money, but he could definitely die at any time. And the people he's facing are incredibly more dangerous than him.
That's
you
right.
know, in many, many ways, but he's able to outsmart them. So that's an interesting character.
It's a good example of
very good
the
example.
opposite.
Yeah. That's an interesting character.
Cool. I'll have to check out the Old Guard.
Old Guard is fun. I mean, turn your brain off. It's not like, oh my god, deep story. But I'm a sucker for good action movies, you know. So yeah, definitely check it out.
So my example, I'm going to go the opposite way.
Okay.
This movie, I thought it was going to be decent, and it ended up being absolutely terrible. I think everybody who saw this movie will agree. I was looking forward to it. You look scared.
Yeah, like, oh, is he going to talk about? I don't know. I think it's probably a movie I didn't see. Yeah.
It's the English version is called Peninsula, and the Korean title is Pandol.
Oh yeah.
And I saw it this year.
Saw the posters.
And it was abysmal.
Oh yeah.
1 out of 10.
Wow.
And the sad thing is the first half of it was pretty good. The suspense, the build-up, it's almost like there were two teams working on the movie.
Ah, no.
The A team and the B team.
Or
and the A team did the first half and was like, okay, let's see how it's going. They're gonna do a pickup mission in a zombie-infested land.
Right.
A spoiler warning, by the way.
Good premise.
Don't worry, you don't need the warning because you don't need to watch it.
Right, I don't need to watch that.
I'm doing
Okay.
you a favor.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I actually really liked the actor in it, but the second half of the movie, man, it fell apart. The concept was boring. You had so much potential, and they just ruined it.
I know.
Yeah, and I won't give it away, but we read a lot of reviews after we watched the movie, and it just confirmed everything we were feeling.
That it's bad.
Yeah, it was just such a disappointment, and it was actually the sequel to Busan.
Oh, yeah, Train to Busan,
which was one of
super
my
good.
favorite zombie
it's
movies.
So good, and
Korean directors and Korean movie makers really make zombie movies well, but not this time.
Oh, like Kingdom. Kingdom is a super good zombie.
It rocks.
It's so good. Yeah,
It's
Kingdom is
awesome.
also super good.
Yeah. Best movie you saw this year? You don't have to go too into it. Just say what it is and 1 or 2 sentences as to why.
The best one, probably Kisengjung for sure. Parasite.
Yeah, that's a good one. I saw that one time with English subtitles and one time without.
Yeah.
And it was different.
The first time you saw it, was it with the English subtitles?
Yes.
Okay, and?
Without was the second time. For me, it was Hereditary.
Oh yeah, what is that about?
A few years ago, horror movie. I love horror movies. Definitely check out Hereditary. In Korean, it's called Yujeon. It's on Netflix.
Ah, Yujeon. I've heard about it.
Check that out. Hope you guys enjoyed our movie talk.
Yeah.
I'm Sean.
And I'm Paul Soul.
See you next time.
Yeah, take care.
Bye. Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
Hey, what's up? I'm Anna from Portugal.
So Anna, what are some expectations of Korea that you had before coming to Korea? And how are they different now?
The biggest one I must mention is definitely the whole big deal with like North Korea.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's still a big deal. The thing is that before I came, and while I was trying to convince my parents to let me come, and I was organizing my documents and information and whatnot, my parents were so scared, and they were like, "There's no way we are gonna let you go to a war zone. There's no way, that's impossible," because a lot of people are not informed outside of Korea about this issue. So they always think automatically, you know, they see North Korea on the news and they think, oh my god, they are trying to bomb South Korea again, because I see this kind of news outside, you know.
That's so true. That's exactly the same news that we are exposed to in the US.
Yes, it's the same then. Like in Portugal, I would see like new missile like test or something.
Right.
And my mom would panic and they were like, "Are you sure you want to go there? Like, what if like the war starts? Look at this, they're already attacking and stuff." So it's very ignorant, but that's the knowledge that people have outside of Korea.
Exactly.
So I thought that way, and I thought that I was very scared. And when I arrived here the first time, which was a miracle because I don't know how I convinced like my parents.
Yeah.
But when I arrived the first time, I remember that I received the like government alert message.
Yeah.
And I literally thought that we were being attacked because I never heard that sound in my life.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, this is how I die. I was looking at the sky. Where are the missiles at? Let me say goodbye to my mom. But then everyone was like really calm, walking. And then it was just a Misemonji message.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so
but
funny.
I really thought I was gonna die in that moment. And then from that moment on, as I kept living my daily life,
You realize that people do not care
Yes,
at all about
exactly. Like,
North Korea.
no one is scared, no one is taking food home to save for a possible attack,
Right.
no one is running around crazy.
Ah, it's so true. But then I guess at the same time, like, if something were to happen with
Yeah.
North Korea, there's not a lot that South Koreans can really do.
That's
like,
true.
where are they gonna go? This is their home.
That's true.
So I also feel like too, if they attack here, it's like they hurt themselves as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just something that cannot happen. Like if they attack, they are done. However, Koreans cannot do anything about it, and Jeju is not going to save them either. So what do we do in that situation? We just have to keep on living our daily lives and expect and hope that no one crazy enough there presses a button, honestly, at this point.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Yeah, thank
All right.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Another cultural difference, not necessarily a mistake that foreigners make when they come to the U.S., but unlike Korea, our public transportation system isn't quite as comprehensive.
Yeah.
So I find that a lot of people need to drive to almost wherever they go, unless they live in a very large city, you know, where public transportation is a little bit better. People need to drive everywhere they go. But if you don't have a driver's license, then how are you even supposed to do that?
Yeah.
And even if you do have a driver's license, I know that I have quite a few friends who have their driver's license, but they never drive.
Yeah.
So they have so little experience despite having their license that, you know, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking or a little bit of a worry when they travel abroad that they're going to need to drive because it's almost required. But they, you know, it'll make them a little bit nervous. They've got to do this when they go abroad.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
So maybe like some of your Korean friends, they even have their license, but if they were to go to the U.S., they would have to drive because it's just so large and like spread out.
Yes.
But like them having to like drive, and they could technically rent the car, but it could be very like nerve-wracking, and it could create for quite a embarrassing and even like dangerous situation.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, luckily, you know, here in Korea, we drive on the right side of the road. But if you're coming from, you know, Japan or the UK or, you know, a place where they drive on the left side of the road, that could really be potentially dangerous because
there you go,
you know, you're in the mindset of, oh, I'm supposed to be driving on the left side of the road, but really you're supposed to be on the opposite side of the road, and that can definitely lead to some problems.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
The one I can remember the most is I was buying bread just from like a little stall outside my office.
Yeah.
And the lady working there asked me, do you want me to heat it up? But she asked me in Korean. And at that time, I really didn't speak Korean. So I was kind of like, oh, what did you say? And she repeated herself so many times until I finally understood. And so I felt really sorry to her. Oh, I can't speak Korean. So I said, 미안해. To her. And at the time I thought, oh, 미안해 is a really polite thing to say because it's like sorry, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's 반말, which you shouldn't say to anyone that's older than you, and she was an ajumma. So she got a little bit offended, but I didn't understand why. And it was just like small language things like that I didn't realize at the time were probably pretty rude.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Another kind of cultural mistake I made when I first got here was trying to small talk with a lot of people. Be like, hey, how's the weather?
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of buses going by today. You're talking to the guy at the bus stop, you know?
Sure.
It's just, they're like, yeah. And I come to find later on that they're not being rude. It's just like we were mentioning earlier. It's just like they're not used to talking to strangers in the street. Whereas in the West, it's totally normal. Is that the same in Canada? Like you can be like, hey, do you know what time it is? Nice weather, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And I generally don't like small talk. And so it's kind of a blessing being here and not having to stand in line at the grocery store and chat up a storm. I mean, sometimes I do enjoy it, but most time, like most Koreans, this is where I feel very Korean. I like to get in, get my stuff done, and get out.
Right.
So it's nice that way. But yeah, I think generally speaking, Koreans don't small talk.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, how's it going? Where are you from?
Good to be here. My name's James. I'm from Vancouver, Canada.
So you told me earlier that you've traveled to both Japan, China, and obviously now you're living in Korea.
Right.
I'm so curious about the biggest differences and the biggest similarities between the three countries as someone who has been to all three places. I've also been to all three places. Yeah, just want to talk about that a bit with you.
Koreans tend to more easily criticize their own people and their culture. Meaning, it's very rare for a lot of reasons. In China, for example, like the Chinese people will not criticize their government. And Japan, probably sort of around the same level. They're very reserved and conservative, relatively speaking. I think there are a lot more similarities than differences, but the differences can be quite stark, especially when it comes to openly speaking about certain taboo subjects, right? So I think it's tiered. In China, it's none of it. They have zero tolerance for it. Japan is a little bit more open. However, I think it's more of from a conservative standpoint that they choose not to speak too openly. Whereas Korea, I find, can speak very openly about certain topics that
government, things they don't like,
politics, religion, that sort of thing. There are still improvements to be made. There's still topics that should, I think, be more open here in Korea. But relatively speaking, I think it's a lot more free when it comes to
very interesting.
Yeah.
I love free speech.
Me too.
So I love that about Korea. I love how they organize themselves. They get into a group, then they go to like City Hall or another important area where government officials are, and they protest. And they really fight for change. That is awesome. Absolutely. And I think that is something you shouldn't take for granted, because not a lot of governments in the world will tolerate that. So I like that Koreans are very open and very critical of their government, and even other governments around the world. They speak openly. At least my Korean friends are like that. I don't know if I could give up that free speech.
Yeah, it'd be very, very hard.
It'd be so hard.
Yeah, it'd be very
I'd have to be like, I don't really like it. Never mind, everything's okay. Like,
right. I think there are topics here that are socially taboo.
Like what?
People don't talk about sex here at all. Whereas in North America, with my group of friends, maybe it's isolated to that, but we talk about sex, pretty freely, openly.
Every second of the day.
Think about it every second of the day.
Okay.
No, that's not true. But yeah, I think.
How do you reconcile the fact that you just said Korea is the most openly critical of their government, yet at the same time they don't speak their opinions as much as the West?
Yeah, so it's relative, right? It's all things being relative. So I think in terms of this area, the region of the world, I think Korea is probably one of the most progressive, liberal, open-minded sort of cultures, but still pales in comparison to
where you're from.
To where I'm from originally, yeah. Oh, the biggest similarity between, I can speak more to Japan and Korea, but the respect for others people's things and personal space. As you know, when you go outside, you can not care about where you park your car or leave your laptop if you go to the washroom and that sort of thing. And Japan is on another level.
Yeah.
Very, very, very safe. Safety, I know, is something that people really look to Japan and Korea for, but
as leaders in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it boils down to respect for other people's kind of personal space and possessions. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Have you ever met any K-pop celebrities?
Yeah, as an actress and model, like I've
Yeah.
worked on K-pop music video shoots. The latest ones was Somi, What You're Waiting For.
Oh, wow.
That was a lot of fun.
So
We had
cool.
A lot of fun on that set.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Sean. You can't have a conversation about modern day Korean culture without mentioning K-pop. But how popular is K-pop actually here in Seoul? How much influence does K-pop actually have on people living here? Today we're going to explore some of these topics by speaking to some people who live here in Seoul. Let's go. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from England.
Amongst your Korean friends and amongst the population, how popular is K-pop actually in Seoul?
A lot of my Korean friends that are the same age as me, like they listen to it casually. They'll hear some songs that they recognize, but they might not know like which band did it, or they'll just be like, oh, I know that song. If you are a teacher, then your students will be absolutely obsessed with it.
I can totally attest to that. I totally agree.
Like one of the only ways I could get some of my students to talk was like, what is your favorite band? Who do you listen to this one? And then like they'd introduce new bands or new songs and I'm like, this is too much.
Yeah, it's so true. Hi, where are you from?
Hi guys, my name is Bart and I am from the Netherlands. I think very popular.
You think so?
Yeah, my wife is very into underground music, like techno. She also really enjoys listening to K-pop. She thinks it's amazing. The choreography, the people, they look amazing, the voices, they sing. And I think a lot of Koreans have that. They just like K-pop. It's part of the culture.
Hi, where are you from?
I'm from Germany. I've attended some events that were K-pop related.
Yeah.
Like award shows. Obviously there was a huge amount of people like going crazy for their idols, and there were like 40,000 people, and obviously most of the people were young Koreans. And there you could see, wow, it's really popular. Like at events like that, you realize it.
Yeah.
But on a daily basis, like between my friends and like my daily life,
yeah, your job and your work. Yeah. Interesting. So, why do you think K-pop has become so popular these days abroad? Because Korean, you know, it's so normal here, but like abroad, it's like it almost seems like it's more popular.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. What do you think people are connecting to so much with K-pop?
I think it's manufactured to be likable. It's manufactured to be accessible. It's manufactured to be something that you want to find more about. Like when I was getting into it and I saw these bands that like they could dance really well, they could sing really well. It was all very like glamorous to look at, and it was something that was very interesting at the time, because in contrast you had Western pop artists who the production value was still really high, but it wasn't necessarily quite as eye-catching.
Everything is to the max level. Dancing is to the max level. Singing is to the max level. Image is to the max level. Hair, everything. Choreography, music videos, outfits that they wear that complement each other. I haven't really seen any other countries take it this seriously. Like it's their purpose in life to do this.
So if you compare K-pop groups especially to Western groups, the biggest difference I would say is the performance.
Okay.
You can clearly see that K-pop idols train really, really hard for like a perfect performance. As a team as well, like they are great as a team. I think in the Western culture you don't see that much, like even boy bands or girl groups.
And you can be part of it, and it's quite easy. You don't have to look perfect yourself. You just have to be into the music.
Yeah.
It's like a lifestyle also. It's not only listening to the music, you can dance on yourself, you can meet other K-pop lovers, you can collect whatever the items that the entertainment companies make for the fans. It's just being part of something.
Have you ever met any K-pop celebrities?
Yeah, as an actress and model, like I've worked on K-pop music video shoots. The latest ones was Somi, What You're Waiting For.
Oh wow!
That was a lot of fun.
So
we had
cool.
a lot of fun on that set.
Yeah.
We had to dance a lot. And it's a fun, upbeat song, and Somi was absolutely lovely.
You met her.
And yeah, of course we filmed with her. And then Soyu from Sista. Yeah, she just made her comeback, and with her we filmed for her new music video as well.
That's so cool.
It was a lot of fun.
I always hear that they're very kind.
Yeah, they were very, very nice, both of them.
I think the most memorable for me was probably G-Dragon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think it was just, he was really eager to talk and chat, like just in general. He's very fluent in English and he was very interested in just like talking to me and my friend at the time.
Awesome.
He's a good guy from what I could tell.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no worries.
All right, bye. All right, bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
You watched all the way to the end. You're amazing. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from America.
What's one thing you really like about Korea and one thing you're not so crazy about?
I like pretty much everything. My favorite thing is probably the food and how easy it is to make friends here.
Oh really? You think it's easy to make friends compared to where you're from?
Yeah, personally for me, yeah. I make a lot of friends here.
Yeah, doing what? Can I ask?
Going to like bars or like going language exchange cafes, that kind of thing.
There's a lot of curated events here.
Yeah, there's a lot of events that you can meet with people and, you know, like trying to learn each other's language. So.
Cool. Or other interests, you know, like other hobby groups too, probably exist too, right?
Oh yeah, I'm here on vacation, so I don't really get to go to a ton of them because some of them are like period related, like in a certain season, but.
Sure.
Yeah, but there are a lot.
Okay, so there's a lot to do here.
Yeah.
A lot of opportunities to meet people. How about one aspect about being here that you don't like so much?
I guess like one of the few things is just like when people stare at you, or maybe the assumption that like I'm just here for like to have like fun and not here to like appreciate like how it is to be here, I guess. That's like the assumption, but the second they know that you can speak Korean or that you're trying, like they kind of get a lot more nice about it. But at first I think it's the initial like assumption.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
Kind of, yeah.
Have you felt that a bit here?
Yeah, but I can understand.
Okay.
But, yeah, so.
Have you met people that are like that? They only come here to party?
Oh yeah, I know a lot of people like that.
So maybe there is some truth to the stereotype?
Yeah, exactly. So I understand why there is one, but
really?
Not everyone's like that, so.
And so could I ask where you're from? What part of the US?
I'm from Georgia.
Georgia. Are there a lot of tourists that come there?
Yeah, I would say so because we have Atlanta. So
okay.
Yeah, a lot of people will go there, or Savannah, something like that. But I don't really notice because everyone's diverse in America, so you don't really know who is the visitor.
Yeah, right
per
on.
se, so yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Hey, where are you from?
Hey, my name is Rowena and I'm from Scotland.
So what are some things about your life here in Korea that you like, and what are some things that you're not so crazy about?
Okay, there's a lot of things about Korea that I like, and there are some things about Korea that maybe I'm not too crazy on. So for example, the things that I like, I think Korea is really, really, really convenient. Like, you guys have everything for everything, and I think that's amazing.
And I think that's not to be underrated.
Right.
Yeah.
I think, you know, just convenience stores, Wi-Fi, Subway in Seoul especially, like everything is just, it's very easy. Delivery here is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, like delivery, I can order anything I want online, it'll be at my house the next day. I love delivery. And food delivery, yeah, Korea's not good if you want to lose weight, guys, but yeah. Medical care. Korea has statistically one of the best medical care in the world, and that's completely true. When I go for health checkups, it takes like 30 minutes, and it's just like boom, 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 boom.
So you think the high health insurance payments are worth it?
It's worth it.
I think so too. Yeah.
They are a bit steep sometimes, but it's definitely worth it.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I didn't think so at first, but now I went to the dentist and I've done some other kind of necessary checkups like that I need to do, and a lot of it's covered by the insurance, which is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, back in the UK we have the NHS, so everything is free, but everything is very slow. I'm not blaming the British government. I think we just have a lack of doctors and a lack of funding.
So let's go to the things that you don't like so much.
Okay.
The controversial topic, but interesting.
Historically, Korea was one of the fastest countries in the world to develop after the war. So that's why you would have like a really modern country with people with maybe like the same old mindset.
Yeah.
So things like that, for example. But it's really not a big deal. I mean, Korea is still changing for the better every day, so.
Yeah, and I just want to say too that I feel like a lot of people living here are afraid to share their opinion a little bit.
Right.
See, you're allowed to talk about things that, you know, maybe don't mesh with you personally.
Right.
And yeah, I don't think you're being disrespectful by doing that. And I think a lot of Koreans are very curious. One of the things that I do take pride in is like having honest conversations. So I guess you can feel a little bit comfortable in that way. If you don't mind, can I ask you, what do you mean exactly by this mindset? Is there an example of this?
Okay, I think maybe there's a lot of pressure in terms of careers. Some parents really pressure their children to like enter a specific career path rather than just being like, oh, you wanna do what you want and go do what you want. They're more like, I think this is better, you earn more money and stability, which is true for everyone around the world.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes Korean parents, they can be a bit pressuring.
Could you maybe extend this to like forcing kids to go to after-school academies at a very young age?
Right.
And like this very high emphasis on education. It kind of takes away from a lot of freedom. I was a teacher for years. Maybe you were too.
I was.
Yeah, so you know how much schooling a lot of the kids do here.
Yeah.
It can be stressful. I've seen that.
It can be stressful. It's true. It's true. So me and Sean were both teachers before our current careers.
That's right.
So we've both seen the education system of Korea, and there's loads of good points and there's some like not so good points. And I would say the education pressure in Korea, and honestly, you know, I've lived in China, Hong Kong and Taiwan, I can say the education pressure in Asia in general is actually very, very high.
Yeah, and you know what? You can't even say that this is all bad too, because it is this pressure that made Korea into the first world country that it is.
Right.
It's this work ethic. It's this, we don't have any natural resources in our country, so our humans, our population, our people, our citizens are the natural resources, you know?
Exactly.
So we got to make them the best. And Korea has like a really high average IQ. The rate at which kids go to college is really high too.
Okay, if I was president of Korea, there's one thing I would change. I think the university entrance exam, the Sunin, I think there's too much pressure on the Sunin because it's just like one, what was it, 8 hours, 7 hours, 6 hours, one big exam. Whereas in the UK, the Sunin is actually split over 2 weeks. So, I mean, some people would argue 2 weeks is too long, you have too much time to study, but even though that's true, children have less stress.
Yeah.
So I think if the student can be split into like maybe 3 days in Korea, I think that would mentally be really good for the kids.
I've noticed that that's a big difference between the West and the East. In the East here in Korea especially, the style of testing is like study at the end of the semester, massive, huge, monumental tests that if you mess up, it's not good.
Exactly.
Whereas in the West, it's like small tests, kind of big tests. Yeah, so it's a little less pressure.
What I've also noticed with the college entrance exam is when children don't get the scores they wanted, or if they fail the test somehow, there's like more cases of suicide because of disappointing the parents or just stress or feeling burdened. Whereas in other countries, there's very, very, very rare cases of suicide when you fail the exam. You would just retake it.
Yeah.
I think that's one evidence, I guess, of education pressure.
Yeah. You're right. You got it. Cool.
So it's okay, kids. You got this. I'm trying to.
It's not the end of the world.
I do feel.
There's a lot of things you can do with your life.
And there's like other things about Korea. I guess driving. I think drivers in Korea can be a bit like crazy.
Yeah, I'm afraid of taxis here. I don't want to get hit by a taxi.
To be granted, like people in Britain, our population is not that big, especially in Scotland. Our population is really not that big. But we're really polite when we drive. When we drive, like another car coming, like we'll stop the car and we're like, oh, you go first. Like we're really, really polite. Whereas here, I feel like no one's like, you go first. It's like, I'll go first.
So taxis definitely scare me. But when you're like crossing the street here, the car gets the right of way.
Yes.
Whereas in the West, this is very unfamiliar to me, and it took me a while to get used to. The car gets the right of way here. In the West, the pedestrian gets the right of way.
Exactly.
We cross first. I remember when I first got here, there was kind of like a showdown between me and this car, and it's like, let me go. And I'm like, no, let me go.
Are you talking about when cars can do the right turn?
I'm talking about
Even
like
though it's
there's
green man.
there's a crosswalk here. And in the West, I get to cross.
Right.
Whereas here, it's kind of like the car gets to go first, and then I go.
Right.
So
You know what though? I would argue it's
would you
supposed to be the pedestrians' right of way.
Yeah.
But cars just go anyway because they just don't care. I would argue is that.
That could be it, yeah.
Because they're rushing to go somewhere, you know.
Yeah, right on.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm from Canada. So overall, my life is really good. It's not drastically different from my life in Canada.
Yeah.
The main things are pretty typical. Very fast, cheap internet. I like the fast delivery system. Not just like food delivery, but also just ordering online internet things like Coupang and Gmarket. And I'm an English teacher, so there's a lot of jobs available. So that's a good amount of stability. And I think the other thing is probably the transportation. It's a lot cheaper, it's more accessible, it's more widespread than back home in Canada.
Yeah. So now for the things that you don't really like.
Yeah, they're not terrible. I mean, I'm still here.
Yeah.
But things like air quality.
Yeah.
You know, it's very normal to wear a mask in your everyday life now. But back home in Canada, if you have to wear a mask because of the air quality, that's like a national emergency. It's very strange.
Yeah. It stinks though, because a lot of that is not really Korea's fault. Just geographically, their location is very unfortunate, and it's really hard to negotiate when your country is just so much smaller compared to like that of China. You know?
Exactly.
It's a shame.
It is a shame, and that's probably, if I go back to Canada in a couple of years, that will be the thing that's the tipping point. Because for me, it's like a health problem that I don't want to do long term. Another thing I don't like, it's still very conservative. A lot of people like to say, oh, Korea's changing. Not that fast. Not as fast as you think. So I think when I meet individual young Koreans my age, I feel they're more open-minded, they understand.
Yeah.
But by and large, it's very conservative and it's very stifling. So the casual sexism, the casual racism, you know, so it's very uncomfortable. But I don't have day-to-day issues. It's just microaggressions that just pile up after a while. So after 8 years, I'm getting a little bit tired of it. Another thing I definitely don't like is I've been here for 8 years, but no matter how long I'm here, no matter how well I speak Korean, or
She speaks well.
Thank you. Not in this video, I'm tired. But no matter what I do to sort of get myself into the culture, I'm never quite there. So it's very conservative and very closed off. So it's a little frustrating that it still isn't more welcoming.
I think I know what you mean.
But other than that, it's pretty much a normal life like I would have in Canada. Just everything's in Korean.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your answers.
Okay.
All right, bye. Hi, where are you from?
I'm David, I'm from Canada. I've been in Seoul for 5 years, and Seoul has sucked me into its fast-paced, work hard, get things done culture. That's what I like, and that's what I don't like.
Okay.
So I like it because maybe in my 20s and teens, I just never found any subject in school or any hobby that I could really apply and just like sink my teeth into, right? In Seoul, I think I found how to apply myself and work hard every day and just try to advance what I'm doing. But at the same time, there's no space or freedom to reflect and be free and float around a little bit. So that's what I like about Seoul. It's like opportunity is fast, it's got a quick pulse. But at the same time, sometimes you just want to relax.
Yeah. So it sounds like living in Seoul has given you a real jump start. It's kicked you in the butt.
Yeah.
It's really supercharged your ambition and ability to work hard and get things done and have a focus. Would that be fair to say?
I would say that's fair to say.
But on the positive side.
On the positive side. But on the negative side, it's like, okay, let's slow down for a little bit. Let's just think about where we're going, what we're doing.
On the negative side, it's like, where the heck did all my time go?
Yeah.
Why am I so busy and I'm unemployed? I'm so busy.
Yeah. So am I going in the right direction here? Is it really? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I definitely feel that too. Like living in Seoul, I always feel busy. I always have a million things to do. Running my YouTube channel, working with other companies, maintaining relationships, maintaining my health, always other things to do, taxes and this stuff. Yeah. Definitely when I lived in the countryside of Chungju, where you live too, I felt like I had a lot of time. I could walk around, listen to music.
Yeah,
that was really nice.
It was great. Like I had this restaurant that I would go to with like Ajuma, just an old Korean woman, and I go in there and she'd be so happy to see like a foreigner, because there's not that many foreigners. She made like a free rice. We just talk about nothing, and then we go and goodbye. It's just good feeling, good exchange. Don't really see that in Seoul. So many customers are coming through. It's like, who has time to have that connection, human-to-human connection? So
yeah. Ironically, there are more people here, but you can feel more lonely.
Everyone's a little bit of an NPC.
Lonelier, yeah.
A lot of NPCs.
NPCs, what does that mean?
You know, a computer game, there's like it's not a player, it's just like a computer character. Yeah. So people treat each other like NPCs a little bit, you know? Yeah. Go to the cafe, it's like, don't even look the person in the eye, order a coffee, get it, you know? But that was a person. In a smaller town, you would have like had a little engagement of some kind.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I missed that part.
Yeah. How's the weather? Nice weather. Whereas in Seoul, it's like 4,000 won, please, thank you, next.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I totally get that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, bye. Thank you.
Hi, where are you from?
I am from America, Maryland.
Great. What are some things that you like and you don't like so much about your life here in Korea?
You know, for me being Korean American, and culturally it wasn't a shock. I knew what I was getting into.
Okay.
I grew up very American, but you know, I would ask my parents, hey, like, what are things I should look out for that I'm gonna bother people with?
Yeah, your parents from Korea?
Yeah, my parents were born in Korea, but they moved when they were very young. And so culturally, it was like more American than Korean.
Yeah.
And so there were things that I knew to expect, but I had only heard. And coming to Korea, things I like are, of course, right? Things are open, and things being open is a big thing, because even living, you know, in Boston, which is seen as such a college town, and stuff closes. And there's schools everywhere, and I went to school for a couple years there, but stuff closes, you get to like midnight even. The Dunkin' Donuts would close at midnight, and the first time I found out, I got really mad.
Midnight? That is so early.
Yeah. The convenience stores even close.
Not very convenient.
That's what I said. I was like, how are you getting closed at midnight?
Yeah, where I'm from in Philadelphia, the 7-Eleven is open literally 24/7.
Right? I mean,
not in Boston, I guess.
No, in Boston it's not like that. In DC it's like that.
Really different by city, eh?
City by city. Boston is not friendly to nightlife.
Yeah, so when do like bars and clubs, these kinds of things, when do they usually close in Boston?
The latest they're allowed to sell alcohol is 2 a.m. And so basically they all shut down at 2 a.m.
Wow. Fair. So you like that about your life here in Seoul?
Oh man, I just like having the option. It's not like I'm actually gonna be out there, but if I'm out, right? I think 2 a.m. is a weird line.
Okay.
I like, you know, like if you said 3 o'clock, I would probably leave at 2:30 anyway. But when you say 2 o'clock, that means everything is like slowing down at 1:30.
Yeah.
Right? I was like, I needed another hour.
Yeah, you're right. 2 is a little bit too early, I think. So what I'm hearing, tell me if this is right, it sounds like you really like having the option to stay out late if you want, and most times maybe you don't, but still it's like the freedom you like in Seoul.
Definitely having the option is important to me. I like choices, right?
Okay.
You don't have to do it, but I want to be able to do it if I happen to want to, that, you know, one time a month or one time every 2 months. In the US, a lot of the times there are regulations or paperwork and things that whatever it says on the paper is how it's gonna go. And I knew this culturally coming over, but man, it's hard to believe that you can go into a government office and if the person doesn't like you and they choose to reject your application, you can go in the next day and the other person might like you and might accept it. That's hard to believe as like a way a government office works.
Maybe that's not technically legal, but that's the way things work here for sure. Definitely in my experience too. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of things like meetings and contracts, a lot of them are done by feeling or by word of mouth or by like spur of the moment, hey, let's have a meeting here at 3. Let's have a meeting tomorrow at 1. It's like, I have plans tomorrow, you know? Like, whereas in the US, it's all scheduled. It's very polite to let everybody know.
Right, you gotta figure out when the time can work.
Yeah.
Okay, just make this time work.
Right, right. So as a Korean American, are you legally, not culturally, but legally, are you treated more like a foreigner, or like, do you have more of a Korean kind of benefits in that way?
This is the weirdest thing to me. I sometimes wish that they could ignore my Korean American status and just treat me as a foreigner.
Right.
Because you get this weird thing where it's like, some of the systems think you're almost a Korean or a resident, or you know, whatever, a citizen, however you want to put it. And other systems really recognize that you're not.
Yeah.
And so you'll have times where they're like, you're a foreigner. And I've had other times where it's like Korean people, and you know, just culturally, where they'll look at me and be like, you're Korean. And I was like, you know, I get it, but I'm not. And we're gonna have more problems if you insist I'm Korean, because I just grew up so not Korean.
They're gonna think that you know things that they assume to be obvious.
Right.
Whereas to you, they're not obvious.
Especially with so many terms of respect and the way you speak to people, right? I tell them ahead of time.
Cultural expectations.
I'm going to make mistakes. And I just ask them to understand, because I didn't grow up with this. You know, like any foreigner, I do my best, but unlike a lot of Korean Americans who grew up with much more Korean culture, I didn't even know what Chuseok was. I was in college and I had Korean friends ask me, are you gonna go be with your family for Chuseok? And I was like, what is Chuseok? Well, yeah, so that's how I try to demonstrate to people how not Korean I was. It's like, I didn't even know this thing existed.
You spoke to your parents in English, probably.
English.
Because
I speak to my grandparents in English.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And do they live in Korea?
No, so my grandparents also live in America.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, you're very special case.
Yeah, so I mean, my parents technically were first generation immigrants, because my parents were so young when they moved.
Yeah, and I'm sure their English is better than their Korean.
It's about the same, because they've used both for work and whatnot. So I would say they're both fluent in both languages, but I was growing up in America. There wasn't a huge need. They tried to teach my brother. What happened was they taught my brother only Korean. They're like, he'll learn English in school. He didn't know any English when he got to school, and they realized this is a problem because the teachers can't even talk to him. He doesn't speak any English. And then so they stopped.
So your brother older than you?
My older brother, yeah.
So now is he completely bilingual?
No, my brother speaks like no Korean.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because they're
wild.
Like, yeah, they're just like, oh, okay, whatever, we'll just do it English.
Holy moly, so interesting. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bye. Hi, where are you from?
Hey, my name is Rowena and I'm from Scotland.
So, what are some Korean habits that you've adopted while living here in Korea?
You know what is different is the way I eat.
Okay.
So before I came to Korea, I never liked Americanos and I never liked beer. Like I would drink anything but Americanos. I would drink lattes or cappuccinos or whatever. And I would drink anything but beer. I would drink cocktails and like shots or liquor or whiskey. You know, the Scottish love whiskey. And since coming to Korea, I slowly got into Americanos and beer.
Yeah.
And now I'm obsessed with Americanos and beer.
So what do you eat with your beer? Do you eat pizza or chicken?
I like both.
Okay.
Depends if I want carbs or protein.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I remember one time I was walking along the Hangan. I think it was like 3 years ago, and it was a really hot summer's day. And I was walking by myself along the Hangan, and I just felt so hot and sweaty and thirsty.
Okay.
And I saw someone drinking a cass. And then I was just like, wow, that looks really good. Yeah. So I went into the convenience store on the Hangan and I bought a cass for the first time. And I took a sip of beer for the first time. And it was like the best thing I ever had in my life.
It's like a commercial for cass. No. I know what you mean though. I feel like as I've been getting a little bit older and like the hot summer days come along, you finish your work and you're near the park, nothing really hits a spot like a cold beer.
It's true.
It's true. Pretty wicked good, right?
It's true. If you're not into Americanos and beer, Korea will change you. I'm telling you.
Right on. Any other habits?
I've noticed that when I speak Korean, my tone of voice goes higher.
Okay.
So I feel like when I speak English, my voice is kind of deeper. But when I speak Korean, I become very like, 네, 알겠습니다, 네. Like very, very polite and very high tone.
noticed
Yeah. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe because my Korean friends be like that.
Okay. Do you have a lot of like female Korean friends?
I do have a lot of female Korean friends, but also I've noticed that when I make phone calls to like hospitals or banks or whatever, the people who work in customer service, they speak very polite and high tones, and like they try not to show expression. They're just very like, 네, 알겠습니다, 고객님. So I guess I kind of just copied them. Whereas in English, you know, I'm not scared of showing expression. Like if I'm annoyed, I will tell you like I'm annoyed. Like, yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, bye. Hi, where are you from?
Hi, I'm from Canada. The most common ones are probably typical hand gestures, like the gesture for money is like this. We usually do like a little finger rub back home for money, but money, they go like this. But this is more like an okay for us.
Yeah,
Even if I flip it like this, it's still okay, but it's a weird okay.
Yeah.
But in Korea, this is money. Yeah. Another big one is saying no, or like ande. So they'll do this, or they'll literally do an X with their arms.
Yeah.
That's insane in Canada. Like, we understand that an X means no, but it doesn't make sense. No one would ever physically do that.
Kind of looks like a video game move. Like
Exactly.
Doing a
like
superpower.
you're blocking someone's attack.
Fire blast.
So if you did that in Canada, people would kind of look at you a little funny. But in Korea, they're just like, oh, sorry, no, we can't do it. And it makes sense. So I picked that up a lot.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to talk to people.
How about the opposite one too? You could do a circle for yes, right?
Oh yeah, we don't do that.
That doesn't
either.
make any sense.
No, that's weird.
To us, it's very strange.
I never thought of that because I don't do that one yet. I have not adopted that mannerism because it's too weird. Yeah, a little bit too weird. Another one is maybe, I just thought of this now, is when they gesture for like angry, they do this cute little like horns. Like they're like, you know, he's angry.
Yeah.
But we don't, this in Canada doesn't make any sense.
Have you ever tried doing this?
I do it all the time.
To Canadian friends?
All the time.
Do they understand what it means?
They think it's funny. If they're like, what is that? And I'll say, oh, it's a heart. And they pause and they look at it and they're like, oh my God, that's amazing. Because it never occurred to them to do a heart. So we don't do that in pictures and stuff. So some people might do it, but it's only if they saw it on the internet or something. But I hope it catches on because it's so cute.
Interesting.
So cute.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye. Hi, where are you from?
I am from Maryland, USA.
So what are some taboos in the US and how would you compare them to taboos here in South Korea?
There's definitely a taboo in Korea that I had no idea existed. And I was in school in America talking to a Korean person and they were totally like, I can't believe this is happening. And I first moved to Boston and I was going to school and I was just subletting an apartment for the summer. I didn't know who the other people were, right? I just subletted a bedroom from someone. The other two roommates were female, it turns out, right? And so I was living there, and the next year, I believe, I was dating a girl from Korea. There are a lot of international students at the school.
Okay.
And she was asking me stuff, and I was telling her, I was like, yeah, I've had female roommates before. Is that weird? And she was like, completely like, didn't know how to take that because she thought it was the weirdest thing.
Interesting.
I started learning more about Korea and I was like, oh my gosh, guys can't even get into the female dorm building.
Really?
Yeah. So they're completely separate buildings. No, in Korea, you can't get into the building. There's security guards. And so the idea that I had females, not just like on the same floor, living in my house, like she thought that was completely the weirdest thing she had ever heard.
Yeah.
And I talked to other Korean people, they're like, yeah, you know, if they didn't know that was normal, they're gonna think that's super weird.
Yeah. Why is it weird? What's the weird factor about that?
I think just because it doesn't exist. And another thing is probably guys and girls don't really live together in Korea.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest.
It's not super uncommon for guys and girls to be roommates in America, to be housemates. You know, my sister.
I've had female roommates in college as well.
Yeah.
When I moved off of campus and I was still commuting to campus, I just looked on the internet at Craigslist and they had an empty room. It was a bit smaller. And I'm a guy, I don't have that much stuff compared to most women. I'm not gonna generalize, but I took the ad and I lived there and they were fine. They were doctors going to med school. I was going to liberal arts. and we had food together sometimes, and we really didn't even talk that much.
No, you don't have to interact,
Yeah,
right?
you don't
just
have to interact. Yeah.
It's a mutually beneficial relationship where you guys can all pay the rent together.
Yeah, I paid a little bit cheaper rent, and they had someone to fill in the room. So.
Yeah, I mean, but if you talk to a Korean person and you tell them that, especially with the proliferation of one rooms, right? Where everyone can kind of live by themselves. In America, a studio apartment, a one-bedroom apartment really is a premium.
It is.
Right? Because the price difference between that one bedroom and the two bedroom is so small.
Yeah.
But in Korea, the price difference between the one bedroom and the two bedroom can be really large. And they've kind of created these solo living habitats, per se. And so the idea that you would need to live with someone is kind of strange because there's plenty of places you can easily live alone in Korea.
Yeah.
And then to make that a female of the opposite sex, like, Korea's not ready for that.
Not ready.
They're not ready for that.
Yeah. Well, that's a really good one. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, bye. Hi, where are you from?
Hey, my name is Rowena and I'm from Scotland.
Great.
A big taboo in Korea. You shouldn't
Big no-no.
Yes, you shouldn't write someone's name in red ink because it means that they're going to die or like you want them to pass away or something. Back home we have superstitions, but they're a bit different. So here, like the number 4 is kind of taboo, whereas back home number 13 is kind of taboo. Like I like to use red ink when I make notes because it kind of makes things pop out a bit more.
Yeah.
So sometimes like if I'm writing notes to a friend, I'll use red ink, but then I'll realize I'm not supposed to use red ink, and I'm like, oh my god, I've got to write it again. But yeah, so red ink, clothing.
Clothing, okay.
Clothing. I think back home, people kind of wear whatever they want. Like if they wanna, wear like a tank top, they'll wear a tank top. If they wanna wear hot pants, they'll wear hot pants. If they wanna wear a tank top and hot pants, they'll do that. Whereas I feel in Korea, they usually show their legs, but they would never show cleavage.
True.
Although I feel like
I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, I feel like the younger generation of Koreans are changing though. I feel like they're dressing more kind of like how they want, tank tops, cleavage and all, which is great. I mean, like just being expressive. But I think clothing, definitely clothing.
Yeah, there's taboos more in Korea in regards to clothing.
Exactly.
Whereas really no restrictions in Scotland.
Right. I think in Scotland, people will still stare at you if you're dressing really, really provocatively.
Yeah.
I think more or less people back home, they don't really care and they wear what they want. Whereas here, they will maybe care a little bit more and be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't wear this. I should change my outfit.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Okay.
Of course, you're taking a walk in the park.
Right.
It's a Saturday morning.
Right.
You can wear whatever you want in Scotland. How about if you're in a school? How about if you're in a company? How about if you're at a wedding, a funeral? Are these places more restrictive, I would guess?
Yeah, but I think that's the same for all over the world.
Yeah.
I think all over the world, if you're working in an office, you're supposed to dress respectively,
professionally,
and appropriately. With weddings, again, I mean, you're supposed to just dress elegantly, right? And just classy, appropriately. You're not supposed to upshow the bride, no wearing white, for example.
These are girl things that I don't know, because I'm just a dumb guy.
I think schools also is the same all over the world. I feel like I see a lot of middle school girls and high school girls in Korea who actually pull their skirt up really high to make it shorter. I've seen that with middle school girls in Korea.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've noticed Korean girls, they wear makeup a lot earlier than British girls.
That seems to be true, yeah.
Yeah, British girls, the first time they usually wear makeup is usually when they're like 16, 17.
Yeah.
Whereas
international age.
Yeah. Whereas in Korea, I feel like the moment they go into middle school first year, they've got the lipstick on.
Yeah, they got the hair curlers.
They've got
I've
the
seen that so
curler,
much when I was a
the
teacher.
Lipstick, they've got like the foundation. Yeah, it is. They go all out. Another difference I would say is maybe like informal and formal speech.
Okay.
In Korea, you have formal speech and informal speech, and you're supposed to know when to use each, depending on the person's like position or age, or if you're a senior or if you're a junior. In Britain, we don't have, and like in English-speaking countries, there's no formal and informal, but there's etiquette and manners.
And I think tone of voice too.
And tone of voice, exactly. So for example, in English-speaking countries, even though we don't have formal speech, we still have to say like please, you're welcome, I'm sorry, and like may I, just things like that.
Yeah.
So, but more or less, I mean, if you're talking to a colleague or your boss, apart from saying please, thank you, and like sir or ma'am, more or less you can just kind of speak how you want to speak.
I would agree with what you're saying. One thing I've noticed personally is definitely in Korean, with someone who you have a professional relationship, the word you, no.
Right.
Or even like 당신. They use it sometimes, but not that much. It's more like your name, she.
Yeah.
Like, and then in the U.S., that is a huge difference. You can say like, what about you, sir? You.
Yeah.
There's a huge difference. But here's a funny thing. I was watching a movie last weekend, a medieval movie in England, and they had a lot of honorific speech. Yes, sir. Yes, sire.
Right.
You're my lord. But that stayed in Korean culture, whereas I think in the West it's kind of dropped off a lot.
Right.
We don't say my lord, my lady.
Exactly. No, I completely agree.
Is that funny?
That's like Old English, right? I love Old English.
But that is exactly what honorifics is.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But I think it's kind of the same now, but like modernized. So like now you would say more like for example, I think most parents, if you call your mom by their name, they would be like, what did you just call me?
Right.
But also like when I first came to Korea, actually one of my biggest hurdles was learning to speak formal. I would slip into informal speech when I didn't even realize it, and then like my colleagues would scold me, and they'd be like, you can't do that. This is what you should have said, and I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry. So I feel like informal and formal was one of my biggest hurdles in learning Korean.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Now I'm more used to it, but I still have my slip-ups.
My question is, so say you're in a group.
Yeah.
And one person is your boss.
Okay.
One person is your sister, your younger sister. One is like your boyfriend.
Okay.
One is like a new friend.
Okay.
One is your grandmother. You're talking to all these people and you're having to change your polite speech kind of level with every person. Don't Koreans get confused with this?
Yeah, that is.
You know what I'm saying?
I would be confused.
So would I.
That's why then I would probably just start speaking English.
But I feel like Koreans do this really well. I've seen it and I'm like, wow, you are amazing.
The transition.
Yeah. Formal speech, casual speech. Yeah.
I get confused with like really formal speech where it's like 하지 마십시오.
Yeah.
Obviously, like you wouldn't really say that, but sometimes I'm just like, should I say it? Or like 하지 마세요 or just 하지 마요? Like which one should I use? And like the last thing I would say that's taboo is like living together before you're married.
Oh, that's a good one.
Or having children before you're married. I feel like in Korea, there's like the shotgun weddings where celebrities find out they're pregnant and then they immediately have a wedding. Whereas back home, in English-speaking countries, if a celebrity gets pregnant before marriage, it's not really a big deal.
Because money is not a problem.
Money's not a problem, but also I think people just don't really mind so much, I guess. And like living together before marriage and back home is very, very normal because they feel like before you get married and live with someone, you should know what their habits are. Whereas here, not everyone. Some people do live together before marriage, but a lot of people do wait until after marriage, after the wedding ceremony to live together. And then having kids before marriage, I guess. I think that's a big no-no here. Some parents just think it's a no-no. Some parents might not mind.
Is that normal in Scotland?
It's pretty normal. Yeah, I have quite a few friends who have children without being married. Single parents also very common back home, which is actually really, it's kind of sad, but it is very common. Back home, a lot of couples, they don't see the point of marriage. It's just a piece of paper. It's just the law. If I love this person, then I can just love this person and live with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just call each other partners rather than however husbands. I have a lot of friends who believe that marriage is not necessary.
Yeah, you've given me a lot to think about. All right, thank you so much. That was amazing.
You're welcome.
Yeah, cool. Bye. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
So I want to talk today about things that are rude in Korea versus things that are rude in Canada, taboos in both countries, and I want to compare them.
The typical stuff is politics, religion, and sex.
Okay.
So pretty much no matter where you go, you should probably avoid those topics as much as possible.
Yeah.
Some people bring them up, and if they bring it up and you feel comfortable, you can talk about it, but I would recommend just not.
Yeah.
I've experienced a few people joking with me about like Trump, and like they don't even know what I believe. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I have a bit of a different political view than most people. But the way of them bonding with me from other countries, like, you know what, he's terrible, right? And I'm like, you don't even know what I think. Like, and let's not get into that, you know? So it's just, I think I like your advice.
Yeah. Another thing to add on to that is, I get this a lot too. People will talk about Trump or American politics. I am from Canada. I don't know what to say. It's not my country. I have opinions, but I feel I don't want to go into them in detail. Don't assume that a foreigner is from a certain area or that they have a certain political leaning, because you really don't know. Because I don't want to sound stupid talking about Trump when I'm not from there.
Yeah, right on.
Okay, so I've had some of my Korean students or friends ask me what to say in English for the word psalm, which is when you're not quite a couple, but you have something going on. But we don't
seeing each other, right?
Yeah, but we don't have a word for that in English. The closest thing is casual dating. But I've had this experience where I presented myself as some lecherous, strange person because I mentioned that I was casually dating more than one guy. Mm-hmm. But in Korea, they don't understand. You can't date more than one person. But where I come from, you can go to dinner and you can hang out with more than one person while you're getting a feel for who they are and if you want to take the next step.
Yeah.
But they don't do that.
Yeah.
If you're dating more than one person, it's cheating, you're kind of deceiving them. But where I come from, it's not deception. If they asked me, are you seeing anyone? I'd be like, yeah, I'm dating a few people, plus you. But as long as you're honest and safe, especially if you're having sex with these people, it's totally fine. But in Korea, taboo.
Yeah, and it's to me, and I think to you too, it seems like a very easy kind of train of logic to follow. Why would you want to commit to somebody long term if you don't really know them? Because people are not who they are on the first day you meet them, or the second day, or the second week, or maybe even the second month, you know? So I always make the metaphor to a lot of Korean friends of mine where it's like, you're going to the real estate agency, you want to see a few houses before you sign the contract, right? And maybe you want to see them a few times, and maybe you see a house and you're like, oh, this is really good. All right, well, and then you meet a new person, you're like, whoa, this person's interesting.
Yep.
And I totally agree with you. Yeah. Unless you pull the trigger and you're like, all right, I'm ready to get serious with this person. Before that, at least in the West, I think Canada's the same as the US, it's called testing the waters.
Yep.
We even have an expression for it.
For sure.
You're testing the waters, you know, you want to see what it's like out there.
Yeah. I also think it's respectful to the other person to like let them know, I just want to take my time, let's keep it light.
Yeah.
And then you have to have that conversation. But I feel like in Korea, they jump into dating without having a conversation sometimes. Like in my experience, I want to sit down and literally be like, are we exclusive? Yes or no? But I've had an experience where, let's say I kissed a guy, we were just casually dating, and then like a week or two later, after we went on more dates, I was like, okay, so I like you, I think this is going well, do you want to be my boyfriend? Real story, this is a true story.
All right.
And he looked at me and he was like, wait, aren't we already dating? And I was like, excuse me? Apparently I had a boyfriend for a week and a half and I didn't know. Because in his mind, when we had a kiss at the end of an older date, in his mind, we were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah.
He did not even talk to me about it. And I was just like, what's happening? And then I talked about it to some of my Korean friends and they were like, yeah. Like that was the end of the conversation. So you have to be very verbal and very communicative in dating in Canada. But in Korea, there's just sort of like this sort of unspoken agreement that apparently I missed. So be aware of that.
Yeah. And you could also even argue that in the West, Canada and the US, and probably other countries too, Western Europe, it's almost even polite to not mention that you're dating other people.
Yeah.
Like, you're seeing someone for the first, second, or third time, like even asking, oh, are you hanging out with anybody else? It's kind of a bit of an intrusive question.
Yes.
Because it's like obvious, well, I met this person in a bar or on Tinder. Well, the chances that they're also kind of testing the waters with other people are quite high. Until you sign that contract, so to speak, it's better left unasked.
I agree. Yeah. The only time I would definitely ask is if you're going to be doing anything sexual. In that case, I think it's good to say, I'm sleeping with other people.
Yes.
But that's a whole other level of maturity that some people don't have. So, be careful what you're doing. And people will lie. And it sucks. And people
will lie. Yeah.
People will lie. This is a fact of life. But as long as you take the high road and you're like, I was honest and I was safe, then you should be okay. But don't be freaked out if someone's like, oh, by the way, I have other sexual partners. And you're like, because it will happen.
Yeah.
100%.
One more thing I want to say too is like Koreans shouldn't be afraid to date Westerners too, because I think a common stereotype would be that like, oh, it's hard to trust them because they're casual dating.
They're too open-minded.
But when Westerners say, okay, I want to date this person serious exclusively, you can trust that,
Usually they mean it.
Yeah.
Yes, more often than not, because that's how we operate.
Yeah.
If you've been dating casually for a while and they don't bring it up at all, that's a red flag. We've been casually dating for 4 months. What are we doing?
Yeah.
There's no time limit. Yeah. Some people get together on the second date. I married him.
Yeah.
Some people take 2 or 3 months to finally make a relationship. But, you should be open and talk about it. Like, okay, so where are we going? Like, check in along the way. But if you date foreigners or Westerners, you're more likely to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Don't assume. You will be disappointed.
Yeah.
Another taboo that I've noticed is probably discussions on birth control and condoms. So I had this experience. I was at a language exchange, and one of my guy friends who was from England, he opened his wallet to get his money, and some of the Korean girls at the table started like giggling, and they looked really embarrassed. And I was like, what's going on? And my Korean friend, she was like, oh, he opened his wallet? He has a condom in his wallet. And I was like, cool, good for him. And she couldn't believe it. She was so uncomfortable that 1, she had seen it, and 2, he just walks around all day with a condom in his wallet. And for me, I was like, if I was a woman meeting a guy and he always had a condom on him, I would think that's very attractive because it shows responsibility and it shows respect. It's not like he's waiting every minute of every day to have sex with someone. But in Korea, they don't talk about that kind of protection. They use it and they know about it, but they don't verbalize it. And so if you're in a relationship with a man and a woman and the guy asks the girl, by the way, what kind of birth control are you using? She would slap him in the face, break up with him, he's a jerk. He would be like the worst person in the world because it's considered so taboo to discuss what birth control they're using. But in the West, it's pretty basic for most healthy adult relationships.
Yeah.
If your partner's like, what kind of protection do you like? What birth control do you want to use? This is a good sign that you should be with this person. The person who doesn't ask is the person you shouldn't be dating.
Yeah.
But that taboo in Korea is what causes a lot of mistakes and friction among couples.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that taboo change, only because I, as a foreigner dating some Koreans, I have shocked many past boyfriends. They got over it eventually, but their initial reaction was like, whoa, whoa. My current husband, totally fine. He was like, okay, cool.
Your current husband.
Yeah, that's why I married him. Put a ring on it. Yeah. So we just had a discussion. He was like, okay, we can do that. And I was like, okay, cool. Here's how it works. End of discussion.
Yeah.
Perfect. I think we were just having lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a big taboo.
So what I'm hearing is, just to summarize, obviously young Koreans are getting busy in that regard. Of course they are. Like any young people around the world. But they're not really verbalizing it, and they're not checking in with each other enough. Hey, I'm doing this. Do you know that? Or hey, how about we try this?
Yeah.
Having these conversations are a lot tougher in your experience in Korea.
Yeah.
and they're more taboo here.
Way more
but they're so important, and actually, ironically, not having them is more dangerous.
Yep.
But it's seen as more promiscuous if you have a condom on you, or if you talk about birth control, or if you're even on birth control.
So weird.
Or you talk about STD tests, these kind of things.
Oh, that's still a big thing, I think.
Yeah.
If you ask someone, like, would you like to go get tested? They're just like, why would I? And they'll say, oh, I don't have anything. I'm like, are you?
Oh, I'm
medical?
clean. Yeah.
Are you a doctor? Can you test yourself at home? You don't know, and you should get tested, but it's a taboo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye. I ran into an amazing fan. He's a very talented gentleman himself. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. How many languages do you speak?
About 5. So
Holy moly.
English is my main language, and then I also speak French, Korean, Polish, and Finnish.
Wow.
Finnish?
Yeah, it's very hard.
Wow, that's like quite easy, right?
It is.
How do you learn Finnish?
I used to date a Finnish girl, and then I went to Helsinki, and I met a lot of her friends, and that's how we became acquainted, yeah.
Wow, so is dating the best way to learn a language?
Oh yeah, my girlfriend right now is Korean, so that's the best way.
Is that working?
Yeah, I mean, last night we went out for drinks and I met some of her friends and we got a lot of good practice in, so yeah, it was really good.
But you gotta be careful because you don't wanna like copy the kind of more girl intonation. Because I feel like Korean women and Korean men speak a bit differently.
Yeah, I noticed that. But also a lot of my friends are from like Busan, Gyeongsang-do area, and so I actually picked up some like saturi from them. It was really funny. So like I would go up to one of my friends I haven't seen in a long time, and they'd be like, "Oh, what are you saying, man? Like, where did you learn that?" It's so funny.
That's awesome. So sick, man.
Yeah. Good to meet you.
Thanks for saying hi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
One more thing I want to say, I love the community centers because, you know, if you need any forms or anything, you would just go to the community center, show your ID card, and everything you need is just printed off for you.
Yeah.
And I think that's great.
Yeah. There are a lot of really convenient government establishments.
Yes. I mean, in Britain, we don't have ID cards.
Really?
Yeah, we don't have ID cards. So our identification, like proof of identification, is used through passports and driving licenses.
Yeah, you know, that's true. Yeah.
And so if you need any documents, everything is so spread out. If you want a birth certificate, you'd have to go to like this center.
Yeah.
And if you want like a replacement for your driver license, you'd have to go to this center. Whereas in Korea, everything can be done in one center.
Yeah.
I love that.
Hello everyone, I'm Sean from the US. Welcome back to Natural English Listening Part 4. As always, this video includes both Korean and English subtitles for you to follow while you're listening. I hope you enjoy Part 4, and without further ado, let's begin. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from England.
Right. So what are some cultural taboos, things you should not do while you're in Korea? And how would you compare those to things you shouldn't do when you're in England?
The biggest one that I can think of straight away is for women and clothing is spaghetti strap tops, shoulders from the nape of your neck to like the small of your back. You shouldn't show them. You shouldn't really like wear low back tops or things with like spaghetti straps, which is why a lot of dresses or like pinafore style dresses come with like a shirt underneath them.
Okay.
Because
and this
cleavage,
is in Korea.
yeah, cleavage is a no-no in Korea. You can get your legs out, your skirt can be as short as you want, but cleavage is a no-no. Whereas in the UK, if it's summer, you can pretty much let it all hang out, pretty much.
and so I'm curious about skirts in the UK. Can those also be short, just like in Korea?
Yeah, it depends on the setting. Like Korea has, for me at least, when I first came here for working, it was very strange to me to be able to like wear what I would consider mini skirts or like very short shorts to work. They'd still look formal, so they'd still be like your usual business attire colors, but they would be much like upper thigh. And in the UK, that is not seen as appropriate for business.
Interesting.
Really.
So it's kind of a little bit opposite.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah. Another one in the UK is you don't call like your waitress or waiter over.
True.
In Korea, it's all like 저기요 or like I'm like 주문할게요. Like I can't. I'm too British. I can't do it.
Too British?
I can't. Like, I'll be sat in a coffee shop or like in a restaurant or something, and if I'm with another English friend or another person who's not from Korea, who doesn't really feel comfortable doing like the chogyo, we'll just sit there and like try and make eye contact with the servers so that they can like come and clear our plates or like come and serve us. I mean, restaurants that have the bells are lifesavers for me.
Okay.
I'm just like, yes, I can press the bell, I'm fine, but I cannot do Tokyo.
Why does that make you feel so uncomfortable?
Because you're interrupting their work.
Okay.
They are busy, they have other things to do.
Okay.
And so like
but you came here to eat. You
I-
are what they have to
I know.
tend to, right?
But it's like I've worked in restaurants.
Okay.
And like when there are people in the UK who do call over and they'll just be like waiter, or like they'll be really rude and they'll snap their fingers or something, and you'll just be like carrying 3 sets of someone else's plates stacked up on your wrist, and you're just like, with what hands can I help you? And it's kind of just like when they're already cleaning something away, they just look busy. If they're not looking busy, then I'll just be like, excuse me, like I'll call you over because you're not busy. But if they are, then I'm like, I physically can't do that.
So I'm hearing that there's almost a certain faith you have to put into the worker
Oh,
in
yeah.
the UK. So you walk into the restaurant and they're there to take care of you.
Yeah.
And if they're good at their job, you shouldn't have to ask them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's part of like the culture.
Yeah, you'll get taken to your table, and then after like maybe 3 to 5 minutes, they'll come over and ask if you're ready to order or would you like a drink. And then if you're not ready, they'll come back like maybe 2 or 3 minutes later and just be like, have you thought about it? Unless they've physically forgotten something or they haven't put an order through.
Oh, can I get some more ketchup?
Yeah, like that kind of thing. It's just like almost like a schedule kind of thing. And as a server, like you're taught, seat them, offer the menus, come back 2 to 5 minutes later, ask about drinks, ask if they're ready to order. If they are ready for drinks, take their drink order. Then when you bring their drinks to them, ask if they're ready
You
to...
got the whole system down.
Yeah.
And do you guys tip a lot in UK or in England?
Depends where you are. In London, sometimes we don't call it tips, it's more like service charge.
Okay.
But it's not the same culture as in America, because like tipping here in Korea, you just don't do.
You don't do it.
No, it's seen as rude. But in Korea, it's like they'll have a standard wage, and it's much more culturally acceptable to, if you want to tip them, bring them a coffee or bring them like a snack or something, bring them something else, don't give them money.
The funny thing about the tip, I've thought about this a lot. I have also worked a lot in restaurants. It is the perfect business model for the owner.
Yes.
You don't have to pay your workers as much, and it incentivizes them to do a really good job, which
yeah.
makes your restaurant look better.
Mm.
And so then they get more money, and it helps you. It's such a win-win for the owner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but for the people working there, what happens if you have a really big dinner party and they tip like, they spend maybe what, 200, 300 pounds or like $200, and they tip like $20?
There is insurances for big parties, at least in
okay.
the US. We have over 7 people, over 7 heads, that's automatic 20%
Oh, okay.
gratuity.
That's nice then. Because
Yeah.
like there's cases where I've had friends who have worked in the restaurant industry in the UK, and they're just like, I always make a point to ask if I'm in the UK, do the tips go to you or do they go to the like tip jar where they're all split between all of the servers? Because you have the one person who's
It's a
really
very common occurrence.
Yeah, you have the one person who's really helping you and is doing like a great job to help you, and then there might be someone else who's not really pulling their weight or didn't do any tables. So
Yeah.
it's just like, why do they deserve the tips kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I kind of prefer being in a non-tip culture. Being in a non-tip country.
As do I.
It just makes things like a lot easier, and I prefer to get coffee for someone. I'm more of like a giving gifts to people rather than giving money.
Right on. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye. Hi, where are you from?
I'm David, I'm from Canada. Yeah, I want to hear stereotypes about what Americans think about Canadians.
Okay, so let me tell you what I've heard as an American. Canadians are super polite, too polite. They never stick up for themselves. They never stand up for themselves.
Okay.
They're very politically correct. Yeah. Everything has to be like packaged well. It's really cold in Canada, like it's crazy cold.
It's a fact.
You guys love maple syrup and poutine.
Yeah, every Korean knows about maple syrup.
Yeah. There are a lot of mooses up there, and you guys got a lot of big wintry animals that survive well in the cold weather.
Man, that's right. Like, it almost seems like we don't have any cities up there.
Toronto, and that's it.
Oh, Vancouver.
Vancouver, I hear a lot of good things about Vancouver.
You're making me think about American stereotypes. Like, maybe like a Harley Davidson down in the south, like American flag, like jeans, leather jacket, guns, freedom, bald eagles. Just a lot of patriotism, right?
Yeah.
America. What about after meeting Canadians? Like,
after meeting Canadians, I think they're in general very polite. They're not all like soft pushovers, for sure. That's not true. There's a lot of really tough Canadians,
but I think they're polite and politically correct to a fault. I would put that as a true stereotype.
I think that's true. Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's hard to talk sometimes.
Yeah,
it's hard to talk
without fear of offending someone.
Yeah, and like someone will knock over my water, but oh, sorry. Why am I sorry? You knocked over my water. But I think one of the biggest stereotypes is like we're almost invisible, and that's the thing. It's just like you ignore it, right?
Yeah, America's little brother.
Yeah,
a little cousin. America 2.0. But yeah, I mean, this is a cliche, and no one likes to hear this answer. But the more you live abroad and travel, it's really on an individual basis. Yes, there are cultural similarities that help you connect at first.
Yeah.
But once you really get to know someone deeper, it's that person. No.
Yeah, I mean, there are more differences of people in Canada than there are differences between Canadians and Americans, right? Like,
yeah.
That's definitely true. Like, but stereotypes, they're not all wrong.
They're not wrong.
They're not all wrong. I mean, there is some truth to a stereotype.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
Hi, where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
So how long have you been living in South Korea?
I live in Seoul almost 1 year now.
1 year, okay. That's getting to be a little bit of a long time.
Time flies, yeah.
Sure does, right? What about Korea do you like so much that you've decided to continue to live here?
Well, first of all, I love Korean culture. I think the people here are absolutely lovely and very welcoming, and also very interested in you. Since still there are not many foreigners overall living in Korea, like compared to Asian background and Western background, majority of people here are still from Asian background. So as a Western foreigner here, you stand out. People are very welcoming and want to get to know you. What do you do here? Like, why do you live in Korea? And where are you from? And they're interested in this cultural exchange. And I really enjoy that people are so open and friendly and really interested in your culture. And they want to show you their culture as well, like this exchange that is happening.
So in Germany, do you find that this is different? Like people are really, they don't care as much about foreigners living in their country?
Well, in general, Europe overall is very multicultural.
Already,
it's a very normal thing. Like everyone is just coming from everywhere. Like you wouldn't call anyone a foreigner necessarily, even because what is a foreigner in Europe? No one really.
Could it be an insulting thing to say?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because you don't really know who actually lives in the country, let's say Germany, and who not, simply by just looking at them.
Yeah. So
like
you could be Korean but born in Germany.
Exactly.
And speak German perfectly.
And that's what people assume. Like they see you, okay, you're in Germany, and especially if you speak the language, obviously, they just think, okay, you live here, you're part of the society.
Yeah.
You're one of us. It's a multicultural thinking. While in Korea still, as a Western foreigner, you are a minority.
Yeah, it's more uncommon.
Yeah.
So they think, oh, you're visiting, you're new here, you're living here temporarily, so let me welcome you.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some positives to that.
Of course, yeah. If you love meeting new people and you love doing cultural exchange and getting to know a new culture, then it's very easy to do here. And I love that. I'm a very outgoing person. I love meeting new people. And obviously I live in Korea because I enjoy Korean culture.
Yeah.
Many things about it. So
Yeah.
it's easy to find friends, to dive more into the culture.
Yeah. Sounds like you're having a great time. Any other parts of your life that you really enjoy that make it really good to live here?
I have been very lucky here and have been offered a great opportunity.
Yeah.
And I also enjoy my job that I'm doing here in Korea now, which is another reason to stay here.
Yeah, so your work is going well.
Yes.
And you're modeling and acting right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, that is also based on because I'm a Western foreigner, and that is what I represent here in the model and acting industry here.
Yeah.
If I'm booked as a model or actress, then I'm specifically booked because of this Western look that I have.
Yeah, so you kind of can't ignore it. It's your strength here, especially with your work.
Work and socially as well, yeah.
Yeah, right on. And I really like your attitude that you're very positive and you just embrace it. Because some people could be like, no, I don't want to be different. I don't want to be the guest. I don't want you always to welcome me. Like, what if I just want to be regular here? But for you, you always see it as a positive thing. So I think that's a great mindset to have. So kudos to you. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Some people could find that to be a negative thing, but I think you really like that.
I understand, yeah. Obviously, the longer you would live in a country like here, and you live here longer, you know, must know better. Like the longer you live here, let's say someone lives here since like 10 years already, speaks perfect Korean, is completely immersed in the culture, and still, if you walk into a room, you are seen as the foreigner that is new and oh, he must be a tourist.
Yeah.
And that might be annoying then. I can see, I totally understand that. But like you said, just embrace it and get into the conversation and enjoy meeting new people and talking with people. And once you get in touch with those people and you talk with someone, then you can say, hey, I've been living here a long time. And don't be offended.
For me, I'm lucky because I have a really good Korean friends here and I have foreign friends here, so I have a lot of opportunity to speak both English and Korean. And the work that I do too, a lot of entertainment work and English education, I work with the same crew, so it's like they know that I speak Korean and it's really comfortable. I don't have to introduce myself every time. I guess it depends on your job and what you do here, you know. So do you think you could see yourself living in Korea for a very long time? Or do you think eventually you would feel more comfortable living in Germany?
For the moment, I'm planning to stay here for a long time, because of the two reasons that I mentioned. Socially, it's going great, and work-wise as well. And as long as it stays like that, I'm going to stay in Korea.
Yeah.
It's a great country.
You don't miss Oktoberfest?
Oktoberfest! Well, you can always go on holiday to visit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, where are you from?
My name is Bart and I'm from the Netherlands.
All right. So Bart, how long have you been in Korea?
Almost 3 years now.
Why have you chosen to continue to live here in Korea year after year? What about Korea do you like so much that you're still here?
Maybe I'm a strange person when it comes to this. I always had this idea that I want to live somewhere else and I don't care where.
Okay.
Because I want to learn some different culture, some different language, stuff like that. I started backpacking through Asia 3 years ago, or 3.5 years ago, and I started in South Korea. And it's like, wow, of all the countries where I've been in Asia, Korea was the best for many reasons. And those reasons are now the reason that I want to stay. It's safe. It's almost cliche to say that, right?
Yeah, it's like everybody says it's kind of boring to say that now, but it's true.
It's so true.
But this is not something to underrate. I'm from the US and you're from Europe. It's different. Like you gotta be like aware when you're walking down the street. You can't leave your laptop on the table in the cafe. These are small things, but they really add up to like stress.
Yeah.
That level of stress where you're putting energy into focusing on your safety and the belongings and like your security, you're able to take that energy and put it into other things.
Yep.
This is not to be taken for granted. So when foreigners say that Korea is safe, that's really a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely is. It's so good that sometimes I even wish for something bad to happen. Like, come on.
Come on, let's get something interesting.
Steal my wallet. Hit me in the face when I'm being stupid. I know that's a joke, of course, but I'm so used to that environment that this is safe to an extreme level.
Like, it must be so interesting for elderly Koreans who lived through such a tumultuous and dangerous and changing Korea to see it now safe, clean, and like you're able to walk around and you can leave your stuff on the table. Not all the time, but most of the time you should be okay. It must be so interesting for them to see this huge change within their own country, you know?
Definitely, yeah. That's why I respect the elderly for that so much.
Yeah, they lived in a different world. What else is keeping you here?
Social life. I like the way they hang out with other people. You can always go out for a drink and for food.
That's nice.
In the Netherlands, that's luxury. Going out for dinners for a birthday party or when you have enough money because it's expensive. In Korea, it's really, you can do it every day.
Yeah.
And nobody would look at you like, oh, you're spoiled. I feel I can really relieve my stress while having a drink or having a nice anju.
Yeah.
Talking to my wife or not, but just being out there, looking around you, seeing other people. Yeah, I really enjoy that.
I get you, man. Like, for me, I work at home a lot. I edit at home. And just to go out to a cafe or to go to a restaurant, have a nice, affordable meal, maybe like $12 per person.
Yeah.
Just change up the environment. It's so many options like that here in Seoul. It is really nice.
Exactly.
Have you noticed this too? Like, after living in Korea for a while, you almost feel like you've become a little bit Korean. If someone in your family from the Netherlands or America compliments Korea, you feel good, right?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, that's right.
You're proud.
Yeah.
Yeah. Many times my family members or friends in the Netherlands, they send me articles about Korea and they ask me for advice or they ask me for more information. So I feel proud.
I know what you mean.
Because Korea still is that little bit unfamiliar country in Asia, the underdog, I would say. It's changing, but still the underdog. And you are the kind of the expert. Because you lived here.
Yeah.
It feels like that.
Yeah.
Within the family, yeah. People, if they know you lived in Korea, then they know you're the person to come with questions or I'm the man.
Do you think you'll be living in Korea for a while longer?
Yeah. Not sure for how long. Me and my wife were thinking about children and the big question is like, do you want to raise them in Korea or not?
And your wife is Korean, right?
She's Korean. Yeah. She wants to go to the Netherlands because she wants, just like me, have that foreign experience. I'm fine with that. So probably we're going to live 3 more years in Korea.
Yeah.
And then we're moving to the Netherlands for another adventure. But I want to accomplish my satisfaction here.
And what's that?
Be successful in my job. And
YouTube.
YouTube. And learning Korean as well.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go to the Netherlands and then only study Korean for a bit and not being able to have a complete conversation.
Yeah.
That would feel like a big fail.
Awesome. You can do it.
And before you said that you almost become a Korean yourself, right?
Yeah.
That's a very good thing, but also a bad thing because I've changed a lot over the years.
Okay.
Here in Korea. In Korea, there's a different culture compared to the Netherlands when it comes to judging and complaining and being open about what you think. Koreans, they keep things for themselves more than Dutch people do, and they care also about what other people think about them.
Yeah.
And because of that, in combination with my YouTube job, I became a different person. I don't share my opinion as I used to. I care too much about what other people think about me, and before I didn't. I was more confident about being myself.
So do you feel like you're less able to speak honestly about how you really feel?
Exactly.
Like maybe there's an aspect of Korean life that you don't like, but like because you have to keep up an image in your YouTube channel and you have Korean friends, you don't want to like speak honestly because you feel like you could hurt their feelings. People could say some bad things about you.
Yeah. That has changed a lot. So now I'm becoming more part of the mess, and before I was just really me. People are like, oh, interesting guy because he's himself. And now it's more like, oh, okay, he's not really expressing what he thinks.
Yeah, I guess you have to be careful of that, you know?
That might be the reason for me to go back to the Netherlands someday.
I think like more and more these days, especially in Korea, people are thirsty and they're hungry for real conversation. There's even a term in Korea called kupong. You know very well.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, you know, just mindlessly complimenting Korea just for the sake of like YouTube views.
Yeah.
But I think more and more people are starting to really dislike this content because it's like Koreans feel like they're being used.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how much I like Korea, so watch my video. You know, it's like this is not a real conversation.
I live here, so there's definitely something positive to say about Korea.
Obviously, you like Korea enough to live here.
Yeah, and I want to share that on my channel. It doesn't mean I'm kupong, but when I share something more critical, it also get a backlash. People also don't like to hear that.
I would say too that that's kind of part of being a YouTuber as well.
Yeah.
I've got a ton of bad comments too, but that's part of me having like over 200,000 subscribers. Like not everybody's gonna like what I do.
Yeah.
And in some sense, like I have to just not read all the comments. I can read some of the comments because I should respond to my true fans.
Yeah.
Well, the most most difficult conversations are the most important ones. I really believe that.
Most interesting ones.
And the most interesting. Right on. All right, Bart, that was marvelous. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, bye. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
In my experience, German people speak English pretty well.
Yeah, that's right.
What is the English education like in Germany?
We learn English from a very young age on, like from elementary school. So I think I was about 9 years old or 8 years old when I started learning my first English words in school.
Oh.
Yeah, and the education system in Germany, yeah, I have to praise it. Like, it's really, really good. Usually, if you study just a little bit in school, you know, you were not totally lazy. Once you graduate school, basically, from high school, you can speak English.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you think they do so well when they teach in school in Germany?
They do a good balanced combination of listening, speaking, and writing.
So are your classes in English?
Yeah, not completely in English, 50-50.
How about when you go to university? Do you have a lot of English courses?
Well, I went to university in London.
Oh, well then you're a cheater. You're a cheater.
Well, that means I learned English so well in Germany in school because I never learned English outside of school than German school.
Oh, wow, okay.
I always just learned English in German school, and once I graduated, my English was good enough to go to London and study at a British university.
Oh, did they test you before you were able to do that with,
Yes.
with like an English test?
Yes.
Wow.
English test, yeah.
Fantastic.
And obviously all the classes, everything was in English, and I had no problems keeping up.
I'm just trying to understand because Koreans and Japanese and a lot of East Asian countries and even French and Spanish invest a lot of money in English education.
Yeah.
But I would say the fluency rate among people, the average rate is not as high as Germany or Sweden. And I know it's complicated because German is very similar to English in terms of vocabulary. There's a lot of similar words, whereas like you don't have that with Japanese or Korean. So I'm just trying to figure out what is Germany doing so well that other countries can maybe learn from.
Well, I agree that it depends how similar our languages. Like,
Yeah.
the more similar a language that you're learning is to your own language, the
Yeah.
easier obviously you're going to pick it up.
For sure.
And there are similarities between German and English. And also German is a very difficult language. It has much more grammar than English. So
Yeah.
if a German learns English,
Easy mode.
well, maybe. I just, if I compare it to like, my Korean friends that I have this conversation often about, they often ask me, how come, like you're German, but
Okay.
you speak English like a native?
Yeah.
And they often ask me that. They are curious because they're studying English so hard
I
in
know.
school and then outside of school and taking even more lessons and tutoring and all of that. They often tell me that they just don't speak in school here.
Yeah.
They only simply remember and write and copy everything.
Yeah.
And once the test is done, they forget about it.
Yeah.
Because they never use it. And if I compare that how I learned English
Yes.
in Germany, we actually had to use the language.
How?
We had to speak with each other. We were doing group training, we put in groups, and I had to speak with my fellow classmates or with the teacher. We had to do presentations. We had to do listening practice. Like the teacher would play a CD and we had to listen to it and understand and write
Yeah.
tests like constantly like that. Like listening and speaking, one of the most important things. I think,
Absolutely,
yeah,
yes.
if I compare Germany and Korea in that case, I
Yeah.
think that's the biggest difference. I don't know about the other countries.
For me, like studying Spanish in US,
Mm-hmm.
one thing that we did really well is my one teacher just spoke to us in Spanish the whole class. I think that was great. Only when we really, really didn't understand did she speak English. I wish they would do that more here in Korea. I was an English teacher here. I think that really helped me.
Oh, really?
I think the big problem too is like we would learn Spanish and then we would never use it. And so I think that's like the one trap that you have to be careful of. when you're learning in school. My question to you too is, did you guys in Germany have native English speakers come over to teach English? Because that's a very common thing here in Korea.
No, we did not.
You didn't have that, and you didn't need it, huh?
No, our teachers were all German.
Wow, that is so interesting.
We never had native speakers. Oh, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
How about when you're at home and you're just watching a movie?
Oh, everything in English. Yeah, once I was at a certain level, I started listening, obviously, to American music, to English. I was watching English.
Was that a Jenny
movies.
thing? Was that a Jenny thing, or was that a German thing to do?
It's a German thing, I would say.
Okay.
Most of my friends did that. It depends on the person, obviously.
Besides English, are there any other languages that are commonly taught in school?
I can only think of French.
Okay.
Many people learn French and maybe Spanish.
So how well do Germans speak French?
Not that. But I would also say for
Okay.
Koreans to learn English, or also for a European person or American, Western person, to learn an Asian language, that's completely different.
Very
These
true.
languages are so different from each other, like the structure of it and the grammar, it's really confused. So for any Western person that speaks a Western language, wanting to learn an Asian language, and for any Asian person to learn a Western language, it's always more difficult.
It's so true. That's a very good point. That's why I asked you how similar German and English are, because you're right. It's difficult to compare English education in Asia when it's such a different language family and structure is so much harder.
Yeah.
Because I think Koreans actually learn Japanese fairly easily.
Yeah, that needs to be considered. Like we have a
advantage.
Yeah, advantage, exactly. If I compare it now with me learning Korean, like I struggle now as well, and I see how different the languages are.
Yeah,
so I'm not surprised when my Korean friends had difficulties with English. And it's not fair to say, oh, English is so easy, like why is it so hard for you? Yeah, you can't compare that. Like as a Western person, you can't say that, because then try to learn an Asian language and then see how hard it is, because it's just the structure is so different.
Great.
Yeah.
Well said. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, where are you from?
Hi guys, my name is Bart and I'm from the Netherlands.
So, in the Netherlands, what is English education like? How well is it done, and how would you compare it to Korea?
Compared to Korea, it's very relaxed. Nobody or no parents are forcing you to study English.
Really?
Yeah, it's just part of the curriculum. But the reason why many Dutch people speak English well is, I think, because of the movies, the video games. We watch movies in English with Dutch subtitles only. We play video games in English, like without even Dutch. It's a small country, so Dutch people, they travel a lot. They go to France, they go to Germany, to Belgium, to Spain, and there they have to communicate in English as well. On top of that, English is very similar to our language.
Okay, well I guess that helps a lot.
It helps a lot. Many words are similar.
Would you say that even the older people in Netherlands speak English well?
Good enough to help you finding the way, or with the menu card in a restaurant, yeah.
But young people are definitely better?
Oh yeah, definitely better, yeah. For example, my parents, they're like between the 50 and 60, they speak English well.
Wow.
Yeah, but maybe their parents, not so good, not so good.
So how about like learning English in school? Was English taught in English? Did they show you a lot of movies? Was there a lot of conversation practice or writing or listening? How did that whole thing work?
You just follow a book. Every class is divided in conversation and listening and speaking. Sometimes you have a test, speaking test, grammar test. It's just a little bit of everything.
Why do you think Dutch people speak so well? I can't believe that it's just the language is similar. Like that, is that really just the biggest reason?
That's a very big reason, I think.
Okay, maybe you're right. Okay.
The whole environment is so adapted to English that you're always exposed. So unconsciously, you're still exposed, even though you're not studying English. You're still, in my spare time, I play video game, and I have to go through the English menu. I communicate with other players online in English.
True.
Stuff like that.
I would guess that a lot of Dutch people, especially younger Dutch people mix English and Dutch casually with their friends.
Yeah.
Because there's probably certain words that have to be said in English, right? Like internet, a lot of just direct loan words.
Yeah, I think we can easily switch. That's no problem. We do have loan words, of course.
I'm sure there are a ton, right?
Download and
App Store.
App Store, yeah.
YouTube, there's
YouTube.
Upload on YouTube a new video.
We swear in English sometimes.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. So how would you compare this English education to that of Korea? I know everybody will say this. I know too because I was a teacher. Korean English education is like very test focused. They want to do well in tests.
Yeah.
Suneung and TOEIC. Like a lot of the education is geared towards doing well on these types of things. I guess that's very different from the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, yeah. First of all, like there are a lot of people in the Netherlands, especially at a young age, they don't want to study English. Like nobody wants to learn another language. Like only until later when you go to university, it becomes more important to actually be able to speak the language. Like my university was completely in English.
Oh, wow.
I know other universities, it depends on the major, but mine was completely in English. I had a hard time with that, it's quite tough. But then you have to read every day articles in English and you have to write your thesis, your bachelor thesis, your master's thesis in English. Yeah, then you learn English.
Do you think this is a good thing?
It's a good thing. Oh yeah, it's definitely a good thing because wherever you go in the world, you communicate in English, right?
Yeah.
The lingua franca. So yeah, it's a good thing.
A Brazilian and a Chinese person speak in English.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Korean and a Japanese, they also speak in English.
Very true.
In my opinion, it is important. It's not forced in the Netherlands to study English.
But even you said that your education in college was in English, right?
Yeah. But until that moment, my English was really bad. Terrible.
So that helped you a lot.
Yeah, it helped a lot.
Ah, interesting.
I think I started to improve myself when I traveled by myself.
I like what you said about English being the lingua franca. Like for me as an American, it's I guess very convenient for me. I guess there's nothing I can do about that. I was just born in America, but
well, there's an advantage and a disadvantage.
What's the disadvantage?
That you are not very motivated to learn another language.
Very true, yeah.
So we are motivated to learn English, so that's our second language.
Yeah.
It's cool to say, like I have a second language.
Yeah.
But
true.
for you, yeah, I'm American, you know. I'm a lucky, privileged English speaker. No, I'm joking. Maybe you're more motivated to study Korean, but many Americans that I met, they could just communicate in their mother tongue. I was really jealous about that.
What should Koreans do to improve their English that they're not doing currently?
In my personal opinion, I think you shouldn't force English too much.
Okay.
You cannot force a language into someone, especially when that person is not going to use it, then all that effort was for nothing. I studied Spanish, I never used it after, and it's all gone now. It was a waste of time, waste of money. Same goes for English. If you're not using it, it will fade out. So people, they should want to learn, they should want to speak another language. If not, then it's really difficult to learn one.
I think something that Koreans can do to improve their English is something that I heard you talk about. Maybe in college, there could be certain classes that are always taught in English, or in high school. Even like saying things like, can I go to the bathroom, should be in English.
Yeah.
I've heard this a lot from Europeans talk about like their English education. I think this is a great idea.
Yeah.
I agree though, like from a young age, if you make English too mandatory, people can grow to hate English.
Exactly.
Because it feels like it's forced on them.
Yeah.
But when they're older, high school, maybe college, like they could have like their math class or their science class in English.
Yeah.
I think that really helps a lot. Would you agree?
I agree. In my opinion, of course. I notice in Korea that Koreans, they learn a lot. They study hard, really hard, and they know exactly how it goes with grammar and sentence structure. But the moment they have to speak, I see there's some invisible threshold for them to say something because they don't know if they can say it perfectly. So for me, a language is not about speaking it perfectly, it's about communicating, make sure that the other person understands you. So you can mix up the grammar, you can mix up different words, doesn't matter as long as the other person understands what you try to say.
Yeah, and especially if you're like a beginner or you're in the intermediate level, like if you make mistakes, that's fine. That's how you learn. That's how babies learn. Like
exactly, yeah.
Can't worry about that too much. Yeah, I see that a lot in Korea. Koreans want to speak perfectly. A lot of my old students that I used to teach, unless they were able to say it perfectly, they didn't want to speak. But like, I think this is not a good mentality. Like, just dive in there, make mistakes. That's actually going to help you grow.
Yeah. Well, another thing, because I'm living with my wife now, and I noticed that everything in Korea, like social media, movies, it all is in Korean. If you really want to make the English like a natural second language, you should create an environment in which English is used a lot.
Yeah.
With games, don't turn the settings into Korean. turn the settings into English. A neighbor, instead of searching it in Korean, try to search it in English.
So these are good habits that people can do on themselves too. Switch your iPhone to English.
Yeah.
Switch your YouTube to English.
Exactly. Yeah. Like start with your iPhone, for example. You learn a lot of words just by going through the settings in English and not in Korean.
These are great tips.
But I want to add to this, like in Korea, Korean language is so different from English.
That's very true.
I'm privileged. It's very similar to Dutch. I live near England. As a Korean, you shouldn't feel bad if you don't speak English, because it's not your language.
Yeah, it's not just Korea either. Like Japan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, a lot of these countries struggle with English.
Yeah.
Because the language is so different. They're so far from the West.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of opportunities to speak.
Exactly.
But I think Koreans are overall doing better and better every year, especially when I was a teacher. The kids, they had a very basic level of fluency. I can only imagine in 20 years, like the young generation is going to speak English like a lot better than 20 years ago. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Bart.
Yeah, you're welcome.
See you guys. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Hi, where are you from?
I'm from England.
All right. So I'm curious, what is foreign language education like in England?
When I was going to school, it was terrible. In England, we don't really start learning a second language until you hit 7th grade, like year 7. So
and how old is that?
13.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 12 turning 13. As much as all of my modern foreign language teachers tried really hard, I just felt the odds were stacked against them. Like being a teacher now and seeing how much they had to deal with when I was at school. So we have these big exams and we have to do a modern foreign language. So you could choose French, you could choose German, or you could choose Spanish. In my French class, there were 35 students, and we couldn't all fit in the classroom.
Wow.
I don't teach 35 students currently, but I teach a class of 13, which is still
pretty big, actually.
I mean, for like Hagwon, yeah.
Yeah.
But for public school, no.
Yeah.
33 to 35.
There's no way every student is going to get the necessary amount of attention and special care. Yeah.
Exactly. Unless you're really, really driven to like self-study at home, and then you don't have anyone to practice with. Like how many? I would not be able to go and find a French person to go and speak French with.
Yeah. So it sounds like she had a really big class to teach.
Oh yeah.
And she kind of knew that not everybody was going to learn at the same level, so she opened herself more up to help those who were seemingly more passionate.
Yes.
Does that sound like a good summary? Interesting. So she knew that some people were just taking it just for the bare minimum requirement, and then we're never going to touch it again.
Yeah, pretty much. Like in the school system in the UK, classes are huge, teachers are way underpaid, way overworked. I totally understand like where she was coming from, even though at that age I was like, this is so unfair, you should be treating all these students equally. You've got 35 kids in a class, what can you do?
Interesting.
But then I studied Korean at university.
Okay.
And the university.
How would you compare those two? I'm so curious.
Way different.
Okay.
I mean, like at university, obviously you're paying.
And this university was also in England?
Yes.
Okay.
You are paying to learn, so you'd think that the quality would be better. And I was really lucky that I had a very small department. So we had a grammar teacher who was English and had learned Korean as a second or third language, who was amazing and awesome, and I love her to bits. And she really helped like those of us who were only from an English language base really understand how the grammar fit with English grammar. I think though in England especially, like I feel there's absolutely no focus at all on the benefits of being bilingual. It feels to me like in the UK they want you to kind of like dabble your toes into it. So it's just like, but most of us, like most of our second language education is, where is the park? The car is green. Like things that you'd never say in real life, ever. I could go to France and kind of like muddle my way through maybe ordering food, but I wouldn't be able to have a conversation like we're having now. Like not even close.
An interesting thing to me that pops to my mind is I'm thinking about the Dutch people, the German people, other European countries, these people that I've talked to and interviewed. As an English native speaker, you're never going to have to struggle that hard to find work in English. you're not going to be, void of opportunities because you can't really speak another language. Of course, it's going to help, but like as someone who's living in maybe Germany or Netherlands or like another small country like Lithuania, learning English for them is not only like a higher priority, it's like a necessity just to make money.
Yeah.
So I think that has to be probably a big part of it too.
It is awful that in England, in the UK in general, and also in America, because I know that it's similar in large parts of America, people are so complacent that everybody else speaks English, so why should I have to learn a different language?
Yeah.
And
Americans are definitely like that.
Like, it's awful because in England, like, you have so many multicultural families who are, like, I have friends who are trilingual, I have some friends who are polyglots, and like they have so much understanding of different cultures and so much understanding of like the world in general, and then you have people who are monolingual. To me, the most absurd thing is to see someone in a different country who has come to that country who speaks maybe 2-3 languages, and someone who is monolingual making fun of their accent, making fun of the way that they say certain words because they've only learned them through reading, or making fun of someone for like speaking in a different language.
Yeah, it's hard. And it's like, just no empathy there. It's really...
Exactly, because like they don't have the understanding of how difficult it is to learn another language, especially when you are not 4, 5 or 6 years old. And it's so incredibly hard to come to a different country, uproot your entire life, not really speak the language, then kind of learn the language in bit part, and then have someone who only speaks one language, go, oh, your accent is funny. It makes me so mad.
I hear your frustration. It's really interesting too, like hearing you talk. I think a big implication of what you're saying is learning another language is not only the practical use of another way to talk to people, it's also a way of understanding other people's situations. So if you take 4 years of Korean, well then not only do you speak some Korean or maybe speak fluent Korean, you can understand kind of a different way of seeing the world.
Yeah.
And right, you're saying you can have empathy for how well someone speaks English that isn't a native English speaker. I'm blown away these days when I hear some of my Dutch friends, some of my German friends, even some of my Korean friends, I hear them speak English, I'm like, you're amazing. That's not easy to do. Yeah.
People don't realize how difficult English is to learn. Having learned French, which has similar sounds because we have a lot of French loanwords in English.
Sure.
And having learned a bit of German, which is the same, just harsher because of the accent. But like having people who have pretty much like no Roman alphabet understanding, or like seeing them go from absolutely no English to maybe speaking almost fluently, it's really hard to do. Like, we have so many synonyms for different things. Like if you change one word in the sentence, or if you stress a different word in the sentence, it completely changes the meaning.
Yeah.
And it's so hard for non-native speakers to become near fluent or native level in English. English speakers or monolingual English speakers don't understand it at all. But people say that like Chinese, Japanese, Korean are really hard. They are. I'm not going to deny that, because like going from an English language base to learning Korean and speaking like fluently enough, you have to learn so many different symbols or like so many different characters for different words. And I mean, like Chinese TV has subtitles because the pronunciation and like the characters that you use is different, and it's like any language that needs subtitles to understand its own language is terrifying. But at the same time, you also have that in English. Like English has so many grammatical rules and then completely disregards them.
One of the things that I think is the hardest for English learners, comparing with their own language, particularly Koreans, like the way you read something is the way you say it.
Yeah.
Whereas in English, like there's so many exceptions, like GH, GHT, thought, through, though.
But I feel that especially in English first language countries, like the acquisition of a second language is so far down on the list of priorities.
It is true, yeah.
And I really do think that like it should be way higher up than it is.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
You're welcome.
Yeah, right on. See you next time. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from England.
So when you're traveling around the world or you're here in Korea and you see East Asians, how do you know if someone is Korean or not?
Fashion.
Fashion is the number one.
Yeah, fashion is the number one tell for me. I think Koreans usually dress really well, or they dress in particular styles.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest tell for me, is that they're usually like very clean lines, very comfortable, very relaxed, but still classy. So they don't usually have a lot of bling, like not a lot of rhinestones, not a lot of accessories, like sparkly accessories.
Yeah.
But they'll probably have like very nice shoes or very nice like purses or bags.
If you see someone from afar, are there any actions they do? Any like telltale signs within their gesture? Or
probably the volume that they're speaking.
Okay.
Usually people, or like usually Koreans are quite quiet when they're talking in a group. When you live in Korea, you can just tell.
Yeah.
It's hard, but like I'd say other East Asians usually are maybe louder in their friendship groups if they're all together. Maybe probably looking at their phones more often. I think a lot of Koreans, unless they don't really know where they're going, it's not like they're not doing the touristy type things, I think. So yeah, it's a hard question without making huge stereotypes and horrific generalizations.
Yeah, well, of course the ultimate answer is everyone's different.
No, I know.
But if you say that, then it's true, but it's like it doesn't give a lot to talk about in terms of cultural differences.
Yeah. For Koreans, it's the trending item of the moment will be what they're wearing. So that's a good tell.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye. Hi, where are you from?
Hi guys, my name is Bart and I am from the Netherlands.
Great. So you've lived in Korea for quite a while now?
Almost 3 years now.
Okay. And you've traveled a lot, I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you see East Asians, how can you tell if they're Korean or not? In your eyes, what are like the distinguishing characteristics?
First of all, fashion. I think that Koreans are very fashionable.
Yeah.
But a lot of the Koreans, they wear the same kind of fashion.
Okay.
So they stand out a little bit. But it looks good, but they stand out.
Yeah.
So when I'm in the Netherlands, and they always have a suitcase that's a little bit bigger than average when they travel.
Okay. Oh, interesting. I remember when I went to Osaka and I saw a bunch of younger Koreans traveling. I remember they were like high schoolers or something.
Yeah.
And they all had a similar haircut, like that high school boy haircut. It's like straight here and then down here. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I noticed that was very distinguishable. Yeah. How about like behaviors, or when you see them eating something, or you see them listening to something, or habits you can see from afar?
Well, I think I can only talk for Koreans. They are very careful.
Okay.
Yeah, they are very polite.
Okay.
So, in my eyes, sometimes maybe too polite for, let's say, Dutch terms.
Yeah.
They're very careful. They bring their habits from Korea to the Netherlands.
Yeah, like what?
Like giving things with 2 hands.
So if you see from afar someone doing this,
yeah, exactly.
Probably Korean.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, it's Korean. They search a lot on their phone. Instead of asking the locals, I think they want to depend on the SIM card they buy at the airport.
Interesting.
I think so, because me and my Korean wife, we always fight about that. So when we travel, she's like, oh, let's buy a SIM card, you know? And I'm like, let's just see, you know, let's just go old school with traveling.
Why do you think that your wife wants to use the SIM card? Because she wants to do it on her own? She doesn't want to bother people, or?
Safety, I think.
Safety?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you know for sure that that restaurant is good, you know for sure that there's a hostel. You don't want to wander too long on the street in an unfamiliar area.
Okay.
That's my guess. Like, I don't want to generalize, but that's how I can recognize them.
Oh, so interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the language, of course.
Or if you hear them speaking Korean.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. Okay, you're Korean.
Is there a big Korean population in the Netherlands?
No, there isn't.
No?
No. Like, we don't have a Korean town. So we do have a lot of Chinatowns.
Yeah.
In many cities, but not a Korean town. So when I'm in the Netherlands, it's really hard for me to find a good Korean restaurant or a Korean supermarket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had a lot of exposure to Chinese culture.
Yeah.
How about Japanese culture or other East Asian culture?
I think it's the same. There are not many Japanese in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So they travel a lot to the Netherlands, but they all go to the very popular landmarks. Let's say the Tulip Park or Amsterdam.
Yeah.
And as a Dutch, like I'm not always there, so
No.
I don't really see them.
Yeah, if you're a local, you never do the tourist things.
Exactly. Yeah. But you see a lot of exchange students.
Yeah, oh, Korean exchange students.
Yeah.
So you never really had a lot of Korean influence growing up in the Netherlands, is that correct?
Not at all,
So
yeah.
then what brought you to Korea?
I studied in Malaga, Spanish, for 3 months.
Oh, okay.
And in that area, there were so many Koreans also studying Spanish.
Really?
Yeah, there was even a Korean living in my apartment.
Okay.
So we had lunch together, we ate breakfast together, we shared the living room.
Yeah.
And yeah, just naturally you start talking with each other, and she shared a lot of things about Korea. It's like, wow, interesting country.
Yeah.
Maybe I should visit it after my study. And I did.
You met Koreans and you visited because you were curious about Korea.
Exactly, yeah. I was like, I want to study a foreign language, and I didn't like Spanish too much, so why not Korean?
Yeah.
And I applied for a Korean course at Songguk-Wondakyo. And that was in 2014.
So back to the original question. When you were studying in Spain with these Korean friends,
Yeah.
did you notice that they had any like habits or anything in common with each other?
What I noticed is that they really love to show their food from their home country. All of them. They knew all the places in the supermarket where you could find Korean products.
Ah,
So
okay.
they bought it and they invited us for dinner, and they cooked something Korean, which I really didn't know at the time.
Oh wow.
And then we all shared it, and that was so new to me, but really fun.
Sounds like a great experience.
Yeah, and a perfect way to get to know each other better. It's like, wow, this is such an open culture to other people.
Yeah.
To share their food.
Yes. Very communal, right, and sharing.
Exactly. I was there with 2 other Dutch friends, and whenever we cooked, it was like, this is ours, you know?
Ah.
We're too selfish when it comes to food.
Okay. Yeah, I know too, when I was growing up, I noticed the Korean Americans around me, they really hold on to the Korean culture.
Yeah.
I noticed that with Koreans in any country, and even Koreans here, obviously, I think that's one of their like strengths, is they're very strong with their culture.
Yeah.
And don't want to give it up.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's also one of the reasons they are easy to recognize. I learned over the years now. Because they bring everything with them.
Anything else you want to say about this topic?
I wonder what Koreans think about, let's say, Dutch people, how they recognize Dutch, or
Yeah.
distinguish Dutch from other Europeans.
Yeah.
I think that's difficult.
For me, it's the height. If they're tall and they speak English really well, they're probably Dutch.
Dutch or Scandinavian somewhere.
Scandinavian,
you know.
yeah.
In the Netherlands, I know a lot of people, they don't want to distinguish an Eastern Asian person.
Okay.
It's like, okay, they're all Chinese.
Uh-huh.
That's what's going on, because they don't know. They haven't been to the region, and so people in the Netherlands, you probably say, oh, Chinese.
I see.
Yeah.
So a lot of people in the Netherlands, they don't have that exposure. They're still a little bit ignorant in that regard. So they see someone from Asia, East Asian, and they think, oh, they're Chinese.
Exactly, yeah. It's a little bit like a Korean tells me that I'm European.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit like that, because if you ask me, like, do you feel European? No, I feel Dutch.
Okay.
I don't feel German, I don't feel French, I don't feel Spanish. It's all very different.
Yeah.
Like when I meet a German, I was like, instantly I know, okay, now we're from different countries. So when the people say, oh, you're European, I feel, yeah, you're right, I'm European, but I'm not.
You're Asian, you're European.
Exactly. So in the Netherlands, many people just, okay, you're Asian. Not so much, oh, you're from Korea, or you're from China, you're from Japan. That you only learn when you meet a Korean and Japanese and you become friends or you travel. I wanted to add that. They simplify the world a little bit.
I noticed though that I think East Asians, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, at least, they take it way more seriously. I am 100% Korean, I'm not Chinese. Whereas like a German person and an Austrian and a Dutch person, they're like, it's okay, but actually I'm Dutch, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas a Korean or Japanese or Chinese is like, no, I'm Korean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that they're very more, you better not confuse them.
Exactly, yeah. But I understand that because the whole social political situation is very different in this area, this region. In the Netherlands we had that for a long time, after the Second World War. I think until the 90s or until 2000 something. People were like making jokes about Germans in a very mean way. So we really distinguished ourselves from other people in Europe. And now we grew over that a little bit. The new generations, they don't have it anymore. I guess the young generation in Korea also have it less than the older generation.
That's probably true.
But because here it's still an issue. There's still a political conflict sometimes between Japan or China.
Oh, for sure.
Not in a way that we have with Germany or France now.
Yeah, it still exists, for sure.
It's a little bit different, I think.
It is different. And I also think like German and Dutch linguistically are quite similar. Like you could probably understand a good amount of German, right? Like you could guess a lot, right?
Yeah, we studied German in high school.
Oh, okay.
So that's one of the reasons. I met a lot of Germans who don't understand Dutch at all. I think it's more forced in the Netherlands to study German.
And English.
And it makes sense economically. It's our neighbor country. We're very similar in a lot of ways. And especially the border regions, they can speak German quite well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so for a lot of Dutch people, German is a good second language, or third.
See, that's really interesting because Korea is an isolated peninsula. It's basically an island. Because you can't go to North Korea.
Exactly.
If it was touching Japan or China, I'm sure there would be some like interesting dialects of Korean and Chinese or Japanese and Korean, but they're not. They're complete isolated areas, countries. And like the same way that German and Netherlands have like a lot of linguistic similarities, Koreans can't understand any Japanese if they don't study. And they can't understand Chinese. They're completely different languages. They're very much more separated. I noticed that too. So the line is more blurred in Europe.
It makes,
especially because they're right next to each other.
Geographical explanation. And it makes sense. The only thing they have in common is Hanja.
That's right.
And that's from a time when North Korea didn't exist as a separate country. So Manchuria, like China, the dynasties there, they were very connected to South Korea. And with trade between countries.
Right, and boats and all that stuff too with Japan. But even like they have the same Hanja, but it's still like the pronunciation is different. So you can't even guess.
It's like you need to explain it. And
Hakseng, kakse. Like I guess if you listen you could guess, but it's different. You know? Anyway, well, we're rambling, but this is interesting. This is interesting, but all right, thank you so much, Bart. I'll see you next time.
You're welcome.
All right, bye.
Bye.
So in the Netherlands or in other countries in Europe, why do you think K-pop is so popular?
So these days in the Netherlands, there's a whole discussion like whether it will be popular or not. But it's now popular among a very small group. It's like a subculture. It's not the mainstream yet. And why the people in the subculture like it so much? Because it has something oriental. They learn something about Asia, about Korea. It's very fashionable. It's very dynamic. And diverse. And the younger people, they are so into the social media, they're already so connected with other parts of the world, and through K-pop they can easily connect with other parts of the world. So it's like the stepping stone.
I think also they're really like clean, they dance well, they look good. They dress well, their hair is perfect. It's like, physically as an image, they're like almost perfect, like a Barbie doll.
Exactly, and you can be part of it, and it's quite easy. You don't have to look perfect yourself. You just have to be into the music. It's like a lifestyle also. It's not only listening to the music, you can dance on yourself, you can meet other K-pop lovers, you can collect whatever the items that the entertainment companies make for the fans. It's more than that, it's like a lifestyle. It's like me going to the football club every week because I love football. For them it's K-pop. It's just being part of something. I think there's not a really strong science behind it.
Okay, great. All right. Anything else you want to say about this topic?
I think so. I hope that people just in the world, so the older generations, respect K-pop as music.
Yeah, it's a real art form.
It's a real form of art, and they don't have to talk negatively about it all the time. They don't have to burn it down to the ground. They don't have to attack the fans just because it's something new. Make sure that you talk to the people and ask them, like, why are you into this, and why is it like this, you know?
Yeah.
Don't be so xenophobic about it.
Okay.
And I still see that too much.
Oh, really?
Just leave it as it is, you know? They don't bother you. And I think I'm talking to the Netherlands now. It just frustrates me a little bit.
You don't have to love it, just respect it.
Yeah, and you don't have to like it, but you don't have to burn it down either. Yeah.
Right on. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
I'd say that if you are coming to Korea for a long amount of time, like more than like tourism, and you are into K-pop, it's not exactly like as easy to run into idols as some people may make it out to. Like I've met many, but that was when I was studying here. And like that was in 2013, 2014, and since then the fan base has got bigger. It's really hard. Like they're people too.
Yeah, for sure.
And they need to live their own lives. So if you're actively seeking them out, it can be quite like you can get quite disappointed quite quickly. Very famous K-pop idols they already have groups of people that follow them around to like their houses and their personal lives, and it's a real problem. So if you're coming to Korea, like go to concerts, buy merchandise, support your idols, like do what you need to make them be popular. But don't go to their houses, don't invade their personal life. Like,
of course, yeah.
They need their privacy.
Yeah.
And especially now that like there is social media, like interact with them via social media.
There you go. It's a great advice.
Yeah.
That's great advice. I like that. Thank you so much.
Oh, no worries.
All right, bye. Congratulations, you watched the video all the way to the end. Well done. I wish you all luck on your English learning journey, and I will see you in the next video. See you later.